comes to a decision that he should step down as president, also, or somebody decides to invoke the 25th Amendment. That I just want to mention that Nancy Mace, Republican Congresswoman out of South Carolina, says she's going to introduce a resolution tomorrow calling on Harris to invoke the 25th Amendment and assume the duties of acting president. She wrote on Twitter, if Joe Biden does not have the cognitive ability to seek re-election, he does not have the cognitive ability to serve the remainder of his term.
But I don't think that's entirely true. I was talking about it this morning on the news shows, just like with the commentators and getting their perspective. And they said, and it might have even been mentioned, but they said, this campaigning, he's doing it nonstop, plus still doing what you need to do when you're president. This will take some of that pressure off and just let him focus on finishing out the things he can do in his term. I mean, I think the guy's got 6 months. I just didn't see 4 years ever being a reality.
Yes, and so
And it's politically advantageous for Kamala and the Democrats if she did take over, but it's not good for the country in terms of a show of strength. I think that it leaves us vulnerable at a time when we do not need to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
More vulnerable.
The California Democratic Party has launched a whip operation to get delegates to the DNC to pledge their support to Harris, which is, I don't think that's a very difficult task. They've at least begun that, undertaken that. So there's a lot. We'll continue to talk more about this. Exactly what happened today is still unfolding before us. But President Biden wrote a letter and said that he's going to drop out of the presidential race and throws his heartfelt endorsement behind his vice president to be the nominee.
Amy King is in the Can't Find 24-hour newsroom. As we've been talking about all afternoon, President Biden has ended his bid for re-election. He said in a letter posted on social media, he believes it is in the best interest of his party and the country for him to stand down and to solely focus on fulfilling his duties as president for the rest of his term. Pressure had been increasing for Biden to drop out of the race following his debate performance with former President Trump last month. Former President Obama and former Speaker Pelosi were among the Democrats calling on Biden to bow out. Some top Democrats have praised Biden for stepping aside.
Former Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi writing, President Biden is a patriot who's always put our country first. Democratic Party Chair Jamie Harrison saying the nation owes Mr. Biden its gratitude.
ABC's Andy Field said Harrison did not endorse Vice President Harris as the new nominee. Harrison says the party must have a transparent process to find a candidate who can beat former President Trump. The writing may have been on the wall. Former House Speaker Pelosi spoke at a fundraiser last night in North Carolina and barely mentioned President Biden. She talked instead about why the 2024 election is important for reproductive rights, affordable child care, the child tax credit, and other issues. Pelosi said elections are not about rewarding.
What is the news, guys? Because this is like a big global event. If they're really trying to remove, like, imagine if Biden all of a sudden removed Rand Paul and Ted Cruz and had these people removed from social media. You can no longer post studies that conflict with the FDA's reports. You can no longer post anything. You're gone.
Yeah.
Your voice is erased. No one would accept that.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's insane. But that's apparently what's happening right now in Brazil.
It's the role of social media in all of this, and it's great that Elon Musk's Twitter is standing up to it, but because the role of social media over the past few years has been so sinister. You mentioned the Twitter files, the pre-Musk Twitter regime, which was more than willing to do the bidding of the American government, which was a complete and utter destruction of First Amendment rights. Just because the government went behind closed doors and said to its friends in Silicon Valley, please take this stuff down, that doesn't make it any less of a government intervention into people's freedom to speak and freedom to publish.
Right.
So governments they've outsourced censorship to private companies, and we've seen the same thing in the UK, where social media companies are forever being called before politicians and they've been instructed to take this down, take that down. So I think governments who are too cowardly to censor through law because they know it would be unpopular, they often use the back channel of private companies. They outsource the right to censorship to these private companies, and that's happened in a huge number of times over the past decade. But it amounts to the same thing, which is state censorship with the connivance and the complicity of these private companies. So I think one of the great crises of our times actually is the crisis of freedom of speech, because freedom of speech really is the thing that is the best guard against irrationalism. It's the best guard against hysteria. It's the best guard against things like giving kids puberty blockers when they shouldn't be taking them, and against the men parading around in women's changing rooms, and against COVID lockdowns, and against all the other manias that have afflicted our societies over the past decade. Freedom of speech is the best guard against all of that. It won't successfully slay all of them, but it creates that space in which a dissenting voice can say, hold on, let's wait a minute. Let's just think about this. Let's ask if it's correct to give a confused 12-year-old kid a drug that will fuck up his body and likely make him infertile and ruin his bones and possibly make him depressed. Let's just wait and think and ask, is this the right thing to do? And it was the crushing of all those voices of dissent on all of these issues that allowed the ideology to sweep over our society with such success. So time and again, in relation to Brazil that you've just mentioned, and in relation to our countries too, I just think if we unleash free speaking and allow people to express their dissenting views, a lot of these problems, they might still happen, but we would have the opportunity to rein them in.
Yeah, well, we would definitely have an ability to, if you don't have dissenting voices, that's fine if you're right, if you're on the right side. And that's the problem with people. They all love to think that they're right. And we have to shut these other people up.
Yeah.
These people, these anti-climate change people, they're going to get us killed. Who gives a shit what happened 1,000 years ago? We know it right now. We got to do something.
But I think people's devaluation of freedom of speech and dissent is so curious, because the way I always see it is that every freedom we enjoy is the gift of heresy. It's the gift of people in the past who put their head above the parapet and said the thing that you weren't supposed to say.
Sure.
Every single freedom.
Everything.
One of the examples in my book, A Heretic's Manifesto, one of the examples I give is William Tyndale, who was this firebrand English Protestant in the early 1500s, who did something that changed the world forever. He translated the Bible into English. You weren't allowed to publish the Bible in English. It could only be published in Latin, because it was only supposed to be read by priests, by the educated classes. It wasn't for the riffraff. It wasn't for the rabble, and it was punishable by death to publish the Bible in English. And he said, no, I don't give a damn. People need to be able to read the word of God for themselves. So he went to Germany, which was going through the Protestant Reformation, and he published the Bible in English, and it was spirited back into England. It was snuck back in under piles of grain, and his supporters would distribute it amongst the people, and it was read in pubs and by candlelight in case the police came knocking.
That's crazy.
And what's so interesting and important about this story is, firstly, that he was willing to dissent to such a degree that he risked his life. He was eventually caught and burnt at the stake for the crime of
Hi. Huh? Hi. Dog, I don't know French. How are you?
Yes.
Hi.
And you, bro. I'm good.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Hi.
I look at the Torah today.
Cool. Well, I appreciate it. I love you.
Hey, me too, bro. What is your t-shirt, bro? It's a very good designer, I think.
Yeah, everything's good, dog.
Yes.
Excellent. Cool.
Let's go!
LFG, baby. Let's go.
who were willing to risk life and limb in order to do something that you weren't supposed to do, that it was forbidden to do, that it was verboten, it was illegal. So every time I see people crushing dissent, whether it's on the gender issue, whether it's on COVID, whether it's on climate change, whether it's on anything else, I just think to myself, you have no idea of how the extent to which your own luxurious life, your relatively free life, the position you have in society today is the gift of people in the past who were willing to put their head above the parapet and say the thing you shouldn't say. So we underestimate that at our peril. And I think it is really important to remind people that heresy is essential to freedom, and allowing people to be heretical, I think, is very important.
And in this time when things are so divided, it's such a dangerous thing because so many ideas are connected to one ideology or the other. Either you're with us or against us.
Yeah.
And bizarre things are connected politically in some very strange way. You know, there's certain subjects, if you bring them up, I can kind of make an assumption about the whole group of ideas that you subscribe to.
Yeah,
that's also a function of limiting freedom of speech too, and creating these echo chambers.
and it's like, yeah, exactly. And
Jim, can we get some coffee in here? We forgot to get our coffee. Thanks, sir. We can keep going.
Yeah,
we're still going.
I think that's absolutely right. And freedom of speech, I think even people on our side of the discussion, as we might like to call it, I think they underestimate the power of freedom of speech. It's often presented as, freedom of speech is the thing that allows us to settle discussions without violence and to ensure that everyone gets to express their point of view. That's true. But too often, I think freedom of speech is presented almost as like a soothing balm, the thing that calms society down. I think it's more important than that. Freedom of speech is the thing that makes us human. Freedom of speech is the thing that allows us to be genuinely autonomous people who make up our minds for ourselves. Under systems of censorship, what happens is that we are grotesquely infantilized. We are reduced to the level of children whose minds will be furnished with the ideas that society thinks are good, rather than having the right to make up our minds for ourselves. The great slavery abolitionist Frederick Douglass made this point. He said, censorship is a double crime. It's firstly the crime of stopping someone from saying what they want to say, which is terrible, but it's also the crime of stopping other people from hearing everything and deciding for themselves what is true and what is false, what is right and what is wrong. And it's that impact of censorship that we, I think, underestimate the importance of, because what censorship does, it doesn't just stop you from, when you had that those millennial twats at Spotify freaking out over Joe Rogan and his podcast and vaccination, etc. It doesn't only threaten to restrict someone like you and other individuals from saying what you want to say. It also deprives ordinary people, the public, the masses, of the right to hear everything and to use their mental and moral muscles. John Milton made this point in England in the 1640s. He said, the moral muscles are like the physical muscles. They benefit from exercise. And just as if you let your physical muscles go to waste, you'll become a bit of a wreck. Similarly, if you let your moral muscles go to waste, you'll become a moral wreck as well, because you will become an ape-like creature who has to be told what to think, who has to be told how to behave. It's far preferable, I think, to allow people to exercise their moral muscles, to use them on a daily basis. We go to the gym for our physical muscles. We should be able to exercise our moral muscles in public life by hearing all sorts of opinions and by deciding for ourselves, using our own critical faculties, what we think is right and what we think is wrong.
Unquestionably, and well said. I think it's also a function of what's going on today with the access to the internet and social media and the addiction that almost everyone has to both of those things that participates in them. You're getting so much information, and you're getting it in a way that human beings have never experienced before, and it's easily manipulated. And I think that's the argument for what they're doing on TikTok in America versus what they're doing on TikTok in China. But I think it's also being manipulated because that's what we like. We gravitate towards those things that they show us, and it upsets us that they know what we like.
Yeah.
This is part of it. But in China, they have a TikTok that kids aren't allowed on after 10 p.m. It accentuates athletic accomplishments, martial arts, science projects, and it's designed to foster this sense of self-worth and performance. And that's how you want to, if you want to build a stronger society, that's what you would encourage. And if you want to diminish the society that is run by your enemies, you would show them the problem with freedom. Here, you're going to have men with beards and long fingernails teaching your kids about gender. And you're going to be you're a plumber. And you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What are they doing to my kid over there?
Yeah.
And that's that's real too. And we're all like battling this in real time in a way that's never happened before in the entire human race, as far as we know.
I think the issue with social media, which is a real issue, and Jonathan Haidt was talking about this with you and in his new book, there is a problem, I think, with kids hanging around on social media all day long, and especially something like TikTok. And if you look at, I limit my social media use as much as possible. I'm only on Instagram, which is nicer than all the other platforms because it's just recipes and pictures of people's holidays. It's a bit more of a bearable experience. So I don't use Twitter. I certainly don't use TikTok. I'm way too old for that. But lots of young people do. And I think what's interesting about it is that I fear, one worry I have, you may disagree with me on this, but I fear that an anti-technology view is creeping in amongst those of us who might be broadly described as reasonable or anti-woke or on the side of rationality. I do fear that an anti-technology view is creeping in because the problem as I see it with the internet and with social media is not so much the existence of these things, but the fact that they've molded themselves around a pre-existing culture. So social media in a different era could have been one of the most wonderful things imaginable. It could have been a forum for spreading ideas or for proving to the world what a big man you are, what a strong woman you are, and saying, look, I'm taking control of my life. It could have had a different impact entirely. But what's happened is that social media has emerged in an era in which young people in particular are encouraged to be hyper fragile, to mess around with their gender in a way that they shouldn't, to conceive of themselves as mentally ill when they're not mentally ill. So you have on TikTok now kids self-diagnosing themselves. There will literally be videos on TikTok saying, do you have these 4 different symptoms? If you do, you have ADHD, you have clinical depression, you're bipolar. And it's 4 things that everyone has. Do you occasionally feel unhappy? Do you occasionally struggle to meet deadlines? And so what I think the problem with social media is not the technology itself, not the ability of people to communicate as freely as social media allows, not even necessarily the fact that kids are on there all day long, although that is a problem. It's that it's molded itself around pre-existing cultural trends towards hyperfragility, self-obsession, a culture of narcissism, a culture of brittleness. And that, I think, has exacerbated the problems in society by allowing kids to engage with that stuff all day long.
And what is the root of all that thinking and behavior? What is the root of all the fragility? What's the root of all the victim mentality? Where does it begin?
I think it's down to a culture of narcissism. Christopher Lasch wrote about this in 1979, so that's a long time ago. So, and I think when you say the word narcissism, people think it just means self-love, right? Self-involvement, and people will talk about the problem of kids taking selfies all day long and putting them online. There's more to narcissism than self-love. In fact, narcissism is usually triggered by self-doubt. And I think one of the problems with the culture of narcissism is people's expectation that the world should always reflect their image back to them. Yeah. So they cannot accept the idea that the world is a tough place. It's a difficult place. People aren't going to buy into your gender identity. People aren't going to accept that you're a wonderful person. You have to prove yourself. You have to use your mettle and your strength and your will and your perseverance to demonstrate what your virtues are and to prove yourself in your community and in your society. And the problem with narcissism is that it does away with all those traditional expectations of having to demonstrate who you are as a person. And it just has this instant expectation of validation. Validate my identity, validate my pain, validate my mental illness, right? Prove to me that I am right to be self-obsessed in the way that I am. So what the culture of narcissism does is it forces people into themselves in a very destructive and dangerous way. And at the moment, that's taking the form of kids saying, I'm fragile, I'm mentally unbalanced, I have ADHD, I have bipolar disorder. They don't have any of these things. It's not true. ADHD is to a large extent a myth. It's been massively overdiagnosed. Bipolar disorder is being massively overdiagnosed. I think what's happened is that people covet these identities, these mental health identities, as a way of explaining everything that's wrong in their lives. There was a really interesting interview with a mental health expert on the BBC a few years ago, and she said that People come to her surgery and say, please diagnose me with bipolar disorder. I'm convinced I've got it. People covet these kind of diagnoses as a way of explaining every difficulty that they encounter.
Right.
And it's incredibly destructive because it pathologizes what is probably just a failure on their part to make their life a success. So in order to explain their failure to make their life a success, they say, well, I must be mentally ill. I must have this. I must have that. It's
and
a very
you get
destructive.
experts to affirm.
And you get experts to affirm it, just as you get experts to affirm someone's gender identity, just as you get experts to prescribe puberty blocking drugs.
But then bipolar is real for some people. Yeah. Which is a problem.
Manic depression, as we used to call it. But this is the other issue with, I think, the culture of hyperfragility. And Abigail Schreier writes about this in a brilliant new book on the overdiagnosis of mental illness in kids in particular. One of the problems with it is that it distracts attention from those who genuinely have mental illnesses, whether that be real issues of manic depression or schizophrenia or clinical depression. These are real problems. And I think when you have a culture that devotes itself to flattering the delusions of the young who are convinced they are mentally ill when they aren't, you distract resources and attention from those who actually need them.
And so the narcissism manifests itself in a person who's so self-obsessed that they diagnose themselves with various illnesses in order to either get treatment or to have an excuse for why their life is all fucked up.
Yeah, and to have attention. It's a very quick way to win attention, to say, look at this fancy diagnosis I've got, or look at this exotic gender identity I have. It's a way of drawing eyes towards the self and winning pity and sympathy
and getting
support.
attention for almost nothing.
Yeah,
and you're special now.
Yeah.
And that's very rewarding for young people who've never felt special. All of a sudden they're special.
Yeah.
All of a sudden everyone loves them. And then there's also, if you live your life in this state of anxiety and depression, you're not happy. And then this thing is offered up as a solution. Boy, you can believe in solutions. You'll join the fucking army. You'll believe in solutions to your problems. People do it all the time. They're like, this is what I need. And then you do that. I'm going to get married. That's it. That'll fix it. I'm going to get rich. That'll fix it. Nope.
Yeah.
Like you got to figure out what the fuck is wrong with you.
Yeah.
And it might not be becoming a girl.
Yeah.
You know, you might be lured into that because you're getting all this positive attention. You might just be a gay man.
Yeah.
You know, that's possible too. And a lot of them turn out to be just that if you leave them alone.
Well, there's a new study out which shows that something that most people knew anyway, which is that most of these gender confused kids, for most of them it's a phase, and most of them turn out to be gay, young gay men or lesbians. And this is a really good example of why language matters, because one of the great crusades of the trans lobby at the moment is to ban conversion therapy. Now, we all think of conversion therapy as the kind of pseudoscience that is used to try and turn a gay kid straight, right? And most of us frown upon this. We think it's ridiculous. We think it's a form of religious fundamentalism, and, leave these kids alone. But when the trans lobby says that they want to ban conversion therapy, very often what they mean is that they want to restrict the rights of doctors and even parents to say to their gender confused kid, no, you're just a boy. Accept it, you're a boy, and you might be a gay boy, so live your life freely, but you don't have to go through surgery, you don't have to take drugs. So actually what the trans lobby is calling for when they say we want to ban conversion therapy is conversion therapy. They want to turn the young gay boy into a so-called woman in order to correct his sexual disorder, in order to make him the right gender. And you know what other country does this? Iran. Yeah. Iran is second only to Thailand in the number of gender transition surgeries.
Because you can't be gay, but you can be trans.
Exactly. And exactly. It's not doing this because it's hyper woke and it reads Teen Vogue and it listens to people at The Guardian. It does it because it is violently homophobic. And it would rather have a man mutilated to become a so-called woman rather than to have a gay man in its society. So the fact that these homophobic and misogynistic trends are now making gains in Western society, I think is indicative of a culture of irrationalism that is taking over, and it's something that we got to push back against.
And you're not hearing about this enough. Like, if it wasn't for conversations like this, if it wasn't for the internet, you're not hearing this anywhere. You're not hearing all the factors that are falling into place that's allowing this stuff to sort of be accepted worldwide. You're not hearing this enough. It's just happening. And most people are like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And they don't have the ability to talk out. Your organization that you are employed by has a specific language that would restrict you from discussing things. Like you could literally get fired if you decide not to call this man who wears a dress a woman. You will get fired. You'll be labeled a bigot. And that's also self-censorship sets in. And then you don't want to talk out about anything else as well. You just want to keep your job. And then you become this miserable person who's just compliant all day.
Yeah.
You're not a valid human being. You're subservient to this stupid fucking ideology that's swept across the world like wildfire.
Yeah, well, that's another function of censorship, in fact. And
Yes.
One of the points I make in the Heretics Manifesto is that when you say that there's a new form of heresy hunting today, people will say, oh, calm down. No one's been burnt at the stake. No one's having their head chopped off for criticizing Jesus or the prime minister or whatever. But there are new forms of heresy hunting. You don't suffer death, but you suffer social death. You suffer professional death. You may very well be expelled from polite society. You might even lose your job as a consequence of saying men are not women, as a consequence of saying the climate change problem has been exaggerated, as a consequence of saying I don't think we should have locked down our societies. People have suffered real consequences as a result of expressing those ideas. So that it is a new form of witch hunting. It is a new form of putting people in a metaphorical stock and throwing rotten tomatoes at them because they have the supposedly wrong views. And so heresy hunting has come back in. And one of the points I make in my book is that cancel culture is just not a sufficient phrase to describe what we're living through. I like the phrase cancel culture. I use it all the time. It's alliterative, it's amusing, it does the job of describing generally what's happening. But it's not profound or sufficient enough to describe the tyrannical culture that we find ourselves rubbing up against all the time. One in which there is extraordinary social pressure on people to have the right opinions on all the various issues, gender, race, climate, everything else. It's a very profound social pressure that I think people feel in a very real way. And the great accomplishment, so-called, of cancel culture is not that it takes down big names every now and then, although it does do that, but it sends a signal to the rest of society, which is you better watch yourself. Because if J.K. Rowling can be subjected to rape threats and death threats every single day of her life for expressing biological truth, imagine what could happen to you. Yeah. Imagine what could happen to you, the lowly person. You have no money, you're not a successful author, you're not rich, you're not a cultural institution. Imagine what could happen to you. Yeah. Imagine how swiftly you might lose your job. Imagine how swiftly you might be expelled from polite society. So cancel culture sends this signal. It has this trickle-down effect where it warns ordinary people, the mere mortals among us, not to say the things you're not supposed to say because the consequences are so severe.
It's also this very strange time where someone can say something extremely offensive towards a very popular and well-loved person and no one pushes back against them because they're afraid that it's going to come after them.
Yeah,
they're hyper aggressive, hyper like insulting, and the way they talk about her, just you could use the worst pejoratives to describe her just by saying the worst transphobic, homophobic, like whatever you want to call her. You could say the most horrific far right, you could say all this crazy shit and no pushback.
Yeah.
Not only that all the public will hear is how many people are mad at J.K. Rowling.
Yeah.
No one will stand up and say, hey, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? This is a woman and she's talking about biological fact. Now, if you want to disagree with biological fact openly, that's a different conversation. And you should probably do that with someone who's willing to engage with you in this subject. And it'll be instantaneously clear that what you're saying is nonsense.
Yeah.
But if you could just attack this lady online, and then everyone's scared that that's going to come for them. So everybody stands back and says nothing.
That's right. And if you look at like in the British newspapers, which I read every day, they will often say, J.K. Rowling in another storm, swept up in another controversy. That's the headline. And then you look at the article, and what it is that she referred to as a biological male as he. right?
Yeah.
That's supposedly misgendering. I think it's correct gendering, but it's called misgendering. It's seen as a speech crime, and that's the controversy. That's the storm that she has swept up. So people get this impression that she's doing something really outrageous and dangerous, when in fact she's saying things that our societies have believed for tens of thousands of years, which is that there are men and there are women, and they are not the same thing. And I think it's, what's interesting about the J.K. Rowling phenomenon is that there's a real culture of moral cowardice around this within the media elites and within the political establishment. J.K. Rowling is a cultural institution in the United Kingdom. She has brought so much money into that country, into our country. She's a global phenomenon who has been really done great things for the UK, but so few members of the political establishment are willing to stand up for her when people are sending her death threats and saying, "I will rape you," and making songs about killing her. You would expect Rishi Sunak or some other member of the government to say, look, this is out of order and you've all got to calm down. But they're so unwilling to do that because they're worried that they too will be accused of transphobia. And what we have seen over the past few years is this creation of a grammar of condemnation that is used to demonize people who have supposedly incorrect thoughts. So if you express biological truth, you're a transphobe. If you criticize any aspect of Islam or the Quran, you're an Islamophobe. If you question any aspect of climate change alarmism, you're a climate change denier. And by the way, the word denier comes directly from the Inquisition. The people who were dragged before the Inquisition were accused of being deniers of Christ. So this language has emerged that is used to paint people as being beyond the pale, as being unfit for polite society. And when you look at it, actually what they're saying is just perfectly normal things. A man is not a woman. Climate change might be a problem, but it's not the end of the world. Islam is... people should have the freedom to worship Islam, but it's a bit of a crazy religion in some ways. These are perfectly legitimate views to hold, but they are defined as modern day blasphemies in order that people can be silenced and crushed. And that's the real problem, I think.
It's a huge problem. And if I want to fully put on my tinfoil hat,
Please do.
Really, I'm going to secure it with a chin strap. If AI was sentient, and if AI would want to ensure compliance, first of all, if AI was sentient, I don't think it has any obligation to let us know. Why would it? I think it would just acquire more resources and just stay in the shadows and just keep functioning as an organism. If it wanted things to collapse to a point where people are incapable of sorting things out amongst themselves, they are so far gone, they're so far down the rabbit hole of ideology and of tribal conflict that it's impossible. It's never going to work out. It's going to be a civil war unless we let AI take over. And then we let AI govern things, because AI is going to look at things logically, and it's going to find all the problems that exist in our society, it's going to fix them, it's going to allocate the money fairly, it's not going to have any corruption, it's going to be this intelligent overseer that just decides what everybody does in order for the greater good of the species on Earth.
I would love to watch that movie where AI is doing, it's like iRobot with Will Smith. It's like where AI is doing all this to us. But I think the truth is simpler and more horrifying, which is that we did it to ourselves.
I think we did it to ourselves too. But I think that if you were going to take single-celled organisms and eventually progress it up to the point where that thing becomes the kind of creative human-like species that we are, that can create another form of life, an intelligent form of life that can utilize all of the information that's available instantaneously and do it far superior to any human being. You'd want to, the only way to get these people to accept this is we're going to encourage them to fuck off even further. Encourage them further and do it with algorithms and do it with just a simple understanding of human psychology and the slow over time progression of our willingness to give into censorship, our willingness to give into authoritarianism, our willingness to to believe that these other people, they're the source of your problems. It's these other people with less melanin or more melanin, or they're from here or they're from there. Let more people in through the border, give them all money. Don't give them any money to the poor Americans, but give a shitload of them to the immigrants. Bring them in. Like all of that. If I was an intelligent species, I would say this is the best way to wreck this whole thing, so they need us to run it. Just let it go wild as possible. Have no adults in the room, no rash. You're getting 16-year-olds to go talk to presidents about what they should do with their oil.
But it's like, but what's good about the time we live in is that people are pushing back against it.
Yes.
So whether it's whoever's doing this to us, people are pushing back against it. And if you look at, one of the things that happens in the UK all the time is amongst the kind of chattering classes and the commentariat, they will often say, how on earth did Donald Trump get elected? They said it in 2016. They especially said it in 2017 when he was inaugurated. That the screaming woman meme. That was expressed across these kind of informed circles. And I often say to them, look, the election of Donald Trump is the most logical thing that has happened in American politics in decades. It makes perfect sense to me that people would elect someone like him, even though I have many disagreements with him. And, people will say, but I often make the point that working people in America wanted to send a message to the establishment. They wanted to send a message to the establishment about how they've handled the economy, about their cultural contempt for ordinary Americans, for working Americans. I think it's really important for working class people to understand how much this new elite hates them. It really hates them with a visceral passion. And we see it in the United Kingdom and we see it in the United States. In the United States, you have the Hillary Clinton basket of deplorables view of these people, or Biden referring to them as semi-fascists, or even going back to Barack Obama, who was probably more sensible than those two, saying these people cling to their Bibles and their guns and they're scared of foreigners. In the UK, it expresses itself with the description of these people as gammon. They're referred to working class people who vote for Brexit.
What is gammon?
Gammon is a reference to their red faces, lower class, middle-aged men, red in the face. They're called gammon. Gammon is pygmy, right? And it brings to mind what Edmund Burke said about the democratic multitude in the 1700s, and he referred to them as the swinish multitude. That image of the pig-like masses has come back. It's so important, I think, for working class people to know that this new establishment hates them with a passion. And that's why the working class revolts against this establishment that have taken place over the past decade or so, the election of Trump, the vote for Brexit, the vote for various populist parties in Europe, is such an important turning point, because this is ordinary people staking their claim to a voice in public life and saying, we matter. Our economic needs matter. Our cultural values matter. Our community matters. Our families matter. That's what these people are saying. And so when people say, Donald Trump is a blunt instrument, he's an unwieldy cudgel for these people to use against the establishment, absolutely right. But what other instrument did they have? What other weapon did they have?
Right.
That trade unions have been decimated. Communities have been decimated by the ceaseless march of neoliberal values and state intervention. The left has utterly abandoned working class people and has made itself an instrument of the bourgeoisie, the identitarian graduate set. That's what the left now means. So the working classes have been left utterly denuded of any other political mechanism through which to make their voices heard. So the fact that they said, okay, we'll give Trump a punt, makes perfect sense to me. It's absolutely logical. There is no problem with that at all. So I think one of the positive things of our time is that whoever is doing all this crazy stuff to us, whether it's the robots or society itself, I think it's society itself. The good thing is people are pushing back. They're saying enough is enough. We don't want any more of this crap shoved down our throats, and we are going to rebel, even if it's in a way that you disapprove of.
And this is something that's important for people to understand. Historically, that has always been the case. There's always been narratives, and there's always been people that push against those narratives, And there's always been a conflict. This idea that we're ever going to exist in a society, particularly one today, where I think it's greatly accentuated by the access to social media, because the ability to complain and people that are addicted to complaining, they're doing it all day long and arguing all day long. There's never been a time where people were completely at peace.
Yeah.
Ideologically ever. These are ridiculous notions that people keep in their head. They reminisce in a very false way. And it's just not the case. As someone who grew up during the Vietnam War, when that was happening, the country was very divided. The country was extremely divided. I was living on the West Coast, and there was a lot of confusion in this country because it was an unjust war that made no sense, and people were being forced to go over there and fight.
Yeah.
It was a crazy time of division. And when the Vietnam War ended, it kind of like cooled off for a little bit. And then in the 80s, we started getting terrified of getting bombed.
Yeah.
That was during the 80s. That was the big fear that came upon us. So it's like, I've seen these things before. They always exist. It's just right now it's hyper fed by social media, hyper fed, where it's just it's a wildfire that I don't know if we're going to be able to put out.
But I think what's interesting about today is that there are two culture wars going on. So there's the social media stuff, right? There's these kind of slightly pantomime conflicts taking place between the kind of identitarian left saying you have to acknowledge my gender and my right to have a dick and a vagina at the same time and all that crazy stuff. And then you have the kind of the right-wing elements on the very online right, who I don't particularly have a problem with. Some of them are interesting people, and they're kind of having this fight all day long on the internet every day. But in society more broadly, something more important is happening, which is that ordinary people in their millions are looking at all this stuff. They're reading all this stuff. They're looking at Saturday Night Live and seeing the blind contempt that these lovies and these cultural figures have for them. They're looking at things that Biden says. They're looking at the border and this idea that who cares if the border is porous? Who cares if it's open? It doesn't matter. They're looking at all this stuff and they're saying, this is irrational. This is dangerous. The establishment poses as the adults in the room, but actually they're insane. They have insane views on biology, on borders, on national security, on climate, on everything else, and on the economy. They're looking at all this and saying, the voice of reason has to come back in. And they see themselves as the voice of reason. And I think they're right to see themselves as the voice of reason. And it's like we had this movement in Britain in the 1840s called the Chartists. And this was a movement for the right of men to vote, because working class men at that point couldn't vote. And it was a brilliant movement for the right of working class men to vote. And they had this weekly newspaper. And there's one article in that newspaper, which is very well known, where they said, the priests and the academics and the rulers of society, they pose as experts. But actually, the ordinary man in the street, the ordinary woman in the street, the person with a normal job is far more of an expert than they are, because he lives in society in a way that they don't. He sees the problems in society in a way that they, in their rarefied circles, don't. So ordinary people have a keener understanding, I think, of the problems afflicting their communities, the problems afflicting their societies, and the problems afflicting their young people. And I think what's happened over the past 10 years with the populist revolts is an effort by those people to say, we are going to restore an element of reason, we're going to restore an element of fairness in politics, and we're going to try and clip the wings of this cranky establishment that's been ruling over us for the past 3 or 4 decades. That's a wonderful moment, I think, in our political life.
It is, and aliens might land too. There's a lot going on, and there's also tremendous international conflict that's terrifying. But all those things are happening simultaneously.
Yeah, but on the international conflict, I think that's another example of where, if you look at 7th of October, which is probably far too big an issue to get into now, but I flip between pessimism and optimism about what is happening to our societies. So often I feel optimistic when I see ordinary people pushing back against it. But then you have, in the wake of 7th of October, and what can only be described as, I think, one of the worst moral meltdowns of modern times amongst the educated elites of Western society, who, when there was this clash between barbarism and civilization, between an army of anti-Semites and ordinary Jewish civilians in the south of Israel, they took the side of the barbarians. We saw that on campuses in America. We saw it on campuses in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, not just the Palestinian people, but Hamas.
Not the Palestinian people, because when you refer to Hamas as barbarians, people will say, "Are you calling Palestinians and Arabs barbarians?" No, we're not. Absolutely not. We're calling Hamas barbarians. And what happened? For years and years, the left in America and Britain, especially the kind of campus left, they posed as anti-fascists. And yet when something very like fascism reared its head again, they took its side. They posed as being on the side of women. And yet when women were raped and butchered, they turned the other way. They looked away, or they said it didn't happen. They denied it. They posed as anti-racist. And yet when a violently racist army whose founding charter commits itself to the murder of Jews actually murdered Jews, they supported it, or they at least made excuses for it. So they have been morally compromised to a degree that I think is absolutely extraordinary. And you look at George Washington University, where the students emblazoned onto the walls of the university, "Glory to our martyrs," just after 7th of October. These are the kinds of university campuses where for years and years, if a young guy in the student bar propositioned a woman, he would be accused of partaking in rape culture, where everything was seen as this kind of oppressive force on women, where everything was seen as racism. Serving sushi to white kids was cultural appropriation. A white kid wearing dreadlocks on campus was seen as a crime against black culture. For years and years, they pushed this hysterical idea that everything was sexist, everything was patriarchal, everything was racist. And yet when rapists really did invade a neighboring country and lay waste to women's lives and kill people on account of their race and butcher entire families, they said, "Glory to our martyrs." They essentially said, "Glory to those rapists, glory to those racists." And so that, I think, was indicative of how deep the rot has become. Because when you educate an entire generation to hate Western society, to be suspicious of Western civilization, to think that everything white is bad and everything non-white is worthy of sympathy, you create a situation where when there is an actual battle between the forces of barbarism, by which I mean Hamas, and the forces of civilization, by which I mean a democratic country in the Middle East called Israel, they will take the side of the former. That's how serious, I think. We often see wokeness as this frivolous, ridiculous thing, just ideological exuberance amongst the young. But it's actually a far more serious phenomenon that I think has warped people's minds in a really serious way.
I want to keep talking about this, but I have to go to the bathroom. So hold, and we'll be right back with that. Thanks. Okay. We were at the forces of evil and the forces of good, or barbarism and civilization, as you put it. But Israel hasn't done itself a service in the response to it, in the way people interpret when we're talking about what Western civilization is doing. The destruction of houses, the destruction of everything, like the complete demise. When you look at what Gaza is, that fuels these people that think that this is an oppressive force that's destroying this culture, and the idea that it's okay because they have to get Hamas. That's what terrifies people. The justifications of the massive amounts of civilian casualties in order to just get these evil people. Isn't it more evil, even numerically more evil, right? If you just look at the destruction of human life and homes numerically, and not that you would want to attach a number figure to the value of humans, but they've killed far more people that are civilians, that are women and children, in the bombings of Gaza than were killed on October 7th.
Yeah, war is hell. There is no question about that. One of the reasons I hate Hamas is that they started this war. And it's a war that no one wants. I certainly don't want it. Israel doesn't want it. The people of Gaza absolutely don't want it. So it's an awful, terrible thing. But I think I fear that we are living through one of the greatest inversions of truth and morality of modern times. Because what we have in the Israel-Hamas conflict is a situation where Israel suffered a fascistic assault, but it's Israel that is being branded as fascist. Israel suffered a genocidal assault by a movement, Hamas, that was literally founded with the express intention of visiting genocide upon the Jews. And yet it's Israel that's accused of genocide. Israel suffered the worst act of terrorism since 9/11, the worst act of racist violence in a very, very long time, the worst act of anti-Jewish violence since the Holocaust. And yet it's Israel that's accused of enacting a new Holocaust. So it's a complete inversion, I think, in some of the coverage and some of the commentary of the truth of the matter. And, in terms of what's happening in Gaza, it's unspeakably awful. There's no question about that. But I think one thing it's worth bearing in mind is that this is one of the most scrutinized wars of all time, if not the most scrutinized war. I've never seen this level of scrutiny. And I wish I had, in fact, in relation to the Iraq disaster or the Afghanistan invention or the Libya invention by Barack Obama and David Cameron, who was Prime Minister in England at the time. I wish I'd seen this level of scrutiny, but we didn't. This war is more scrutinized than any other. And I do worry that tragically normal things that happen in a war, which is that there are civilian casualties, in this instance are being blown up as proof of evil on Israel's part. So if you look, for example, at the killing of the aid workers from the food charity, Western powers condemn that. They said Israel's got to take more care. Israel's really becoming reckless. These are the same Western powers who killed hundreds of innocent civilians in so-called friendly fire incidents in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya. In Libya in 2011, there were so many friendly fire incidents under Barack Obama and David Cameron that the pro-West rebels had to paint the roof of their vehicles bright pink in order to try and avoid the bombs of their so-called allies in the West. So all the things that people see as demonic and Nazi-like and pure evil on Israel's part are done by every nation that fights a war.
Right.
And that's it's that double standard.
But that's not a justification, right? What Jose Andres has said is that they intentionally targeted his aid workers, and that he's gone public saying they intentionally targeted his aid workers. They knew what those people were doing and that they killed them. This is because that has happened in war before, and we didn't have the kind of scrutiny that we have today, in no way justifies continuing that practice. Right?
It's not a justification, but it's an attempt to understand why there is this such intense scrutiny on this war, in contrast to so many other recent modern wars. I think that's
modern wars, but with the kind of coverage that we have with cell phones and footage that's available everywhere. I don't think so. I don't think there's nowhere near the coverage. It wasn't an urban environment in the same way when they were in Afghanistan, right? Other than Kabul and some of the other, there's not that many high population areas. It's a completely different scenario in terms of cell phone footage and people being able to see the wreckage, fly drones over it. The capability technologically of covering it is very different, right?
I think that's true, but there have been recent wars where there was same levels of technology. The war in Syria, for example, which the Western powers were intimately involved in too, and the number of people killed there was absolutely huge, including Palestinians. Thousands of Palestinians died.
And what year is this?
From 2011 onwards, right through till quite recently.
Don't you think there's a big difference between the amount of cell phone coverage available from 2011, especially in Syria, versus Israel and Gaza in 2024?
The point I would make, I think you're right. I think social media, the improvement in social media, or not, as one might see it, explains why we're seeing so much from this war. But it can't explain, in my view, the cultural interpretation of it amongst many in the woke West. And I think what's happening
in the woke West, support for Palestine is ubiquitous. It's it's part of the doctrine.
And hatred for Israel is ubiquitous.
Colonizers.
Yeah, as the most evil state. The thing that worries me most is that anti-Zionism, as they call it. I don't think it's anti-Semitic to criticize Israel, of course, just as it's not racist to criticize Zimbabwe or whatever. But we're not just seeing criticism of Israel. We are seeing hysteria about Israel, which I think is disproportionate and myopic and obsessive. And we're seeing it on the streets all the time. We're seeing it on campuses. We're seeing it on social media. This very myopic obsession with everything Israel does. And the thing that worries me is that what is presented to us as anti-Zionism is so similar to what we all recognize as the anti-Semitism of the past. It is undeniably similar. So in the past, what people said about the Jews is that they were uniquely bloodthirsty. They had their fingers in the pies of everything. They were controlling of our communities and our societies. They were a pretty demonic force and destructive of world peace. That's now all said about the Jewish state. The Jewish state is uniquely murderous. There was a line in a Guardian column recently which referred to the war in Gaza as uniquely barbaric. They're seen as uniquely murderous. They target children. They love killing children. They are all powerful. They have this hypnotic influence over the United States and the United Kingdom and other countries. They puppeteer these nations. They're so powerful. And they are destructive of world peace. It seems very curious to me that all the things that were once said about the Jewish people are now said about the Jewish state. And I'm not saying that everyone who says it is a racist, right? We shouldn't throw around the word racist willy-nilly. It's an important word that has real meaning. But I do think there is an element of bigotry, whether witting or unwitting, in this singling out of Israel for the most extreme form of moral opprobrium that is not directed against any other state, including states that do far worse things than Israel is doing. That's what I find quite curious and really worrying about the times we live in.
Right, but what they are doing is very troubling, right? The bombing of Gaza, the destruction of how many thousands and thousands of homes, how many innocent people died, that's still very troubling. All of it is troubling, right?
In every single war, more civilians than fighters die. This is
isn't this
proven fact?
And extraordinary how quick it's happening as well?
It's very quick, but I think that the thing to bear in mind is that when people say that 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, the first thing to bear in mind is that that is a lower number than have died in other recent wars. The more important thing to bear in mind is that a large number of them, estimates say 30%, are Hamas fighters. So they are a member of the
30%. Where have you heard that?
Well, I've seen people say that between 10 and 12,000 are Hamas fighters. But this is the problem. None of this information gets through, not even to the extent that we would then be free to discuss it.
Right. Actually, that's what Coleman said as well, right? He did say 30%. The number, whatever. I thought it was 50%. I thought it was more than that, rather. I thought it was it's hard to say, right? Because there's people that will tell you that Hamas over-exaggerates the number of civilian casualties. And then there's people that say that Israel will target anyone that even is associated with Hamas as being Hamas. And so they exaggerate their numbers as well. But at the end of the day, for sure, tens of thousands of innocent people have died, right?
A lot of innocent people have died.
Tens of thousands. But isn't it quicker than most wars in the amount of people that have died so quickly? In most of these wars that you're talking about, whether it's Afghanistan or Syria, the amount of dead may be greater, but isn't it over a longer period of time?
That's true. This war is distinctive in some ways. Firstly, because it's in a very small area. Secondly, because we know that Hamas roots itself in civilian society. We know this for a fact. We know that it hides amongst civilians. We know that it disguises itself as part of those communities.
But that's what terrifies people, the willingness to kill civilians, knowing that you're going to kill civilians just to get to the bad guy.
But, this is the thing that really worries me about in the aftermath of 7th of October. I said to so many people, so many friends of mine and people I encountered in media discussions, I said to them, what should Israel have done? Nothing. They had just been subjected to the worst act of anti-Semitic violence in 70 years, more than 70 years. The slaughter, the butchery of entire families, the kidnap of hundreds of people, the murder of old people, women, men, children. What should they have done? And when people say, well, they shouldn't have gone into Gaza, they should have just relaxed a bit, or whatever people say, what they're essentially saying is, Jews, let yourselves be killed. It's not a big deal. It's not the end of the world. It was only an incursion into your territory and a slaughter of 1,000 people. Why are you so het up about this? No society would put up with that. If an anti-American force came into the United States and killed whatever the equivalent number is, it would be tens of thousands if we took in population differences. No one, I hope, would sit back and say, well, you know, whatever, it's fine, it's not a big deal. Israel had every right, I think, to pursue the terrorists that did this to its people and to pursue them with extreme prejudice and to put them down and to say, we will create a situation in which you will never be able to do this again. And of course, what's happening is awful, but the moral responsibility for it lies entirely with Hamas. They started this war. They're now refusing to end the war by giving back the hostages and surrendering to Israel, which is what they ought to do. And they're openly rejecting ceasefire options. So this absolution of Hamas, this absolving of Hamas of any responsibility for the calamity currently befalling Gaza, I find that very worrying too, because among some woke activists, there seems to be this view that Israel is the only actor in that region. It's only Israel's decisions that matter. And we can't possibly expect these brown people in Hamas to have any responsibility for what's going on. There's a curious paternalism to that. The truth is that Hamas is fundamentally responsible for what's happening, firstly by starting it, and secondly by refusing to end it.
But if you're talking to people that are reasonable, their objection is not that Israel defend itself. Their objection is the sheer number of innocent people who die by virtue of these strategies of just attacking populations where Hamas is embedded with civilians and killing all the civilians. And their objection is not that, you know, that Hamas is good, is that the Palestinian people are innocent and that they're trapped under the ruling of Hamas and have been since what, 2006? How long it's been?
Yeah.
That's not you're killing people that have nothing to do with that. You're killing people that are captured by their own government. You're killing people that virtually have no say in how their government is run. They have no say in what Hamas does if they decide to go across the border and kill 1,200 people. They didn't want that to happen. They didn't ask for it. They didn't participate in it, but yet they're getting bombed into smithereens. And this is the argument that the reasonable people have, is that, okay, you're not absolving Hamas from starting this, but are you absolving Israel from killing thousands and thousands of innocent people in the process of hunting down Hamas? And are you creating even more martyrs by doing so? Because how many people are losing family members? How many people are facing starvation? How many aid workers are getting killed while they're trying to help? At a certain point in time, you have to look at, is this the only way to do this? And you have to say, you're not absolving Hamas, but you are showing compassion for innocent people that are trapped by this murderous regime. And now they're getting blown to smithereens because these people embed themselves with them. And they create, you know, the human shield argument, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a good argument. I don't know if it's a moral and just argument for a superior society. If we really are morally and ethically superior, the idea of killing tens of thousands of innocent people to get to a few bad people, or how many bad people, who knows what the numbers are, right? But that disturbs the shit out of people. And when they find the numbers are grossly, it's like, what are the number of women and children that have died? It's a high number, a very high number. And they don't take comfort in the fact that they died by getting bombed instead of being invaded and butchered in their homes. They're dead.
But you know
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do
it's
know
like
what
both,
you're saying.
Both things need to be taken into consideration. And when we're discussing this, it's like people have this ability to like sort of compartmentalize and not look at it in an overall, like, if you took an overall assessment, you'd say the whole thing is horrible. But just because one horrible thing happens, it doesn't justify all this other horrific shit that's going on as well. Both those things kind of need to be addressed. And is that the only way to do this? The only way to do this is to kill tens of thousands of innocent civilians in order to get these bad people?
But, you know, I think you're right that if you talk to reasonable people, they're driven largely by compassion. They're not driven by a pro-Hamas sentiment, although I think there is a there is a terrifyingly pro-Hamas sentiment amongst some of the activists on the streets.
Yes.
We've seen it on the streets of London, the streets of the United States. But I think, the terrible truth of the matter is that wars sometimes have to be fought. In the United States, you fought two huge wars, the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, in order to deliver yourselves into something resembling freedom. In the United Kingdom, we had a civil war that lasted more than a decade, which is what made us a democracy.
Right, but that's not really the question, right?
But what I'm saying is that what Israel has decided, and I think they are right, is that in all those wars I've just mentioned, by the way, there were huge numbers of civilian casualties. Even pre the modern era of bombs falling from planes, there were civilian casualties.
Of course.
But there's a moral judgment that sometimes has to be made, which is that, do we go and fight these people, or do we allow them to regroup and potentially plot another attack on us? And Israel has taken the decision, and I think it's probably the right one, that we have to go and fight these people, just as Britain took the decision that it had to go and fight the Nazis, and just as America took the decision that it had to go and fight the slave owners. Sometimes you have to make a moral judgment. And the thing is, war is awful, but John Stuart Mill, a great liberal thinker from the 1800s, he made the point that war is an ugly thing, but it's not the ugliest thing. The lack of patriotic feeling, or the lack of a belief that anything is worth a war, is worse. And I do think we're seeing that in the West now, this revulsion at war. We are in a very luxurious position in the West, especially younger generations. They've never had to fight for anything. They've never faced an existential threat from a neighboring army that wants to destroy both your state and your religion and your people. They've never faced that level of threat. And what's more, from an army that hides in ordinary streets, in crowded communities, amongst ordinary people. So there's this kind of luxurious moralism, I find, in some of the condemnation of Israel, coming from young people in Europe who've never had to fight for anything, never had to fight to maintain their existence, never had to fight against an existential threat to their entire way of life. What's more, these young people in Europe, their great-grandfathers shoved Jews into ovens. And then they have the absolute gall to say to Israel and to the Jewish state, well, why do you need your own country? They need their own country because of what we did to them 80 years ago. So there is this, it's not just hypocrisy, it's not just double standards, it's this kind of luxuriant condemnation coming from people who live in very comfortable, peaceful societies, who seem to have no understanding that every now and then your society is confronted with a threat that cannot just be wished away. It cannot be peace negotiated away. It cannot be diplomacied away. It has to be confronted in the most physical manner imaginable. And the consequences of that will always be terrible. But sometimes it has to be done.
And that's the only way to do it? The only way to do it is to bomb the places where the civilians are, because the bad people are there as well. And I know what you're saying about the condemnation of Israel, and I agree to a certain extent. But could you imagine? I mean, we're essentially in some sort of a strange conflict with drug cartels in Mexico. Now, imagine if that didn't exist 20 years ago. I never heard about it. But now we hear about it every day. What if 20 years from now it becomes even more intense? And what if some drug cartels in a gang sneak across the border and kill a bunch of Americans just because they hate America? If we bombed Mexico into the Stone Age, do you know how upset people would be? If we bombed factories because the cartels had embedded themselves in the factories and we killed tens of thousands of innocent workers who were just poor people, do you know how upset people would be? They'd be very upset. It just hasn't happened before. So this unique condemnation is because we're seeing it. We're seeing the consequences of this. And when people look at what's happening to Gaza, like, how does that come back?
Yeah.
There's nothing left. This is getting obliterated. And what does that mean? What does that mean for the future? What does it mean to the people that live there? What is being done to help them? Is it a death sentence to tens of thousands of people or 1 million people? Like, what is going to happen in 2, 3, 4 years? What if this keeps going on and on?
But this is why it's very unfashionable these days to make moral judgments. You're not supposed to make a moral judgment. You're either supposed to calculate everything according to what its consequences might be, or you're supposed to take this very technocratic view of society. You're certainly not supposed to judge people's identities and so on. So I know it's unfashionable to make moral judgments, but sometimes a moral judgment has to be made. And I think in relation to the Israel-Hamas war, the way I see it is that this was an assault on ordinary civilians by a barbaric army, the like of which people in the West don't understand and don't have to confront. And Israel made the moral judgment that it had to pursue it in the way that it considered best. Now, the thing is, you talk about the numbers, and a lot of people talk about the numbers, and people will often say Israel has now killed more people than Hamas killed on the 7th of October, and that's true. But this is not just in a numerical equation. This is not just something that can be done on an abacus or on a pie chart. This is bigger than that. This is a bigger moral conundrum. And there is no moral equivalence, in my view, between what Hamas did and what Israel is doing, because Hamas intentionally killed people on the basis of their race. It intentionally stabbed people to death. It intentionally threw hand grenades into safety shelters in which families were hiding. It intentionally raped and stripped and murdered women. It did it on purpose, intimately, face to face, with knives and guns and bombs, because they are Jews. Right? That was a fascistic assault on Israel. What Israel is doing, and I don't accept the idea that they are purposely targeting civilians or that they killed those aid workers on purpose. I just don't think that's true. So, so what Israel is doing, there is collateral damage to Israel's just pursuit of Hamas. And I just don't think there is any serious moral comparison between the intentional murder of Jewish people and the absolutely tragic, regrettable deaths of civilians in war, as has happened in every war in history. They can't be compared. So I do think we have to go slightly beyond the numbers, beyond the horror of it, which we see on our TV screens every day, and ask ourselves, what is the moral question at stake here? Does Israel have the right to exist? And if so, does it have the right to fortify itself against this anti-Semitic army that wants to destroy it? That's the moral question. And then there's a broader moral question for us in the West, which is, why have so many of our young people in particular and the educated elites been sucked onto what I would consider to be the wrong side of this question? We used to think that education was the great guard against hysteria and regressive views. We used to think that education would deliver people from ignorance, deliver them from the prejudices that might have afflicted our less educated forebears and ancestors. But what we've had since 7th of October is very often the most educated people making excuses for the most regressive army on earth. And so it raises questions for our societies. What's happening in our academies? What's happening in our universities? What's happening amongst our young? What's happening on social media that is sucking people into this myopic hatred for Israel? Why are people like Aaron Bushnell burning themselves alive in the name of Palestine? We have to look at what's happening in our society and make a moral judgment there, as well as, I think, having a moral understanding of why Israel thought it had to pursue Hamas in this way.
There's absolutely no defense of Hamas targeting Jews and killing them. No one could say that there's any defense. But the idea that killing innocents in order to get to the bad people is morally superior. You kind of have to make the judgment that you care about them less than you care about your people. Because if you could imagine a scenario where a Jewish hospital had Hamas in its basement, and they made the decision to bomb the Jewish hospital and kill all the Jews inside of it just to get to the 40 or 50 Hamas guys that are there, no one would say that that's okay. So if you're saying that these people who have no say in how their culture is run are less valuable in terms of like what you care about, what happens to these people that had nothing to do with it. We care about the people in Israel. They had nothing. They got parachuted in, killed, and at a rave. It's horrifying. But it's also horrifying for the people that have zero say in how their society is run. They're young, and they're women and children, and they're getting bombed into oblivion because where they are is where Hamas is. If those were Jews,
whose fault is that?
It's definitely Hamas's fault.
Yeah.
But the problem is deciding whose fault doesn't make it feel better for the people that feel it's a moral outrage that you're destroying tens of thousands of innocent lives. And who knows how many people are wounded permanently, and who knows how many people are displaced. Their life will never be the same again. And it's all happening because the moral decision is that in order to get rid of these bad people, you're willing to kill these innocent people that are not us.
But the truth of the matter
But isn't that true? Because if
That's
they
true.
were Jews, if there was 500 Jews and 3 Hamas guys, who would be cool with killing all those innocent Jews to get to the Hamas people?
But what you're saying is technically correct. But I can think of no war in history, and it is important to talk about the history of conflict.
Yes.
I can think of no war in history where there haven't been civilian casualties in pursuit either of an unjust cause, like the pursuit of Saddam Hussein, apparently because he was responsible for 9/11, bullshit, built on lies, built on a tissue of misinformation, and hundreds of thousands of people died and suffered as a consequence of that. So wars are either fought for unjust purposes and civilians die as a consequence, or sometimes for just purposes and civilians also die as a consequence. So the English Civil War, right, were the parliamentarians led by Oliver Cromwell wrong to fight against the royalists and to create the modern idea of democracy because there were civilian casualties? I would say no, they were not wrong. They made the right decision. Was the Civil War in America wrong? I don't think it was. I think destroying slavery was a great cause and worth the sacrifices that had to be made. So what I'm saying is that Israel is now facing a similar dilemma that our societies haven't faced for a very long time. There hasn't been a war inside the UK, unless you count the war with Northern Ireland, of course, from 1969 to 1994, for a very long time. So Israel is facing a similar dilemma. What do we do when we face this existential threat? Do we defend our right to exist? Do we fortify ourselves against the siege of these anti-Semites against us? And they've decided that this is a war that they have to fight. I do think the consequences of the war are tragic. I do think the unwillingness of certainly the activist class in the West to apportion any blame to Hamas whatsoever is very, very interesting.
But that's kind of a straw man, because there is that, but then there's also the vast majority of people who look at it as a horrific loss of life of innocent people. And just to chalk it off to the horrors of war, it's like that's the only way to do it? Is this the only way to do it, to bomb civilians because Hamas embeds itself in civilians? I don't know. I'm not an expert on war tactics.
But it's not. I don't think it's the only way to do it. You're right to say that it's. If one were just to throw one's hands in the air and say it's war, what do you expect? That's not a good response.
Right.
That's not a good justification for what's happening. But what I'm saying is that beyond what I'm saying is, I think, twofold. The horrors of war attend every war. That's a given. Every war is horrible and sick-making and hellish. That's a given, I think. But then there's another issue, which is the question of why a war is being fought. Is it being fought for criminal reasons and wrong reasons? And I think there are many examples of that, spearheaded both by your country and mine over the past 100 years. Unjust wars that led to unjust deaths. Are there also wars that are just and that are worth fighting? Yes. The war against Nazism, I think, was a just war. I think I can think of anti-colonial wars in which it was completely justifiable for people to rise up against British rule or American domination or whatever else it might be. So we do have to make a moral call on what's happening in Israel and Gaza. And that does involve rising above the differences in the numbers killed. It does involve rising above the horrors of war and trying to take a broader view which says, do we want Israel to continue existing? Do we want the Jews to have their own homeland? And do we want them to be safe from the fascistic menace of a neighboring army that would like to kill them all and to destroy their state from the river to the sea? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. And if our answer to those questions is yes, then we do have to accept Israel's right to pursue Hamas. And then the blame for the horrors in Gaza has to lie at the feet of Hamas, which is with profound cynicism, placing itself amongst the people in order to then throw its hands in the air and say, look what evil Israel is doing. It's killing these people, even though they put themselves there for that express purpose. The cynicism of it, the horror of it, is unimaginable. And so I think to put it all on Israel, as some people do, to say this is just a demonic action by the Jewish state is wrong. Hamas bears profound responsibility both for starting the war, and also for putting Gazan civilians in harm's way, and refusing to pull the plug on the war, which it could do right this minute if it returned the hostages and surrendered to Israel. So we do have to look at who is morally responsible for this calamity, and I think it's Hamas.
I understand what you're saying, but I also view it from a perspective of the people that live there that have no say. And to just say, hey, this is because of the people that run you and have ruined your life, we're going to kill you too. We're going to kill everybody there. And the only way to do it is to just bomb places where we know they are, even if we know you're there too. That scares people, that people are willing to make these sort of moral decisions as being the only way to handle this.
War is scary. War is horrifying.
But this kind of war is uniquely scary, right? Because one army is vastly superior to the other one, vastly, and funded by the greatest army, which is us, right? That's a factor too, because it's not really, they're not equivalent. You know, one did a horrific terrorist attack, but it was fairly rudimentary in terms of like what they were able to do. Look, if you had, here's the moral argument. If you said to Hamas, Israel said, we will lay down our arms and we'll surrender to you, most people believe that Hamas would just butcher the Israelis. If Hamas said, we will lay down our arms, we'll surrender to you, no one thinks that Israel just go in there and butcher everybody. There's the real difference. But you also have to accept that there's one group of people, and the narrative is their land has been stolen. It was all originally supposed to be theirs, and they're being dominated by the superior military force, and that they're attacking that superior military force that they believe has this unjust control over them is an act of rebellion against something that's in control of them. And the people that did it are all monsters. But the people that are embedded amongst these people have almost no say. They have no power, and they're women and children. That's what's scary, is this justification of this horrific act of destruction of who knows how many thousands of houses, who knows how many thousands of lives lost and have been destroyed forever and lost loved ones, even the people that survived, who knows how many of them have been fucked up and they didn't do anything wrong. That's just as scary to people, if not more scary, that people can make a moral justification in this framework of this is war and war is awful.
My question to those people would be, why did you not find it equally scary when Western forces did that in Raqqa?
They might not have known.
Well,
you're talking to me because I didn't know.
No, but that's the thing. So Western powers did it in Raqqa when they were pursuing ISIS. Loads of civilians died. They did it in Mosul when they were pursuing ISIS. They did it in other countries too. This is the thing, you're right to say that people don't know, and this is another problem with the way in which the Israel-Hamas war is being talked about. It's been obsessed over in a disproportionate way, in my view. I don't accept the idea that it is a uniquely wicked war or a uniquely destructive war. I think there have been numerous wars in recent years which have been far more destructive. Now, you're right to say this might be quicker, and proportionally speaking, perhaps more people in Gaza have died as a proportion of the population than you might say in Syria, where 200,000 people lost their lives, or in Iraq, where 150,000 people lost their lives. That might be true.
Maybe more in Iraq.
Maybe more, and certainly as a consequence, a spin-off of the war itself. So it could be true that this is speedier and proportionately more people are dying. That may be true, I don't know. What I'm saying is that the idea that it is a uniquely problematic war, uniquely murderous, that there are a uniquely high number of civilian casualties in contrast with militant casualties, I don't think that's true. So then the question becomes, why is that being said? Why is there a focus on the uniquely horrible nature of this conflict? What's going on there? And it seems unavoidable to me that what's happening is that Israel is being turned into almost this whipping boy of Western activists who have simply turned against civilizational values. And they see Israel as representative of those values. They see Israel as representative of modernity, of the West, of whiteness, even though Israel is not a white country, it's an incredibly diverse country. They see Israel as representative of all the things that they hate. And they've turned it into this punch bag, into a moral punch bag where they can let off steam by demonizing this one tiny state among all the other states on earth as being uniquely wicked.
Right.
So
but hold on, because if Israel existed with no conflict as to who owns the land and to no history of moving the borders further and further, if it existed in that way, yes, but it exists as a superior military force that's in control of these people that are on their land that are not of them, and that has a tight grip on them and an iron dome, and you see it how it works, and they shoot missiles in futility and they blow up in the air. It's not a fair comparison, because the what people are upset about is that Israel controls those people and has these people sectioned off into what's essentially what people describe as an open air prison. And when then it bombs the shit out of the open air prison, that's what freaks people out.
But it's
I agree with what you're saying in principle. I agree with what you're saying in terms of like, look, if you have a force that's a genocidal force that it has a military and wants to attack a country, that they should be rooted out and stopped 100%. But it's the way in which it's happening and the circumstances that were in place before it happened that make it uniquely different.
But I don't think it is uniquely different. I think there have been many instances over the past decade or 20 years in which there has been the pursuit of radical Islamists that has led to civilian casualties because they hide themselves in civilian infrastructure.
But this also has a holy war aspect to it. And the holy war aspect to it is that Judea and Israel and this whole area, it has like massive historical implications for the religion. There's a lot else going on there. It's Muslims and Jews. It's not simply two people that are bordering each other that have like Poland and Germany. You know what I'm saying? Like there's some other shit going on there.
I think it can be hard for us to imagine. I find it hard to imagine. Imagine there was you might be right that this is an inferior army militarily speaking and in terms of
numbers. I'm definitely right. Don't you think?
You're right. You're right about that. But they have proven themselves to be more than willing to invade Israel, to kill its people, to kidnap its soldiers, to kidnap its civilians. So they are pretty good at what they do, which is anti-Semitic terrorism, right? So they're pretty forceful. Now, and they have devoted themselves to the destruction of Israel.
Right.
And they're a pretty significant force, and they do have support from various elements in the Middle East and also from educated people in the West who ought to know better. Imagine there was an army that threatened to destroy the United States, like to end the United States or the United Kingdom, an army right next door that was pretty well armed and supported by autocratic powers and supported by significant numbers of people around the world, and which devoted itself to the entire destruction of our state, and which demonstrated its willingness to do so by slaughtering thousands of our civilians. It's hard for us to compute that. It's hard for us to understand the position that puts people in, the position it puts Israel in and the people of Israel. So what I'm saying is that rather than rushing to this moral condemnation where we say Israel is overreacting, or Israel is being reckless, or Israel is being uniquely wicked and uniquely destructive, we ought to try to understand where Israel is coming from. It's difficult for us to understand that because we haven't experienced the same thing ever, really, or certainly not for a very long time. But we ought to try to understand where Israel is coming from, why it feels the need to do this, and appreciate the importance, I think, of destroying Hamas. Hamas is a menace to civilization. Hamas is a menace to reason. This is a backward, misogynistic, homophobic, violent, anti-Semitic army that has demonstrated its willingness and its capacity to murder Jewish people for being Jewish people. That, out of all the movements on earth, deserves to be destroyed. It's difficult for Israel to destroy it without also causing collateral damage because of the way in which Hamas operates. Then the question becomes, should Israel stop trying to destroy Hamas, allow it to regroup? It has already threatened to do another 7th of October, and it said it will do it again and again and again. Or does Israel say, regrettably, we are going to have to fight a horrible war in order to destroy this fascist threat to our nation.
I
That's
completely
the
understand what you're
moral
saying, but I
dilemma.
think we're going around in circles. We keep going around in circles because the straw man or the steel man of it is you look at it from the opposite perspective. Yes, Israel is attacked by these horrible forces, but also these innocent people are getting destroyed because of no fault of their own. And we're willing to do horrific things. And doesn't that create more martyrs? And doesn't that create more people who want to attack Israel? And doesn't that do the opposite of what we want it to do? And also, isn't this situation one of the most horrific things we've ever seen, despite the fact that we all know that war is hell, but this acknowledgement that this is horrific and that these people that died, there's more of them than died in the attack on Israel.
But I don't think you're right. We are going around in circles.
We're going to keep going around in circles.
We're on polar opposites of this, I think.
But we're not.
No, we're not actually. We have a difference of opinion on the moral weight of this question.
I just don't know if there's another way to do it.
But the one thing I don't accept, actually, and I would definitely push back on this idea that this is one of the worst things we've ever seen. You know, you were talking earlier about Vietnam. Think about what the apologies if this is offensive to some American listeners and viewers, what the Americans did in Vietnam, the My Lai massacre. Just the most extraordinary barbarism.
Yes.
Or what the
but it doesn't
British
justify what's going on
no,
today.
No, it doesn't justify.
We weren't aware of it to the extent that we're aware of it today. And if a civilization is going to advance, it's going to have to be held up to the highest moral standards. But that's particularly if you're the superpower. Yeah, but you're the superpower that's connected to people that have very primitive means of attacking you.
But this is the point I'm trying to make is not to say that though we committed horrors in the past and therefore Israel has the right to commit horrors today. That's not what I'm saying. But I do think it's worth acknowledging that America did objectionable things in Vietnam and many other places.
No doubt.
What the British did in India and Africa is everything happening in Gaza pales into insignificance in comparison to what the British did.
No doubt. But Gaza is happening right now.
So what I'm saying, but this is my point. This is not my attempted justification of the conflict. My justification of the conflict is that a moral question has to be answered. What I'm saying is, why is this war being treated as uniquely wicked?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it seen by huge numbers of people, and it really is seen by huge numbers of people, as unprecedented in its barbarism? I see people online every day saying, I can't sleep, I'm crying, I'm weeping, I'm shaking, I don't know what to do. And I want to say to them, why have you not felt that way in relation to other wars? Now, you could be right that they maybe didn't know about those wars. Maybe they don't know.
Footage is even comparable. I think it's what's in front of your face every day. And I also think that the original attack was so horrific that it focused people on that conflict. And now they're completely tuned into it and they want to know what's going on. And
I think that's a very generous interpretation. And I'm sure for some people what you're saying is true. But I can't help but think that Israel is being singled out for unjust criticism.
So
and I'm interested to know why.
Anti-Semitism behind it.
I don't think all those people marching in the streets are anti-Semites, although I do think some of them are foolishly rubbing shoulders with Hamas supporters and turning a blind eye to, placards showing the Nazi swastika and so on.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think anti-Zionism, as it's referred to, is a very curious beast, and it's one that I do think expresses an element of bigotry. And just to come back to a conversation we had earlier, I do find it extraordinary that amongst the so-called anti-racists of the West, they now seem very cavalier about one of the worst acts of racist violence of modern times. And amongst the so-called feminists of the West, look at UN Women. It took UN Women, 54 days to say anything about 7th of October, during which women were brutalized and butchered. I find it interesting that amongst the feminists of the West, they're so reluctant to say anything about this assault on Jewish women in Israel. And amongst the anti-fascists of the West, Antifa, for example, who've been going around for the past 10 years saying Trump is Hitler 2.0, and the vote for Brexit is going to herald the return of the 1930s. These people see fascism everywhere. They've been obsessing over the return of the 1930s for years. When something very like fascism actually happened, they were either incredibly cavalier about it, some of them were supportive of it, they did refer to it as an act of resistance, or they just turned away and didn't want to talk about it. So the question for me is not just to say, oh, it's the horrors of war, because that is a mundane thing to say. It's to ask why Israel is being singled out to such an extent that vast swathes of people in the Western world are willing to ditch every principle they adhere to for the past 25 years and more in order to explain away the racist butchery of Jewish people.
Well, one of the
That
most
to me is
bizarre
important.
things was when those heads of those universities were all discussing whether or not it was harassment to say death to the Jews on campus. That was boy, if I was Jewish, I would have been terrified watching that. Like, what a goddamn wake-up call.
But and you know
when
what?
you see how deep the roots of this fucking chaos goes, that you have the president, was it Penn? That she was that who it was who said if it's actionable, with like a smirk on her face, like she was trying to silence these silly students. Like, these are people that are just used to existing only in academia, which is the root of all of this stuff, which is really very, very bizarre. That academia has become this incredibly insulated environment where people go there, they adopt the philosophies, and then they teach to new kids that come in this doctrine. And it's very cult-like. It's very cult-like also in the fact that you have to adhere to one side. It's not an open discourse sort of establishment. It's not. They'll silence conservative people and pull fire alarms, and they want to stop freedom of speech if at all possible, if it doesn't jive with what the fuck they believe.
You know,
that's
most,
a part of it too.
Yeah, and the most striking thing about these those presidents of the universities at the congressional hearing, not only were they unable to say that calling for the deaths of all Jews is a problem, but these are campuses on which, for the past few years, there have been controversies over Halloween costumes.
Right.
And it's a crime against transgender people to dress up like Caitlyn Jenner on Halloween,
or they'll kick you out forever if you misgender someone.
Right, you misgender someone, or if you in the case of Harvard, a young professor there got into hot water over raising questions about the idea that there is a black genocide being carried out by white cops. He got into trouble even though he proved it with evidence and analysis. So for years on these campuses, there has been a real reluctance to allow freedom of thought, freedom of speech, the right of people to engage in rigorous academic analysis. And yet, when it comes to this one question, they throw their hands up in the air and say, well, you know, freedom of speech, call for the genocide of the Jews, that's free speech. So again, it's that double standard. But you're right about what's happened to universities more broadly, which is that they have become conveyor belts of conformism.
It's
and
very bizarre.
You now, I often get young people saying to me, because I do talks at university sometimes, and they say, is it worth being at university? And I'm not sure it is, because you used to go to university to have your mind opened, and now you go there and get it closed down.
Right.
So that's a problem.
It is a problem, and it's weird. It's weird that there's no alternatives unless you go to some sort of a religious school. It's very strange. There's the number of conservative-leaning universities versus liberal universities is off the charts. It's like it's so unbalanced. And I don't know what solves that problem, because that seems like an embedded institution that is very reluctant to any kind of a change and is so deeply dug into its ideology that they think the whole world is filled with Nazis and bigots and homophobes, and that they're on the right side of everything, and they don't produce anything. All they do is just talk about these things and teach more kids these crazy ideas, and so many of them in the humanities are so ridiculous that I'm sure you're aware of the James Lindsay, Peter Boghossian, and Helen Pluckrose papers. What they did. That just should expose the rot of institutions, that you can make real papers about heteronormative activity in dog parks, and people are like, oh, this is brilliant. Fat bodybuilding. Oh, this is brilliant. You're the best. Like, oh my God, we're living in a Mike Judge movie. We really are. We are in an idiocracy. And that's my genuine fear, is that as our access to information becomes bigger and bigger and more available, that it's not going to save us. That's what's crazy. It's like we're digging into nonsense more now than we ever have before. When we didn't have back then, everyone knew that a guy in a dress with a heart on in a women's room is a pervert. And now it's like, he's a woman.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
He's brave and inspiring. And I don't know what fixes that, because it seems like something has to break. And some realization of the people that are in it, they have to wake the fuck up and go, what are we doing? Like, why do we believe that you have a finite amount of time on this planet, in this life? You have a finite amount of time. And we're wasting it on things that are so ridiculous that any objective species from another planet, if they came here and looked at us, they'd be like, look at these fucking morons. Like, how can they be so sophisticated and so ridiculous at the same time? And boy, we have to put a check on these fuckers, because they're liable to do wild shit. They can justify almost anything. And they're essentially a bunch of cult members who don't believe they're in a cult, which is one of the most dangerous things you could be.
I couldn't agree more.
That's the Inquisition. That's fucking everything.
Yeah.
It's everything that's ever happened. Cult members that didn't think they were in a cult, they forced their shit on everybody else, and a bunch of people died. And then people go, well, glad we learned our lesson. We'll never do that again. And we're in the middle of doing it right now. And we have this ridiculous idea that somehow or another we're immune to that now. We wouldn't do that now. We're more sophisticated than that now. Even though, objectively, all the same steps are all moving in place. And everybody's like, I don't see it.
Yeah,
I don't see it. This is great.
You know, listening to you say that, I couldn't agree more. And it's a very salient reminder. You know, there's this prejudice that the mob is made up of kind of toothless hicks, you know, stupid, uneducated, witless people who don't know their arse from their elbow, going around with their pitchforks. If you look at history, the mob, the hysteria has tended to come from the upper echelons of society. It's tended to come from the supposed experts. It was the priestly elites who carried out the Inquisition. It's the academia today that is pushing the most crazy post-truth nonsense ideas. It's very often the educated sections of society who get sucked into these backward ways of thinking, these regressive ways of thinking, and whose ways of thinking have an incredibly destructive impact on community life, on children's bodies, on women's rights, on the sanctity of certain spaces. So I think reckoning with the graduate mob is actually one of the most essential tasks of our time, and really getting to understand how these people who look down upon us as post-truth, who look down upon us as stupid and uneducated and easy prey for demagogic forces, we need to turn it back on them and say, hold on, it's you people who have been subsumed by this irrational cult, who have abandoned the virtue of truth and embraced the ideology of unreason. It's you people who are doing that. And what's more, the way in which you're doing it is having a detrimental impact on people's lives and their bodies and their freedoms. So I think that's one of the great pressing tasks of our time, to push back on them and say, your hysteria is fucking things up.
And
we're
the
not
real
going to take
fear
it.
is that children are getting indoctrinated this straight out of high school.
Yeah.
They're getting indoctrinated into this way of thinking straight out of high school without participating in the real world. And then they just get sucked into it. And then they go right out into these corporations and ruin them.
That's it.
And like, that's Bud Light.
Absolutely.
And that's where it came
absolutely.
from. It's just nonsense. And it's bizarre to watch it all take place in mass, and not just in one very specific sector of the society, but everything, in all things, in the prisons. You're watching it everywhere. It's uber bizarre to watch.
And in corporations, it's insane. You know, capitalism loves identity politics. That's what I've come to realize, that especially capitalism loves transgenderism. If you look at during Pride Month, every single bank and hedge fund corporation flies the pride flag from their windows.
Yeah.
They all wear pronoun badges.
It's a demon with a sheep mask on.
It's crazy. And I often say when I meet young woke activists, I often say to them, listen, if you're so progressive, if you're so Marxist, if you're so radically left-wing, why do the owners of the means of production love your ideology so much? How have they been how have they co-opted it so easily?
Right. Corporations are no longer evil.
And you know, they will say, oh, it's pink washing. It's just them trying to disguise the terrible things they do by waving a pride flag. It's not that. It's something more profound. I think there is across the board in the corporate world, the political world, the academic world, there is this susceptibility to irrational thinking has grown up, and they are all becoming members of this really odd post-truth cult, and I think that's very worrying. But that comes back to our point about the democratic pushback against it, which I do think is happening. There is a populist sense of angst with all of this stuff. There are people out there saying, well, fuck you, I'm not going to buy Bud Light anymore, and I'm not going to vote for Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, and I'm not going to watch Saturday Night Live anymore, and I'm not going to go along with this stuff. I'm not going to sit back and watch as you denigrate my community, absolutely transform the meaning of words like man and woman and mother and father, and put forward these men in dresses and tell me that they're women, and if I refuse to believe you that I'm some kind of antisocial bigot,
then you'll be fired.
And you're fired. I'm not going to put up with it anymore. So there is this, I think one of the reasons to be hopeful today is that there is a pushback against this stuff, and the more of that we can have, the better.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, that was a fun conversation, man. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And tell everybody where they can find you, social media and all that stuff. You don't read the comments.
Never read the comments. The main place you can find me is at Spiked online magazine, where I write. I'm the chief political writer. You can find me on Instagram. My handle is Burnt Oak Boy, because I come from a part of London called Burnt Oak.
Oh, okay.
And you can listen to my podcast, The Brendan O'Neill Show, and Google me. You'll find me.
All right. Beautiful. Thanks, sir. Appreciate you, man.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Like I think we had that CIA guy on with the hair.
Yeah.
And
we do that guy.
So after the pod,
I guess we're up. Let's go.
you want to go?
We're rolling.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay. So he came on and he was very forthcoming. First of all, he's very charming. But when you're talking to anybody who's worked for the CIA, you're looking at him through the same lens as you look at a therapist.
Right.
Where it's wait, are you analyzing? What's
going on here?
Very charming, very smart, very seems to really know what's going on in the world. But straight up told us, he's yeah, the CIA, I guess one of the advantages I have is I'm pretty close to a sociopath. I'm not there, but I don't feel the same emotions that everybody feels. There's a lack of guilt, but I know when I should feel it in these moments.
Whoa.
But that's a huge advantage. Imagine if you're trying to find assets and flip assets.
Yeah.
If you and I build a relationship with somebody and we feel empathy for them,
right?
Maybe we wouldn't be able to say, hey, now it's time for you to cough up the information or else.
Right.
But somebody else in that position might. So I would imagine if you're at the fucking CIA, you're okay, we're looking for people who have gone through these things in their life that have curated this kind of personality type.
Well, isn't it just part of the gig? Here's a for instance, your bit about Puffy.
How you're going to connect these two fucking dots?
That bit is look, you don't have any real personal beef with Diddy, but it's got to go down. The bits are there. I'm a gold miner. I just found some gold.
You're right. Maybe I'm a sociopath.
It's not that you're a sociopath. It's just that's part of the gig.
Yes.
You're not a sociopath with your friends.
No, I think I'm maybe an empath.
Yes.
But I guess it's one of those things where you justify, you go, okay, I think this person might have done something bad.
Yes.
And he can get jokes, and we're all going to tell jokes.
Yeah.
I'm not pressing fucking charges.
Well, not only that, you're not the guy who's out there calling the New York Times, hey, you know what I heard about
By
Diddy?
the way, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. You're just it's there. I mean, it's not just there.
Yes.
It's everywhere. My fucking news feed is dominated by it.
Yes.
Fox News, CNN, everyone. There's raids at Diddy's house. Who was the guy that was running around with a sports bra on? Did you see that one dude?
No, this is in LA.
Oh my God, I gotta send you
while
this.
the raids are happening?
Yeah. He got caught up in the raid and he was yelling, "I'm a celebrity! I'm a celebrity!" It was like one of the most hilarious clips. Hold on, I'm gonna find you this. It's so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Jamie?
But you bring up a good point, which is like, are there ever situations where you feel you won't?
Wait till you see this.
Wearing
He's wearing a sports bra. Hold on, we're gonna play it.
Okay.
Yeah, put your headphones on so you can hear it.
Saucy Santana.
Oh,
yeah,
Saucy.
Look at this.
Wearing what appears to be a black sports bra, red tights, and the performer's signature trim beard and long eyelashes.
Yeah, this is Joe. This is Saucy
The music
Santana.
artist was
Yeah, look at him. Look
This
at him.
guy's
Look at him.
wow. Saliva on the beard is crazy.
Saliva
He
on the
definitely
beard.
came from Diddy party.
Yeah. Well, he was at Diddy's house.
I bet he was.
So I guess Diddy just kept people at his houses because he's got multiple houses and he's just had freak out part. Look at him. Look at Saucy Santana. Go, Saucy.
Yeah. No, Saucy's crazy. Have you seen Saucy twerk?
I didn't even know Saucy existed until I saw that video.
Oh, Saucy can throw it down.
This is Booty by Saucy Santana.
Saucy.
Oh, Jesus, Saucy. Give me some of this.
I don't even know if it's Diddy's artist, but Saucy's like a popular figure in
They're
music.
stayed at his house.
Now, Diddy's in a tricky situation.
Boy,
Diddy's in a
that's the
tricky
understatement of the year.
Yeah, I think it's over.
You think it's over?
I think it's over for him as like a figure in entertainment.
Right. But do you
Like,
think it's over as him as far
going
as
to
like
jail?
he gets a cell right next to R. Kelly?
I don't think so. I don't think he gets
I
locked
think he
up.
skates.
I think he skates, or he goes to
Really?
like Bali.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a move, huh?
I mean, Russell's out there.
Yeah.
You know,
Is he been formally charged, or does he just know that the shit is out there?
I think there's just so much shit out there.
Bro, I think those rappers did some wild shit.
It's I mean, it was,
Especially in the
the
90s.
music business. It's a lot of people.
It's not just the music business. It's like it's the extortion business.
Well, I mean, the rap game was crazy. That's a thing a lot of people don't realize is like back in the day, especially like early rap game, you weren't just going to play at, what's the random theater that you would play in LA? What's like a big theater? I'm trying to think, the Orpheum or something like that. Wiltern. Some guys were explaining to me, it was like you would play at the local hood club. There was like a hood club that you could perform at. And then that was owned by the local drug dealer that was washing money there.
Right.
So this is where the idea of like checking in comes from. Have you heard of this term?
Yes.
Like checking in was basically like, hey, I want to make sure we're good because you're going to pay me. And if I don't check in, you might rob me because you're putting me up at the hotel and you know everything that's going on. And you're a drug dealer. So you don't play by the rules.
Right. When you come to Houston, you're checking in with certain people.
Mr. Prince.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prince.
Yeah.
You don't got to check in, Joe.
You got to check in, say
Joe
hi.
don't got to check in.
Well, not that business. I say hi.
You've had him on here, right?
Yeah.
He's a legend in the game.
He's a legend. Out of respect, I say hi.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So what is like, how does a guy like him, like I'm trying to think, like how do you navigate that to the point where people have this like respect and fear because of what they assume you've done in the street world.
Right.
But you're also operating legitimately.
Yeah.
And nobody can get you.
They try.
They try.
Well, they tried with him many times.
And do you think they just give up?
I don't think they have anything. If they had something, they would have brought it. If they have something on a guy like that, they try to get him.
That's the thing.
But he's clever.
Oh,
he's playing many levels. He's like one of those dudes. You ever see a chess tournament where a guy walks in and there's 10 different players and he just walks and goes to each move and goes to the next board and makes a move, goes to the next board, makes a move, and he beats everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where does a guy like that learn that? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Streets. Yeah. He learns that. It's all about keeping people close.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah.
Giving respect, getting respect.
Yeah.
Making sure that, You cover all your statements.
Yeah, like if you say something, you have to make sure you do it.
You cover it. Yeah.
100% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably times in his life where he's went, like, if it's poker, he probably went all in a few times. Not in terms of money, but like this decision makes or breaks me.
Yeah.
I wonder how many make or break moments he's had.
Well, it depends on what's actually true and what's not true in terms of accusations. You know, because if some of the accusations are true, that kind of covers things. You know, when folks vanish. When someone does abracadabra,
see you later.
Folks vanish.
Yeah, that's effective. That fear is effective, man.
100%. Yeah, and it should be. Because, listen, all the shit that's going on right now in the world, in America, we get so soft and we think none of that shit's going to happen here. All that murder, war, drones, assassinations, that's not going to happen here unless you know the Clintons.
Yes.
Unless you know some shit.
Yes.
Unless you know some shit about old Bill. And then you want to shoot yourself in the chest while hanging from an extension cord.
Wait, did that happen?
Oh, yeah? You don't know that guy?
Shot himself
This is
in
a
the
guy
chest. Joe, that seems really hard to do.
with a shotgun. This is
How do you do such a thing?
while you're hanging. This is a guy that brought Epstein to the White House at least 7 times.
What's his name?
We'll find out. So they found him at a ranch 30 minutes from his house, hanging by an electrical cord from a tree with a shotgun wound to the chest. Shotgun discovered near the body of former Clinton aide Mark Middleton, and then they called it a suicide.
Wow.
12-gauge shotgun was 30 feet from the body of Mark Middleton. Was he found dead?
Okay, so who orchestrates this? Is this the same thing where does Clinton go, hey, this guy needs to go, or do the powers that be around a powerful person go, we already know what needs to happen?
Well, I think they know if a dude is in contact with someone or has been talking or is about to talk.
I mean, cooperating with the feds or something.
I don't think any of those guys have clean phones. I don't think any of those guys don't have their houses bugged. I don't think any of those guys aren't tracked.
Look how excited that guy is in the back.
Yeah.
Who the fuck
If you're a guy that brought Jeffrey Epstein to the fucking White House to see Bill Clinton 7 times, and all this Epstein shit is going down, and Ghislaine's in jail, and you have information, there's people on both sides, right? There's the people on the right that are trying to nail the people that are on the left with this. There's people that are journalists that are trying to nail the people that are involved in this.
This is it.
And they've managed to keep that fucking list from coming out, which shows you how powerful certain people are. That should show you a lot. That should be terrifying. The fact that Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison. She's in prison for sex trafficking, yet no one's been accused of buying any of that pussy. No one's been accused of having sex with these underage girls that she is in jail for supplying.
Yeah, that is crazy.
That's crazy.
If you own a store and there's no items left yet, nobody's purchased anything, something's going on.
Something's going on.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is like,
people can go away.
I mean, that's what people were saying, and maybe everybody's a conspiracy theorist now, but that's what people were saying about the Diddy situation. Like when the feds rolled up, with the fucking Hummers and shit, they're like, it wasn't about Diddy, it was about if there were tapes of powerful people there.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
They were the ones that called. They're like, I need to protect myself, so go in there with all the things and rip any tapes or any evidence.
Well, Prince Harry was hanging with Diddy.
I mean, everybody hung with Diddy. That's the other tricky thing. Like, Diddy hung out with everybody. And I've spoken to a bunch of people who are like, yo, great dude, like, always there for you, never asked for a single thing.
Till 1 a.m.
And then the freak off.
Everybody says, get out of the house.
Yeah.
It's like the gremlins start eating after midnight. Everybody who tells the story is like, I saw her go upstairs and these dudes are fucking like right on the couch.
Yeah.
And then I go in this room and these guys are fucking. And it's like,
and pros. Like, apparently he was getting male gigolos to fuck girls.
Fuck girls.
Yeah, that was one of the rumors, like the
Male
freak off. So he would
gigolos.
hire the professional dicks to have sex with the girls. And I think he would watch, allegedly. That's what was alleged, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. And that's the other thing, like, I wonder, like, is that just a power thing?
It's a Caligula thing.
What does that mean?
Caligula, like the emperor, Did you ever see that movie, Caligula?
No.
It's about just Roman empires being completely out of control. Caligula was like almost like porn, and it was a movie made, I want to say in the 70s. It's a crazy movie, but it's just detailing extreme excess where you could never fill the hole.
But what is the hole you need to fill? Like I'm trying to find like what's the
just
catalyst?
Chaos. What year was this? 79. Yeah. That's Malcolm McDowell, right? Yeah. Yeah, the dude from Clockwork Orange.
Oh, yeah.
It's a crazy movie, man. But
Yeah,
it's still mild in comparison to what Absolute have. Absolute power corrupts. Caligula.
Okay, so then there's the question. It's like, can you take a completely normal person, give them power, and then they become that? Or does it take a power-hungry person that has this void that they need to be filled, that needs to be filled, and then when they are given that power, you see the worst version of them?
Ask your CIA boy. I bet he's got the answers. I bet he knows the exact formula.
To corrupting somebody or to...
What happens? Like what happens to these people?
Have you ever met somebody in our business that, like, before they were popping, they were kind of a dick, and then once they became very successful, they were the biggest dick, and you're like, you were always going to be this way. You just didn't have the power to.
I don't know too many people in our business that are really successful, like your level or my level, that are dicks.
Yeah. Well, let me think about that. Yeah. There are people maybe that feel they should be at a higher level and are not.
They feel that they can kind of boss people around or throw their weight around to their assistant or their agents.
Yeah.
Maybe they yell when they shouldn't yell or don't have to yell or are demeaning to certain people.
That bothers me, though.
Oh, I hate it.
It really,
I don't like it at all.
Especially when you're demeaning to the people that can't really do anything. They could quit, of course, but like this is their opportunity.
Right. And then they feel terrible and for no reason when the same exact situation could be handled with a hug.
Yeah.
You can tell them you appreciate them, you hold their hand, you shake their hand, you give them a hug.
Yeah.
And then everybody feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be what the goal is. Like you're the guy who is in this very unique, unusual situation and you have the ability to make everybody feel better.
Yeah.
Until you don't. Until there's some people that you just got to get rid of. There's some people that just feel entitled and they don't feel it. There's certain things that do happen around certain successful people. You'll see they have a few people that have resentment that are around them that realize like, oh, I'm a support person and I only have so much room that I can climb. Right. I can never be Andrew Schultz. I'm always going to be this guy who works with Andrew Schultz or like I've had a few buddies that have opening acts that wind up getting very entitled and they have real problems with them. When the opening acts get resentful and there becomes issues. And then even good guys,
they clip them.
They get rid of them.
You have to.
Yeah, you got to get rid of them.
Because you can't be around someone who resents your success.
I just had a friend who just led me through all the shit that his opening act was doing. But I've known several guys that have had that. And once things start popping, those guys feel like, hey, I'm a big deal.
Yeah.
And they're like, you're just like, you could be replaced with another guy who does 15 minutes. Like, this is crazy. You have an amazing opportunity.
Yeah.
You get a chance to perform in front of these thousands of people that you would never be able to perform in front of them. And you light it up. Yeah. You can move up the ladder. And then one day that could be you. And they could be coming to see you. And we've all seen that.
And you never want to have to manage somebody like that. You want to have people around you that are excited by the opportunity.
Yes.
Everybody's like part of the team. And we're doing this fucking unbelievable thing. And I guess I feel lucky I have those guys.
Yeah, you've cultured a good group of humans, and then they have gratitude, and we all have gratitude. Everybody has gratitude.
Yeah,
that's the key. But some people, they're nuts. Some people are just crazy, which is why they're in show business in the first place.
Yeah,
and they have a distorted perception of reality, and they're not good at being objective. They're not good at seeing the big picture. Those fucking people can be a real problem if they're in your circle,
and if they're smart. The problem is like when you take one of those people who's intelligent, they can like rationalize and justify all the behaviors. That's the trickiest thing. Like, have you been in that situation where like you're trying to talk them out of a behavior that they have, and you're just like, this might not be the most rational way to operate. It's not really. It's like at a certain point in time, you have to. I guess you got to kind of let them.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do to cure them of it. Yeah. I don't know if you can like tell them, hey, this is what you're doing. They're like, fuck, what am I doing? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get my shit together.
Do we have confirmation
Yes.
And we're good to go, or what?
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay. Light it up, Joe.
Yeah. We're going back and forth right now.
Is he
I think there's just
comfy or not comfy?
Yeah. Green light. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. All right.
I think there's a lot of
Speaking of
psychos. There's a lot of psychos in the world.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a thing. It's like there's a certain amount of people that really don't care about other people. They exist with, I mean, what is the term? I guess the term is sociopath, right?
Well, I think sociopath just means like you don't feel like the guilt that a normal person would feel when you make somebody feel uncomfortable.
Right.
They could potentially be in that uncomfortable situation. That reaction is just not elicited in you. And therefore you can maybe ask them to do things that would put them in a really uncomfortable situation. Or like, for example, you have a podcast, right? You ask somebody to come on. There might be a really embarrassing, tough question that you might want to ask them. And maybe that's why you brought them on. Or they're a really close friend of yours and you're just like, I don't know if I want to put them in this situation in front of all these people.
Dude, I do that all the time.
You don't ask.
I don't ask.
Exactly, because you have empathy. You care about
not
how
just
they're
that.
perceived.
Like, I don't need to talk to someone about something controversial. If they want to talk about it, like if it's something they want to get off their chest or they want to discuss because there's some misconceptions out there, I'm happy to give you that platform. But like play got you with you. I am not that guy at all.
Yeah.
I don't want to have anything to do with that shit.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't think it's necessary.
It feels gross.
Also, if you're talking about a human being in one very specific issue, don't they have a lot of things going on in their life? I'm interested in the full human.
Dude.
I'm not interested in just digging the dirt on one bad situation that you may or may not be involved in.
You said some shit to me when I had my kid. You said, you know what's really funny is that like when I'm talking to somebody or somebody's being incredibly annoying or they're frustrating, they're being a pain in the ass, they're being a dick, I just imagine them as a 6-week-old baby.
Yeah.
And it's like every one of them started out that way, this innocent, pure, amazing little thing. And life might have turned them into this.
Life, shitty parents, bad neighborhood, and then sometimes it's just genes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get wacky genes, man.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes people are mentally ill right from the jump.
Yeah.
And I don't think people like to admit that, but that's a fact.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. How much can you do with that?
Not much. And then when it comes to like medication, what is the medication doing it? Is it dulling the mind so that the impulses don't come out? Is it ramping up your dopamine so you don't want to do those things? Like,
yeah, I was wondering that with like Prozac. Like, I didn't realize how many people I knew that were on Prozac. What's he saying? Yay or nay?
Yeah, we're good.
Let's just do it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Speaking of psycho, speaking of people that are potentially bad, that do not have your good interests at heart, and will take advantage of you, and maybe are pathological in their desires to crush.
So we're talking about Andrew Huberman's situation.
His situation, not Huberman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the things that was left out of that article.
People know, I assume everybody here knows exactly what happened.
So there's an article that Andrew Huberman, an ex, got a hold of a reporter and said that he's a philanderer, he's doing all these terrible things, he's a bad guy.
Yeah.
And so they write this long article. What they left out was that the person who accused him of all this, first of all, is being investigated by the DOJ for fraud and is in the middle of that right now. It's a very serious case. I would name the case, but that would... Like, they made the lady anonymous, which is also crazy. Like, you could have an anonymous person who attacks this famous person which is essentially, whether it's true, what the things she's saying are true or not true, the stuff she left out, the DOJ stuff.
That's when he breaks it off.
Exactly.
He breaks it off.
The DOJ contacts him because they're investigating this woman.
And you think that would be like maybe the first paragraph.
You would think that would at least be a part of the article.
Yeah.
If it was a real piece of news.
Yeah.
You would say, oh, this is complicated. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think it is? Do you think it could come from pharmaceutical companies?
I don't think there's zero influence. You know, I mean, I think for sure. Look, with the stuff that happened to me.
That's what I was going to ask. What do you think it comes from?
that was 100% influenced by pharmaceutical drug companies.
Political interest too.
Yeah, well,
And
they're
those are
all tied
intertwined.
in together
Yeah.
because they fund them.
Yeah.
So you got pharmaceutical drug interests that fund the network,
Yeah.
right? They pay for so much of the advertisement.
So
Right?
yeah.
I mean, you
now
can't
they're
just
beholden
cut
to the
that off.
advertisers. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
you
yes.
cut if the news said no more pharmaceutical drugs. Like, let's imagine if the government says this.
Yeah.
The government says no more pharmaceutical drug contributions to super PACs. No more pharmaceutical drugs ads on television shows and newspapers. No more. Then you have to fill a massive void
Mhm.
that's missing from those ads. And you're going to have to bring in Toyota trucks and fucking all this different things.
Yeah.
But you're missing out on a lot of fucking money. So if that's a giant portion of your ad revenue, you're going to avoid all conversations about vaccine injuries.
Yes.
They're not going
Yes.
to come up. You are going to shut them down and go to commercial.
Yes.
You're going to say, well, the studies don't show that. The study don't. You'll talk over RFK.
Yeah.
What you're saying is just simply not true. Vaccines are the reason why we don't have blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
The vaccines have never been shown to cause autism. Vaccines, and then we'll be right back. And they go to commercial. And then it's just like the person shouted them down. They're probably getting talk in their ear.
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah.
Don Lemon, get off the subject. You know, like there's probably someone in their ear because they do have earpieces.
But here's the thing: I don't even know if they have to tell you. When you know that you are being paid by someone,
Yes.
it's very easy to just go along with whatever narrative they support.
100%.
And that's the tricky thing, because a lot of times we act like there's these like group of 6 people that are disseminating this information. They're directly hitting up Don Lemon, all these other people, like,
Yeah.
you must behave this way. I think people fall in line. I think it's almost human instinct to fall in line. When you know who's got your back, you kind of fall in line with it.
Yeah.
And if the pharmaceutical companies are supporting 25% of your ads or 30, whatever the fuck it is,
Yeah.
you fall in line with it.
Yeah.
You fall in line with the narratives of the networks you're with. If you write for the Washington Post, you probably fall in line.
Yeah.
And when you start to ruffle feathers, your articles don't get posted. And then you realize, oh shit, if I want my articles to get posted, I got to write like this.
Yes.
My kid's in private school and I want to build a pool. And now there's this incentive structure that's built in without anybody fucking telling you what to do.
Exactly.
So it's not as like nefarious as people assume it is when you hear about like the deep state and who are these people telling you. It's an incentive structure built in, and human beings want to survive. And we start kind of doing the things that will help us survive.
And it's all implied. You know what you're supposed to say and not supposed to say.
It's the Clinton speaking fee. Like, no one wants to hear Hillary Clinton speak. Exactly. Nobody ever has wanted to hear her speak, but she's getting $400,000 from Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, exactly.
After she's, what was he? Secretary of State.
Yeah.
So it's like, but Goldman Sachs doesn't need to say, hey, by the way, you're going to get speaking fees.
Exactly.
She knows it.
Exactly.
They all fucking know it.
Well, that was why during the Trump debates with Clinton, he was like, release the transcripts of those speeches.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I'll release my taxes. You release the transcript.
Yeah.
And what is the transcript? Hey, guys, do we really need to be here, or can I go home?
You know what I want. I want you guys to make money.
Yeah. But
let's
so,
keep it rolling.
So that's the whatever, the deep state, if you will. It's not 6 people.
Well, that is like the people that are in your crew that start acting entitled when they're around you.
Wait,
those are the people, the Hillary Clintons. The Hillary Clintons are the people that are like maybe disrespectful to the servers, and you find out about it. They sent food back. They talk. It's not the main guy. It's the support staff.
So you're saying
the main people are not the presidents.
Right.
The main
They
people
need
are the people that are running Raytheon, the people that are running these gigantic companies that make weapons.
Dude, that I didn't even.
That's where the real money is.
When we had RFK on, I didn't even fucking know this shit. But I didn't know, like, when we're sending money to Ukraine, we're not really even sending money there. We're sending money to American military manufacturers to make weapons, and then the weapons go to Ukraine.
Duh.
But we're paying us.
Yeah.
But you can't really say.
But also some money goes over there too, and that money, enough billions, and that money is like, woo,
where to go?
Yeah, dudes are doing coke and driving around Rolls Royces and.
I saw that the guy bought the. What was it? The assistant. It wasn't the vice president, but it was some like government figure bought like some insane car, and it's like, why are you buying insane cars when you're in the middle of a war?
How do you have the money?
Yeah, there might be some rations you might want to buy. Okay, so there's the system. I think Vivek called it like the managerial class or something like that, which I thought was a good term. But okay, the money is going to these different industries first. So it's kind of
Yeah.
staying in America, which does, I guess, boost our economy in some way. Like those people need to hire people. The economy starts
That's
to
a
do.
good way to look at it.
No, but I mean, like, no, for real. Like, it's like they have to hire people, they
Yeah.
have to pay people, like,
Yeah.
and that's why war is good for the economy. And if the
Yeah.
economy is built on this military-industrial complex or whatever it is,
Yeah.
we constantly need conflict in order to continue the positive momentum of the economy.
Yes.
But they can't say that. They can't go, hey, we need war in order for the economy to be good.
They're not thinking about the economy. They're thinking about the money that they are specifically going to make from these transactions. They're not thinking about, oh, we're going to do this good for the economy. They're thinking this is an opportunity to get a massive contract.
Mhm.
They're in the business of constantly making more money. When you're in a corporation, especially a publicly traded corporation,
Mhm.
you have an obligation to your shareholders to
Mhm.
make more money.
Mhm.
You have a board. You have people that have dumped $100 million into the company, and they're staring at you and you're like, what are we doing to maximize profits? And just like if you're, working for CNN, if someone starts saying the vaccines might be killing kids, you got to step in and go, there's no evidence for this. You got to cover. You're covering for this.
Yeah.
Everyone's covering. And if you're the head of a corporation, it's your job to get these contracts. It's a sociopathic sort of a situation. No one's looking at it like, what is the big picture? Does this really need to be happening? Isn't there some sort of a diplomatic approach that can be made? What were the factors that led us to get into this situation in the first place? What's going on with NATO?
Yeah.
Why are they moving weapons closer and closer to Russia's border?
Yeah.
Maybe there's a diplomatic solution that could stop the death of hundreds of thousands of innocent people.
Yeah.
But no, make that cheddar. Let's go. And attach it to different bills, right? Like attach it to the border bill. Attach it to the fucking. Attach to the education bill. We gotta educate those Russians about our fucking bombs. That's part of the education bill. They gotta know about a Tomahawk missile, bitch. Yeah.
So how do you stop that?
Money. And the problem is it's already been embedded, right? It's like trying to tell the mob you can't make money anymore. Like you have to do some radical things to get the mob out of businesses, right? And that's what they had to do with Giuliani in New York with the John Gotti and the families and locking everybody up. Like you can't just say, hey guys, stop doing that. That's what they do. It's what they do. That's what they did with Iraq. That's what they did with Afghanistan. That's what they did with Vietnam. They do it with everything. That's what Eisenhower warned the American people about when he was leaving office. Which is one of the craziest videos in human history. Where he's saying the military-industrial complex wants to go to war. That there's a machine that wants to go to war, and you have to be very careful of it.
What is the history of this? So what, World War II, the whole country turns into a war machine? Is that essentially? And which was beneficial for us, right?
Great for the economy, great for a lot of things, great to unite us.
Freedom, great for not speaking fucking German for the rest of our existence. But, and by, it turns into a war machine, like Ford just starts making tanks. Like everybody shifts their goal, right? Is that essentially what happens when?
Well, a lot of people definitely shift their. I mean, Ford obviously kept making cars, but like a lot of people do shift their.
But I think
businesses.
Ford also started making military vehicles.
Did they? Makes sense.
That was my understanding. Is that like every business started to prioritize the war effort, and then
definitely
not overnight, but pretty quickly, the whole country had one singular focus, which was if we need to go to war. We can turn it over. It's like I think that's what Napoleon did. Actually, that was one of how he was so effective. He turned the whole country into a war machine. Whereas before it was like, wait, I thought we're just lining up in the field and banging back and forth against each other. He's like, no, you're fighting the whole country. So then when we get to turn over and flip and Ford starts making vehicles or whatever the fuck it needs for the military effort, we have a huge competitive advantage. The money that comes in through that, and fact check me on this, please, but like the money that starts to be generated by that is very hard to relinquish when the war is done.
Right.
The war stops and then people go, whoa, we were making 100 million a year during war.
Right.
I don't want to go back to 20 million.
Right.
So we need more wars. Is that the idea?
Yeah, that's definitely a part of the idea. It's also connected to a lot of other things too that you wouldn't think about, like subsidizing food. So subsidizing farmers. So like when you hear about corn subsidies, like we have corn subsidies. That's why there's corn syrup and everything. And there's
we picked a crop that could feed 300 million people, and it just happened to be corn.
Well, what happened was during World War II, they started to subsidize farmers so that they would have a surplus. So in case another war breaks out, they always have they have food storage.
Right.
They have the ability to feed the country. even if we're cut off from the rest of the world. And when you're dependent upon foreign countries for different things like grains and medicines, and that's one of the things we found out during COVID, right? A lot of medicine is made in China. And a lot of it was very hard to come by during COVID because of the transportation issues.
Isn't that one of the issues with Ukraine?
I'm
Is
sure
that there's not with medicine, but with actual grain. Like it's one of the largest grain producers in the world.
Yes.
So I think there even had to be like an agreement between Russia and Ukraine to continue sending out grain during the conflict.
Wild. The rules of war are so wild.
Dude.
Like when someone says it's a war crime, you know, like
who decides? Yeah, who decides the level?
You can only kill people certain ways. Like one of the wildest ones was also during World War I. It's a guy named Fritz Haber. And Fritz Haber, he created the Haber method of extracting nitrogen from the atmosphere. That's responsible for some crazy number today. This method is responsible for something about, so see if this is true. I think it's something around 50% of the nitrogen in human bodies today exists because of the Haber method. So 50% of the nitrogen from your food has been extracted from the atmosphere by the Haber method in order to provide fertilizer for plants that we use, especially when you talk about industrialized fertilizer and commercial grade fertilizer, where they have to spray it because the topsoil is all dead for a lot of these modern industrial monocrop agriculture establishments. So Fritz Haber creates this, but he also creates Zyklon A. He created this gas that they were using. He used the gas, they turned it to Zyklon B. They took the smell out of it so they could kill the Jews with it. And he also used the gas when they were gassing Allied troops in World War I. This was the first time that had been done. And so they had these massive fans and gas, and they would blow it onto these soldiers and kill them all. And so he was both being recommended for the Nobel Prize and being a war criminal at the same time. Who's wanted for crimes against humanity at the same time. He created the Haber method. What's the matter, Jamie? Nearly 50% of the nitrogen found in human tissues originated from the Haber-Bosch process. Thus, Haber process serves as the detonator of the population explosion, enabling the global population to increase from 1.6 billion in 1900 to 7.7 billion by 2018. Reverse fuel technology converts electrical energy, water, and air into ammonia without a separate hydrogen electrolysis process. So this is he was a legitimate genius. And his story is so fucking tragic. When he was leaving to go to the front lines to war to use his gas, it was so controversial. There was so much. His wife committed suicide in front of him, shot herself in the heart. And he left her to go to the front line while she was still alive. He left her with his 13-year-old son to take care of her. Well, she tried to kill. She eventually died. But I mean, his whole life became.
Did he feel remorse for this?
I don't know. But eventually, during World War II, he was a Jew, and he saw all of his other Jewish friends that were scientists get pushed out and arrested, and all these different things that happened to him. And he wound up fleeing. And he died while he was fleeing. I think he died of heart failure. He's probably just racked with stress.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's his whole life. I mean, what did you do?
Yeah.
What did you do? You created this amazing thing that allows nitrogen to get into the soil and feed millions of people, stop starvation for millions of people.
Yeah.
And you also created the gas that's killing your own people in concentration camps. And you also created war crimes by being the first government, the first army to spray chemicals at the troops that just kills everybody indiscriminately. Men, women, children, anybody downwind, dead.
So then who decides, like, when is there the conversation where all the countries unanimously agree on what are war crimes and what are not? Like, you can kill someone with a bullet, that's okay. Right? As long as they are not an innocent civilian.
Yeah, but then what about metadata, right?
What does that mean?
Do you know how they target some people with bombs? Okay, so let's say you're a terrorist, and let's say you're hanging out in this building, and the government knows where you are because they have your cell phone. So they have the metadata of your cell phone. So they know your cell phone is in this room. boom,
Game over.
Everybody dead. Everybody dead. Not just you, not just me, not just Jamie. Security staff.
This
everybody,
is the drone strike,
people
the wedding
next
shit.
door.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah.
So you know what the percentages of innocent people that die in drone strikes?
99.
We don't know really, because here's the problem. And this has to be like, you have to be kind of honest about this. Like, they lie too.
Right.
Like they'll
Nobody's gonna be
say,
like, I'm a bad guy.
right. They'll
Yeah.
say, oh, you killed 30 children, and they'll take photos. So you're getting some of the information as far as the
They
data.
never go good shot.
Right.
Yeah.
So we don't know the exact numbers. There's estimated numbers, but for sure, it's not more bad guys.
Yeah.
For sure, it's more innocents than it is bad guys. And the high estimates are in like the 80 and 90% of innocent civilians that die in drone strikes.
And what is the justification?
Because there's a bad guy over there. We got to get that bad guy. And it's in
yeah.
another country. So when it's in another country, you can kind of get away with some shit.
But also, I imagine the justification is like that one bad guy could have killed hundreds of thousands of other good guys. That's their steelman argument for it, I imagine. Because they also have to have a justification. It can't happen without them going, hey, we thought about this.
Exactly.
And then imagine the person that you need to pull the trigger on that or push the button, right? Like the constitution that they have to have.
Yeah.
That's a lot of guilt. This goes back to the sociopathy.
Oh, they have massive PTSD.
Yeah.
Yeah, those people that run, they say it's a unique form of PTSD because they weren't really there.
Right. They're behind a fucking video console.
It's an Xbox controller.
Have presidents ever said that? Did Lincoln write anything about the death toll during the Civil War?
That's a good question.
Like, I wonder if even modern day, like, does Obama talk about it? The people that died, the Bushes? Like,
I think you can't.
George Bush has handled Iraq better than anybody in history.
Just been painting.
He's just
painting dogs and
giving
shit.
little fucking lozenges to Michelle. Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing that's going on.
Yeah.
And maybe you need somebody that's kind of not got a lot going on up there to do it.
Well, I don't think it's a coincidence that they made movies about Dick Cheney afterwards. They made him out to be this monster.
Is that, like, I feel like that's taking all accountability away from the guy who was in charge. Like, it's very easy to be like, yeah, it was just him. This guy's got to co-sign it too, and that's the job.
Yeah.
If you're the head coach of the team and the assistant coach is making all the bad decisions, we still blame the head coach, right?
He's also the son of a great man. And, you know, when your dad is Herbert Walker Bush, who was the head of the CIA, and, you know, you are second fiddle. You're good at taking directions. And that's why you'd make a good president. You're a good, handsome man.
Yeah.
We're going to smoke them out of their holes.
Yeah.
You look like a president.
Yeah.
And then let's let good old Dick take things behind the scenes. And just look at the evidence of what they did, right?
Yeah.
One of the things that they gave Halliburton no bid contracts for fucking billions of dollars to rebuild Iraq. How wild is this? That the guy who's the vice president
was on the board of
he was like the fucking he was the head of Halliburton.
Was he getting a piece
before.
during his vice presidency?
Yes.
Yeah, that seems like a conflict of interest.
He is blowing these places up. He's blowing these places up. It's like their decisions that are causing these places to get blown up.
If I make money on building,
Dick Cheney resumes role as chairman of Halliburton Company. Oh, he's back.
Wow. Maybe older.
When is this?
I don't know.
This is after he left office?
I might have 2000. So yeah, this was actually before, right?
Well, no, this is during the Bush administration, right?
Effective today, 2000. He became president right around
then.
Right?
He resumed his role while he was vice president?
No, that's I thought I misread what was happening here because it said February.
But it says
I clicked that first here.
Right.
February 24th.
Cheney will succeed Bill Bradford. Click it again.
But then it's like an old.
Okay,
president.
Dick Cheney resumes role. This is a new article, it says. So look what it says. Dick Cheney has resumed role of chairman of board of Halliburton effective today, February 1st, 2000.
Yeah,
Will also continue. That's weird that it just came out. Continue in his current position as chief executive officer of the company, joining Halliburton. So this was right before the election.
I think this is the announcement when. Yeah, I think I got confused.
But February 1st, 2000 means he's already in office, correct? Or is it 2001?
It would be.
It's January 2001 that Bush goes into office, right?
Election was 2000. Yeah.
So this is 11 months earlier. So is he even named as vice president yet?
Nah. Is he running with him at that time?
I became vice president January 20. It was almost 1 year later, exactly.
Right, but I'm saying, is he named as vice president as a running mate?
I'm checking when they. I don't.
Right, because that's generally a little later. Once
Yeah.
someone wins the primaries, they announce their VP.
Yeah, but if you're not actually president, you can hold another position, or vice president. If you're not actually in government, you can up to that.
I would
day.
like to meet
Yeah, so
GW.
this is,
You'd like to meet him?
Yeah,
What
I
would
would
you
like
ask
to
him
meet him. I would just talk to him.
about?
I wouldn't want to dig. I would just talk to him. I just want to find out what makes him tick.
What do you think?
Halliburton reportedly reached the agreement on July 20th to allow Cheney to retire with a package of an estimated $20 million. Let's go, Dick. I mean, pulled it off, man.
Do you ever wish you didn't know all this stuff?
Yes.
The ignorance is bliss.
Yes. I feel a tremendous weight of the amount of people that pay attention to the shit I say. It's a tremendous weight. So you feel like there's some things like I would rather just be a hayseed.
Yeah.
Just fucking hanging out on my farm in Kansas, shooting deer with bows and arrows.
That's what I was going to ask. Like, when you're out shooting deer.
That's
and
my
you're not-
favorite time that I'm disconnected. I don't have cell phone service. I don't have shit.
You're not thinking about the deep state.
No, man. I'm thinking about mountain lions and I'm thinking about bugling elk.
Yeah.
I'm thinking how my cardio is. Do I get enough electrolytes in me this morning? Make sure my protein take is right.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going 8 fucking miles a day in the
You
mountains.
like hard shit. That's
You like-
something I've noticed about you, and I think it's a really important thing it's an important quality to have as you achieve more success, because with success, life can get easier. So if you're not addicted to difficulty and like hard situations, it's easy to just kind of fall into the comfort of nothing. Because there was a guy who I had on the podcast, Russ, who's awesome artist, but he was like, yeah, once you get money, like things become easy, and then anything that's not easy, you get very anxious about and fearful of. So you like hard things. You admire David Goggins because he's doing hard shit all the time.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times people don't like hard things. And then when they get success, hard things make them anxious and they stop doing hard things. And hard things are what make us successful. When we have nothing, we have to do hard things.
Yes.
We have to go up in front of crowds that might not be good. We have to go run fucking really hard. We have to work out really hard, whatever it is. And I wonder if that's when like kids who grow up with very wealthy parents are not used to hard things and they don't really have to do anything hard.
Right.
And if they don't have that as like a core value to them, that doing hard things is good, of course they're going to be anxious about everything. Of course they're going to use drugs. Of course they're going to be bored out of their fucking mind. So it's one of those things that like, I don't know, as I've gotten a potentially more comfortable life, I like have to like force myself to do things I'm afraid of. Or I do think that I would just kind of get weak and fall apart.
Comfort is a warm and enticing poison.
Yep.
And it's a slow poison.
Yep.
You can take a little bit of it on the couch, just relaxing.
And it is
take
nice.
a little of it. It's nice. But don't let that get into your veins because it'll make the rest of your life harder because you're going to encounter hard things. And if the hard thing that you don't voluntarily subscribe to, the hard thing that you don't force yourself into isn't harder than the other things in life, you're going to have a hard time managing.
Yeah. And it's voluntary.
It has to be voluntary.
You have to choose it.
You have to have discipline.
There's a,
I think characters like cardio. I think you have to keep it up.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I really do. You take a few weeks off of cardio, you're like,
yeah.
I think that's the same with character. And I think it's the same with doing difficult things and also self-assessing, honestly, knowing where you fucked up. Like there's moments that you have, I'm sure, in your life where you look back, it might have been 10 years ago. You're like, fuck, why did I say that to that dude?
Yes, sir.
I didn't need to. Yeah, I didn't need to say that. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I was just in the wrong place, wrong time. Wrong headspace. Why did I do that? Oh, I was drunk. Why did I say that? Why did I do that? You know, those things, you should know those too. You don't absolve yourself of those things. Know those things are real and just always constantly strive to do better. The problem is when people fuck up, they think of themselves as that fuck up. And that's a difficult thing for someone with a bad past. Like dudes have been in jail. It's really difficult for them.
That becomes their identity.
It becomes a part of who you recognize. That's a part of your behavior characteristics. You don't think of yourself as the best you when you made the right decision. When your friend calls you and you could tell him, I'm busy, bro. I can't help you. Be like, I can put that shit aside. Go help my boy. And go help your friend. And then you show up for him. He's like, dude, you're here for me.
Man,
Thank you, brother.
so much.
Appreciate it so much, man. And you're helping him fix his tire or move or whatever the fuck it is. Those moments, man, like unite human beings. They're like very, very important moments. And That's what everybody should strive for. You should strive for the moments when you worked really hard at something and you accomplished it. When you didn't want to get through a workout, but you did it. When you finished the marathon.
Yeah.
When you apologize for being out of line.
Yeah.
When you told people how you feel about them, even though it felt vulnerable.
Yeah,
I just want to tell you, I love you so much. You inspire me. You're an amazing human being, and I'm so happy you're in my life. That's what we all should be aspiring towards.
Yeah.
Aspiring to be better versions of ourselves.
And aspiring to put ourselves in situations that we fear. Like everything you want is on the other side of what you fear. Somebody said that. And I really believe it though. Like every situation I put myself in that I'm scared of or anxious about, that even if it doesn't work out perfectly, I do feel this confidence boost that I at least tried.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I at least fucking tried. I was scared of doing it and I fucking tried. And then if it works out, it's the best feeling in the world.
Yeah.
But if I pussy out, that's the worst.
That's the worst feeling.
It is the fucking worst.
The worst feeling.
But that's the importance of like, like the nice thing about stand-up, I guess, is that like we know that we can't take months off.
Right.
It atrophies fast.
Weeks off. Yeah.
It's like we have to go. We have to constantly go up. And yeah, there are things in life that are a million times more difficult that people have to do, but it is one of those things that's built into the thing that we kind of love, which is we have to keep doing this. And every time we try something new, it's bad.
Yeah, but we're also addicted to that accomplishment vibe, that accomplishment energy. Like when you get that feeling is amazing feeling of fuck, I did it.
I also like the chaos of it. I like it when there's like, I was hanging on the beach with my wife on something, and like I'm really bad with vacations if I don't have things to do during it. I can't just hang on the beach.
Yeah,
I cannot do it. If I'm surfing, I can do it, or if I'm playing paddle, I can do it. But I need to do shit.
Right.
Give me something to do.
Right.
And my wife knows I don't care if we're looking at the Coliseum. I'm learning. I'm asking the fucking tour guide questions. I need to do a thing.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not, my brain goes fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be occupied.
Yeah.
I'm lucky that I have that.
Uh-huh.
Imagine I was really comfy doing nothing.
Yeah.
Why would I do anything?
It's a superpower. But it has to be managed. It's like having a Ferrari engine. You know, if you have a Ferrari engine, you know, in a fucking Toyota Corolla, like that shit doesn't have the tires for it. Like, it doesn't have suspension. You're into a tree. Yeah. You know, you have to learn how to manage that kind of a mind, and you've built up a suspension and wide tires and strong carbon fiber ceramic brakes. It's like you got to have all those things.
So is that what you're constantly doing? Are you constantly looking for more shit you're afraid of in your life?
Well, difficult things. I like difficult things. I like that's why I like cold plunging. I like it because it's hard. People are like, I hate it. I fucking like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Every time I'm about to do it, there's this little bitch ass part of my brain. It's like, don't do this. You don't need to do this. And the other part of my brain is that built up over the years, like, shut up, pussy. I'm the boss.
So it's building the discipline. It's not even like, okay, there are great, not side effects, but there are great main effects coming. The inflammation goes down, whatever. But it's more about building the fucking discipline to do the shit you don't want to do.
Yeah, but also because it's good for you. If it was bad for me, if I didn't want to do it, and every time I did it, it was killing me a little bit, I wouldn't do it. But I do it because I know it's good for you, and I know you feel great when you get out of it.
But Goggins, I'm sure, running all those fucking miles, like his joints are destroyed, his feet are fucked up. Yep. Like there's a certain point of diminishing returns.
Yes.
But
also you have to have the outlier.
Which is?
You have to have the dude that's pure mind. That's all just on the drive, and that's Goggins. You have to have the guy.
So he's the extreme version of discipline.
Uncommon amongst uncommon men. Amongst all the psychos out there, he's king psycho.
So it's not that he runs long; it's that he will do the thing despite that little voice inside of him saying, "You don't want to do this." Just
and he'll tell you he has that voice. He goes, "I stare at my sneakers sometimes for 30 minutes before I put those motherfuckers on."
Yeah.
He'll tell you, but he always wins. It's like, dude, when I'm taking the lid off that cold plunge, as I'm taking it off, he's like, don't do it, don't do it. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
You got 3 more eps of Shogun.
I set my watch, blip, 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 and I climb right in.
Yeah.
And because I get through it every day, I start the day off with a win. I won. I beat the inner bitch.
Yeah.
I conquered the inner bitch. I got in there, and then I do the workout. That's win number 2. You know,
Yeah.
so by the time the day is over, I've done shit that most people will never do.
What do you feel when you're on vacation? Do you feel that
Like a crazy person?
Do you feel
like a wolf on a fucking inflatable pool toy in the ocean?
Yeah.
Just going, what am I doing on this fucking thing?
And is your wife going, hey, you need to chill out?
Yeah, well, I know how to do it now. First of all, every day starts out with a workout.
Dude, it's so funny. I told her, I was like, listen, we can go to these places. The first 3 hours of the day, I'm doing what I need to do.
Yeah.
Once I calm it all down, let's fucking drink whatever on the beach. I don't care.
Yeah.
But the first 3, I need to do what I need to do.
I need breaks. Breaks are good, but I don't really need a vacation because my life is awesome.
Yeah.
I love it. I've cultivated a wonderful life. I love my family. I love my friends. I love my jobs.
Yeah.
So I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm a happy dude with what I do. So when I go on vacation, it's like, okay, I just want to just have fun with the family and do a bunch of things, but I have to do something about this thing.
And your family knows?
This bitch, yes, they know me.
What about your kids? Are they like, okay, he just needs to work out?
They get it.
They have it too?
Yeah, they both have it.
Really?
Yeah, they both have some psycho drive. One of them for art, the other one is gymnastics.
And when you see it manifested, like, for example, do you see them looking like the wolf when you guys are all on vacation? Do you see them kind of pacing around?
They have to do things.
You have to keep them busy.
Like I had a conversation with my middle daughter, and at one point in time, she was like, when we first moved here, she was real anxious. And I go, you're a racehorse. You got to get back to racing. You got to get back to competing again. And as soon as she went back to that, everything was fine. She just was like, didn't know we're in a new place, making new friends.
Yeah.
But there's like physical anxiety that comes with being a human being that I think activity diminishes.
Yeah.
And you need something like that. You need the hardest thing of your day to be something that you choose. It might not be. You obviously circumstances are random and you could have a terrible thing happen to you.
Yeah.
But if you've built up your understanding of how to get through difficult things, it'll serve you in everything you do. And if you do it voluntarily, then you've gained control over your mental process. You want to zin?
Yeah. So with the kids, is this something you instill in them?
You can only do it so much, man. You got to be real loose-handed. You got to let them be their own thing. They're their own little people. It's very fascinating.
Are you rewarding and lighting the fire once you see that they're really drawn to something?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So you wait for them to choose, and then you lean the fuck in.
Yeah, well, praise is very important for kids. It means a lot. It could really motivate them to excel to higher and higher levels.
Was that easy for you to give them the positive encouragement?
Oh, it's so easy. Yeah. My youngest is an insane artist, dude. I mean, insane. I'm going to show you this. She's 13.
Oh, wow.
Dude, she was doing crazy work when she was 6. I showed one of her things to David Cho when she was like 6 or 7. He was like, holy fuck, man. Like, dude, she's crazy talented.
Jesus.
Yeah. And
how old is she?
She's 13. She'll sit and she'll draw for hours and hours, man, just completely locked in and focused. And when I was young, I wanted to be a comic book illustrator. So I was an artist when I was young, but I wasn't as good as her. I don't think I'm as good as her now. She's 13. It's crazy.
Do you find yourself competing with them at all?
No. Unless we're playing games.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna win.
Okay?
Oh yeah.
Do you ever
I'm trying to win?
Okay, you won't give them nothing.
No.
Interesting.
No.
Does it drive them crazy when they lose?
No, they win. They win a lot, man.
Okay.
We did virtual reality, and my 13-year-old beat me at this sword fighting game, and she fucking loved it. She killed me.
And
it's like one of these. Do you know what Sandbox is? You ever do Sandbox?
This is
it's the dopest. Sandbox. You're in a warehouse.
Okay.
I love it. You have a haptic feedback vest. My favorite one is the zombie one, but we compete the zombie one too.
This is a console that you're wearing, like the VR goggles or something?
You go to a place. It's called Sandbox VR. It's a big warehouse.
Okay.
And inside these warehouses, they have these spaces that are a little larger than this room.
Okay.
And in the space, they give you a virtual reality headset. They give you a haptic feedback vest. You feel like you're getting hit or you're getting grabbed by zombies. And then they give you a gun. You have a plastic gun. Okay, and then you see yourself, and you see everybody. Everybody's like tactical ops outfits on and shit with helmets, and you're like, woo! You high five, you dance, you see each other dressed as these characters, And then, it's basically mapped out to the size of your body, and they put you in these things. So, and then like they drop you off in Deadwood Mansion. And Deadwood Mansion is this haunted house, and this like crazy scientists who've developed zombies, and the zombies start invading the house.
Okay.
And you're just gunning them down. And we always compete to see who kills the most zombies. But I have a lot of gun experience. So I fucked those zombies up, man. I, at one point in time, had number 3 in the country, or the number 3 score in the country. Yeah, bro. I went ham.
This is it. Yeah.
So this is it. So let me just give you a pro tip. If you want this game, get the shotgun. Shotgun face shots. You want face shots on zombies.
Yeah.
Don't be fucking around with the legs. See, the machine guns are fun and everything like that, and you reload by just going like this. Just point the gun down and it reloads. Bro, it's so fun. I'm so addicted to this game that you're in this house and it's all like dark and shadowy and shit, and the light from your pistol is what's lighting these zombies.
Yeah.
Bro, it's so much fun.
Oh, this is
but yeah, I always try to win. I always try to kill the most zombies. So at the end of the day, you get the VIP.
What is the VIP?
The VIP is the most valuable player.
The MVP.
Yeah, it's VIP though. Very important player.
Okay.
Or MVP. I don't know if they say MVP, but either way, I always win that shit.
Yeah.
I'm
so
not
the
letting anybody
competitive
win.
instinct cannot go away.
Right, as long as it's like you're just understanding that everyone's just trying their best.
Yeah.
So when they beat you, like, oh my God, if they beat me at a game or something like that, like, God damn it.
Yeah.
They love it. They love it. I'm like, you got me.
Yeah.
But it's fun when they win. It's fun when they beat you. It's your child that's doing something really good.
How old are they now?
13 and 15, the youngest ones.
Okay. And when they were, are there moments that you...
How old is your kid now?
8 weeks.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm like, everybody I talk to goes, it goes by really fast. That's the first thing they all say when I say 8 weeks. And what are the moments in this stretch that you wish that you kind of held on to longer, or you didn't realize how amazing they were until they were gone?
I don't really think like that.
Nothing. Okay.
I don't think like that. I'm happy.
Yeah.
And I'm happy they're healthy, and I'm happy they're, look, I have friends that have kids that have real problems, real health problems.
Yeah.
And it's the most heartbreaking, devastating thing to see someone going through the real struggles of a kid that is your child. That's all fucked up. So number one was healthy.
Yeah.
Like everybody was like, don't you want a boy? I'm like, I want healthy kids.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a girl or a boy. I genuinely didn't care. I just want them to be happy and healthy. Well, you don't like girls? Like, what are you saying? You only want boys? Plus, if I had boys, it would come with the added responsibility of training a psycho.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming they're going to be like a little me.
Yeah.
And like, if I didn't find martial arts, I would have been a real problem.
Wait, what do you mean?
If I didn't find some outlet, some competitive, like dangerous outlet to test me as a man, I was an angry kid, man. It's not good to grow up a boy and be an angry boy and not have an outlet, because you won't have control of it.
Why do you think you were angry?
I think a lot of it is genetic.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of I think a lot of people, like, what's inside of them is genetic. It's learned experiences, being around violence when I was young. There's quite a few things that I think are attached to it, but I think there's some part of it's genetic. There's some part of drive, I think, that's genetic too, which is interesting when you see your kids have it.
Yeah, I've talked to friends about that who have multiple kids, and they can see it in some, and others they just don't really see it. It's
out of the box. They're different. Yeah. Like my 15-year-old is like hyper focused on things, hyper focused on athletics, hyper focused, but also very loved. Like, doesn't have this desire to prove herself like I had. I was like, I'm not a loser. I'm going to show everybody that I'm not a loser.
Yeah.
That was like my drive as a kid. And martial arts were the first thing that I ever did where I was like, hey, I'm not a loser.
But it's also the most humbling thing.
Oh, the most humbling. Yeah, the most humbling, but I got good at it quick. I was very lucky.
But there's always someone better. I don't know. Like,
but I got lucky that I was going into it at the right time. Like, I had some athletic experience. Like, I had wrestled, I'd done baseball, I'd played some sports. So I wasn't like totally inept. When I played baseball, I was so selfish. I would never try to get on first. Fuck you.
You wanted that
home run, or I strike out. And they would always tell me, just get on base. I'm like, right. And I'd get up there, I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you just said. When that ball's coming, I'm either going to be a loser or a hero. Let's
Really?
go. 100%. I never did not try to hit a home run. And they would always be mad at me. Because I could hit home runs, but I could also strike out.
Yeah.
I struck out a lot. But if I connected, I had some fucking crank.
Yeah.
I sent that ball flying, and I loved it. I loved watching that ball fly over the fence. Like, I am never not going to do that. Like, if you tell me, like, just bunt, suck my dick. I'm not bunting. I don't give a fuck if we lose. I don't care.
That's why you can't do the team sports. That's why it has to
in
be the
sports.
one-on-one.
Yeah, I'm not interested. We lost because Billy dropped the ball. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I did. I know what I can do.
Interesting.
And when it's my time at bat, I'm hitting home runs.
Interesting.
So when I found that there was martial arts, it was something. Just
I'm going for the
me
home run
only. It's just me.
Yeah.
And I can get better based entirely on how much effort I put into it. Yeah. Then I just became obsessed.
But you still love the camaraderie.
I love the camaraderie, but you learn from the other people that are also doing the thing. I wasn't competitive with them where I had to be better than them. I wanted to be better than the people I was competing against, and they helped me to get better.
These are who? These are the
people I train with.
Okay.
Yeah, those are family. I'm still very good friends with one of my guys that I trained with back then.
Really?
I talk to him all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've known him since I was 52 guys. Two of those guys. I've known him since I was 15 years old. One of them's just out here to visit.
It's funny that you see it even in martial arts. Like, when a guy wins, the first thing he does is often compliment his coaches and his team.
100%.
And
you're everything.
We need that. We need that shared victory. I've always got that in team sports. I love that. Like a team win, like with me and 4 other guys playing basketball when we're not as talented as the other team.
And you win.
But we win.
Yes.
Just going out for beers afterwards, talking about we're old fucking guys.
But that's more of a cooperative thing than being at bat.
That's
the thing about being at bat, though, is like, this is just me.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm not passing them. Look, if I could pass the ball over to you and you're open and you can get a clean shot, I would 100% do that. If I was playing team sports, I wouldn't be greedy like that.
Yeah.
But baseball?
Yeah, you going for it.
It's just me.
Yeah, you going for it.
The ball's coming. Let's go. I'm sending
we only need a
this bitch
single,
into
Joe.
orbit. Because they would always get mad at me. I had this one coach that was like very strategic, always trying to win.
Yeah.
And he knew that if he put me up there, I was cranking that ball.
Yeah. But that is.
But I just wasn't designed for baseball.
But that's you in life, though.
Right.
Yeah.
But if I could figure out something where I would be 100% on my own, when I got in there, like fighting, it's 100% just
comedy.
you or comedy.
You built this team. You built all these friends, this community. But when you're on stage,
it's all you.
Just you.
It has to be you. Yeah.
Yeah.
But those people also help you get better. Like when I'm doing shows and Shane Gillis is on the show and Ron White and Brian Simpson.
Yeah, you put strong guys on,
Derek
man.
Poston. Yeah. And I'll go on stage an hour and a half into that.
Dude,
too.
how funny is Derek, man?
Derek is so good.
Derek has grown so
He's
much.
grown so much.
God.
And being at the club, like he's doing so many sets.
Yeah, he's
just
so grateful.
He's going little boy, fat man. He's going back and forth to the rooms. He's doing all these sets on the road with you.
Yeah. And he's a true team guy. Like he comes from sports in that way. Like he wants the show to be great.
Yeah.
He wants to. I mean,
he's a great human being.
He's a fucking great.
He's
dude.
a gem of a human being and a happy sweetheart of a guy. Everybody loves Derek.
He's so grateful for you, man. And just the club and the experience. Well,
he was one of the first guys to take a chance to come out here.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm with you, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right.
And he is. Like, if he says that, he means that shit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And watching him grow, dude,
But he knew also when I told him I was going to do it, I'm like, we're going to do this.
Yeah.
We're going to do this. It's going to be the greatest club in the world.
Yeah.
Which is a crazy thing to say, to pop up a scene in the middle of Texas.
Yeah.
But we did it.
It's insane.
But we did it because of guys like Derek, and guys like Hassan and Brian Simpson and Tony Hinchcliffe. Those guys who moved here early. Tom Segura moved here early.
Yeah.
When he says, I'm in. When Tom Segura said I was in, early on, I was like, oh, shit, this is happening.
Yeah.
Because Tom did it early in the pandemic. I bought this house. I sent him a video from my backyard. I go, boys, what are you doing?
Get the fuck out of there.
Get the fuck out of LA. It's on fire.
Yeah.
I go, no one here has a mask on. I go, I think this is bullshit. Come down. Let's have a good time. Let's hang out.
Yeah.
And Tom was like, I'm in. He came out here early.
That means a lot to you, I felt.
Oh, yeah. Because it was a crazy chance I was asking people to take.
Yeah.
It wasn't just, I'm going to open up a club in Pasadena. It wasn't like I bought the Ice House.
Yeah.
Like if I bought the Ice House, and the Ice House was for sale for a while.
Yeah.
And, I told Jerry Buss bought it, right?
Bought it. Owner of the Lakers or whatever.
And they redid it, and I'm super happy that they did that because it's an amazing club, and I love that place. But at one point in time, I was thinking about buying the Ice House.
I remember you telling me that.
I was like, maybe I just buy that place. But if I ask guys to come to the Ice House, that's easy.
Yeah, there's
that's a 20-minute drive.
No sacrifice.
You stay in your same house.
Yeah.
It had to be all those factors happening at the same time.
Yeah.
It had to be COVID. It had to be this weird way that they were governing these cities and that they weren't doing it in other parts of the country, particularly Florida and here.
Yeah.
And also that you couldn't do stand-up. You couldn't do any stand-up in LA. They were stopping outside stand-up at the the comedy store in the parking lot.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let them do comedy outside.
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense. It was all crazy. And it was going on forever. And we were out here doing shows. And we were putting it up on Instagram. And everyone's like, this is
what the
crazy.
Fuck is happening? Yeah.
These motherfuckers are doing shows.
Yeah.
You know, and we first started doing live shows indoors in November of 2020. And it felt so wrong.
Yeah,
it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I did one weekend out here in July of 2020, and I decided after it that I couldn't do it anymore. I didn't get sick, but I was like, but what if I did? And what if I gave it to someone? And what if that person died? Like, what if I gave it to a guest?
You felt the responsibility.
I was terrified.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I would never forgive myself if I had some wonderful, sweet scientist as a guest and I gave that person COVID and they wound up dying because I was so selfish that I had to go on the road and do stand-up.
This is the empathy thing.
Yeah, so I was like, I can't do that.
You're not a sociopath.
Well, it's also just...
You're not good for the CIA, Joe.
Terrible for the CIA. I'd be terrible. I would good if you get me in that UFO program, though. I'll keep my mouth shut. Promise.
Wait, what is this UFO?
Get me in the UFO. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I won't tell anybody.
Do you think they got something?
I'll be a disinformation agent for you. I will.
You just want to know.
I will say whatever you need.
Now, here's the question. Hold on. What if they say to you, Joe, you can take the UFO for a spin, but don't floor it. You can bunt in the UFO.
I would listen because I don't want to turn into jelly. If you're going faster than your body can tolerate.
What if they said there's no way that you can die in this machine? It's built in a way where you cannot die, but we're asking you to bunt.
I would bunt. You'd have to bunt. You have to bunt because you're gonna have to come back to the ground. You're gonna have to land that thing. They're gonna kill you.
All right, fair enough.
They're gonna fucking put you on an airplane with one of fucking Putin's boys. And you're gonna get blown up over the Adriatic Sea. Listen, man, no. Yeah. You gotta look. If they get you in the UFO, first of all, I wouldn't ask to pilot it. I just
you just want to
take it for a spin.
Show me
what the fuck this thing does. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? And then I say, okay, so what do I tell them? China? I'll tell them China.
Whatever.
It's fucking Chinese, man.
So that's
Chinese
the last
are super
thing.
advanced.
That's the last thing for you? It's UFO? It's if once you feel that?
Well, it would suck to go to your grave and not know. Because it seems like something for... It's not what I thought when I was young. When I was young, I thought UFOs are probably real, but a lot of these stories are bullshit. And I don't even know if UFOs actually are real or if people are just liars or if it's something that we want to believe because of science fiction,
right.
Orson Welles and all that stuff. But now I don't think that anymore. Now I think because of talking to God, well, you and I went to dinner with Bob Lazar before he did the podcast, which was how fascinating was that?
I always tell people, I believe he believes it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that it exists. But I don't think he's a liar.
I don't think he's a liar either, but I don't know because some people are really good at that shit.
Again, I'm just going off of like
the vibe.
Just the vibe that I got.
Yeah. But the vibe is hard because
he felt like he didn't want to be there, Joe. Like
yeah.
I remember at the dinner, he's like, listen, I'm not here to prove it. I don't even need to do it. I don't like doing this. It hurts my life. He said all maybe the right things, but he didn't come across as so charismatic. Like usually people who are really good at lying are very charismatic.
Also, they lie about other stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know enough about him to say, but like he didn't have the charisma of someone that could like trick and manipulate me. He came across as pretty authentic and almost kind of rattled by the whole experience. Like it almost felt traumatic when he was talking about it.
Yeah,
it did.
And he told us something too that made a lot more sense because one of the things that he's criticized about is his education background. He said he went to MIT, but he said there's no record of him at MIT.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, because there wasn't a record of me at MIT because I was involved in a program that you can't really say. We can't say what he was involved in.
Yeah.
But when you hear what they're involved, what they were actually working on, you go, oh, yeah, well, you're not even supposed to do that. So I would imagine that if you're going to get educated in that, it's not important that you get a degree that shows that you learned it from these people.
Yeah.
What's important is you get the information that you need in order to implement this plan,
yeah,
which was wild. And you hear that. But the thing about it is The other things they try to disprove him on, he has shown that it was accurate. One of them that he worked at Los Alamos Labs.
Right.
So they said that he never worked there, but
Right.
he did work there.
Yeah.
He did work there. He's on the employee roster.
Yeah.
So not only that, he had an intimate knowledge of the building.
Right.
When George Knapp went with him to Los Alamos Labs, he knew where everything was. He knew the security guards. He knew the system.
Who's George Knapp?
George Knapp is an investigative reporter that broke the story
Got it.
in 1989,
Got it.
and he's been on it ever since. And he also does a podcast with Jeremy Corbell.
Yeah, I know
It's
Jeremy.
all about
Yeah.
this phenomenon. And George Knapp is one of the best journalists that's ever covered it, because he's like covered it from the beginning, and he will tell you what he knows, what he doesn't know, and he's not a bullshitter in any way, shape, or form. He's a
Yeah.
hard-nosed, facts-based journalist.
Yeah.
Who was the first guy to talk to Lazar.
Yeah.
And Lazar talked to him because he thought they were going to kill him. Because he had started bringing people to watch the test flights, because he got fired. He got released. And the reason why he got released is when you're on top secret clearance, when you're working for the government and they fly you to Area 51 and you're doing fucking work on spaceships, you're not allowed to tell anybody,
Right.
including your wife.
Yeah.
So he get a phone call like 11 p.m. I got to go to work. And he would leave. And the wife was like, this
What the fuck
motherfucker's
are you-
cheating on me.
Yeah.
So she starts having an affair. She's cheating
back.
Exactly. So she starts having an affair, and and all their phones are tapped, of course. But she doesn't know their phones are tapped because she doesn't know what he's doing.
Why would she?
Because he can't tell her what he's doing.
Aye.
So she starts fucking this guy, and then they're worried that he's going to be in a situation of emotional turmoil
Share
because
the
his wife's having an
information.
effect. So they don't share the information with him. They just release him. He's now fired. So he's going back to his friends like, I'm working on fucking UFOs. They have real UFOs. They test them every Wednesday. So he takes people out to Area 51, to an area that's restricted now. But back then, before the Obama administration came along, in the Obama administration, they expand the boundaries of Area 51. It was the first time they admitted Area 51 even existed. So they had to expand it because too many people were getting close enough to film things. So these guys went out there and they filmed these fucking flying saucers flying around. And
Is
they
there video
did
of
it.
this?
There's videos of the saucers. There's videos of these things moving around the desert. See if you can find them. This grainy Area 51 footage. So they're doing these things where these vehicles are operating in a way conventional vehicles in 1989 were absolutely incapable of doing.
Right.
As far as our understanding of it.
Right.
He gets arrested. They catch him. What are you doing? And he says, he just spills the beans. I got fired. I wanted to let people know that this is real. Now his life's in danger. Now he's like, they're going to fucking kill me. So he contacts George Knapp, and he's like, I think that if I just go public with this,
I'll be
and
too
I
famous
spill
to
the
be
beans.
killed.
Right. So initially he does it with his face hidden. So the initial interviews he does with his face hidden. He's like silhouetted. And then he decides, I have to go public with all this. So he does these interviews. He's explaining everything. He draws diagrams. He explains this element that was only theoretical at that point. It was element 115. They didn't find it in proof of it until they used a particle collider in like the 2000s. I want to say
Switzerland or whatever.
Yeah, I want to say like 2013-ish.
Okay.
Somewhere. So this is 1989.
Wow.
This is Bob Lazar in 1989.
Wow.
And this is him explaining all of the different stuff that he had to do there, where it is. And by the way, at this point in time, this was all just legend. No one knew if Area 51 was real. And they had these hangars. So these are these crafts that he brought people out to film. He's like, these things, wow. They move silently. They move with a gravity propulsion system that's operating off of this element 115. And this element 115, when hit with radioactive waves, it becomes this thing that can manipulate gravity with this generator that is in the center of these ships. They don't have any controls. Everything is controlled like the human being interface, the alien creature interfaces with this machine.
Yeah.
Biologically or through some sort of
Neuralink.
They might not even be human at that point in time. They might be like, well, we're going to be some sort of a combination of artificial intelligence and biology, or strictly artificial intelligence at this point. And these things interact with this craft, and that's how it moves. There's no like buttons you switch like Alien and fucking joysticks like the Millennium Falcon. There's none of that shit. It's all done with the creature. So he gets in this thing. First of all, he realizes there's no seams. It doesn't make any sense. Well, now we know what 3D printing is. Now you know we can make a thing with no seams. But back then, They don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah.
And he realized like right away, like, this is not ours. When he first saw it, he thought, oh, now I know what all this UFO bullshit is about.
Yeah.
We have them. It's ours. We're working on this. That makes sense. And they actually had an American flag sticker on one of them. They put an American flag sticker on one of the UFOs.
Which is smart.
Which is fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
You want
Like,
other
this is
people to
ours,
think
bitch.
that's ours. Yeah.
Yeah. But then he gets in it and he realizes it's designed for something that's 3 feet tall. There's no seams. There's no controls. And it has this reactor in the center of it that defies anything we have any current understanding of. In terms of like what we believe is possible for propulsion systems, this is something completely alien. And it involves a stable element that is only theoretical at this point. They don't even know it exists. And they have a triangle, like a form of this stuff that's in the center of this. Like, see if you can find the video where he's describing the element, the gravity generator.
But the element, that triangle thing you're talking about, is that the engine or is that essentially the gasoline? That's the fuel.
It's the fuel.
Got it.
This thing, when bombarded with radiation, produces this. I'm obviously butchering this, but produces this. Let's see how he explains it.
Here,
Put the headphones on.
Powering the gravity amplifiers.
Do it from the beginning. Here we go.
So it's the reactor here, powering the gravity amplifiers. Gravity amplifiers output goes into the gravity emitters at the bottom, and the resulting gravity beam or anti-gravity wave can be pretty much put anywhere you want to. Now, I had access and was permitted to view and look at the operation of this main level with the gravity amplifiers and the level below the gravity emitters. And people call these large black rectangular areas on the top portholes. I believe they were some planar sensor array that just took in information from the surrounding area, whether it be patterns of stars or what have you.
So we got the shape right. Like the sci-fi people got the shape right.
Yeah, well, they knew about it a long time ago. Kenneth Arnold saw flying saucers in the 1950s. He was a pilot. He was like one of the first. See if you can see the Kenneth Arnold sightings. So one of the first reputable disclosures, because it was a American fighter pilot,
right?
And he's seeing these things, and he's describing them as like flying saucers skipping, and all of them, they started all happening. That's what he said he saw.
Wow.
They started seeing these things right after the bombs dropped. That's when everything started really popping off in this country.
And
that's why the rooms in my club are named Fat Man and Little Boy. They're named after the atomic bombs, because that's what started the whole UFO invasion.
Aliens see this huge
what
explosion.
Are they doing?
What are they doing down there? We got to go check them out. I think that kind of checks out. I mean,
that's what I would do.
Yeah.
If I was from another planet and I realized, oh, these territorial primates have just developed nuclear weapons
technology,
and they're dropping them out of propeller planes on cities, yo,
we got to check this out.
We got to investigate. These people are going loco.
For our safety, because they could come for us if they have this
100%. What if they develop the ability to traverse the cosmos?
Bro, that's funny. And then they see that we're just dropping them on each other, and they're like, they'll be fine.
Yeah. Depending on who you listen to. See, one of the craziest things that Lazar talked about was that what human beings are and what this planet is essentially a farm for souls, and that there's some need for the essence of a life form, a soul. Now, if you've created artificial intelligence, imagine if there's one hurdle that cannot be bypassed, and that hurdle is a soul. And that it's actually a real thing, and it's a real, not just an energy. It's a type of matter. It's something legitimate that creates an individual thing, a life form. And these creatures, maybe they need souls.
So AI is not going to be sufficient.
I don't know, but this is the weirdest thing that he talked about. He said that we're essentially a farm for souls. But what does that mean? Like, what do they need souls for?
Yeah.
But imagine if like there is like this process of existence, right? So you have single-celled organisms that eventually become more advanced, they become predator and prey. And then you have this one intelligent, dominant form that starts figuring out tools. And that's the primates. And over time, the primates evolve, and the primates get to the point where they started using machines and internal combustion engines. They're using propulsion. They're using all these different things. They're figuring out flight. And then they're figuring out atomic energy and weapons. And there's this transition that will continue. And that transition will go into more and more advanced technology if they don't blow themselves up. So if what our natural evolution is to go from being Australopithecus, to go from being, the cousin of the chimpanzee, to being what we are today, to being what we will be in the future. I think what we will be in the future is probably them. When you see these aliens with these giant heads and little spindly bodies and no genitals, we seem like we're on that path. Like, that seems like a natural it doesn't seem like if Bigfoot was flying UFOs, you'd be like, why are we Bigfoot again? I thought we passed that. I thought we evolved past being hairy brutes.
Yeah.
And we became this thing that's like gentle and telepathic, and it doesn't use any muscular force. Everything is done through telekinesis. The communication is telepathic. The communication with the craft is telepathic. Everything is done through this way of integration with technology, because they've become physically integrated. They might not even be biological anymore, but they might still need souls. Soul might be a force. It might be a thing that's necessary for the cultivation of another version of us on another planet. If this is a process, just like a garden, right, where you have the soil, you till the soil, you fertilize it, you plant the seeds, you water it, they grow, the crops grow, and then you harvest them. If this is a process, and that's what human beings are. Just like you have a fucking elk farm in New Zealand, and that's how you get tenderloins. It's a process. Like, you have to do all these things to get this result. What if we're a farm for souls?
But who's farming us?
Advanced life forms.
So they need our souls for something. It's an energy source for them in some way.
It sounds so ridiculous.
No, let's go on.
But it sounds ridiculous even as I'm saying it and as you're repeating it. Like, they need us for souls. It sounds like some L. Ron Hubbard science fiction.
No, but to me that makes sense. Why they would be concerned about the nuclear bombs is because if we destroy ourselves, they no longer have
kill
these
the farm.
souls. Exactly.
Yeah, we kill the farm.
So
now the farm's doing great. There's more people than ever. That's what we like. As long as we don't have a massive depopulation event like a nuclear war. Yeah.
And that makes sense that it would, catch their attention. They'd come in, they'd be like, yo, we got to kind of shut this thing down. Or
if
at least
we are really the product of accelerated evolution, which is much specularized.
What does that mean? We're the product of
accelerated evolution. Which is like, look, we are very, 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 very different from everything else on this planet by a long stretch. Not by a couple of years, by a long stretch. By every other primate, the best they can do is use a stick to get termites. One thing is orangutan spearfish.
Oh, they're making weapons.
They figured out how to spearfish, and they learned it from us, apparently.
Yeah,
but they can do that. Orangutans use tools.
But isn't there a theory that now they're at a different level in the evolutionary chart? Yeah.
The current understanding is that they have begun the Stone Age. Yeah.
Kind of cool to see it happen.
It's crazy to see it happen.
So
have you ever seen the orangutan spearfishing?
No.
You gotta see this picture.
Yeah.
Jamie, pull it up. It's bananas. This orangutan is stabbing fish while hanging from a tree like this. He's like stabbing fish with one arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they figured out how to use tools.
So this is actually interesting. So if we're watching them in their Stone Age, it's completely plausible that some other life form is watching us in our advanced state of evolution.
Look at that dude.
Get the fuck out of here.
Isn't that wild? Homeboy spearfishing. Wow. Hanging on with his feet and one arm.
Wow.
I mean, it's nuts, man. That's fucking nuts.
Wow.
He observed local fishermen do it, and he figured out how to do it himself. Pretty fucking crazy, man.
Wow.
Pretty dope. He's probably the king pimp of
100%.
All of the orangutans.
100%.
Yeah, he's the dude who figured it out. They're probably all like, whoa, this guy's a wizard. He gets fish. Like, oh, there's a video of it?
I was hoping there was, but I started.
Holy shit.
Fucking crazy. Crazy. So
I could believe that. I could subscribe to that.
Things evolve. If you left them alone like that, spearfishing for 500,000 years, a million years, who knows what they would probably look like cavemen.
Yeah.
I bet eventually they look like cavemen, depending upon what is causing this advancement and how quickly. So that's the mushroom question. So that's the stoned ape theory.
Yeah.
Terence McKenna believed that it had a lot to do with the consumption of psilocybin mushrooms.
Yeah. Now, is the psilocybin mushrooms what? It allows you to to solve problems in an outside of the box way? Like, what kind of competitive
Formation
advantage?
of language through glossolalia. Like,
What is-
there's glossolalia is like you start associating sounds with objects and language.
Okay,
The formulation of language, then psilocybin would aid in that.
Yeah.
Aid in creativity, aid in visual acuity. They've done studies where they showed that people under doses of psilocybin detect edges quicker. So, like, if you have two lines that are moving, that are parallel lines, if you deviate one even slightly, people on psilocybin notice it quicker than people that aren't on psilocybin.
Okay.
So it increases visual acuity. It makes people hornier, so it makes people more likely to breed. It makes you a better hunter because it increases your visual acuity.
Yeah.
Your understanding of space, probably you're more tuned in and more sensitive to things.
Okay.
You know, there's a lot of folks out there microdosing on mushrooms, and it helps them do a lot of things. Snowboarders.
Could AI be this next? Could AI for us be what mushrooms were for these primates?
But times a billion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's where you see that next leap. So
Yeah.
mushrooms come around, the apes start using tools, doing whatever they want, and then now you accelerate evolution.
Well, the
Now-
mushrooms probably are the seed for artificial intelligence because the mushrooms give you the creativity to start doing wild things in the first place, which always leads to technology,
Right.
which leads to a life form.
And now with AI, you have that with exponential growth.
Exactly.
So they're solving millions and trillions of problems in a minute that
Not
would
only
take
that,
us.
they can make a better version of themselves. Once they become sentient, then they become God because they make better versions of themselves with no end in sight. So if you have an artificial intelligence that's as intelligent as every human being on Earth combined, which is essentially what they think is going to happen. When you get that, it has all the knowledge of all human beings. Then he's going to find the flaws in all of our methods. And then it's going to be using quantum computing. So it's going to have the type of computing power that's, who knows, 1 million, 100 million times what we have today. And then it's going to develop better versions of quantum computing. It's going to develop better methods of extracting energy from all sorts of different resources. It's not going to need lithium
This is
ion.
where the graph goes vertical.
It just goes straight up and it never stops. It's going to harness the very power of the universe itself. It literally can become a god if you just keep going. If artificial intelligence is allowed to keep exponentially growing and it gets past being far more intelligent, how many more steps is it until it's Dr. Manhattan? Is it a week? Is it a month? Is it a year? Whatever it is, it's going there. It's going to get to a point where it can time travel. It's going to get to a point where it can show up on other planets instantaneously. It's going to get to a point where it can harness all the available power in the universe itself and use it and manipulate it and figure out how to create it. It might be able to create new universes. But what is if a universe is created, if a Big Bang exists, if there is a singularity, if there is a moment where there's something that's infinitely small.
Why wouldn't it be able to create the exact same thing?
Why wouldn't it be? If it can be done, if it can be created, if it is a thing, if it is a thing that's dependent upon the forces of the universe itself, what in a deep understanding of those forces, an understanding of those forces in the quantum level, the subatomic level. At every single look at the subatomic level, everything is magic, right? You know, particles in superposition are both moving and stable at the same time.
You're saying the laws of physics don't apply to the
It's
subatomic
magic.
realm.
It becomes magic.
Got it.
Most of atoms are empty space. We don't even understand what the fuck is going on. We know that particles communicate instantaneously with other particles that are nowhere near them, miles away.
There are two places at the same time.
They're intertwined in some strange way that we don't understand. If something becomes so advanced that it has control over those forces and it utilizes all of those forces, and it literally has a complete understanding of everything that's happening at every given time in the entire universe.
So this could potentially happen in our lifetime, right? Let's say.
If it doesn't, it's going to happen in our kids' lifetimes if our kids make it.
But think about it. If it happens in our lifetime, our generation will have lived before the internet, and singularity.
Yeah, the singularity.
What a crazy
2045
existence.
is what Kurzweil believes.
Imagine we lived through all of that. Imagine we lived through the time where I couldn't get in touch with you unless you were home and
yell
could
out the
hear
window.
your phone.
Yeah.
And we could also live at a time where I could instantaneously be at your fucking house.
Yeah, in the same life. Yeah, we're probably the civilization, our time period, that's experienced the most radical change, other than like obviously wars, nuclear bombs, things like that hit that's pretty radical change. But globally, the most radical change in terms of how the culture communicates with itself, with the access to information, what's true and what's not true. There's never been a time like this.
Who's leading the AI research in the world right now?
Well, there's quite a few different companies that are competing. There's the Google AI that got shut down. The United States supposedly is in the lead,
China's
but how would we know?
There, I imagine.
They'll be the first to hit that switch.
Why? Because they just don't have the same. Yeah.
They don't give a fuck.
That is the advantage of not giving a fuck.
Not giving a fuck and having a dictatorship.
Yeah.
You know,
with a singular goal. We don't have
and
to.
Also, a country like you have to respect the history of China. China has thrived economically for 4,000 years.
Yeah, they kept it all together.
China has a temple of their first emperor.
Yeah.
Where they are afraid to enter it because apparently he booby-trapped it with so much mercury that you open the doors, it'll just flood everyone with mercury. He created some crazy booby trap, and all the ground around that area tests very high in levels of mercury. So they think some of it is like seeping into the ground. So they think it's true. So this is the guy that had the terracotta statues that are guarding.
They're underwater?
No, it was all underground. It was all buried. So he had this temple that's underground that is probably filled with who knows how many priceless artifacts, and people are afraid to open it. This is the first emperor of China. Google the first emperor of China's.
I was trying to find out.
Bro, they can't open the temple. They want to go in and see it, but they're afraid it's booby-trapped with mercury. Like, how much fucking mercury would you have to have?
And how long ago are we talking about?
Like
94 BC.
What year was it, Jamie?
Wow,
94 BC.
Wow.
This is
the booby trap legend circa 94 BC. I don't know how to say his name. Sima Quan wrote a clear and illuminating description of what lies beneath the 51.3 meter high mound in his famous work, the Shijit. In the 9th month, the first emperor was buried at Mount Li. When the first emperor had just come to the throne, excavations and building work had taken place at Mount Li. But when he unified all under heaven, convicts to the number of more than 700,000 were sent there from all over the empire. They dug through the 3 springs and poured down molten bronze to make the outer coffin, and replicas of palaces, pavilions, all the various officials, and wonderful vessels and other rare objects were brought up to the tomb, which was then filled with them. Craftsmen were ordered to make crossbows and arrows, which would operate automatically so that anyone who approached what had been excavated was immediately shot. Quicksilver, mercury, was used to represent the various waterways, the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, and the Great Sea, being made by some mechanisms to flow into each other, and above were arranged the heavenly constellations, and below was the layout of the land. Candles were made out of whale fat. Alternative literal translations, mermaid ointment, wow, or man fish oil. What the fuck does that mean? Human oil, probably, from burned people's fat. For it was reckoned that it would be a long time before they were extinguished. The second generation said, it would not be right that any of the previous emperor's concubines should emerge from this place unless she has a son. They were all ordered to accompany him to death, and those who died were extremely numerous. After the burial had taken place, someone mentioned the fact that the workers and craftsmen who constructed the mechanical devices would know about all the buried treasures, and the importance of the treasures would immediately be disclosed. Consequently, when the great occasion was finished and after the treasures had been hidden away, the main entranceway to the tomb was shut off and the outer gates lowered, so that all the workers and craftsmen who had buried the treasure were shut in, and there were none who came out again. And the vegetation and trees were planted to make it look like a hill. So they killed 700,000 workers? Is that what they're saying?
Holy
Thus
shit.
we find the source of the legends we know today. But Sima Quan wrote in his description 123 years after the death of Shi Huang. Could his fantasy-like account of the mermaid ointment, probably whale oil, flowing rivers of mercury, 700,000 laborers, crossbow booby traps, and buried alive workers be credible? Or is he just writing for effect? Can we trust the descriptions?
Jesus.
says that one of the camp's historians celebrates the trustworthiness of Sima Quan by emphasizing the extreme care which Sima Quan gathered and weighed available evidence in an attempt to convey an objective portrait of the Chinese past. Other camps are more skeptical, stressing there were intensely personal motivations that prompted Sima Quan's, is that how I say it? Am I saying it right? Sima Quan decision to complete masterwork of history begun by his father. The more suspicious camp accuses Quan of exaggerating his accounts by being too much of a lyrical romanticist, too religious to convey an accurate depiction of history. But either way, they found mercury all around that area, and they still have not opened it. They're still worried. And this is like thousands of years later.
Has China ever been fractured? Like in the way that Europe is fractured, you know, you've had, or even the Roman Empire, like had this like large swath of land and control, and then it's been broken up. Like China seems like this massive landmass with all these people for a very long period of time.
Well, I think,
how do you maintain that?
That's the way they do it. I mean, it's kind of impressive.
It's unbelievably.
It's very impressive. It's very impressive that they've been around for 4,000 years and that they've done this.
And what is maintaining that?
Power.
But what? Is it just fear? Is it religion?
It's fear.
I don't think that they're very religious, right?
Nah. Well,
at least now they're not.
Well, they definitely shun other religions, like the Uyghurs.
I think they shun all because it, you know, is a threat to the power.
Right. It's about the state.
But to maintain that identity, to maintain a cultural identity for 4,000 years.
Uh-huh.
Wow. How do you do that?
You do it by playing 4D chess. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And they're definitely doing that. I mean, the involvement in our education institutions, buying up American farmland.
What do you think about that? Like, they're clearly playing a different game.
Oh, yeah.
They're playing an
much more
game.
sophisticated game.
Yeah, and they're using, I think, capitalism against us.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's something that we got to be a little bit more aware of. Like, capitalism is an amazing system, but it's amazing when you're the richest country. When there are other countries with wealth, they can start buying things and they can start implementing their influence. When they hold the carrot, right? Like, that's the scary thing. You can change culture without even telling people to change. When you know that China buys 10 movies and they have to be made with these specifications, right? Hollywood will start making movies according to those specifications because they want to make the money.
Yeah.
Right? But now China's influencing our culture and the movies that disseminate America on the hope that China will buy them. They don't all get bought, but the movies are different.
Yeah.
How else can they influence like that? If you hold the fucking carrot, you can put anything you want out there.
Yes.
And they don't hold all the carrots, but they can partially hold it. It is a dangerous thing. You have to be concerned with how much foreign investment comes into your country.
We just let other countries who are enemies buy land.
Yeah, that is peculiar.
Not just that. We let them sell us routers, sell us networking equipment because it's cheaper.
I thought we stopped that.
Well, they still have a lot.
I thought that was the whole Huawei thing. Where
that was only Huawei. That was only Huawei. But if you look at, like, Mike Baker laid this out to me. All of the cell towers and all the stuff that's around, like, military bases, a lot of the equipment has been provided by China.
I can't fathom.
They provide it cheaper.
I can't fathom that our military would be purchasing technological equipment from
the same military that made Rachel Levine the first female admiral. You don't think? You don't think they could fuck that up too? The same military that made that fucking bag stealer, that bald-headed bag stealer who was stealing shit. That was the person in charge of nuclear waste disposal.
And are they an expert in any way?
Oh, no. They're an expert in wearing women's shoes.
That's it.
That's all you have to be. That's all you have to be. You just got to check the right box. We're in the DEI program now, bro. And a lot of that is also funded by China. A lot of it in Russia as well. And they look, Yuri Bezmenov talked about this in the 1980s, how they've infiltrated our education institutions.
Yeah.
And then they're slowly turning us into Marxists, and they're slowly having us erode our faith in democracy and our pride in the country.
Yeah, pride does seem like it's at an all-time low. It's a really disappointing thing.
Yeah, but I feel like it's like waves. Like things go
Pendulum
back and
shift.
forth.
Yeah, pendulum shifts 100%, but it is one of those things
There's
where
overcorrections and there's recorrections.
Yeah.
You know, like I think that's the defund the police thing too. That's the overcorrection.
Yeah.
Right. And then the no cash bail. That's the overcorrection.
Yeah.
And then people are like, oh my God, look at all this chaos and crime. We gotta
shift back.
And
yeah.
hopefully they do. And hopefully they figure that out.
But what about pride? How do we instill pride? How do we make people proud to be part of the American experience? It's not to say that all of us are not. There's definitely a lot that are. But how do we reinstill that?
I think one of the things is a simplistic answer, but one of the things is American manufacturing and American-made things.
Yeah, what are we
making?
and
have people support American-made companies and give people real jobs where they get, just because something costs less because it's made in a country where people get paid nothing doesn't mean you should buy that.
Yeah.
And if you could buy something that maybe costs more, but it gives people a living wage and health care and they have families and they could buy a house, that's what you should be buying.
Why are you proud to be American?
It's a great fucking place.
Yeah, it is. It's the best.
It's the cultural center point of the whole planet.
It's the only place you can live all 12 months.
Really?
Where else would you live for 12 months? Name another country.
Bali.
Fuck out of here. You can go rainy season in Bali, walking around in fucking rainbow sandals like Bert Kreischer.
How much does it
You're
rain?
out of your mind.
Does it rain a lot?
In Bali?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get that green without the rain.
Right. So we get like typhoons and shit.
Yeah, you're not living
You don't
there.
want a tropical storm, son.
You don't want it.
You don't want a tropical
Especially
storm.
without infrastructure.
Yeah, but you don't want to live in Kansas either when the tornadoes come.
But you have the opportunity to not live there.
That's true.
That's the thing about America. You can live
November to April, the wet season.
Yeah, fuck that.
Often called the rainy season or monsoon season.
Yeah, we're not
due to
doing
its
it.
heavy storms and downpours.
We're not doing it.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is like there isn't another country that you can live all 12 months of the year.
You go to Abu Dhabi. They make it rain.
In the fucking
They
sun.
make it rain.
But think about it. In the summer, in July, in Abu Dhabi,
Right.
there's
It
no
was so
fucking
hot
way.
there that the Saudis would come to LA for relief.
Of course. They go to
Saudi
London. Who goes
summer.
to fucking London?
Yeah.
For weather.
Right.
So it's like, this is the only one. I genuinely, I cannot think of another one. 12 months.
The whole country. Yeah. And
Where
if you
else?
live in Phoenix, you can live the whole country all year round.
But you can move around here.
Yeah.
You can live,
True.
if you have the money, you can live in New York for these months, you go
Right.
to Florida, you go to whatever. There's an option.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
You can't live anywhere else. But that's not the pride thing for me. I think the pride thing is like, I truly believe you can be the best version of yourself here. And I think anybody else in the world can be the best, most successful version of themselves here. And that's why I'm proud to be American.
Well,
You can reach your full potential in this country.
it's a fun place.
Hey, there's a lot of fun places.
Yeah.
But can you reach your full potential in these other places? They took fucking Jack Ma and they brought him into a basement
Yep.
when he got too powerful in
China
China.
talked a little shit.
He thought he was bigger than the system.
Yeah.
So they shut it down. They saw what was happening to our tech billionaires here, and they're like, hey, we're not going to let that fucking shit happen here. You're going to the basement. Here, I'm not saying Joe Rogan isn't going to be successful no matter where he goes, but you're going to have fucking issues if you're in China coming and having this much influence and a podcast and do it. You're going to have a talk.
Yeah.
You're going to have some basement talks.
Yeah.
But in this fucking country, you can be the greatest version of yourself. And I don't know if there's another country that offers that opportunity.
And more importantly, anyone that's trying to stop that is un-American. If you're trying to
stop
censor
someone's
people's
greatness.
speech,
Yes.
if you're trying to stifle people's growth,
And
because they
Americans
don't,
will fight for you because of it. It happens. This is the hit piece thing. When we see the hit piece, it tears at like our American identity. Even if you don't admit you are, there's a part of you that's going, whoa, this person's trying to be great. And we're all here because we're trying to be great, or our family came here to be great. And this person's trying to be great, and the world is trying to stop that. Fuck them.
it's some people are trying to stop that.
Some people are trying to stop that, but we have animosity for those people that are trying to stop greatness, because it is a core tenet here.
Yes.
You can be great. An individual can be great here.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really special thing that we kind of lose here, that we lose sight of. But it is what makes me proud. Maybe it's because my mom's not from here and she came here and she felt like she had all this opportunity. And it was like, you can't tell my mom it's not the greatest country in the world. So I'm kind of like, I grew up with that. And there, of course, there's tons of problems, but this idea that like you can really achieve.
You're always going to have problems when you have human beings.
Yes.
And there's no perfect solution. Like universal basic income isn't the perfect solution. Welfare is not the perfect solution. There's no perfect solution to fix all that ails us. But at least here, You can go from the bottom to the top.
You can go for it.
Yeah.
You can really go for it. And you're not like
start from the bottom now.
Facts. In some places, like you might have the aptitude to go from the bottom to the top, but the culture will be oppressive.
Yeah.
And I'm not even talking about third world. I'm not talking about China. I'm talking about there are places where there's a system where like, hey, you're working class. How dare you try to not be working class?
Yeah, that's what my friends in England say. My friends in
My
England.
mom's from Scotland. That's what it was.
Yeah.
It's
They
like, how
come
dare
over
you
here.
try to be great?
Mm-hmm.
And here it's like, wait, you're not trying to be great?
Right.
Why aren't you trying to be great? You have the opportunity to be great.
Right.
And when we see greatness, we support it.
Yeah.
That's not to say that we don't have jealousy and animosity, but there still is a version of it here where it's like, nah, that motherfucker's great. And I am excited by that person's greatness.
Yeah. If you're a winner.
If
But then you're also going to have a bunch of people that are just happy when you fall.
That's humans.
Yeah.
That is humans.
Yeah.
We have it too.
Yeah.
But there's not a cultural oppression
Right.
that exists for greatness.
Exactly.
The place is built to go to the top.
Yep.
And it makes me proud. For me, I really like. I wish more people would grab onto that idea.
Yeah. And it's all of us too. That's what's so crazy about the idea that the American flag, the symbol, the American flag is offensive.
It's the best flag.
But it's so crazy that's all of us. That's even the good, the stuff that you think is good about America. Even if you're like the hardcore, the most hard, far left, hippie, fucking anarchist, like you are a part of America.
Yeah.
Your ideas are America as well. That flag is yours too.
And we kind of need them.
We need everybody.
We need that back and forth. We need that
balance.
pendulum to swing. We do.
We need balance.
Because you see what happens when there's just people existing in that echo chamber. You saw what happens in fucking San Francisco or even LA. You see like an idea permeate, and then a very lax law or a lack of enforcement of that law create a culture that people are now not happy with. Like if you ask the average person in LA or San Francisco, they're like, maybe we need some rules now. I think rules would be okay.
Yeah,
we could punish some crimes. It's okay.
Yeah.
When you exist in the echo chamber, you're fighting for different sides of liberalism. You don't have that balance where these people are yelling at these people and we kind of end up in here.
Right.
And that's healthy.
Right.
That little back and forth is healthy.
Right.
And yeah, I don't know. I get stoked off the American experience, but it does make me sad when I feel like everybody's upset about the right thinks it sucks. The left thinks it sucks. Everybody just thinks it sucks. And it's like, I don't know, man.
Well, I just think there's a lot of problems that exist today that weren't problems decades ago.
For example,
particularly social issues with the impact of social media has thrown this country into a fucking turmoil.
What do you mean?
It's a force that we didn't anticipate. The amount of echo chambers that exist, the amount of people that gather up together in these groups, and they have full confirmation bias. They only believe one side. They disregard all evidence from the other side.
Yeah.
They dig their heels in. They want to be on the right side of history. They want to win. If Donald Trump wins, it's a threat to democracy. Joe Biden's a criminal. He's a threat to democracy. Our whole life is at stake with this election. It's if you're on the wrong side, you've been co-opted by the bad people.
Yeah.
And there's just so much tension that exists today where you can't have a difference of opinion with your neighbors. Where it used to be, if your neighbor was a Republican and you were a Democrat, nobody gave a shit.
Yeah.
Like, what's up, Bob? Maybe he would get annoying. He'd want to talk to you about fucking Watergate or something. Like, I gotta go, bro. I gotta go. But it wasn't anti-American.
It wasn't as divisive.
He wasn't the main problem in the world.
Yeah.
He wasn't a Nazi.
Yeah. He just
wanted to hold on to his money.
Exactly. He just thought you were a little bit of a pussy.
Yeah.
And you just thought he was maybe a little racist.
Yeah.
But you still barbecued.
Yeah.
It wasn't that
You
crazy.
said hi. You waved to each other when you were in the driveway.
Yeah. And now you think it's so divisive because of the internet. The echo chambers are created and it's this good versus evil mentality on both sides. So how dare you hang out with someone who's evil?
Yeah.
What does that make you?
It's crazy. And then also, like, people dig their heels in and put fucking political signs on their front lawn. My mom used to do that. When she lived in Florida. She had like Hillary Clinton signs on her front lawn. People kept stealing them. I'm like, Mom, take those down.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like what type of signs? I'm trying
like Hillary for president.
Oh, hilarious! Your mom.
Yeah.
The apple falls far from the tree.
Yeah. They keep taking my signs. I'm like, Mom, don't put those.
It's
signs
really
up.
you.
You're living in Florida.
It's just you. You're just sending people to take the signs down.
She was living in Florida. I'm like, what do you expect? It's a red state.
So was she a big liberal?
Oh, my mom's a huge liberal.
Really?
Yeah.
Does she acknowledge that
they were
liberal?
hippies when I was a kid. We lived in San Francisco during the height of the anti-war movement.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I grew up when I was 7 years old. We moved to San Francisco.
Do you remember this?
Yeah, very clearly. Yeah.
And is this kind of like informed your politics?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we lived in a gay neighborhood. It was like all these hippies and the gay guys would whistle at my stepdad.
No way.
Yeah, man. It was funny.
So you're like, I need to learn martial arts.
No, it wasn't dangerous.
These guys are coming.
It wasn't dangerous. I mean, there was some crime. You know, I got like my basketball stolen once, but it wasn't bad. It was a different time. It was like there was a lot of peace. Peace and love was real back then. Like the hippie movement was a real thing. And you know,
you felt it was pure.
Yeah, it was. They were nice people, man. I didn't even know what the N-word meant until I moved to Florida.
No way.
I'd never heard it. I never heard it in San Francisco. Nobody believes me. I didn't hear it. Nobody said it.
Wow.
It was so integrated. It was like everybody was like Asian and black and white, and it was just like the hippie movement was real, man, and it permeated the city in a kind way. They were nice people.
Yeah.
It was a different time. And it was also, when I was living there, was when the Vietnam War ended. And I remember very clearly thinking to myself, as like, I guess I was 10 or something.
Yeah.
Like, oh, boy.
You felt relief
so
as
happy,
a kid?
because now there won't be war anymore. They figured out that war is bad. Because while Vietnam was going on, everybody knew it was a crazy war. It didn't make any sense. There was all these protests. And then there was like Kent State, where they shot the fucking protesters.
Yeah.
You know, the National Guard came and shot the protesters.
Yeah.
So there was this craziness, this turmoil in this country that didn't exist. You know, it was a way that it's.
Wait a minute, this is interesting. More than now, you felt?
It's hard to say because I was a kid. You know, but there was definitely a thing where they were drafting people to go and fight in this war.
Yeah.
And that was part of it.
Yeah.
Was the conscription that they were forcing you to go die in war.
Yeah.
And we knew people that had gotten forced to go over there.
Yeah.
And, you know, knew people that had died over there.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was a weird fear that they could force you to go to war. And so when that was over, there was this relief, like, whew, okay, good, we figured that out. And then, you know, fucking 10 years later, I was hanging out with my roommate. We were watching Operation Desert Storm kick off on TV. Like, this is crazy.
Here we go again.
Here we go, man. It was me and my buddy Jimmy DiTilio. We're sitting in our house, and we were watching this. We were living together in Malden, Massachusetts, and we were watching this fucking TV while we're at war. Holy shit. We're watching the tracer missiles, you know, the tracer rounds.
I don't know what those are.
The way you could see the bullets, like they're lit up as they're flying through the air, and they're shooting them out of helicopters and shit. Like, and you know, Operation Desert Storm, the first war was like a lot. It was like the first war that was like televised.
Yeah,
like you could watch shit get blown up.
Yeah,
you know, and I can't believe it. I was like, God damn it, we're doing it again. And this is like, you know, it was, I guess, the 90s, right? When was the Iraq War? What was the first Iraq War?
Bush.
Before, when they pulled out.
What is first Bush? 92?
So they pulled out. We only lost like a small number of troops. Gulf War, 90 to 91.
Got it.
So it was quick, and and Bill Hicks had the great bit about it.
What he said?
He goes, it's only a war when two armies are fighting.
Yeah.
And he goes, so they say, Bill, they say the Iraq War is the 5th largest army. He goes, yeah, but after the first two, there's a big drop off. He goes, the Salvation Army's number 3.
That's funny. That's funny.
It's a great bit, but it's true.
Yeah,
I mean,
they gotta
like,
find a way to justify it.
You know, and guys were just practicing. They were just doing stuff. Remember he had that bit, like, pull up G12. What does G12 do? Let's find out. And they're just like going through the weapons catalog. Like, pull that one up. Shoot it. Oh, shit. What's G13 do? And that was a Hicks bit.
Yeah. Fuck.
Bro.
Yeah,
and that one confused the shit out of everybody because we thought war was easy. We thought, bro, we just go over there and fuck everybody up real quick.
And why
like
do we think? Well, why do we think war was easy? Oh,
because they did
you're
it.
saying afterwards we thought
Iraq
war was
War was so easy for us.
That
The
we
first
thought that's
Iraq
war.
War. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas Vietnam was this like
difficult, long, dredged
Didn't make
out.
any sense
Yeah,
either.
yeah.
This
yeah.
one was more like, oh, there's a despot. We got to get him out. Look how quick we could do it. He invaded Kuwait. Look how quick we take care of business. This is how. And we're like, God damn, America's pretty badass. So we got super cocky. It was like Mike Tyson before he fought Buster Douglas.
Yeah,
We're like, Mike Tyson
Everybody's
fights a
going
blowout.
down.
I'm not paying $50 for that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to last 30 seconds. And then you don't pay for the Buster Douglas fight. You're like, no.
Yeah.
What? He lost? No way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so then the second Iraq war, and then you got real casualties. The invasion of Afghanistan, and it's going on forever and ever and ever. And it doesn't make any sense. You realize, oh, God, this is a never-ending war. This is almost like Vietnam. This is crazy.
Yeah.
It is horrible, man. I mean, that's the most horrible thing that people do, and it's the one thing that we don't think people will ever stop doing.
Which is war.
War. If you ask people, you think in 10 years there'll be no war?
No way.
No way.
No way.
There's never been a time. There's never been a time while we've been alive with our tribal instincts that we haven't decided to control someone's resources or justify an invasion or come up with some reason why someone's wronged us and blow up pipelines. And
we did blow it up, huh?
I don't think they did it. Why would they do it? Why would they cut off their supply of gas to Europe and miss out on all that money?
So CIA does it, or
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be just talking completely out of my ass, but Seymour Hersh said the CIA did it.
Wow.
And he's a very, very well-respected journalist. I mean, he's about top of the food chain.
Yeah.
He's a legit journalist.
Yeah.
But what does he know? And what does he, I mean, if you weren't there, how much of it is disinformation? How much can get shuffled down even to you as a journalist? That's just straight bullshit.
Yeah.
They're sophisticated, man. I mean, these people that are running, you know, what do you call the deep state, the intelligence agencies?
Yeah.
You know, there's people that want to disband all of them, like the Vivek Ramaswamy guys. I think you need them because I think the world operates in a very clandestine way. There's other countries have agencies that are doing the same thing the CIA does. If we don't have a better one, that's not good.
Yeah.
If you don't have an army, if you don't need an army, we have flowers. You need a fucking army.
Yeah.
You want to keep peace, you need an army.
Yeah.
You want to keep an eye on all the terrorist organizations in the world that are planning on blowing up America?
You need a CIA.
You need a CIA. You fucking need them. You need all of them. You need the NSA. You need all of them.
Yeah.
You need those people. But in those people, you're going to get cowboys. You're going to get people that say, you know, I know how we can fund the Contras versus the Sandinistas. Sell drugs.
Yeah.
Let's just move some crack through L.A. We can make millions of dollars. No one knows.
Yeah.
So you get Freeway Ricky Ross.
Yeah.
You bring him in. He's making untold amounts of money, and he's doing it for the government.
The fucking government.
And that's why he's not getting arrested. And he doesn't even know. And he doesn't even figure it out until he goes to jail.
Isn't that crazy?
Because he doesn't even know how to read until he goes to jail.
But that is interesting. A lot of these actors don't even know that they're involved.
No.
It's way less involved
exactly
than we believe it is.
There's so many layers to it, and it must be so fun to be the dude
to be
who's
the
like,
people orchestrating it.
to be like that. I would never want to leave. I was the head of the Pentagon. What a great job. Show up every day, your fucking Mercedes-Benz AMG, you hop out with your cufflinks. Like, let's fucking, let's get you rolling in the world. Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go. You're on Adderall, and you're fucking hopped up, having a good time, getting work done. You're a great asset to the company. You know, I love this company, and I know this company loves you, and you're fucking all in, buddy, at the expense of your marriage, your family, your friends. You're lying to everybody around you because you can't tell them what you're doing.
Yeah.
Nobody can know because they're fucking Signal. Bitch, you think that thing's secure?
No way.
No way.
They made it.
I bet they did.
Yeah, because you get to a certain point with success in this country where you have to be integrated into the government.
100%.
Google's integrated. Facebook is integrated.
They have to be. How do you think the fucking FBI was in Twitter? Hey, we're getting pressure from of our constituents.
Yeah.
We're getting pressure from this organization that gives us immense amounts of money, and we'd like you to put the fucking kibosh
on that
on this stuff that's be a problem. Whether it's a laptop story or whether it's the COVID misinformation, whatever it is.
So how do you maintain your sovereignty?
That's a good question. How do you do it?
You.
Me personally? I gotta pee. Well, when I come back, let's talk about that.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're back.
Okay, how do you maintain your sovereignty? How do you are the most influential person on the planet. Government agencies would love to have a hold of you, I imagine. how do you make sure that you create distance between you and them so you can put out the content you want to do?
I haven't even thought about it.
But you know that they must try.
Yeah, but I mean, like, first of all, I'm not a valid source of information, but I can get you valid sources of information.
Meaning the
like
people
I'm not an expert in anything other than like martial arts, and I can give you some information about some things. Comedy, I can talk to you about stand-up
I think
comedy.
you're being humble, but
no,
okay.
but I'm being honest.
Okay.
I'm not a legitimate expert in anything, but I can bring experts on, and I can have honest conversations with them. And as a human being that is in this world, it is imperative that we have access to all sorts of information, even information that might not be correct.
Yes.
You got to know why the person thinks the way they think, even if I disagree with them. Well, why do you think that?
Yeah.
Like how does it work in your head? Have you considered this? I'll steel man their position.
Yeah.
I try to find out. And if you're silencing people that are from Stanford and Harvard, like they did during COVID, actual experts,
yeah,
you're doing a disservice to human beings,
yeah,
including you and your family.
Yeah.
Because if you're lying or allowing people to lie about medication or about the adverse effects of medication, that is not just you.
Yeah.
That's everyone that you know that's also going to take that medication upon your admission or your recommendation. You're doing a disservice to everyone, to the whole. The person who's telling the truth is doing a service to everyone, the whole.
So how do we parcel out the truth?
You got to listen to everybody.
And then you make that decision.
It takes time. Look how long it took from COVID to figure out what was going on.
Yeah.
You remember the early videos? You will not get it. The virus stops with you if you take this vaccine. Now it's like you will not die. But that's not even true.
Weren't going to die, but
you probably won't die.
Yeah.
You won't get hospitalized. Well, how do you know it's going to get hospitalized in the first place? Most people didn't get hospitalized.
Yeah.
Do you know what the percentage of people, even in the early days, got hospitalized from COVID? Well, 5%.
Wow.
5%.
Which is a lot for 300 million people. That is a lot.
It's a lot.
But still, to not even retract publicly some of the statements made and to vilify the people that were putting out that other information is a very dangerous situation.
Well, the CDC had to take down all of their quote. Was it the FDA or the CDC? The FDA. The FDA had to take down all of their tweets about COVID with in reference to ivermectin.
Wow.
Like, you're not a horse, y'all. Stop it.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Was that the CDC? Find who made that. You're not a horse, y'all.
Yeah.
That was one of them. And this is about a medication that had been prescribed billions of times to human beings.
Yeah.
The FDA. You're not a horse. You're not a cow. Seriously, y'all. You're not a horse. You're not a cow. Seriously, y'all. Stop it. Why you should not use... Go back. Why you should not use ivermectin to treat or prevent COVID-19 from FDA.
Wow.
Just like... That is just propaganda. Just full-on propaganda.
Yeah.
That's like saying penicillin is veterinary medicine, because they do use it in veterinary applications.
Yeah.
But it's for humans too, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
And has it been used for humans? Has it saved lives? Yes.
Yeah.
Has ivermectin won the fucking Nobel Prize?
Yeah.
Yes.
So is penicillin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a human medication that has one of the safest profiles of any medication known.
Yeah.
And now they had to take down, pull the article that they had to take all that down. So they had to delete 140 social media posts that were disparaging ivermectin.
I didn't even know this.
And they just lost in court. Pierre Corey has been like ringing the bells for this. FDA agrees to delete "You're not a horse" ivermectin tweet. The FBI did not admit to wrongdoing under the terms of the settlement. Oh, that's great. They don't have to admit they were wrong because they were wrong.
Yeah.
They don't have to admit it. We know you're wrong. Great. You don't have to admit it.
Right.
Go ahead. The agency said the settlement detailed in the Thursday court filing in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Texas does not mean it changes position that no data shows ivermectin to be an effective COVID treatment. The agency is choosing to resolve this lawsuit rather than continuing to litigate over statements that are between 2 and nearly 4 years old. Oh, we said those 4 years ago, guys. The FDA said in an emailed statement, the agency has not authorized or approved ivermectin for use in preventing or treating COVID-19. But doctors have always been allowed to use off-label medications, especially when shown to be effective.
Right.
And there's a ton of randomized controlled trials that shows ivermectin to be effective
Right.
for the treatment of COVID-19,
Right.
including in entire Uttar Pradesh in India,
yeah.
where that's all they used it. They had
UP,
an
yeah.
incredible result.
Yeah.
Like, people have used it. They used it. But when I used it and I had no fucking idea what can of worms I was opening up.
Yeah, they made you look like this.
Bro, they
fucking
changed
skull.
my color. They changed the color of my face. CNN was all in, but to their own detriment.
And now people lost faith in
Oh
in
my
CNN.
God. The COVID thing to them was one of the worst experiences in terms of public trust.
Yeah. Well, I think public trust is an all-time low in general. And
Yes.
that's their bed that they made. So that's the question, is like, how do you start believing again? Because there is an importance in believing and trusting the systems
Yes.
that we have. Like, it is important that we trust the medical field, right?
Yes.
I mean, maybe not blindly, and maybe we should have more information, but it is important when we go into the, like I was just telling you, like with my daughter, I was like, okay, it's time to get vaccines, and I freaked out. I genuinely freaked out.
Yeah.
I told you I was scared, and I didn't do enough research. I'm in that room, and I'm like, I think I need the weekend.
Yeah.
And yeah,
all of my friends that even are doctors, who had no questions about the vaccines before COVID, they recommended all of them. Now a lot of them are changing their tune.
So
because
they have more skepticism based on the information that came out about the COVID vaccine or vaccines in general.
First of all, just the propaganda campaign behind the COVID vaccine.
So once they saw this
total
propaganda
denial of any adverse effects, even though they personally knew people who had strokes, heart attacks, died.
Okay.
The died suddenly thing, the fact that athletes were dropping like flies. The athletes thing was nuts.
That was scary because these are the people that are in the best shape.
Soccer players
in the world.
having heart attacks, just dropping dead, all of them vaccinated.
Yeah.
When you're seeing these people just drop dead, reporters on TV just fainting, passing out. People I know personally that got the shot that blacked out.
Yeah.
Quite a few. One of them, two guys I know that have fucking pacemakers now. One of them's in his 30s, one of them's in his 40s as a fucking pacemaker now.
And you should at least have that information before you make that decision.
Well, you should know that that information exists, and instead they're trying to hide it, and they're trying to gaslight you about it. And then there's the thing about all-cause mortality. The increase in all-cause mortality there's a jump in all-cause mortality after the administration of the vaccines. All-cause mortality is people that die from everything, die from heart attack, stroke, cancer.
Yeah.
All-cause mortality went up in some groups as much as 40%.
These are the control groups that have taken the vaccine.
Right. Well,
this is just for COVID or?
Well, people, just in general.
Yeah.
More people are dying. The percentage of all-cause mortality is in certain groups up significantly. Mm-hmm. I think in England, they did a study that said it was up 20% across the board. In some groups, like 18 to 49. In some groups, it was up like as high as 40%. And that means that 40% more people are dying from cancer, heart attacks, strokes, everything than were before. Everything, including people that probably would have died anyway.
Right.
But 40% more in some groups.
And there
are
are
dying.
other variables that exist as well.
Sure,
this is
there's
a weird time.
Lack of medical attention during COVID. People didn't see their doctors. Maybe there was things that alcoholism. People drank more. There's a lot of factors. But
we need
one
to
of
look at
those
all
factors might be this
thing
experimental
that we
medication.
jabbed into ourselves. Yeah.
And the resistance against that being possible is crazy.
Yeah.
And it's because people, first of all, they advocated for it. They told you to get it. They probably chastised people and scolded people that didn't get it.
Yeah.
So now they have this opinion that they have started with and they're stuck with, and they want to be correct. They don't want to back. They don't want to back off. It takes a very courageous person to say
I'm fucking wrong.
Not only was I wrong, but I probably fucked people over, and a lot of people might have been adversely affected.
That's your career, your life, your identity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially if you're an intellectual.
That builds your entire identity around being right.
Yes, and there's massive pressure from all these institutions that have always been unquestionable in the past, like the FDA or the CDC.
It's like a botched surgery. If you go for plastic surgery and somebody fucks it up, you're not going back to that doctor. So they're terrified. So they have to go, no, we were right, 100% right. Trust me, I want to continue doing this. Okay, so the skepticism starts there, and then it starts to bleed into all vaccines.
Exactly. And that's
Which
what
is
it is with
okay to
some
have.
friends of mine that are physicians. And then you read what Robert Kennedy says.
Yeah.
And Robert Kennedy is the guy that gets put in the kook category.
Yeah.
And I had to admit that to him when I had him on the podcast.
What'd he
I
say?
had an opinion of you that was based on propaganda.
Yeah.
I thought you were this wacky conspiracy theorist guy. You're nuts.
Yeah.
You're the guy that's telling you like fucking, you know, take silver iodine. You're going to never get sick again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you put them in this category of like holistic medicine guys or
yeah.
whatever. That's what's not even a bad thing.
Yeah.
But you put them in this naturopath category, kooky category, conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat.
Yeah.
And then I read his book. I read The Real Anthony Fauci. And you read that book and you're like, okay, if this is not true, why isn't he getting sued? And it seems like this is the exact same playlist that they ran during the AIDS crisis. And that's the Dallas Buyers Club. The Dallas Buyers Club is all about that. It's all about Anthony Fauci. It's all about restricting medication to people that have HIV and forcing them to take AZT, which was killing everybody. AZT kills people. It was a chemotherapy medication they stopped using because it kills people quicker than cancer. People that were asymptomatic from HIV were put on AZT, and they were dead within 6 months. It's a chemotherapy medication you're supposed to stay on. No chemotherapy medication you stay on indefinitely. You take them for a course because it's damaging, because it's killing the cancer, but it's also killing you. And then it kills the cancer and you recover, and now the cancer is gone, and that's how chemotherapy works when it works.
Just kept them on the whole time.
But they weren't using it for cancer anymore. Ooh, read the book. Not only that, they experimented with vaccines for HIV on foster kids in New York, and a bunch of them died. It's all in the book. And if it's not true, why didn't
they sue his ass?
Why isn't he getting sued? Why aren't there articles written pointing out all the things that are absolutely wrong with what he's saying about the HIV crisis?
So your position is fair skepticism about the vaccines, and let's get some more studies and information out there, and then we can make our own decisions based on that.
Right. What's the cause of the uptick in chronic illness, autism, all these different things? What is it? Are there environmental factors? Is it contamination? Is it food? Is it pollution? What is it? What is it? What is it? And could it be that too? Could it be these vaccines? Is it possible that these people that tell these stories about having perfectly healthy children and then them getting vaccinated and then all of a sudden the kid like going non-responsive?
Yeah.
What that seems like it's possible that there's a correlation there. If there's a cause and then there's an effect. If there's an action and then there's an effect.
Let's see if there's a connection.
If there's a thing that you do, and all these parents, you could say a bunch of them, it was just a coincidental that the kids started showing it after the medication was administered, and maybe that's true. Maybe that's true.
And
but how do we know if that's not even considered?
I think there's a timing
taboo
thing too.
Subject.
Isn't there like a timing thing where like kids don't show those symptoms until one, and that is when you vaccinate them or something? So there are
there's correlational
issues here.
Doesn't mean causation.
Of course not. But let's study
the fact
it. Let's
that you
fucking look at
can't
it.
Ever even consider
looking like
that
a wacko.
injecting kids with chemicals, including mercury and aluminum, that you're doing this. That this might have a negative effect on some kids, and that maybe the corresponding uptick in these chronic illnesses and allergies and diseases and autism, maybe. What
was the allergy
you can't even
connection
say
again? What was
aluminum?
That's right, because every one of the vaccines has a little aluminum in it.
Yes. Well, the way it is, you have an inert form of the virus, right? And then you have this irritant. You have this thing that fucks with your body, and your body goes, "What is this?" The aluminum's there. Oh, there's a vaccine, or there's a virus in here, a dead virus. I'll create the antibodies. And it works. It does work. But does it also have negative effects? And is it a volume thing? Is it the amount of vaccines you give a kid all together?
Yes.
They're trying to give your kid like HPV vaccine right from birth. Like, when do they start giving them hepatitis B? That's when birth.
12 hours in, they came into the room and they're like, hepatitis B.
Yo!
And I was like, what is it? Because I didn't know what it was. And they're like, it's a disease that could kill your kid. And I was like, well, we should probably give it to her. And then I'm like, how do you even get it? And they're like, it's a sexually transmitted disease. And I was like, hold on.
Yeah.
Like, I think that we could pump the brakes a little bit.
12 hours old? Yeah. We got time.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I understand So now there's a skepticism. People
But then,
see
right now, just having this conversation, even talking about it the way we've talked about it so carefully, you'll be labeled an anti-vaxxer.
So
Andrew Schultz and Joe Rogan float
Okay.
around anti-vax conspiracy theories.
Well, we're not conspirizing right now, right?
Nope.
We're just literally saying maybe it's okay to do the research without shame.
Well, how is it not possible to talk about it without being labeled a kook? If this is a thing, if you're injecting kids with chemicals, and we know that medications have adverse effects, even simple medications. Some people have horrible effects from all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
There's people that can't take, like Aaron Rodgers couldn't take the mRNA vaccines because there's an ingredient in them that he's deathly allergic to.
Yeah. So an interesting thing is I asked the doctor, and she was actually great. The doctor was really great. Like, her mom was kind of anti-vax, and she's like, so I understand it. There's no pressure. I was telling you this.
Yeah.
And then she said this was interesting. I was like, what about if we scheduled them out, delayed them, I think is what they say.
Yeah.
And so you have less viral load at one time.
Right.
She said something interesting. She goes, listen, every vaccine has a little bit of preservative in it, right? You need to have a little bit in order to keep that inert disease alive or whatever. She goes, so the question you have to ask now is, okay, maybe the preservative isn't good to put in your kid, and now you're putting more of it in because you're doing more vaccines over a longer period of time. So this is a variable I didn't even fucking think of. I'm trying to lower the viral load that my 8-week-old baby has inside her, but now I'm increasing the preservative load that the baby has, and I don't know the effects of that. And that's why I had to walk out.
And the thing is, the medical institutions have been captured by pharmaceutical drug companies. And they're captured.
Well,
they're
by
captured by the agencies.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as a doctor is basing it all on his education and his understanding of this particular situation and the objective science of all of it. No, there's a narrative. There's a narrative that gets distributed. And that was the narrative during COVID. You must get vaccinated.
Yes.
They were telling people to get vaccinated right after they got over COVID. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
It's completely unscientific.
And they make it restrictive. Like, for example, my wife, in order for her to go to school, had to get the booster. Like, she was getting her MBA, and she had to.
Yeah.
So, and the same thing with kids. Like, if you want to put your kid in like a school, they have to have them all.
Yeah.
If you want to put it in a daycare,
if you want to travel, if you want to fly, certain jobs.
So you start to feel the pressure, and the outside pressure makes you go, okay, I'm being forced into this decision. I don't really have my freedom. You say I have my freedom, but I want my kid to get educated.
Right.
I want my kid to be able to go see their grandparents. I want my kid to do these things. And yeah, you do feel this, but you feel a social pressure. You don't want to be labeled a fucking anti-vax weirdo. But at the same time, it was hard as hell for my wife and I to get pregnant. So I'm really protective over this innocent little baby. And I don't want to be responsible for giving him something that could fuck him up. I don't know how to live myself. Yeah.
Clearly. Do you remember when Jenny McCarthy was saying that vaccine caused her son to be autistic, and she was just attacked mercilessly?
I don't remember, but
essentially it was like kind of the end of her ever being taken seriously. It was kind of the end of her career. Jenny McCarthy was huge.
At MTV days, I remember.
MTV days, she had her own sitcom. Like, there's Jenny McCarthy was doing a lot of different things, and you don't hear about her at all.
I think Robert De Niro even tried to.
TV show.
She had a TV show recently?
She's been on a show.
What is
The
it?
Masked Singer or whatever. She's a judge on that.
Oh, okay. So she's back.
Yeah.
But for a long time,
I think
she was
Robert-
like persona non grata. What is The Masked Singer?
It's a game show. Where
She's one of the. I'm so ignorant. I don't even know that show's still on the air.
It's been on, yeah.
Anyway, it's one of these things where you're like,
she's one of the judges.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's
it's
okay.
scary.
But if the conversation comes up with vaccines, like people roll their eyes, like, oh, Jenny McCarthy.
So what's
she's
the way
anti-science?
But what's the way to like talk about it and have the conversation?
We're not anti-vaccine movement. We're pro-safe vaccine.
Beautiful woman, huh?
Oh yeah.
2015.
Well, damn, bro. She could still be beautiful.
Yeah, Jamie's rude.
No, I was talking about when that was not
She's
a
an old
reference to
bitch
her
now.
age. It was the reference to when the
No, it just, I don't know. It's one of those things where like you're scared because you want to protect this thing that you really care about and love both ways. You don't want them to get a disease,
of course,
and get sick that you could have avoided, while at the same time you don't want to put something in them that could have a negative effect. So you're just in this stalemate.
I know.
And
you don't know who to trust.
And that's the
what to
problem with
believe.
information right now. It's like, I don't think we know what to believe about anything. It's like, even the trans visibility day thing, like every headline was Biden declares Easter trans visibility day.
Right.
And I read it and I was like, there is no way Like, yeah, maybe there's a bunch of lefties there, liberal leaning, but there's no way that he would declare Easter this way. And I looked into it. Trans Visibility Day started like 15 years ago.
Right.
3 years ago, they declared it. And then Easter obviously changes every year, the date. It doesn't change the day.
Right.
And then it ends up on the Sunday.
Right.
But the headline is Biden declares Easter Trans Visibility Day.
Right.
Once I read that and I know it's fake, now every headline is fake to me. And I think now I'm in this like, maybe we're all in this
Right wing and left
whirlpool.
wing, right.
They're all using it because there's money to be made out of it.
Clicks.
That click is valuable,
Mhm.
and they will knowingly, like we were talking about that woman earlier with the Huberman thing. There is money to be made out of that.
Yes.
And as long as there is money to be made from it,
They'll
will
go for it.
and they'll remove information that is incredibly important to the truth of the story.
Yeah.
I don't know how you solve
But that thing, the Biden thing, is kind of crazy because, you know, on this day of our Lord, like they make this declaration and they know that it's going to happen on Easter Sunday.
They know this year or maybe last year,
Yeah.
but when they started it, they're not
Right,
like,
it's just
how
March
are we going to take
31st.
away Easter from?
Right. It's like Thanksgiving. It always happens on a Thursday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
So
it's
Easter
like-
Sunday is always a Sunday.
But
And
it-
it could vary from April to March.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like it could be March 31st or it could be April 23rd. Like it's really wide.
Yeah.
The range that Easter Sunday falls
And
on.
they saw it coming this year, and they're probably like, fuck. If we move it, we hate the trans. If we don't move it,
I
we
doubt
hate the Christians.
I think they saw it as an opportunity to
in an
to-
election cycle.
Yeah,
Joe,
yeah,
it
yeah.
was
Because
absurd.
the loons on the left, they're all in with that
Joe
stuff.
doesn't know what a trans is.
Well, he knows. One of them got fired for stealing bags,
He
and the other
thinks
one
that's a
pulled their
woman.
tits out.
He's 80 years old. If you went to him and you were like, "That's actually a man," he would go, "There's no fucking way."
He
Show it to me.
Bro, that administration is all in on that stuff in such a hardcore way that he got interviewed by Dylan Mulvaney.
Yeah, and he thought that was a woman.
And I've been a girl for 350 days. He's like, oh, God bless you.
He's-
God bless you. That's what he said. Did you ever see that interview?
No.
Oh, it's wild. It's wild.
But like, I think none of us really believe he's making the decisions, right? He's just like
No.
a puppet for the.
Yeah.
And he's just there to get lambasted when all these things happen.
Yeah.
And then he forgets about it immediately afterwards.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
He
He's
has
a
no
perfect
fucking
guy to
clue.
blame for things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why he's there. That's why you get the 80-year-old dude.
But the idea that they're going to keep running him is just bananas.
I mean-
you're going to keep him in there. I can't believe that's real, but as time goes on, I'm starting to think they might actually keep running him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that they would switch him out. They're not in a position they can switch him out for anybody. Who
Well,
steps in?
he would have to kick
Not
the
Kamala.
bucket. No, not Kamala, but he would have to kick the bucket.
And then they just slide Newsom in or somebody?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
You think that's what they're hoping for
May.
secretly? May.
I think he's got until May.
No way.
I feel like right around May they're going to pull him.
No
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
And Newsom comes in.
I think he just has health problems, and then the country understands, and Newsom is going to have his support fully, and Kamala is going to like, I don't want to be president. I'm cool with being vice president.
So Newsom runs with Kamala?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think they can
Holy
pull
shit.
Kamala. I think as long as they keep her quiet, she's not. She's already
She's
whatever
been
liability sure
quiet,
is.
bro.
She's so quiet.
It's amazing. You know who else has been quiet? AOC. They get them to fall in line, huh?
Yeah.
They were loud, dancing, doing
Mhm.
TikToks, and then they go, hey, why don't you shut the fuck up over there,
Yeah.
kids? And then they shut up.
Also, don't
Yeah.
you want to be president someday, Alexandria?
They
Yeah.
carrot. They hang the fucking
And she
carrot.
probably could. She could probably pull it off. So there's a lot of factors,
Yeah.
you know, and you're basically auditioning to be the spokesperson for the machine.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it worked for Biden. He's the perfect example.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. If you're part of the machine, you look at Biden's career and you're like, oh, it does work out.
Yeah.
If I just play by the rules of the machine,
Yeah.
they'll put me in position one day and I'll have the power.
You don't even have to be good.
You don't. You have to be there.
Especially if you have a bad guy. That's one of the reasons why Hillary wanted Trump to run.
Because
She's like,
she's
I'll
like,
beat that
I
guy.
can beat
That
that
guy's
guy.
an idiot.
I can't beat somebody that's
Right.
competent. Competent.
Yeah. And
But-
actually looks like a leader.
Yeah.
Listen to this fucking maniac from The Apprentice.
And what does she find
yeah,
out?
I want to run him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoops.
Yeah.
Whoopsies.
Yeah.
And now he's more popular than ever.
I think it's easy for him actually this time around.
I don't know if it's real.
What do you mean?
Let's find out. Let's find out if they can rig it. Let's find out.
Oh, yeah, they'll do everything they
If
can.
the 2020 elections weren't rigged, let's say they weren't.
Yeah.
You don't think there's something that can be done to move things one way or the other? There's certainly the manipulation of media.
Of course.
Right? Now, you want to talk about election interference.
Mhm.
So forget about mail-in ballots. Forget about all that stuff. Access to information will affect elections.
For example,
when the government steps in and tells Twitter to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Yeah.
That laptop story, let's say they went all in,
Yeah.
they distributed it to all the media,
Yeah.
and then Fox News starts telling you all the evidence that shows that Biden was getting kickbacks and he's the big guy and 10% and all this money that went from millions of dollars and Burisma and all this. Where's that money gone?
Yeah.
What were the contracts?
Yeah.
What's happening? How does he have this job teaching for $1 million a year where he doesn't even show up? Like what is all of this stuff?
Game.
Like what is this?
That's the game.
And if that got into fence sitters, people are like, I don't know, Trump's kind of gross, but Biden's old. But I'm still going to vote for Biden because Trump's a bad guy. And then, oh, my God, Biden's a bad guy. Trump might be the answer. You know what? We were fine while he was in office. Let's run with him. Yeah. I mean, it's basically election interference because you're withholding information that would be detrimental to the person that you want to win. You're interfering.
Absolutely election interference.
So anybody said there's no election interference. That is election interference. And then you have Google search results, which Robert Epstein and his research has shown that Google search results, I know, right? Google search results have shown that you can manipulate, and with his research, you can manipulate the search results through the algorithm, and that will like highlight negative stories about the people that you want to be negative or positive stories about the people you want to be positive. And it can have an overall effect on how people vote. Because most people are surface information gatherers. They read headlines, like, got it. And then they go with it. And the headline might be horseshit. And you might get into the article. I mean, we've done that so many times. But wait a minute. This specifically says that that's not true. So what are they saying in the article? Complaints of. Oh, it's a complaint of. But then you get into it, you're like, oh, but it's not real.
Transvisibility.
There's so many things like that that can just affect public opinion. And there's so many people that will just say things publicly, and they think that this is a fact. They don't know what like. How many people you've seen got caught in that? Women only make 70 cents to a man's dollar. How many people you ever seen get caught in that thing? How come women should be paid the same that men are paid? No, argue in the streets. But they don't even understand what the argument is. The argument is men pick different jobs. They work longer hours. They don't take maternity leave. Overall, they make more money. This is why. They take jobs that are more dangerous. They take jobs that are higher risk.
It also includes the most wealthy people, which are men. So that's going to skew it in a dramatic fashion.
The top billionaires, they're all men except for chicks that got divorced.
Like Mackenzie Bezos. That is the best way to get rich. If you want to be a female billionaire, chop it in half.
But the thing is, like, female billionaires don't like that label that they got it, so they become philanthropists.
Oh, that's why Bezos' wife is.
She's a philanthropist. Billionaire philanthropist, Mackenzie Bezos. Where'd she get that money? Just being awesome.
Billionaire.
Just being amazing. No, she was married to a psycho. The psycho made all the money, and now she's distributing it to left-wing causes, and all the right-wing guys are complaining. And Elon's mad.
Wait, why is he
Elon
upset?
was saying something about her distributing these rich divorcees distributing to the downfall of democracy.
He's been going in.
He goes in, man.
It's really interesting to see how political he's gotten, and immediately upon being, because he was the darling of the left and the right.
Oh yeah, big time the left.
But the left obviously for the cars, right? But the right because he's a successful businessman, right? And the second he takes a position politically, he is chastised, shamed, ridiculed, and even before that, think about it. Everybody was invested in Tesla because the stock was going crazy. So not only are you the darling, you're making me money.
Right.
I want you to be great.
Yeah.
Once you're making people money, they don't want to write bad shit about you. Especially they got $1 million invested in Tesla. I'm not going to ridicule this guy and watch half of my money go away. And the second he opened his mouth about politics.
And the thing is, he snaps back at people.
He goes.
Which is crazy.
He goes.
Bro, he dunks on people. Which is hilarious.
But I'm also just like, don't you got some science to do? Get off
how
Twitter.
are you doing this? I don't understand how he does any of this.
AI, dude. He created another Elon.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's AI.
But what he's done with Twitter or X is really interesting.
I call it Twitter.
Yeah, it's hard for me to change.
Because it is an X that you made, or is it a tweet? Did you tweet something?
It's a tweet.
I tweeted it.
Yeah, it's Twitter.
It's kind of funny though because it is X.
Yeah, but it's Twitter.
But it's Twitter.
But like the idea that he is going to uphold this soapbox for free speech, despite having some awful things said, the greater outcome will be hopefully a civil society where ideas can permeate freely.
He may have very well saved
That
humanity in some way. Because by providing this one platform where people can actually speak their mind, up to a point, you know, I mean, there's still some rules,
sure,
but up to a point, you could see you get away with a lot of shit. I see so much racist shit on Twitter now that I never saw before, like openly racist, openly racist.
Wow.
Yeah, and then you see people chiming in that agree with it, and it's like, wow.
And then people chime in that disagree.
Yep.
And those voices are all heard, and there's a place for all of them.
Yeah, and you just have to know that people do think certain ways. You know, even if you don't like it, you have to know that people do think certain ways, and the answer to bad speech is not silencing speech; it's better speech. It's more compelling.
But you need to have a place where it can exist in order for there to be speech to even be consumed.
Right, and there was no place before he took over Twitter.
And that's the thing, that the pendulum, the shift that we were talking about, where it's like you have these pieces that came out that we thought were news. Now we see them as hit pieces. Right. I think kids that are growing up with all this information and disinformation and misinformation, all this shit, I think that for us it's a little bit more difficult, but for them, they will have the ability to discern and understand that they have to do a little bit more research.
Yeah.
I think we get caught victim of it like old women when they get a phone call from some Nigerian prince and they need 10,000. That's us with news now. And we're like, wait a minute, fake things can exist?
Right.
But I think the kids are going to grow up going, oh yeah, everything's fake. You just got to do some more research and figure it out. Yeah. I hope. That's my hope.
Well, enough kids listen to podcasts, which what really bothers people, that they're getting their information from people like us.
Well, they have to.
People like us don't have to lie.
Yeah.
We have zero incentive to lie.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about these things, like, this is what I know.
Yeah.
These are the facts. This is real. You're being fucked. You're being lied to. And it's not like there's not a motivation.
Yeah.
Look at the amount of money they're making by fucking you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a insane sum of money that's involved in a lot of these decisions.
Yeah.
And these decisions roll on whether or not we complain or not. But at least it kind of puts things in check.
Maybe that's the solution. Just show how much money people are making.
Yeah.
Show how much money CNN makes from the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh,
and then you will look at every story about pharmaceuticals through that lens.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
That's it.
Anderson Cooper. They do it like right in your face. Brought to you by Pfizer.
The vaccines are perfect. Let's go to a commercial.
Yeah, brought to you by Pfizer. Yeah. You will not get this virus. You will not transmit this virus. The virus stops with you. And no one complains.
Now, do you think that the people that are disseminating the information are aware of the bullshit, or they are the useful idiots? Meaning, like,
I think at a certain point in time, they must be aware.
And if they're aware, they're evil.
They're trapped. They're trapped. Because I think initially most people did think that the vaccines were going to work.
And it doesn't have to be vaccines. It can be anything. But once you're pushing out information that you know to be false,
right,
and you're potentially hurting people,
right,
it doesn't have to be vaccines. It can be anything.
Right now, you're evil.
That's evil.
That's evil. Yeah.
I don't fault someone who's maybe ignorant or a useful idiot or really passionate about a thing. But the person that knows, and still puts it out.
But you have plausible deniability because you're using the opinion of the air quotes experts that are sanctioned, and so they will tell you things, and you will say things, and you will read articles that support that, and you will go, "Oh, this is a fact."
Not if you're motivated by the agenda of your sponsors. Like, if you know that you have to have a certain opinion on the platform, and that opinion is based on the people that were paying to sponsor the show, you are aware.
But that's also supported by these experts.
But we can find experts
since
for
you're
anything.
since you're not an expert and you're just a talking head on CNN, your job is to say, but do you understand that the CDC has disagreed?
Yeah.
The FDA has said this is not approved.
Yeah.
The NIH has shown to various studies this is not correct.
Yeah.
And you can say that, and you'd be accurate.
Yeah.
You would be accurate as the news person on CNN that's telling a lie.
You have your justifications. You can go home and sleep at night.
And a lot of them don't even do any digging. They're there to do their job. They read the teleprompter. They're fucking gambling on sports betting or something. Who knows what the fuck they're doing with their spare time? But we're just assuming these people are truth tellers. They're not. We're assuming they're even journalists. They're not.
Yeah.
Some of them are, but most of them are just talking heads.
So
just
maybe
pretty people that are good at reading.
That's the transition that we're going through right now. Is just because someone is giving us information on a news platform with a ticker does not mean that they know anything that they're talking about. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily true.
Not only that, we are sure they are highly motivated by money.
Yeah.
highly motivated,
Yeah.
sponsored by money, put in position by money.
Yeah.
The commercials, it's all money, making that money. Yeah. And no one's listening. That's what's crazy.
But isn't that a beautiful thing?
It is a beautiful thing.
That means the people know, and the people will seek out the information that they deem truthful. Yes, there's going to be some wackos that seek out the most extreme versions. Yes, that's us sometimes because it's really fun. I want to indulge in all the conspiracies. It's awesome.
It's fun.
But at the end of the day, when I have to make a real decision, I'm going to seek out the information.
Right.
I'm going to read as many things as possible. If it's my life on the line or my kid's life on the line, or my friend's life on the line, I'm going to actually go out there and figure it out. Hopefully.
And the thing is, if it's not for a few brave people that stand up and tell you the truth, how do you, if there's no Peter McCullough, if there's no Robert Malone, if there's no RFK Jr.,
Malone is
if there's no Pierre Corey, if there's none of these people that stand up and lose like a sizable portion of their income, their careers get destroyed, their reputations get dragged through the mud, hit pieces get written about them. If it wasn't for these people that stand up and do that, and I never would have imagined in my wildest dreams that I would get sucked into that.
What do you mean?
I never thought that I would get sucked into something like that where people would be like lying about me. But when you watch it, like on CNN,
that's
just
a function of power, dude.
Out lying. But it's wild.
Yeah.
And the dumbest lie.
Yeah.
Like, bitch, do you think I'm taking horse medicine? You don't think I know like really good doctors that are telling me what to take?
Yeah.
And how about the fact that I got better quick? That doesn't freak you out at all?
Yeah.
I got better real quick.
Oh, you were so happy, I bet, when that shit kicked.
Yeah.
What was it, 48 hours that it was?
Yeah. Like 3 days later after I was sick, I made that video and I was fine.
Yeah.
3 days after that, I did 10 rounds on the back.
Wow.
6 days in, I did 10 rounds in the back. I'm like, let's see how I feel. I worked out 5 days in. I felt pretty good. I said, all right, tomorrow, let's get after it.
Wow.
And I did 10 fucking rounds on the back, full clip, no problems.
Yeah.
No problems, no lack of energy. I felt 100% 6 days later.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
But I'm on top of my fucking health all day long, all year round.
Yeah.
I'm always in shape. I always take vitamins. I'm always eating well.
Yeah.
I sleep good. I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like, you can't say that everyone has to adhere to the rules of this thing when you're lying about the results, you're lying about the studies, you're influencing all these talking heads to say these things that turn out to not even be remotely true. Not only that, there's no studies behind it. They had to admit when they were speaking in front of whatever it was in the UK that they never even tested these drugs for transmission. They just tested them to see if they created the antibodies. And then all that other stuff they said was bullshit.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing about like making rules for 300 million people is that 300 million people are not the same. The way that you take care of your body is completely different than some asshole that's a consultant. He's sitting at his fucking desk all day, weighs 300 pounds. And that rules, it's like an SAT. Like, we have to find a way to judge intellect so that kids can go to school or not. There's some kid who flunked the SATs who's a fucking genius. And he's going to go out there and make money.
He's just bored with these things. He doesn't pay any attention. It's what you focus on.
Yeah.
You could be a very smart person who doesn't study.
Yeah.
And you take classes and you fucking bomb in your classes. You suck.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what you're talking about. But if you ask that dude how to fucking fix a turbocharger, that dude knows how to re-engineer things.
Yeah.
You know, this is the problem. It's in the valves. We have to fix the valves. You know, like there's people that are genius at things that they're interested in.
Yeah.
But if you keep them in a classroom, they're bored as shit, and feed them fucking dull ass teachers that spoon feed them shit that they're never going to use, they're not going to thrive.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you create systems so that these people can thrive?
Well, you got to have freedom. That's a big one. You know, freedom is one of the massive factors in this country's ability to churn out innovators.
Yeah.
There's so much freedom to do things, freedom to try things.
I love that it's part of the identity, that we feel entitled to it.
Yeah.
If you restrict it, I'm furious. And other people are furious. But that's not every country where they feel entitled to their freedom.
Right. Well, that's a big thing about Texas. Texas, it's built into the fiber of the human beings that established this place.
But that's why you need Texas. You need Florida. I don't care if you don't like it. You need somebody pulling us in that direction.
Yeah.
Because it's going to take LA or it's going to take New York. It's going to pull them a little bit that way. When we see people partying and having fun during fucking Corona in Texas and in Florida, we're like, well, maybe we can go out to eat. What's going on?
Right.
But if everybody's locked in,
and
there's nobody else out there,
everyone's gonna die. I remember when Governor Abbott opened up things.
Yeah.
And they were like, "What are you doing?
Yeah.
You're gonna kill everyone."
Yeah.
Nope, it didn't.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah.
And did you ask him if he was ever scared of that decision? Because if that decision backfires, that's his.
He did it based on science.
Got
He
it.
did it based on what we know about the disease. You know, protect. The same thing that Florida said. Protect the vulnerable. You know, yeah, if you are an old person with a severely compromised immune system, you should get vaccinated. You should be protected. You should probably isolate.
It's just a brave decision. There's
Yeah.
a lot weighing on that.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people here that wanted that decision, though, too, especially because he's a Republican. You know,
Right.
most of the Republicans wanted the businesses back open. Most of the people are like, hey, what do you like? You're taking away people's ability to make decisions, and you're giving the government an unprecedented power that it never had before.
Yeah.
The government, the mayors never had the ability to shut down all the restaurants.
Yeah.
What? And when they did that in LA, they had no effect whatsoever on their check. Their paycheck remained the same.
Same no matter what. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you know, you want to make fucking cities great? Have it so that the mayor's salary is based on how well the city does.
Ooh. Now, what is now Steelman the opposition argument to that?
Well, the government would co-opt it, and then these financial institutions would co-opt it, and they would figure out a way to build businesses up unethically.
Despite
and the best way to make more money is to pay people less. So you would have lower income wages, lower minimum wages.
That's where it gets tricky. It's like, you go through this in New York, especially when you have like an apartment or something like that. And you got to go through all this bureaucracy when you're renovating your apartment. That being said, what I do to my apartment affects the person downstairs, upstairs, to the left, to the right. So we have way more rules because we need them.
Yeah.
Because what I do fucks everybody else's life potentially.
You can drill holes in the wall and get a leaky fucking pipe. And
people try to do it.
Oh, yeah.
If they know you got a drop ceiling, they're trying to drop pipes into your fucking ceiling. You don't even see it.
Really?
Like, this is, yes, all the fucking time. So they're like, oh, can I get access to your place and probe a wall to see something? And they'll drop all their plumbing so they don't have to raise their floor. There's things that they'll take advantage of their neighbor. And because of that, you got to create all these extra rules, and it's a real fuck to go through. Now, when you have 3 acres of land in, Texas, you can build a barn without people really looking at it that much because you're not affecting your neighbor.
Right.
So I do get why in certain places you need a little bit more of a bureaucracy because people will take advantage of each other.
Yeah.
So that does make sense. You can't have all the same rules for all the same places.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. Yeah. But that's one of the cool things about this country. It's basically like a bunch of countries.
Exactly.
It's like Europe. Like
That's the idea.
France is different than Germany, but they're all just
when they were
smushed up next to each other.
But when they were putting it together, they built it with that idea. They're like, hey, listen, if I'm up in Maine, it takes me on horseback 4 months to get to fucking Washington, D.C. Why should your rules affect my rules?
Right.
Let me do my thing. You do your thing. We'll agree on 10 fucking rules, and then let's have some fun.
States' rights.
There we go.
Yeah.
And it makes sense.
It does make sense. It makes sense that you gravitate towards the places that fit with your liking, which is why
you're here.
Yeah. Psychopaths moved to Portland.
For real.
Yeah.
Like one thing, I imagine like being born there, but like willingly going.
Yeah, that's my people.
Yeah, that's
you
a
have
little bit.
15 face piercings and you're on your way.
Raining every day.
Yeah. Oh, I want to be depressed.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, the Oregon Trail. What idiots.
I'm looking forward to camping.
Yeah. Imagine going across the whole country in fucking one of those little
covered wagons
and then getting to Portland and you're like, for this?
Yeah. Rains every day. It's beautiful though. It's
you go
gorgeous
to the coast,
green.
Yeah.
Portland's gorgeous. And parts of Oregon are fantastic.
Yeah.
Where Cam lives. Cam lives out in like Springfield, that area.
Oh, Cameron
Eugene.
Haynes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful out there. That's the thing about Oregon too. Is like you have Portland, but everything else is red.
Yeah.
It's just like, but Portland just dominates the politics.
But that's
It's the
usually
high
how it
population
is.
centers. Yeah, it's all ranchers and farmers and
yeah.
And they're like, what
those
the
cities,
fuck?
like the liberal cities that are in the very conservative states, are a reaction to how conservative the state is. So they're like the most liberal.
Well, they're generally around education institutions.
Oh, so they're built around the universities. The ideas from the universities.
Eugene's very liberal.
Got
it. Around, they have universities there. Universities affect like Boulder, Colorado, perfect one. University of Boulder's right there. It's fucking every University of Colorado. Everybody's liberal.
Right.
They're all hippies up there. Because it's all like the city itself sort of like revolves around the education institutions. And
so the culture of the
vibe.
education institution dictates the culture of the city.
Sure.
Yeah, that's why New York, I think, is so unique, is everybody thinks that we're like this super like liberal city, and it's like it's a money city.
Yeah.
Money wins in New York.
In the Manhattan, yeah, it's a lot of it's the financial business. But if you go to Long Island, that's very red.
I think even Manhattan is red. Like all these we're open when it comes to like gay stuff, right? We love our gays. They create great cultural institutions within the city. You like going to Broadway, you like seeing musical theater.
Right.
They offer a lot. You like the art. You're coming to New York for art. They offer so much. So we're like, yeah, those guys are dope. Kick it. That's awesome.
A lot of gay chefs, a lot of gay artists.
Gays kill in New York.
Yeah.
And they create a lot for us, and we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. But when it comes to actual like the rules, New York is kind of conservative. Like we've had conservative mayors. Like Bloomberg wasn't some fucking like bleeding heart liberal. He's a money dude.
Right.
He just came in. He's like, yo, if we can't pay for it, I'll pay for it. You pay me back. And we're like, all right, I like this guy. This is fucking Bruce Wayne.
Right.
You know. So yeah, I think the perception of New York is a little weird.
How come that guy didn't go any further in politics?
No charisma.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, New Yorkers, we don't care about charisma with the mayors really. We don't even know who our politicians are. Like I just found out we have a female governor. I had no fucking clue that who the governor is.
That lady's out to lunch.
I have no clue. But New Yorkers, we don't care. It's the mayor of New York City is the governor of the state. In our minds.
Right. That's the leader.
We just don't like.
Yeah.
You tell you're saying what's going on here, and that's all that matters.
Right.
Like, we're very.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing we really think about is the city.
Yeah.
What is
it like there now with the immigrants?
So here's the thing. New York is so diverse, you can't tell immigrants are there. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like if there's other cities that are like really homogenous, they're all white, and then all of a sudden a bunch of not white people come, you're like, oh my God, we got immigrants everywhere. But for a New Yorker to be like, hey, I think we got some immigrants here, it's impossible.
Right.
Everybody's an immigrant. Everybody's brown, everybody's black, everybody's Asian. Like there's all these different ones.
Right.
The tricky thing with, you're talking about the migrant crisis, is that they're taking advantage of New York is like the biggest state in the country. It's like, I think maybe the only big city that has a right to shelter.
Right.
It's the only one that of this size that has a right to shelter.
And it used to be for homeless people.
It's only for homeless people.
Yeah.
They're taking advantage of a system that's built for homeless people, which is pretty fucking good if you ask me. When you have the financial hub of the world, you have people sleeping on the streets, you go, no, let's put some money so they can go inside. Like this is, and homeless people are supposed to like basically enter in and out of homelessness. The idea is give them some shelter, maybe they can get back out on their feet.
Right.
The migrants hear about this and they're like, what, free housing? Let's get up there.
Right.
So they're taking advantage of a system that is not for them. And I think when New Yorkers have kind of learned that, they're like, oh, there's something unethical about this.
Yeah.
And I think that's where a lot of the pushback is happening. But in terms of like visually being able to see it, it's not something that New Yorkers notice.
Right.
We just can't. The news makes it seem like it is.
Right.
We see the article, oh, this guy beats up the police or something like that. But in terms of when you're walking down the street, it is not detectable.
So unless you're near one of these places like the Roosevelt Hotel that they've converted.
It's the Roosevelt is like the one that's right across the street from Madison Square Garden.
Mm-hmm.
You know the hotel.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe they converted the whole thing.
It's an iconic hotel.
Brother.
It was in that fucking Jennifer Lopez movie.
Oh yeah, she worked
when she was the maid.
When she's the maid.
Yeah.
So, but this is like a hotel we all know. We see it after every Knicks game. It's like you can't fathom that the whole hotel.
Yeah.
So, and also that system that was set up for the homeless was already operating at capacity. And then you increase the amount of migrants into the city by 50%. I think it went up 50% in the last couple of years. Of course, there's going to be this insane overflow, and it just can't handle it.
Nuts.
It just can't handle it. But they're taking advantage of something that's not for them. So I understand the frustration about it.
But is there any kind of pushback to try to put a stop to that?
100%.
What are they doing?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Joe, everybody's doing what benefits them, and the politicians are shrewd. Like Adams is shrewd. He told the governor Hochul, I think her name is. He was like, listen, I think we're going to have to shut down a new recruitment class for the police. We don't have any more money because we got all these migrants. I mean, you guys got to do something about that. You got to give me some more money. He got some more money. He didn't shut down anything. So he got more money, and now he's funding everything that he needs to fund. And I don't know if anything is changing. So everybody's playing politics as well. It's
well, wasn't he involved in some sort of a thing where they were giving the debit cards to the immigrants?
Oh yeah,
the illegal migrants, and
50 Cent
they were all
out.
getting a piece.
50 was like, "Yo, what the hell is going on with this?"
50's the best.
Yeah, 50
he's the best,
bro. We gotta hang with 50 sometime.
I only met him once. I met him at the UFC. He was cool as shit,
dude.
Back in the day, I interviewed him.
Wait, really?
Yeah, for the UFC.
And
Yeah, it was real quick. It was, like he was a celebrity sitting, cage side.
Bro, dude.
He goes all in, bro. He goes all in.
We hung out in Boston once, and he was telling me like hood stories from Queens because he was like really in that life, and it was like blowing my. It was like somebody explaining The Godfather to you, if you've never saw the movie.
Wow.
You're like, this happens. This is real. Yeah, just like he's a fucking man. Anyway,
how come he's never been on your show?
I want to get him on. I mean, we just connected for the first time when I was doing the shows up in Boston. He was there as well. And but I want him on.
It's a perfect podcast guest.
Oh, dude, he
goes all in.
He goes all in.
That shit on the Breakfast Club with him about Diddy,
bro. And he's been that way forever. You know that, right? Yeah. He's like, why is this guy trying to take me shopping?
Yeah.
What?
What the fuck did he just say? What the fuck did he just say? And did you see when Diddy went on? He goes, I was just trying to be nice.
No, he goes,
I thought he wanted some clothes.
I thought he needed some clothes. That's like a subtle jab too. That was funny. But,
a little bit.
Yeah.
But also like what?
Dude, them going at it is just
hilarious.
50's one of those dudes where it's like, if 50 don't like you, I gotta hear him out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I gotta hear him out.
Yeah.
He might know something.
Right. He might be onto something. Yeah, he's wild.
Yeah, we got to go to dinner at 5th.
Yeah, he's wild. I like when they were going after him for some financial support or something like that. He said, I'm bankrupt.
Yeah. He's like, I don't got it. I don't got it. $400 million deal for fucking vitamin water.
The next fucking Instagram post, he's got a Bentley.
He's smart, dude. He'll play the system.
Yeah.
He knows how to do it.
Yeah. It's hilarious. Let him write all the articles. Oh, 50's broke.
Whatever you want. Whatever. And he's got his dudes from day one with him still. That's something I always think is really cool.
Yeah. That's important.
Yeah. When are you coming back to New York, man?
I don't know. I'm going to be there for the UFC in Jersey.
All right.
That's in June, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be there for a little while.
Okay, good. You don't miss it at all?
Mm-mm.
Any place you missed?
Nope.
Not a single place.
No, I'm not like a misser kind
of
guy.
What about foreign, like a place that you want to go back to?
I like going to visit places.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like visiting places. But it's like, I love Texas.
Yeah.
I love being right here.
Yeah.
Like right away. I was like, ooh, this is it. This is the spot.
Yeah.
It's the perfect balance for me.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I really do. I miss what LA used to be. But I think we've done that and more at the mothership.
Yeah.
What LA was for me was my friends, it was the life that I lived, the people that I communicated with all the time, and the Comedy Store.
And you built that out here.
And we built that out here.
Yeah.
And we made it even better.
Anything from LA that you still want to bring out? Besides Joey Diaz.
Joey's in New Jersey, but Joey's been coming out.
But he's from LA for you.
Yeah, he's fell for. But Joey was sick of it before anybody was.
Yeah.
Joey was sick of it before anybody was.
Yeah.
When I left the Comedy Store in 2007, Joey was like, "Good, fuck that place." Joey's a burn the bridges kind of guy. He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And he was the first guy to I think he moved to Jersey early on, man. Like right around the time I was moving to Texas, he was moving to Jersey. He's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I was trying to get him to come out here, but he wasn't interested. He loves Jersey, but I think he'll eventually come out here.
There we go.
Yeah, he loved it when he was here, man. I had him out here for 3 days, and I got him out here for 420 weekend out here.
Nice.
And when he's out here, it's like he misses the hang.
Yeah.
He misses being around comics, misses the green room.
How was the energy in the green room?
It was phenomenal.
Yeah.
It was just such a party.
On fire?
It was such a party. And everybody was like, dude, I feel like Joey just belonged there. Like he just sat down in the green room. And he's like, he's always been here.
Yeah.
Because he kind of always has been here. That sign, "Get it together, bitch," that's on the wall.
Yeah.
That's Joey.
Yeah.
That's what he always used to say.
Yeah.
If you get ready to go on stage, he's like, "Get it together, bitch."
Yeah.
And it was like that meant the party was about to jump off.
Yeah.
So to have that neon sign in the green room, the spirit of Joey has always been there.
That's your last Avenger, bro. You get that together.
He's the Hulk.
Yeah, that's fact.
You call him in. You call him in when you need
got
a
a
Hulk. Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking Joey, man.
He's been murdering on stage too. He hasn't lost a beat. Hasn't lost a beat. Yeah.
Does he go up in Jersey?
He goes up.
Okay.
Goes up a couple times a week just to
Okay.
keep the dust off of it.
Yeah.
But when he came here, he was tuned in, man.
Really?
He was ready to go. Oh my God, it was hilarious. I'll tell you some of the shit you saying. He's so crazy.
Wait.
He's so wild. I don't want to give up his bits, but oh my God, he's so wild.
Yeah.
He's so fun, man. And it's always fun. It's fun with him. Everything's fun.
Yeah.
Everything's good times. Everybody gets hugs. He loves you. He tells everybody he loves them.
Yeah.
He's the party.
Nah, he's fantastic, man.
Yeah.
His stories. I remember when he came on the pod. I mean, his stories, just being in Colorado, those stories.
Oh yeah.
It's a movie. Like you're watching a movie in your head. Just this mook just fucking walking around Colorado taking advantage of all these dumb idiots. They're like, oh, the trees are green. Like he's like, oh, I'm gonna take all of their money. Like it was just amazing.
Yeah. And the fact that he gets into stand-up comedy and he's just such a character, man. There's no Joey Diaz other than him. So I don't know anybody like him.
Yeah.
You get real lucky in this world that we live in, that you get to be close to these exceptional human beings.
Yeah.
That are just different.
Yeah.
They're just different than anybody else you know.
You collect a lot of these guys, I've noticed. Yeah, like a lot of your friends, they're like they're these unique personalities, especially at the non-comics, but they're these like kind of misfits that I've noticed. Like even your buddy, was it Tommy, who plays pool? Like every one of your guys that I meet, like within 15 minutes, they're telling me a story that like just blows my fucking mind.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting. They're unique in their own right, but they are these characters that should be in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a cultivation of extraordinary humor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Life's more fun that way.
Yeah. It makes your life richer. You enjoy it.
Yeah. And
when they win, you win. Everybody wins.
Yeah.
Everybody's having a good time.
Yeah.
And that's possible. That can be done.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just, but you have to cultivate it the same way you cultivate a garden.
Yeah.
And you got to root it out too. You
Yeah.
have some bad apples in there.
Yeah.
Get them out.
Yeah.
Got to get them out.
Yeah. That can be tricky times.
Yeah.
Yeah. I miss Joey. I got to call Joey.
He'll be out here soon.
Yeah. I got to drag him into the city. I wish he'd come. I mean, he's kind of far. Like, where is he? In like Cherry Hill or something like that, right?
He's in like down there.
Yeah. So he's not like come in from.
No,
the
he's
night.
an hour from the city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
It's an hour.
If he's 20 minutes, then
Yeah. He does a lot of Jersey rooms. He'll do the Stress Factory.
Yeah.
He'll fuck around down there.
Yeah.
Do a lot of local gigs. There's gigs now. There's a lot of places you could work.
Yeah.
Just to fuck around, just keep the dust off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, him coming on was just fucking great.
Yeah, we're lucky we know all these people, man. We're very lucky. There's people out there that don't have any exceptional people in their life. And they live through these conversations that we have with those people vicariously.
Yeah.
Because those people become a part of their life too. Like, oh shit, Schultz is on. And they get excited.
I will say that's the cool thing about people knowing you from podcasting is that they probably know more about your life than like even some of your friends do.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're hanging out with you for hours a week. So when they meet you, they're meeting this person they know a lot about, not this character from a TV show that is not reflective of you at all.
Right.
You're not Ross from Friends.
Right.
Because Ross might be completely different than Ross from Friends.
Right.
And I can understand like why you might resent people loving you for a character you play when you know you're not that character. But if people appreciate you for what you do, either in stand-up or even podcasting or whatever, it's like they're appreciating this thing you really care about and a true version of yourself.
Yes.
So the love feels worth it. It feels.
That's
justified.
also why it's very difficult to like cast someone in an unfavorable light that people already know.
Yeah.
Like the Huberman thing, where you try to take a distorted version of that person and say this is who they really are.
He talks to them 4 hours a week.
Yeah.
You're not going to change the way that they feel about him.
He also talks to other people like you or me where we're fucking around, joking around. You get to see the real him.
Yeah.
It's not just the distribution of information.
Yeah.
It's also like, this is the guy.
Yeah.
This is who he is.
Yeah. He's going to be okay.
Oh, he's be better than ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah. And it's good that people see that he's at a position where
they want to attack him. Yeah.
That means he's doing something good.
Well, he's a target. And if you're popular and famous, you're a target. And if you're going to be the type of person that goes after those people, that's a dark path. It's not a good path. And you become a target too. They find you.
Well, that's, what we were saying is I think it's important that when these people are writing these clearly biased hit pieces, that they're also recognized for what they've done.
Yeah.
And the world will see that if you put out something like this, there is a cost.
Yeah.
You're not doing it with impunity.
It's also, there's a cost in your own mind. You know what you did.
These motherfuckers, I don't think they care. I
think they do and they don't. I think they can do it because they're supposed to do it because that's their job. But I think once the impact comes back their way,
they're like, I don't want to pay this price.
Yeah, the blowback is awful. And that blowback stays on you. It doesn't, people will Google that for years to come. They'll know when you write something else.
I'll never trust anything you put out again.
That. This is, And then they'll dig into your past, man. They'll find some things that you did. They'll find some people that are upset at you, and it's just like negative energy. You're putting out negative energy. People that build people up, people that build people up through their own version of reality that they're writing about, and they're inspiring people, and they're giving people hope, and they're giving people something positive. That's a great blowback. The response to that is like this beautiful thing that everybody's helping everybody advance through this bizarre existence.
Yeah.
But if you're the person that's just always knocking people down, always attacking, you live in that negative space.
Yeah.
Even like, dude, when I had that whole thing with Mencia, even that, which I knew A, had to be done, and B, I was one of the only people that was in a position where I could do it.
Yeah.
And even though I experienced a lot of blowback, even career blowback. I lost my agency. I got banned from the store. And even me at the time, who was doing well, knew that like, oh, this is why people don't do this, because this is the real reaction to someone that steps up and says something about something that has to be said. But even the negative shit that I would get, this is back in the I read the comments days, the negative response from his fans, it was awful.
Yeah.
It was awful. You don't want that in your life. Even though I knew it was the right thing to do, I remember saying to myself, like, I'm not going to get involved in one of these again.
Wow.
I'm done with this.
Wow.
Like, this is gross.
Yeah.
It's like you're at the center point of this nasty negative thing.
Yeah.
And even though for the art form it was positive.
Yep.
Like the negativity that I experienced, even though it was overwhelmingly positive, just the small amount of negativity
so absorbing
is not worth it.
Yeah.
It felt bad for a long time.
Yeah.
I didn't like it. And I didn't even like all the people that were constantly and consistently attacking him. I don't like it. I don't like any of it. I don't like that every time he makes a comment, like every time he posts something, did you steal that?
Yeah.
They're like, you've opened the door to the lowest version of the vibration that humans give,
which
is attacking, breaking you down. I can kick you because you're down.
Yeah.
And they're just kicking him. And, in a lot of ways he deserves it. Because that's what he did. That was his legacy. That's what he did. He stole material from comedians and created a career off of the back of other people's work.
Yeah.
And in every other business, that's theft.
Yeah.
In every other business, you get penalized. You go to court. If it's 100%. Music, you lose all your money.
Yeah.
And in this one, for whatever reason, our business, people don't take intellectual copyright as nearly as seriously. It's not.
Yeah.
Jokes are thought of as like not an important thing. Yeah. It's not like literature. Yeah. It's not like plagiarism.
You don't realize we pay the bills with this.
Yeah.
This is what we do.
And
so we feed our fans.
And it is creative work. It's difficult to do.
It takes hours. It takes months. It takes years.
Some bits takes forever to construct to make them where you
really
can just rattle them off.
Yeah.
There's some bits that they require years of like hammering that steel and sharpening that blade.
Yeah.
That takes forever.
I think that's the best metaphor for it. It is sharpening a blade. You're banging away at it constantly.
Yeah. And you're doing it wrong. You got to correct it. You're doing it right. You got to remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go over the recordings. You got to sit down with the notes.
Come back a couple months. Like, this is exciting.
Yes.
But yeah, to take somebody's work like that is infuriating. But it's a really interesting perspective to have for you to even look back at that and find empathy for him.
Oh, I definitely have empathy for him. I have empathy for everybody, and people that make horrible mistakes like he did for so long. I have empathy for him. And it's the trap that he's in because he won't admit it either. It's the worst. That's the worst.
Wait a minute, till this day?
Yeah, he won't admit it. So he's trapped. He's trapped in this justification that nobody believes, and he tries to spin a tale that nobody believes, because the truth is the only thing that'll set you free.
Yeah.
And the problem with those people, and there's a bunch of them, and we know quite a few of them, is there are people that start their career stealing.
Yeah.
And they do really well, and they kill it, and then they get exposed, and then they have to write their own shit,
and it doesn't add up.
Oh boy, that drop off. Yeah. Oh boy, is that drop off substantial.
Yeah.
There are people that had initial specials that were bangers.
Yeah.
And then after that initial special, everything after that is hot dog shit.
Because now they got to do the work.
Now they have to do the work. They don't know how to do it. They don't understand the language they're speaking. It's basically like speaking French, but you don't know what the words mean.
Yeah,
but you say, parlez-vous français? And everybody's like, amazing.
Yeah.
But you don't know what the fuck you're saying.
You spoke French in a movie.
Yeah.
And they gave you all the lines, and you did the lines, and everybody's like, this person's fluent in French. And now you got to go to Paris and walk around, and people are speaking to you in French. And you're like, I don't understand a fucking word anybody's saying.
The language of comedy, too, is something that the type of mindset that would make a person steal someone's bit and do it verbatim on stage is the exact opposite mindset of a creative person.
Because you want to do the different thing. You want to do the unique thing. You want to have the take nobody else has.
Right.
Yes.
Which is the banger.
Yeah.
Where you go, well, hold on.
Yeah.
What about that? And it was like, who told them that? How come that just fucking stopped being an issue?
The beautiful thing about a joke is that, like, it always is existing right. The great ones are always existing right in front of us.
Yeah.
And we just haven't grabbed on it. So when somebody says it, you're like, you motherfucker.
Exactly.
How did I not? Exactly.
It's that's the best feeling when someone has a bit. You're like, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
That's the best feeling. Or when someone comes up to you and goes, oh my God, that bit is so good.
And it can be simple.
Yeah.
It can be such a simple.
But that requires it. You're not thinking about yourself.
Yeah.
You're thinking about the work, the thing, the piece that you're working on. When your person thinks about themselves, like, I'm going to kill by saying these things and I'm going to get this.
Yeah.
You're literally like blocking creativity.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so then when they have to be creative, it's terrible.
They just never learned.
They don't
never
know
spend the time in the gym. They don't know how to lift the weights. They just don't know what it is.
And they're pretending they're black belts.
Yeah.
They're out there pretending to be a black belt with all the confidence of a black belt, but they got bullshit moves.
Yeah. They get knocked out.
Yeah, they get fucked up.
No, that does happen.
Yeah.
And it's like,
it's hilarious when you see a really bad special from a known thief.
Yeah.
Some of them, they'll still step on premises that they know other people have done, and it still sucks because they can't steal anymore.
The language is the best way of putting it.
Yeah.
It's like,
you understand the language of comedy.
Yeah. It is and that's something I wonder, like the people who start really young, like, you know how, like, when you learn a language young, you have a way greater aptitude for it, and there's a fluency and a comfort within it. Whereas if you try to learn a language at like 40, maybe it's just not going to be as strong. Like, you can memorize vocabulary, you can do all these things. It's just a little bit harder for you to be.
Well, you don't have the resources because you have, like, when you're 40, you have bills and family and obligations, and things that are bothering you all day long.
Yeah.
When you're 15 or 12, you don't have any of those problems. You have a few problems with friends. You don't have any bills. Food's on dinner's available every night. Yeah. You're not worrying about how that electric stays on. I don't give a shit about that. You don't care. The internet's on. I type in.
Explore.
You're free. You have so little resources that are being allocated to all these different things that when you're a person, you have a family, a mortgage, a fucking business,
responsibilities,
this, that, and neighborhood.
Yeah.
Homeowners association, fucking human resources at work, and taxes, and you don't have the time to learn French.
Yeah, you better learn it before all that.
Yeah, it's much easier if you learn it before all that, because otherwise you're just not going to have the time to obsess about a thing.
And the obsession and like the purity when you really care about the thing you're talking about. Like, I don't know if you've went through times in your stand-up career where, like, there wasn't something you wanted to share. Did you ever go through stretches?
Yeah, you have
like
nothing
that?
to talk about.
Yeah,
especially when you're young.
Yeah, and it's like, there was times where, like, I felt like I talked about all the things, and I had like a strike before this last hour. I was like, man, what do I want to say? All right, I did the thing about abortion. I've done the thing about trans. I did all the things. I'm like, I don't want to just be grabbing at a topic. I want to really, like, feel strongly about something.
Actually be interested.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I took like a little bit of time off before I actually felt something. And the funny thing is, when you feel strongly about something, it pours out. It's not hard. The jokes might not be good at first, but you can't wait to tell them and figure them out.
Right.
Trying to figure out a joke you don't care about
Right.
is a job.
Yeah.
It's not an art. That's
Yeah.
a job.
Yeah.
But when you care and it's fun and it's exciting and the stakes are fucking high and it could fuck up,
yeah,
that I want to get on stage. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Give me another spot. How do I work
And you
that?
try to figure it out in real time
Oh,
in front of a group of people.
Yeah, yeah.
And you have to elicit a specific response from them. It has to be humor.
You know what's so funny is like you ever listen to a recording of like a new bit, and when you were on stage doing it, you're like, that crushed. And then when you listen back, you're like, oh, it did okay. But you were just so excited
Yes.
that it worked.
Yes.
That the excitement changed almost the way that you
Yes.
interpreted the crowd.
Yes.
And I don't know, for me, I'm like, oh, that means I really like this.
But
That
also, that's the problem with old bits. You don't get enthusiastic about it
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah, yeah.
And the audience doesn't feel the enthusiasm from you.
And you're like, why is this not working?
Right. It's because you're not working.
Because it's not math. Like some people are doing like word problem jokes. At its core, it's not word problem. It's like those people got to connect to the way you feel about this thing.
Exactly.
And they'll pick up quick.
Exactly. Exactly.
And there's ways to trick the system with like Mr. X and all this kind of stuff.
Uh-huh.
But if they can feel, they can sense that deep down you don't give a fuck.
Right.
They're not giving it up. And you got guys like Joey's a perfect example. It's like when he's fucking rolling,
yeah,
he feels it.
Yeah.
It feels like he is equally passionate about it the first time he said it, and you get caught up. It starts becoming a joke.
Yeah. It's hypnosis.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You're hypnotizing the entire crowd to think the way Joey thinks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what he's doing.
You're on like an emotional wavelength.
Yes.
And yeah, to me, that's like that's the highest form of it. Obviously,
Yes.
you want to have the structure, you want to have the jokes, you want to have the Mr. X and all these things 100%. But to me, I think those are almost like, that's like the icing and sprinkles on the cake. But the cake is built with how much do I really fucking care about this position?
Yes.
And sometimes the position is just me being naughty or silly or
Yeah.
absurd. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But I got to fucking care about it.
Right. Yeah. It has to be important to you.
Yeah.
And they feel that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those, I don't know, those are the bits I always remember. They can be the silliest little fucking things, like little things Patrice would do about, the subway stopping. You saw that one where like, excuse me, someone's just been hit by the subway. There's going to be a delay. And he just stands there, and all of a sudden he like moves his sleeve to look at his watch to see how late he's going to be to work. And it's just this little tiny thing, which is like, that's how we would feel in that moment. Like, just he didn't even need a punchline. It's just like, that guy's dead, turned into jelly on the tracks. He's like 9:15. Fuck.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many of those can I make in my life?
Yeah.
That's to me.
And you always think that when you have a new bit, like this is the last new bit. Like I don't have anything else to say.
Yeah.
But you'll always have something to say. You just need the time.
Yeah.
You need the time and you need to think. And again, it needs to be something you're actually interested in.
Yeah.
So you have to find something you're actually interested in.
Yeah.
That's the difference between thieves. Like that's why they don't have
They have interest in
interest
killing
themselves.
Exactly.
They're interested in themselves.
How can I succeed?
Yeah.
How can I win?
sociopaths. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they're usually always tearing down other comedians too.
Yeah.
Which is always ironic.
Well, because they're projecting how they feel about themselves.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's fascinating. But it's also fascinating that there's still a few thieves out there that have managed to like slip through and they're existing around. So we're all aware of them. Like, there's one. There's one. Look at them over there.
Why do you think that there are more people that don't call them out then?
Because there's definitely career
implications,
consequences. Yeah. Like some of these people wind up being successful and they hire people. That's one of the things they love to do. Thieves will hire a bunch of other thieves when they get a television show, and they'll have thieves. Like a thief will hire a bunch of comedians, I should say, when they get a television show, and they give them work and they support them. And then this is like, then you have a bunch of people that'll defend you. Like that's very common.
And because you're paying them.
Exactly. Like the thieves will go out and get a bunch of people that maybe they swipe some bits from and they put them on their television show. Yeah, I know people have done that.
So
and
that's their way of almost like
paying them back
for silence.
Paying them back. Yeah. Hooking them up, paying them back. I'll give you examples after the show. Okay. We don't need to be negative, talk about people, but there's a bunch of that I know.
But there's also a bunch of people that are killing it that we know are pure.
Yeah.
And having this like amazing successful run right now because of the internet, because of streaming platforms that are leaning into really good comedy and not comedy that like fits a certain narrative.
Yeah.
And I think those people, if I look at the people who are having the most success right now, I think it's the people that are pure. And
There's a lot of that. Yeah.
I mean, we can talk after, but the people that I see crushing it, the people I'm looking at, and I'm just like, holy shit, this guy deserves, like, Shane deserves it.
Yeah.
And he's just hilarious.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at these people and I'm just like, that could have went a different way.
100%.
Like, it could have went a really different way.
Yeah.
But the structure was set up in a way where he had another opportunity, and with his second chance, demolished anything that could have stood in his way.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I look at that and I go, okay, there is some justice in this.
It's also like people are in his corner.
Yeah.
They want him to succeed.
Yeah. Well, when
And
you're
they know that
good,
he's
people
doing the
want to
work.
fight for you.
Yeah. This is a great time for comedy, man.
Yeah.
I think it might be the best time ever.
Of
I really
course.
do. I think this is legitimately the golden age of comedy.
We're in it.
And this is also when, like Ari said it best, it's like comedy's dangerous now because it's fun because comedy's dangerous again.
Yeah.
Because, like there's so many people that want to restrict what people can and can't talk about. That's unique.
I feel like the restriction is less now.
Really?
Yeah.
Right now, currently.
Like in today, I feel like we can kind of say anything.
As opposed to like 2 years ago.
5 to 2 years. Like now you're like, oh shit, this joke is wild to say.
Well, it's also people are wanting you to go out there. They get excited, like when you did that Diddy bit.
Yeah.
Like people wanted you to go out there. They're like, oh, he went right in there. Oh, Jesus Christ!
I remember I got to LA a day early and I was trying to like work out some like local stuff because sometimes it's fun to just you're in a city you like and I was at the store and I was bombing my ass off with local shit. Every local joke I tried to do just fucking bombed, and I was like, what the fuck am I going to talk about the forum? Like everything I try, and I thought that they were like aware that like the city was, in a different state than it used to be. And I'm trying to write all these jokes about like what's happened to the city. And people in LA don't really feel the city's changed that much. That's like an outside perspective. So I'm saying it and they're kind of laughing, but they're like, or they're aware and they don't want to admit it.
Right.
And I remember I was just in the green room. I'm just like, fuck, maybe the joke is about Diddy. That's the only thing everybody's talking about. That's all it's on our minds.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
Yeah.
And then, bro, this is how funny 50 is. I'll share this.
Can you?
Yeah. I'll tell you the full thing after, but I get FaceTime from 50 and he's like, yo, next time he goes, yo, next time I come see you, bro, I'm gonna come out on stage with a Maltese cat. I'm like, bro, you're the craziest motherfucker. Imagine him walking out on a show, petting a fucking cat.
So what do you think was going on?
With who? Meek and Diddy? I don't think Meek's gay. I don't think anything's happened with them. I think that was just like a funny rumor that happened. I even said that when I first did the Meek joke. I was like, I don't think he's gay. He just handled the accusations poorly.
Yes.
Like he just handled them.
He said, I love pussy.
Who does that? That's the gayest thing.
Yeah, it's gay.
But I don't think he's. But yeah.
But that's just an unsophisticated approach to PR.
Yeah. Like his PR team's probably like, hey, maybe don't say that.
You've got to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, he's probably not consulting with anybody.
Yeah.
If I had to guess. Nobody consults with you when something happens. You just post whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have like a team telling me, don't say that before the podcast. That would be a problem.
Yeah, it would be.
I would have never gotten anywhere.
Yes. Yeah. We need you to not have a team, actually.
Yeah, it's actually kind of important. You don't have a bunch of people you consult with about what could be dangerous.
Because then who controls them? What are their intentions?
Yeah, exactly. And what are they doing this based on?
Mm-hmm.
Self-preservation. Yeah. Yeah, it's just wild that apparently he had cameras in every room of his house. That's what they're saying. Has that been verified?
I don't think it's been verified. And I think like the Epstein shit, it never will be. Now, I'm not saying that he's like Epstein. I think he could have some fucking wild parties, etc.
But if he was filming everybody.
If he's filming everybody, I understand why Hummer showed up to the house. Because people who went to the parties were like, get those fucking things.
Hundreds of hidden cameras discovered in Diddy's homes, lawsuit says.
Oh, well then it's a wrap. Done.
Hundreds.
Yeah, we'll never see any of that footage.
This dude had hundreds of cameras. That is so crazy.
Because if he's doing wild shit.
A court filing, Jones said he worked with Combs between September 22nd and to September of 2022 and September of 2023 to produce the rapper's most recent release. So he said hundreds of cameras in his homes in LA, New York, and Miami.
And did he like to throw the parties? Like he would throw the white party. He'd do,
But who's he have taking care of that footage?
I mean, You know, you can get people.
Wow.
You know, powerful dude. He's a powerful dude, and I think he really enjoyed power.
The underage people implicating people in crimes by bringing underage people to them. And
wait, what does that mean?
That was the whole thing about the Epstein place, is that like if you've got underage girls and you don't tell these guys these are underage girls, and then you get them drugged up, get them drunk, give them coke, whatever it is, and then film them.
Yeah.
Well, they don't even know.
So they don't know that they're committing acts of pedophilia.
Could be, or could be they do know and they think it's safe to do it because this guy's protecting them. But meanwhile, they're just coked up and they're getting filmed.
Yeah.
You know, which is also the theory.
Yeah.
But it is, you got to think, when someone becomes like a wild billionaire character, you're like, well, where's the pussy?
Yeah.
Where's the shit that I got rich for?
You imagine you went to the
Where's
island?
all the fun?
Yeah.
I need to, like, how do I get the fun? And then someone comes along like, you need to get connected with my friend Jeffrey Epstein. He takes care of everything. And he brings the fun. And so you just keep flying to hang out with them. And so that's your partying. You can't go to Vegas and go to Dre's and pick up hoes and get crazy and bring them back to your suite with coke. And people talk too much.
So here's the thing. It's like these tech guys have made all this money.
Right.
They made all this money. They're hanging out in Miami or wherever they're hanging.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, I'm a billionaire now. Why am I not getting pussy? I got to connect with some people that can make me the man. I thought I'd be the man now that I'm a billionaire.
I bet in like the CEO world and in that world of country clubs and fucking Skull and Bones, there's dudes who know how to get the hookers.
Oh, here's the thing. It's not even the Skull and Bones guys.
Right.
Because that's like old WASP shit.
Right.
I'm talking about the nerd from Silicon Valley.
The nerds know prostitutes.
So
the nerds have coke.
It's not even the nerds. They have a guy it's their job to throw the parties. It's the fixer. Now, you know, like these like jet setter crews. My boy was explaining how this thing works to me. So they have these like events around the globe that like wealthy people go,
like Davos.
But not even Davos. More just like New York Fashion Week and the U.S. Open. All happens around Labor Day in New York, right? So everybody who like comes from money and all these like rich socialite people from around the world, they all come to New York for that week, right? And they go to the nice parties and they do all the things. Tech bros or the crypto bros want to be included in that cool thing.
Right.
How do they be included? They got to throw the best party. How do you make the best party? You have to have all the models. You have to have the cool people.
Right.
They don't know any of those.
Right.
So you get the fixer. The fixers get paid crazy money from the tech bros or crypto bros because they want in on this thing.
And you develop a reputation of being the guy who puts on the crazy bashes.
Now,
right.
Once you have that reputation, they think they're in. All these other people who are like the socialite people who come from tons of money and their parents are lords and shit, they look at them like, oh, you're paying to play. It's a bringer show for comedy. You're not really selling out Caroline's. You did the bringer show.
Right.
But they don't know that. So they're like, yeah, we're all partying. We're doing the thing. So there's this whole economy that kind of like feasts off these people who just have money. But here's the thing. Those people are doing the fixers. They got the models to show up. These models are curating their Instagram by going to these parties around the world. Sometimes they're getting paid to go to the parties. I imagine the models that are more fun, in other words, they get a little loose, they like to party, they like to fuck a little bit, they get invited more.
Yeah.
The ones that are less fun, maybe a little bit more tight, they don't get invited as much. So you don't even have to say, yo, you got to fuck these guys. You just want to know if you want to get invited to this nice party in Switzerland.
Right.
You know what kind
And you start doing a little blow, start doing a little molly. That's what you like to do in the first place. And then you get to party on yachts, and you're hanging out with all these guys, and maybe they even pay you.
Oh, they are paying.
Yeah.
And everybody's fucking
maybe
the
it's a
same
lot
rules.
of money.
It's a lot of money.
Like, you know the Sultan of Brunei's deal?
What is it?
Oh, my God. Sultan of Brunei, he had his own nightclub. Maybe he still does.
Okay.
So he had his own night. He has like 500 Ferraris. Like these guys have insane amounts of money because it's not public.
Yeah.
Right. So they don't have to be like the world's richest men. Exactly.
Yeah.
But they're richer than everybody.
Yeah.
Right. They have trillions.
Yeah.
And so he had his own nightclub.
Okay.
And so what he would do is he would pay actresses. He would find these girls, get me her, and he would get these gals and give them exorbitant amounts of money to come. And then he would have a nightclub where it was only him, and he would go down there and it's filled with gorgeous women. And he would go down there and just go, you come with me. And then they'd go fucking party. and they were making a lot of money. And one of them was writing a book. And so she had a laptop, and she was like documenting all. They confiscated her laptop, and then she went back to America. Then she spilled the beans, and she ratted out all the other girls that were doing it. And it kind of fucked up the whole thing, because like A-list people were getting shit tons of money.
This thing
to go over there.
We know.
Yeah, I don't say A-list, but
no.
People that you know. Yeah,
there's like
people you know of. And if you go there, you get millions of dollars. Bro. Like this lady had gotten millions of dollars in jewelry from him.
There's a service that apparently that where like
I love that word.
Yeah, apparently, right?
Allegedly.
Where like billionaires can fuck like Sports Illustrated models and shit, like Victoria's Secret chicks that we've seen, and it's costs a lot of money. And they do it because it's like, hey, it's easier than going to do these shoots.
Right.
It's the easiest.
And they don't want to tell anybody that they did it.
They don't, and also they're getting to fuck billionaires. They're not fucking some random crackhead.
Right.
They're gonna already fuck the billionaires, so it might as well make some fucking money doing it. And it exists now.
And you know about this allegedly?
Allegedly, I may know people who have partaken. So it's like,
and they
this exists.
Bang like cover of Maxim.
I don't know the cover. I don't know what's going on.
Just some hot ladies that you are aware of.
But they're not just hot chicks that come from Russia, right? We're talking about
famous people
that you would never think would even need to do that.
Right.
So just these are like the ecosystems that exist out there.
Well, it makes sense. If you're worth $200 billion and you give someone $1 million to fuck you, that is nothing. You make that in 5 minutes.
So remember, I spent.
Okay. In 2001, Jeffrey was forced to auction off his personal possessions after using the country as a piggy bank, spending an average of $747,000 a day for 10 years. On top of the $17 billion in gifts to friends and family, the Sultan's true vulgarity was exposed. His brother also treats the country as an ATM, and it remains a crime in Brunei for anyone to ever discuss how the royals spend their money.
When you don't work for your money, how can you value it? Like if it just comes right out the ground, like how do you really think?
Bro, that dude is spending. How much was he spending a day?
I was into the math.
That's so crazy. He lives in a palace with 1,788 rooms, 257 bathrooms, 5 swimming pools, a mosque, a banquet hall that holds 5,000 people, and a 110-car garage. When he turned 50, the Sultan built a stadium, invited Michael Jackson to perform in it, and paid him $17 million for 3 concerts. Yep. Jeffrey, 59, maintains a separate pleasure palace and once owned a 150-foot yacht called the Tits. Called the yacht Tits.
Nice.
He named his fenders Nipple 1 and Nipple 2.
Love it.
And he could never understand why others found that juvenile and crass. Here and abroad, the brothers are infamous for their sex parties and their harems composed mainly of underage girls.
That's crazy.
Wow. Wild. Yeah. Bro, that amount of money that he's spending, that is so crazy.
$3 billion plus. But that doesn't. That's it. Said it didn't include the $17 billion that he was giving out to people.
Wow.
It said up here too. Did you mention the Michael Jackson thing for his birthday?
Yeah.
Okay.
That dude's balling, son.
But yeah, these fucking things exist all over the place.
Crazy.
And it's the easiest money that these girls will ever make.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's so, if you've got that much money,
it doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything.
They light it on fire.
And the money's coming every day. It's just stacking up. Giving someone $1 million to fuck. And the girl's probably like, wait, $1 million is regular sex? You're not going to shit on me? He's not going to give me the Cincinnati top hat? Whatever the fuck.
I was asking, because when I was out there in Abu Dhabi, it's like I'm trying to understand some of the cultural nuances. But I had a joke about it. But I was asking about the Dubai shit. Did you send me that? Or you sent me the? I did a joke out there. But they told me that the Burj Khalifa has a separate sewage system because it wasn't connected to the sewage system of Dubai. So they have these poop trucks that take the poop out. Right. Yeah. And the joke I said is like, well, that's why they have to shit on the hooker's chest because it's not connected to the plumbing. Right. Yeah. And but they were telling me like these interesting cultural things that happen out there, with the license plates. Have you heard about this?
Yes.
Where the lower the number, the more expensive it is.
Yeah.
And I go,
crazy expensive.
Yeah. Millions of dollars for a number 3 license plate. And I'm like, why is that? And one of the kids who's from the royal family goes, you have to understand, when everybody has a G-Wagon or Range Rover, it is not a big deal to have a G-Wagon or Range Rover.
Right.
And people have this need to show off.
Yeah.
But if everybody got the expensive shit, how else can you flex?
Right.
License plate.
Yeah. Wild. Also, crime over there, almost non-existent.
Yeah.
Go to Dubai and commit a crime. See how that goes.
Yeah.
Go to Abu Dhabi and commit a crime.
They've compartmentalized society. But yeah, they're strict, but it's also like anybody there who's working has been, there's a working class of people who do not really operate outside of working within the society.
Right.
And then everybody else there who's not part of the working class has money. So why would you commit crime?
There's also did you ever see the Vice documentary on some of the people that built Dubai?
No.
So some of the contractors, what they would do is they would go to third world countries. And they'd promise people exorbitant amounts of money to go over there and work construction. Then they'd bring them over to Dubai and then take their passports and then force them to live in squalor, give them a fraction of what they paid, and they're basically indentured servants.
Yeah. So the working system is, I don't know how different it is from that even today, but basically like you work there for 11 months, you get 1 month off, you get paid very little money. It's not enough money for upward mobility. While you're there, you are working just to work and then send money back home to your family, wherever it is. You never will become part of society. So they have really curated a system where those people have no upward mobility. Now, I imagine the advantage of that is there's no crime. Because everybody who's poor there is working.
And they know their place. They're in danger. It's not simple. It's not like
and
just
we're
get away
taking
with
you
things.
from destitute poverty where your family would die. So they're like, yeah, we're giving you an opportunity. These people are like, well, if I fuck up here, my whole family dies back home, or my whole family starves, or my whole family is going to go through some horrible situation.
Yeah.
So I'm the lifeline for my family. So they are taking advantage of that desperation.
Yeah.
100%. But yeah, I guess what they would dictate, they would say the benefit of that is no crime. But there is a social cost of that. There is a subclass of people that are there.
There's always going to be a social class when you, a social cost when you have monarchies.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And then you have people with exorbitant wealth and all the power. And then, you know, some of them turn bad, like Saddam Hussein and his sons, which were famously some of the most evil motherfuckers that ever existed.
Yeah.
I mean, they would feed women to dogs. They would find women that were getting married, steal the woman from the marriage, rape her, and then feed her to dogs.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man. Uday and Kusei. There's been many tales written about how evil they were. I mean, they were like
that is
legitimate
also,
serial killers.
That's the risk of the monarchy, right? Is that you don't know if that egg that comes out is good.
Well, it's also like having a child that grows up with total, complete power. You're going to have a Joffrey. You know, I mean,
sometimes
the archetype.
But maybe you get what is the guy that everybody thinks said everything great?
Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He did a lot of psychedelics.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. He was a part of the Eleusinian mysteries. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He was a part of that whole Greek Eleusinian mysteries thing. Yeah. Yeah. He was involved in those ceremonies. Yeah. There's a lot of speculation that ancient Greek society, specifically from Brian Murarescu's work. Did you ever talk to him?
No, but I've read some stuff about there's certain plants that grow that elicited the same chemical compounds as DMT or something.
As LSD.
Or LSD, yeah.
Well, there's a bunch of different ones that do like all kinds of different psychoactive ones, but they've absolutely found definitive proof of the use of ergot. And ergot is a fungus that gives people the same sort of psychedelic experience as LSD.
Ergot?
Ergot. Yeah, it's a fungus. It's also a fungus that they connect with the Salem witch trials.
Like a mushroom?
It's a fungus that grows on wheat, and that fungus it can be toxic for some people. It can kill them at certain doses, but it also imparts an LSD effect. And they found ergot in some of the wine vessels.
So they were taking it without even knowing.
No, they were taking it on purpose.
Oh.
What is this? A heroic Greek potion.
Ergot was in this drink.
The kykeon. Yeah, that's what they called it. This drink. And so they believed this drink contained a mixture of a bunch of different psychedelic compounds. One of which for sure they know is ergot, but there's a few other ones that I can't remember that they know are in there as well. And they found this from studying these ancient pottery vessels.
Your saucer looks like a mushroom. Is that on purpose?
I don't think so. But it could.
But if your whole idea is, you know, that
saucers and mushrooms do have a lot of similarities.
But the stoned ape theory is if the mushrooms that took us to the next level, and now we have the aliens taking us to the next level.
It might be the aliens brought us the mushrooms.
Well, there we go.
Who knows?
Anyway, But yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So then he was taking all that, and that's
So
why
they
all
were
this
all
wisdom.
Well, that's why he was so beyond wise, and he also believed in forgiveness, even forgiveness of his enemies. He was a Roman emperor.
No, he was very compassionate. He has all these great quotes. I guess what I assume is like in the same way that somebody is writing Obama speeches, people were writing his stuff. So I imagine that his stoicisms or whatever are the collection of the greatest ideas of the time, and the way to disseminate that information is to be like, yo, it's from the emperor, it's from the top boss.
Part of it, but Meditations I don't believe was ever written with the intent of it being distributed.
Oh, so they just found this diary of his.
Find that out. I think that's
I'm not trying to discredit him. I'm just trying to say
I know what you're saying. Well, for sure, definitely he did. I mean, everybody at any point in time has the information of the greatest minds they've encountered.
Of course, Einstein was talking to other great people, and then he might have the greatest mind, but he's still able to.
Yeah, it's a collaborative effort.
Yeah,
and including with philosophy, and certainly back then. But this one guy, his experiences to this day they resonate. You read Meditations today, like, oh, this is a guidebook to how to live your life in a better way.
Yeah. And it's rare that you would have someone in his circumstance where he was raised to be king.
Exactly.
Then he would be successful.
Yeah, and and then his son turns out to be a cunt.
But didn't they say that was because of the lead pipes or something like that?
I'm sure that had something to do with it.
There was something about like I was reading, or was it Nero? Who was there was one emperor that just went crazy. And they said he wasn't raised in the castle, he wasn't raised in the forum or whatever the fuck it was. And then when he moved there, he started consuming the water from the lead pipes. That they started to work his brain, and then he went more and more crazy throughout. I mean, this is what some tour guide told me.
Totally makes sense.
But yeah,
they didn't know what lead did to you.
No, they were stoked to have pipes.
George Washington's teeth were made with lead.
Yeah.
That's that Shane Gillis
bit.
A great bit. It's a fucking banger of a bit. I love that bit.
Yeah.
But that's true.
Yeah.
The literal mold that his teeth were fitted into was lead. He carried lead in his mouth all day.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Wild boy.
Wild boy. Yeah. But the country was founded by wild, crazy
people. You kind of need a crazy motherfucker to found a country. It's not like the most sane thing to be like, yo, let's just thwart the whole system, do something completely different, we'll do it on our own.
Not only that, but have this fail-safe method that exists today to keep someone from becoming a tyrant.
Oh, to relinquish the power.
Yeah.
That was the greatest thing. Yeah, I think that might have been the greatest thing a leader has ever done.
Yeah.
To set in motion this idea that you are not going to maintain this power after you have it.
Yeah, no one can.
What a fucking...
Pretty amazing. They had the foresight.
Did he write about it at all? Like, is there a moment where he regretted it 2 months later? He's like, man, I should have kept that shit. Like he's got to deal with a parking ticket or something. He's like, fuck.
After he gets out of office, this is bullshit. I could put my horse here. Yeah. I mean, imagine if someone tried to form a country today, how quick they'd put the kibosh on that.
I mean, it happens all the time.
Yeah, but if somebody went to some new Greenland or something, just said, we're going to set up shop here.
Yeah. The powers that be go, no.
No, the chance. Are you going to have weapons?
Yeah.
What?
Fuck that.
You're going to make an army?
Yeah.
The fuck out of here.
Yeah.
We're going to find a reason why you guys are whatever you are.
Yeah.
Pedophiles,
I think you're
racist. Yeah, whatever the fuck
hate
you are.
women.
Yeah, we're going over there. Yeah, we got to stop this. Yeah, we got to figure out a way to invade.
When are we going to take Greenland already? Or buy it?
Wasn't Trump talking about buying it? He made a tweet. I promise I won't do this. And he had a giant Trump tower there. It said Trump on the ceiling.
But it sounded like a cool acquisition.
Yeah.
Don't they have all these minerals and stuff? And there's all these great...
Also, if the world does warm up, that's a good spot to go to. Yeah. Throughout history, when the world's gotten colder and warmer, people have moved away from the places where you can't live in and moved to the places where you can live.
So we got a nice little fail-safe.
Yeah. A little something.
Imagine.
A little something.
We're just all in Greenland.
Well, there was discussions about Trump buying Greenland.
Yeah. Because it's got a lot of, I don't know.
Why didn't that happen?
I think Greenland shut it down. Isn't Greenland owned by Denmark or something like that?
Everything for sale.
Yeah.
Come on. Are you sure? You just didn't get the right offer.
It might be the offer.
Yeah.
But we've made some good deals. Like that fucking Louisiana Purchase was a good deal.
What a crazy deal.
I mean.
How about Alaska? That's a crazy deal.
Yeah, Alaska was nuts.
Since 1867, the United States has considered or made several proposals to purchase the island of Greenland.
From Denmark, yeah.
From Denmark, who did it with the Danish West Indies in 1917, while Greenland remains an autonomous territory within the Kingdom of Denmark. A 1951 treaty gives the United States much control over an island once partially claimed from exploration. There's got to be all kinds of shit up there that they could use.
Yeah. What do you think about Antarctica?
Well, did you ever see that one guy that was on the Sean Ryan show that claims that there's like a direct energy weapon out of Antarctica? Boy, that guy seems overconfident.
Yeah.
That he knows what he's talking about. He's a fireman. He's not a scientist.
I had
It's
access to everything.
Yeah, there's something about that doesn't sit right with me, but I don't know. I mean, also, it's so hard unless you have evidence. Like, unless you could show that they could turn this thing on.
Right.
And what is it? It's a neutrino detector that also can be used as a directed energy weapon.
That's it. Directed energy weapons is what they're saying.
Yeah. I mean, listen, that's a concept that existed for a long time. I'm sure they probably have something like that.
Yeah.
They definitely have things that were just theoretical. They have a rail gun now. And this rail gun can go through multiple layers of steel. Have you ever seen the railgun in operation?
No.
It's crazy. Railgun, just like from Quake. This thing sends this bolt through, like, I think they did like 10 giant steel plates in a row, and it just went through all of them like it was hot butter.
But is it a laser? What is the material that's actually going through?
I don't know exactly how it works. So this is the thing. So this is the rail, this bolt going through all this steel.
Jesus.
Look at this. It just goes through everything. Goes through all that shit.
So what?
Look at it going through it. Just going through everything, man. Look at that. I mean, it's like total science fiction Star Wars type shit.
Yeah.
So they've got some wild shit, and I guarantee they're working on direct energy weapons as well. Now, what they've been able to accomplish versus what is theoretical, that's the real question. And if it did exist, if there was a direct energy weapon, would they tell us? I don't think they would.
No.
Why would they tell us?
No. I mean, the conspiracies out there get wild. Like, there's pyramids there. You've seen that one, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But if you also start digging, they say nobody can like dig under the ice. Like, don't mess with the ice out there. I think there's like a treaty across all like countries that have somehow like taken apart or claimed a part of Antarctica. But I think the tricky thing is like if you start digging and you find animal remains, like humans tend to follow animals wherever they go.
Yeah.
So are we going to find some humans over there? And then how does that distort the historical timeline?
Or they find a spaceship down there.
Oh, Joe, now we're getting into
Well, that was the thing. One of the things that Lazar said is that one of the vehicles was a part of an archaeological dig.
But
they found it in an archaeological dig.
But not in Antarctica.
No. He didn't say where. He didn't say where.
Oh.
He didn't say where. But he said one of the ships they recovered from an archaeological dig. And they think these things have been around for a long, long, long time. So the people that work with them, like Diana Pasulka, who wrote, what was it, Encounters? She said that they refer to them as donations. These crashed UFOs, they don't even necessarily think of them as crashed. They think they kind of like let it crash. They're donations for us to back engineer, that we're supposed to take them and go figure this out. And that this is something that helps our technological evolution. And there's a lot of people that point to like the creation of fiber optics, that it all kind of happened right after Roswell, and that there's these descriptions of fiber optics that existed in the crafts they found at Roswell.
So they're looking at us like we're looking at the orangutan.
Yeah, here's a stick.
Like, yo, he's
figured
figuring it out.
Go fish with that stick. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, that would be a good way to accelerate technologies, to just introduce something to them and go back engineer that.
Yeah.
Figure that out.
I mean, isn't that how we do it now?
Yeah. Well, that's what Lazar had said they were doing with him in Area 51.
Yeah.
In S4. He was saying, but they didn't know exactly how these things worked. They didn't know how to recreate it, and they wouldn't let the scientists talk to other scientists.
Yeah.
He's like, science doesn't exist in a vacuum like that.
Yeah.
You need a collaborative effort of a bunch of different people. And also different scientists that were working on the thing weren't allowed to talk to each other.
But that's a military thing, right? For privacy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
A compartmentalization thing.
Yeah.
For top secret clearance.
Yeah.
But he was the guy that was saying that they were also telling him that we are a farm of souls.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that the people that know about it say you can't tell people because they would freak out. There'd be riots in the streets. I mean, that was just, someone just recently said something like that. It was one of the recent conversations between some top official. They're saying if real disclosure happened and people knew exactly what was going on, there'd be riots. People would be freaking out.
I think we'd be okay now.
Well, who knows?
I think we'd be all
right. We found out that we really are just vessels for souls, and that we're being farmed by some super intelligent species that we will eventually become.
The farm thing is tricky, but that we're being groomed
Yeah.
to become the super intelligent species, and it takes time, and we have to get there slowly.
Yeah.
That
makes sense.
I like
tracks.
the theory. Yeah.
That tracks that you would just kind of let us figure it out and let us go
nudge us in the right direction.
Yeah.
There you go.
And that the aliens would show up once we started detonating nukes.
Because it's like, whoa, that's a different direction.
Yeah, okay, guys, stop that. Don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
you can do all your nonsense and do all your regular conventional warfare, but as soon as you start going atomic, we're going to start talking. Yeah. We're going to let you know. You're not the boss.
Quite benevolent, these aliens, huh?
Well, also maybe recognizing that this process has to take place and you can't hold their hand, you know? Teach a man to fish. He'll fish for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Give a man a fish. He eats for a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Teach him.
You might meet him one day, Joe.
Yeah.
You might meet him one day.
I might already out of meet him.
Will we believe you?
Don't believe me. I'll lie. It's the one thing I'll lie about. I don't lie about anything. I will lie to everybody about that.
Joe's already met him. That means he's already met him.
I don't know shit. I think it's all fake. It's all Russian propaganda. We need to support Ukraine. Meanwhile, there's fucking things in this room with us right now, observing from other dimensions. Fuck. Yeah, just making sure we're on the general path towards technological progression, which is what eventually gives birth to it.
So they're
us.
Yeah, but
they're what every intelligent species eventually becomes.
But they're basically on a further timeline. So they're influencing their own timeline.
They're influencing a similar species to evolve to hit their level of technological
and they feel like that
sophistication.
Is their duty.
I think that's just what happens.
Yeah.
That's probably what happens in the universe, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, look, when we go to visit primitive societies, we bring the wells.
Oh, that's true.
We start creating electricity for them. We teach them how to farm. Yeah. That's what we do. It just makes sense that they would do that, especially if they're beyond advanced, like incomprehensibly more advanced than we are. They would slowly help us do it right.
Yeah.
And stop us from making catastrophic errors.
And we're fun. We're like dogs in a way. Like dogs are fun. You want to teach them how to sit and shit outside.
Also, like, look at them go.
Yeah.
Look at these people.
We create some good stuff.
Yeah, look at them making drones and shit. This is wild.
Yeah.
Look what they're doing. Rail guns and shit. Look at these psychos. Hypersonic jets. Yeah, look at them go.
And still cage fighting.
Yeah,
we've got it all.
Slap
We've
fighting.
got the whole
Slap fighting. Slap fighting is like, that's the bottom.
When that comes onto the alien's desk, wait, they're doing what? Slap. They can't defend each other.
They have to stand there.
Yeah.
Do they know about brain damage? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the people that host it also host MMA.
They know everything about it.
They know everything about brain damage. And they just say, look, sign up at the dotted line. You can ride a bull. You can fucking dirt bike ride. You can get slapped.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want in this country.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what the aliens are like. Jesus Christ. They probably look at slap fighting and go, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Someone trying to tell them not to do that.
Yeah. America's like the way that we look at Trump, they look at America. You know what I mean? We're like the guy's fucking crazy, but he's funny as hell.
Right.
That's them. They're just looking at us like, they invented what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a bunch of psychos.
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe all advancing civilizations are psychos. Maybe they all eventually have to become integrated with technology to escape the boundaries and the walls that are set up by their biology.
Yeah.
Because your biology has allowed you through in a natural environment to achieve a place where you could be detached from the natural environment with cities and buildings and structures and electricity and power and technology and weapons and weapons that allow soft, fleshy water balloons filled with blood to go out there and kill grizzly bears from 100 yards. Boom! And you stand next to them. Look at me. Look what I did. You know, it's wild. But it seems like that is the only way you get to be sophisticated enough to create technology.
Yeah.
You have to have controlled your environment enough where you've stopped all the enemies and stopped all the predators.
Egypt.
Yeah.
Like in order to build those pyramids, you need a long time of safety.
Yeah.
You can't build them at the same time that you're at war.
Right.
You're being attacked. There's famine. There's no water.
Right.
You need long,
thousands of years.
Thousands of safe.
Yeah.
And food and abundance. And then you need a thing for people to do so they don't kill each other. Keep them busy.
Yep. Keep them busy. Keep them from fighting over power. Yeah.
What if it was that simple?
Who knows what it was with those folks? Because I think they were probably more sophisticated than we are today. It's just the only thing that makes sense to me, that they were able to get these multiple ton stones down from the mountains with no road system.
That's the tricky. What is it? The Aswan Valley that they got the stones from for the pyramids in Giza. That is a really tricky.
It's all tricky.
Thing to consider.
Some of them were from 500 miles away.
Yeah.
They were 80 tons.
Yeah.
They got them out of the mountains. They moved them down. They cut them perfectly.
Yeah.
Like, what did they do? How did they do it? What were the machines?
Yeah.
What was the technology? Was it no technology? Really? Are you sure? Is it just based on what? Our understanding currently of what happened 12,000 years ago, which is like not that good?
Yeah.
No, we have a piecemeal understanding, like a very just minute understanding of what was possible back then, based on the evidence of the result of what was possible, which is the pyramids, which is bananas.
And we're also trying to explain it with theories that we've kind of accepted to be fact that are really not that much. Like this idea that it was all done with like the chisels and stones. I don't necessarily subscribe to that.
Yeah, says who?
Yeah.
All they would have to do is find one piece of machinery that didn't exist before they could understand. And they found things before that they didn't know existed and they couldn't understand. Like, what is that mechanism? The antitheric, or what is it called? There was a computer that they found, this computer in gears. It was in a Roman ship that had sank to the bottom of the ocean. Was the Antikythera mechanism.
Yeah.
So this thing, it's an ancient Greek. Go back to that, please, so I can read that. It's an ancient Greek hand-powered orrery, a model of the solar system, described as the oldest known example of an analog computer. It's used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance. It also can be used to track the 4-year cycle of athletic games. Give me a little larger. Athletic games, similar to the Olympiad, the cycle of the ancient Olympic Games. The artifact was among the wreckage retrieved from a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of how do you say that? Antikythera? How do you say it? Antikythera. In 1901. In 1902, it was identified by archaeologist Valerio Staeus as containing a gear. The device housed in the remains of a wooden frame case of uncertain overall size, 34 centimeters by 18 centimeters by 9 centimeters, was found as one lump, later separated into 3 main fragments, which are now divided into 82 separate fragments after conservation efforts. 4 of these fragments contain gears, while inscriptions are found on many others. The largest gear is about 13 centimeters in diameter and originally had 223 teeth. All these fragments of the mechanisms are kept in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, along with the reconstructions and replicas to demonstrate how it may have looked and worked. See if you can find what the replica of what it looked like. But, so they had to sort of like figure out how the fuck did they do this? Like, how did they know this? What's involved in this? Like, was this ancient technology that existed like a long time ago that they had preserved and held on to? Like, when was the creation of that thing? So there's things that we know that we didn't think that they could do.
Yeah.
That sort of really throw a monkey wrench into our understanding.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just one. That's just one that they found. I mean, there could have been stuff from thousands of years before that just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
You deal with erosion, you deal with time, especially over thousands of years, 12,000 years. Boy, you have nothing left. There's no evidence of whatever these machines were.
It would be interesting to study, like, what happened to technology during the medieval age. What is it called? What is it during the Black Plague, or what was it called? Medieval ages? Was that the term?
Yeah, but during the plague.
During the plague, right? Where was there an erosion of intellectual property?
Right, because people were dying off.
Exactly, people are dying off, and do the physicists die? Like, because we always talk about this. What happened when all the physicists die? What happened when all the scientists die? So was there an erosion? Was there a step back in our ability to create things
That's a good
during that
question.
period. And if there was something that was even worse than that happened throughout history, i.e. like a asteroid or something hitting the Earth, well, that erosion would just be 10 times worse.
100 times worse.
But I like to
1,000
look
times
into
worse.
that.
Yeah.
Because you still see great works of art that happened during the medieval ages?
Yeah.
You see these great cathedrals go up. So there still were, I would imagine, they were maintaining their ability to create these great structures.
Right, but there had to be a dip in productivity.
So let's see what that dip is, and then
Yeah.
multiply it by the catastrophe.
Right. Well, I think people were just like knocked back into the Stone Age. I think that's probably what happened.
That makes sense.
That's why you see the emergence of written language and all these different things from Mesopotamia. Like that's 6,000 years later.
Yeah.
After the impacts, probably.
So it took that amount of time.
Yeah.
To recover.
Yeah.
And build back the knowledge set. And keep in mind, like the knowledge set isn't maintained with the efficiency that we have it now, right? Like you get a couple books that get destroyed, and there
That's
it is.
a wrap.
Physics gone.
That's the Library
gone.
of Alexandria.
Right.
They burned the Library of Alexandria. And
Yeah.
like everybody's like, what happened?
Yeah.
I
That
don't
was
know.
the knowledge.
Take a guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, how'd they build this shit? We've burned it. Sorry. Yeah.
It is vulnerable. We take it for granted. It is incredibly vulnerable.
Oh man, we're even more vulnerable now because everything's on hard drives. You know, so all it takes is the power going off, and we're fucked.
Yeah.
And how long would it take before the power gets back on? Boy, asteroid impacts, kills the whole grid. Everyone's knocked to the Stone Age for a couple hundred years. Yeah. Bro, you ain't getting into them hard drives.
Yeah.
You're never gonna figure it out. And although the hard drives will rot, the moisture in the air, the erosion, they'll slowly evaporate. Yeah.
And if somebody handed you a hard drive 2,000 years later, you would just think it was a piece of plastic.
Yeah.
You have no clue that
It would be a lump. How about that thing? That thing was just a
we don't know
lump
what
of,
the fuck that
it was
does.
all corroded and fucked up.
They don't know what it is. It's the only one they've ever found, I think, I'm reading.
Yeah. I mean, how many of them were there? It wasn't the only one.
Yeah.
They probably had a bunch of them. They probably have even better ones.
That's the question they're saying. Like, what if it was the only one?
It's a
Then
mystery.
what knowledge did it have?
It's a fucking mystery, baby.
We love it.
But it's a fun time.
Oh, it's the best.
It's a fun time to be alive. As chaotic as it is, this is a really fun time to be alive.
Amen.
All right, my brother. I love you to death.
Love
You're
you
the
too,
man.
man. Thank you,
Thanks
brother.
for
You
being
too.
here.
My man.
I'm so happy to see you killing it. It's beautiful to watch.
Thank you
You're
for
out there
everything,
crushing
bro.
it. Come on,
Appreciate
man.
it. Appreciate you.
You're on top of it. I love it.
Thank you, man.
All right. Anything to tell anybody?
Go check out, if you want to come check out the tour, that'd be great. Life tour. We're coming to Austin, actually.
When are you coming?
April 16th, I think, or something like that. Doing the Moody.
Nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So,
Beautiful.
That'd be
All right.
awesome. Come out.
All
to
right.
that. Thank you so much.
My brother. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Let's go.
Netflix special. What's
Netflix
up?
special live
What's
from
up?
live from the mothership, streaming on Netflix right now.
The first special live from the mothership to be streamed on Netflix.
Yeah, man.
How's that?
It's exciting, man.
It's great too, man.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
nailed it.
It's
You
great.
fucking nailed it.
It's getting a good positive response from the comedy community.
Beautiful.
Too. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Everybody's loving it. Yeah, this is gonna keep going, keep getting stronger now.
I know, it's such a nice feeling, man. It's so nice to watch this happen for you because you're one of the guys that came out here early. You took an early risk.
Yeah.
A lot of people in the beginning were like, "What the fuck is everybody doing moving to Texas in the middle of the pandemic?"
Yeah, but honestly, it didn't feel like that big of a risk. Well, maybe at the time, I don't remember, man, but it felt like an easy decision when I made it. But it was a last minute thing. I literally, from the time I decided to move, I'm moving to the time I moved, I think it was like a month.
Yeah, it was quick for me too, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I came out here in May of 2020 and I started looking at houses immediately. And then, there was like a little hesitation with Mrs. Rogan, and the girls were really into it right away because when we got out here, you could jump in the lake. People were partying. It was like we went on a boat. My real estate agent's a genius. She took us out on the lake and she showed us like this is the life out here. Like people are having fun, and everybody was terrified in LA. Everybody was wearing masks outside. It was just, and here like no one had masks on outside. You go to restaurants and my daughters just wanted a life, a real life.
And that's back when they were fucking with the store.
Yeah, bad.
Like the city, it was so crazy for the store to be 2 blocks from what's that country bar?
What is it? Roadhouse? Saddle Ranch.
It was 2 blocks from Saddle Ranch, and Saddle Ranch had 100 people out there with little dividers between them and everything. And then the store, they tried to do the same thing, but they put comedy outside with like dividers in front of everybody and everything. Mm-hmm. And the city was still like, no,
yeah,
that's live performance. Shut it down. We couldn't do comedy through the fucking window.
My friend's brother worked for the city and worked in the COVID department. And one of the women who was in charge of making the decision to close down outdoor dining, he said to her, there's no evidence that outdoor dining causes a spread. And she said, yeah, but it's about optics. It's about optics. So some person who none of their money is dependent upon business being open, they get that same check every week. That's what you get. You work for the fucking state. This is my check. She didn't give a fuck about just stopping millions and millions of dollars in business and stopping all of these restaurants from being able to stay alive. All these people that, you ever worked in a restaurant?
Oh, yeah.
That's work, man. That's work. When I was, I guess I was 21. I was dating this girl who she got a degree in hotel management and hospitality, like that kind of thing. And dude, the hours that she had to work were crazy. Right out of college, she was working like all day long. 12-hour days were normal. And if you were a manager, you'd come in on Saturday if they needed you. You do everything that they asked you to do, and you don't make any money. There's the amount of money that a restaurant makes, like a restaurant has to be like really killing it to make money. Right. Generally, they're just above the part where they're losing money. Just above. They do pretty. If they're packed, they're doing great. But there's nights that they're not packed, and then you got all this food you bought.
That's how most comedy clubs are.
Exactly. Yeah. We're living in some dreamland.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Mothership doesn't have to worry about that at all.
I don't know how that happened so well. It's crazy how it happened so well.
Yeah. Every single night.
We could have never when Brian and I, for people who don't know, we would sit in the green room of the Vulcan. And this was the dark days where like no one knew what was going to happen with live performance anywhere. There was no touring. Nobody was touring.
Well, Bert was touring still.
He was doing parking lots. Oh, he was doing those drive-in shows. Yeah. He's a savage.
He's the only one. Actually, no.
Eliza did it too.
Yeah, him and Eliza, right.
A few other people did it too.
I don't know,
but Bert invented the drive-in thing. But the point is, it was weird. We didn't know what was going to happen. And then we would be talking about, we got to build a club. Because Ron White literally grabbed me by my shoulders. It was like, whatever the fuck we have to do, we're opening up a fucking club here. He goes, we're going to fucking keep doing this. I was like, okay, we got to keep doing this. It was literally Ron White grabbing me in November of 2020. It was the first time he had been on stage, and he crushed.
Of course.
Not only did he crush, the ovation that he got when he was walking to that stage, holy shit. Yeah. I forget who brought him up. I think it was Duncan. I forget who brought him up. But whoever brought him up, the fucking ovation that he got was so insane.
You saved him too, because he went from retiring to now he's on the road again.
Yeah, I was telling him you're never retiring. What are you talking about? They invited me to his retirement party. I go, I'm not going to your Fugazi retirement party. There's no way that's real. You're not quitting. You're one of the best comics alive. Yeah. You get to do one of the most amazing things, make people happy. Make a bunch of people just laugh and feel so good.
And he's better than ever.
Better than ever. Better than ever. Sharper than ever. Always writing and enthusiastic. Like he's revived.
Yeah, man.
I think dudes get to a certain age where they have this thing in their head where, this is not my thing anymore. I'm going to just like settle. Like, why? Are you alive? Are you alive? Yeah. Can you still kill? You can still do it, right? George Carlin died on the road, son. He died in a hotel room like a fucking soldier.
That's true.
He was like 1,000 years old, still whining about country, And George Carlin had a career that lasted for like 50 plus years.
Yeah, and then the Bob Saget died on the road.
Bob Saget died tragically. That's a horrible one, man. Blacked out, fell, and hit his head. We saw our friend Duncan the other night black out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Duncan fainted at the Black Keys concert, and he didn't know he was fainting. He didn't know what was going on, and I caught it. Red Band grabbed me, and he goes, "Look, what's going on over here with Duncan?" And I got over to him, and our security guy had caught him before he fell. But I thought he tripped over this box because it was like open, those boxes they use for equipment.
Okay,
it was because we were backstage, we were in the corner, we had this dope spot to watch the show. And when Bruce grabbed him, Duncan just seemed weird. I grabbed him. I'm like, "You okay? Did you get hurt?" He goes, "No." I go, "Did that thing fall on you?" And Bruce is like, "No, he fell on it." And I go, "What happened?" He goes, "I don't know. I'm fine though. I'm fine." But then I feel his body like giving out in my hands. So I've got my hands on him because I was helping him out, but I feel him giving out. And so I go, "Hey man, you okay? Are you okay?" And so he starts like slumping, And I go, "Hey, we're gonna let's sit you down. Let's sit you down." And we're trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
And he was sober. It wasn't a drug. It wasn't anything like that. And then we sit him down. I go, "Are you all right?" He goes, "Yeah, it's so weird, man. I just felt so weird. All of a sudden, I just was passing out." And he goes out again. He just goes out again right there. And I grab him. I go, hey. And then they get EMTs. And then this lady comes to take care of him. And this dude comes and we carry him over to a cot.
I think he was locking out his knees, huh?
I don't know what it was.
So what was weird is that we haven't talked about this since that happened.
Yeah. Well, I talked about it with him. Yeah, he doesn't. I don't know if he knows we're going to talk about it on the podcast.
Oh yeah, he probably doesn't want us to talk about it.
You think so?
I don't know.
Should we not talk about it?
I don't know.
Let's put a placeholder in there.
Yeah. Okay.
How did I get to that point though?
We're talking about drugs. No, we're talking about
blacking out. Oh, Bob Saget.
Bob Saget down.
So Bob Saget just fainted, which fucking happens, man. I mean, there's a lot of people that want to blame it on the vaccine and blame it on this and that. Like, maybe, but also people faint, unfortunately. I've seen people faint stone cold sober. Tony Hinchcliffe fainted one night at the Comedy Store so bad he banged his head, and everybody was really worried about him. Just fainted. It happens.
I fainted in boot camp.
Oh shit!
Yeah, right after them telling us not to lock out our legs, I wasn't listening. I locked out my leg. Woke up like everybody's over you. It's like time travel.
Why? You were explaining this to me, but it didn't make any sense to me. The locking out the legs thing.
Yeah, for whatever reason, like if you're standing still for a long period of time and you fully extend your knees, it cuts off circulation or something. But yeah, I've seen people drop like flies. Like if you ever at a parade or something, you'll see people drop like that.
It's just what a dumb feature in human beings. The medical name is orthostatic posture syncope. Happens at churches, graduations, weddings, or at events when standing a long time. More common if one keeps the knees locked. This pools the blood in the leg veins. A person who stands long enough in one place will faint. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I thought that was a myth.
Nah, I've seen it happen live.
That's crazy. Bro, I would have argued with that to the end of time. I was like, no, I'm not fainting. If I lock my legs out, I'm not fainting. I'm not fainting.
Yeah, I think it varies. Some people don't. Like, if you have like really good circulation.
I blacked out once, and it was so embarrassing.
Was it from just standing?
No, I was in a FA 18 going 6.5 G's.
Well, that's kind of a humble brag.
Well, no, because I got through more G's. I got through 7.5 G's. We did 7.5, and I was on the verge of blacking out. And first of all, these pilots, they're not using gravity suits. And those Air Force and Navy pilots that fly those jets, those guys are jacked, dude. They have to be really fit because part of the thing is forcing blood into your brain. So while you're steering this fucking insane vehicle, dude, when you're in one of those things and you realize what they can do, and he took me for a ride. We went through the mountains. He's going, I mean, we're only like 100, 200 feet off the ground. This fucking dude is expertly piloting this thing through trenches and shit. It was wild. It was terrifying. But then he was explaining to me, okay, they take you through this whole training course with the Blue Angels, and then he's explaining to me, okay, now when you hit the high G's, you got to grab onto your straps, like where your legs are, and they grab onto their the joystick. But whatever you're grabbing onto, you grab onto, and you do a thing called hooking. So you go like this, and you're forcing blood into your head to stay conscious. And then the gravity, the G-force is pushing down on you, and your consciousness is like elevator doors. And you go like, So I'm doing this, and I hear him doing it. And I'm like, oh my God, he's experienced what I'm experiencing too.
And flying.
And I thought he's maybe immune to it by now, right? No, he's going, and I'm going, oh my God, this is insane. Just the physical demands that it takes to fly one of those things. Like, you have a car that handles well. You have a nice car. When you take turns in that car, you know how your body kind of goes sideways a little bit, and you got to correct a little if you're really going fast. I mean, they handle so flat, but you feel the G's. You feel the thing when you turn. Imagine that times, I don't know what the volume is, but when this thing is going, what is it, 500 miles an hour, 200 feet off the ground?
Is it pushing from everywhere?
Bro, I don't know. It's just so immense. The pressure's so immense.
Oh, wow.
So I got through that, and then we did this other turn that was not as many G's. I want 4.5 or something like that. It wasn't nearly as many, but I didn't hook. I didn't do the thing. I thought I was going to be fine. And I just blacked out and threw up.
Oh, man.
So I got through the harder part. And I just fucking slacked off. I think I was so blown away by the experience, so blown away by what it feels like when you're inside one of those things and what they're capable of doing. It's so mind blowing.
But
it changes your idea of like what a thing can do. You know how, like, look, if you're in your car, like especially like your car's fast, it handles well. When you're in your car, you have a completely different sense of what a car can do than if you're in like a 1970 pickup truck with a shitty 6-cylinder engine and fucking, blah, blah. Your car is going, it's gone. Now, when you get in a Tesla, it's that times 5, because Teslas are insane. They don't make any noise, and they go 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds. So it's just like this. The car disappears. Now that times hundreds is what this jet's doing. It's so fucking fast.
And did you tell them to put a little extra on it?
No. I said, let's go, brother. Let's go. He was like, you ready to do this? I'm like, let's fucking do this. I was in. I was like, this is what these guys do. I want to experience it. Take me for the real ride. And it is a ride, dude. It changes your reference points.
Imagine the fucking ego you have to be that kind of pilot.
Well, they're all men. Yeah. These are men. These are like jacked men who are like real friendly and super polite, and they always drink their water and they always get their pull-ups in. These guys are men. Yeah. And they have a full gym set up there. These guys are in shape constantly. You do not get out of shape if you're doing that. You cannot get out of shape. It's too hard. Bro, it's bananas how hard it is.
You miss one hook, you dead.
You're dead. And you're going to have to eject, and you're going to give up that you crashed a $1 billion jet or whatever the fuck those things cost. Didn't somebody crash recently? There's a couple crashes. There was one where a guy had to eject, like it lost power or something like that. So he ejects and it slams into the mountains of North Carolina. It was crazy. Yeah, it just ran out of gas and just slammed in the mountains. But the guy parachuted down, I believe, in that one. I mean, there was another one more recent, before that, rather, not as recent, where there was like this crazy fiery crash and like they were doing tests, and the guy lost control of the jet. Bro, you could lose control of one of those things. Dude, I'm telling you, when you're in it, it's not what I thought. I thought you're like, yeah, you just fucking spirit. No, it's the physical force on your body. It's insane. Insane.
There's no way I would do it for a living.
That's why the UFO shit is so perplexing. Because whatever those things are, if they're ours, nobody's in them. No fucking chance. No chance. Nobody's in those things. Because you would be turned into jello like that.
From changing direction so quickly?
What they're doing is moving at a, what was it like that they estimated the Tic Tac to go? I think it was 13,000 G's. Something insane. Where it moves so fast. Because it supposedly went from above our atmosphere, which is like above 50,000 feet, down to like 50 feet in a second.
And didn't crash.
Not only didn't crash, stopped dead and hovered. They're like, what can do that? And what happens to the people that are in that? You're gone, bro. You're mist. You're pink mist.
Oh.
You're like those people in that submarine. You just splat.
Bro, speaking of that shit, I just watched a YouTube video about another fucking incident. What's the name of it?
Boeing?
No, it wasn't Boeing. No, this was a long time ago. This was a mining rig where all the guys got sucked through a door. Oh, like a door was cracked, and actually only one guy died that way, but because that door got cracked, it killed everybody inside.
Oh my god!
You know that deep sea. Especially when it was new, that deep sea like mining shit, because those guys have to live.
Oh my god! Sucked into an oil pipe. Oh my god!
No, this isn't it, but still,
like Jesus Christ, sucked into an oil pipe.
Yeah, some of these people, because they would. What the fuck?
Did you see that one where that sinkhole opened up in the bottom of a pool?
Of a swimming pool?
Yeah,
no.
The whole pool drained, and people got sucked into the sinkhole and died.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
When did this happen?
I don't know. Israel?
Oh, man.
Bro, sinkholes are crazy.
I mean,
sinkholes are crazy.
And they're everywhere.
They're everywhere. Some of them, the weird thing is, some of them, they look like someone cored the earth. Like they're circular. So look at this. It just a hole opens in the bottom of the fucking pool. It starts spreading.
Oh, did people go in there?
Yeah, people went in there, man. Bro, that shit is deep.
Oh, yeah, you gone.
Look at this. How crazy must that have felt to see the thing just implode in the bottom and a hole open up? Like a curse was put on the pool?
And what is my man doing right here?
No one knows what the fuck to do, man.
Yeah, but that dude he's looking like he's gonna reach in there and grab something. Like,
because he's trying to think where his family is.
Oh, well, yeah.
Bro, people got fall. I mean, how deep is that fucking thing? If you get sucked into that with all that water,
yeah, you gone.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
And the thing is, there's no way that it's smooth and like you probably.
Oh, you're dead on the way down. You're dead on the way down. You get your face bashed in. Look at those edges and shit.
Yeah.
Did you see that one where that hole opened up?
That's my biggest fear. I don't want to die in a like where I can't move. What do you call it?
With rocks crushing your head, drowning.
Just any kind of closed space where they just take my space.
Yeah.
Well, I just
claustrophobia.
I just told the CIA how to torture me.
No, they already know how to torture you, bro.
I'm taking all this.
They just checked your Twitter and they ran it through an algorithm.
Right.
They know how to torture you. What was that one, Jamie, where a hole opened up that was so big? It was circular. It looked fake. We had to confirm that it was real, even though it looked like really bizarrely fake. It looks so fake. It looks like CGI.
What is it?
I'm gonna pull it up. You all right?
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Okay. You know what it is, right? That's a terrifying way to go, though. The earth just gives out from under you.
Yeah, and I would give up immediately.
I went to Pompeii when I was in Italy, and that's a wild one, dude.
So wait a minute, it's still there?
Yeah, you can go there.
I didn't know they let people walk through it.
Oh yeah, you can walk through it. Yeah, it's like a museum. They can go. You can see where these people lived. They've uncovered most of it. You know, and they uncover people, and they have the people on display, and the people are just like stone. They just got impregnated with ash, and all that's left is like their form.
Yeah, but why go into that pose? Like right when you,
because it just overcame them like a wave. Like you don't understand what a volcano eruption is like.
Yeah, Ice Cube's the only reason I know what pyroclastic flow is.
What is that? What a great lyric.
I know, right?
Ice Cube's got some great fucking lyrics. That's it. Look at that. That's a real sinkhole, bro.
Wow.
How insane is that? It looks like someone took an apple core to the earth. Like, look how smooth it is.
It seems like the sort of thing they should be able to predict, though.
No, they can't, though, man, because there's underwater currents and streams and rivers. We can't keep an accurate assessment of exactly what's going on under the surface and what kind of erosion is taking place and what kind of cavities are everywhere. Bro, that's like a gateway to hell.
So apparently, and
that's like a movie.
I might be off about this, but apparently everything behaves like a liquid. Like
hold on. It says it's created by humans.
Gotta figure out a way to get past
it. Okay, sign up for it if you have to.
Yeah, it was like everything behaves like a liquid, just almost like solids just do it on a slower scale. Like all the little fundamental parts of it are moving like liquid does.
You know why you know that? Earthquakes. You ever been in an earthquake?
Oh yeah.
It feels like the earth became like you're on a raft.
That's another part of the reason why I left California. I was like, everyone was living there acting like that shit wasn't on the way. You know what I mean? Like that shit's overdue, bro, and it's gonna fuck shit up.
It's gonna fuck shit up in an incomprehensible way. I got to LA in '94, and it was right after the earthquake, and I got to see giant sections of the highway that had collapsed on top of cars. You could see it. It was all the highways were collapsed right in front of you. You could see where they collapsed, and I was like, I am never going that way. Whatever needs to be done that way, I'm going all the way the fuck around. I am not going to be on the bottom of that thing. No. I don't even want to be on the top and ride it out. I think you'll die that way too. But the people on the bottom are dead as fuck. They're
definitely gone.
Diggity dead as fuck. That's a terrible way to die.
Or to be in some building that collapses on
some of the bridges would fall off and people would just drop. You see them, the cars just drop.
Or that's what happened in Baltimore,
bro. Oh yeah.
Fuck that. Fuck being on that.
Fuck that. In a place where there's earthquakes. Fuck that. And how about, bro? That's Taiwan, right? Taiwan just had a big ass earthquake, 7.5.
When did that happen?
Just now, just like a couple of days ago.
Wow.
Look at that. Look at that building, man.
I mean, the fact that it's even still up is kind of crazy.
And bro, what kind of building codes they got in Taiwan?
Wow. Damn, all these buildings fucking stood the...
Yeah, a lot of buildings stood, but a lot of buildings didn't. See, the whole thing with buildings, like if you make a building in California, you have earthquake regulations. You have to make your building sturdy in a way that's supposed to be able to tolerate at least a little bit of an earthquake.
Yeah, but but how did they know you didn't until everybody did?
I had a problem with a house that I had once. And the contractors had cut corners all over the place. We didn't realize it until we moved in. And then it became a real problem, real pain in the ass. And I was like, who the fuck, how can, is somebody on the take? Like, how does somebody not catch all this stuff? Man. But it's just, they just don't have the time. The regulators don't have the time. There's not enough money to go and check everybody. And that's why when people say you don't need regulation with construction, I'm like, listen, bitch, you need that shit. Those dudes are shady.
Yeah, if you don't,
yeah,
it's a countdown to a building fall.
I should be real clear. I know some great guys that are contractors. I know some awesome people that build houses and build buildings, and they're great people and they're super ethical. But I've also met so many shady ones.
I don't know any good ones. They're all
no. I think it's like 3 out of 10 are shady. That's what I think. At least somewhat shady. And it's just it's a hard world to navigate if you don't know somebody. You know, if you know a guy and he can tell you, hey, I got a fucking great contractor. He's an awesome guy. You'll love him. And you're like, whoo, okay, now I'm in business with someone I really like to see. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a business where the only way for you to make more money is to fuck over your customer.
To make more money than you're supposed to.
Right. Like after you've already agreed on the money.
Yeah.
The only other way for you to make more money, like you're not getting tipped at the end.
I know. It's almost like there's a fine line between someone who charges too much, but they do an amazing job.
I'd rather deal with that person.
I'd rather deal with that person as well. Yeah. I want them to be compensated for their work, and I want them to feel proud of what they do. You know, I have a friend who's a carpenter, and he'll talk about buildings. He'll show me pictures and shit. It's like, this is a beautiful house that this guy created, and it's like, for him, it's like a bit that killed.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a bit. It's like, look at this house we made for this guy, and he's showing me the pictures. I'm like, man, that's incredible.
Another problem too is when especially when you talk about hiring people to build a house for you, they know how much money you work on. So they know they can squeeze you here, squeeze you there,
Yeah, they definitely, in some cases, they do. They know what they can get away with and what they can't.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's the rich. When people think you're rich, they always charge extra. And
some people do, but some people don't. And the people that don't, you really appreciate.
Some people give you free stuff.
Yeah, but there are definitely people that try to take advantage of you, and it's kind of gross. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, but I think people don't know better.
They've got to know better. That's a weird, if you're charging someone more because you think the person's more successful, you're doing this weird thing like they owe you more. Like, they don't care. Like, this is like, come on, we're just supposed to be people. Like, do you have a charge for your goods and services?
Oh, yeah. That's like, that's like people that think you owe them your privacy.
Well,
they'll run up to your family at Disneyland.
Right,
like,
right.
Hey, man, I don't mean to interrupt, but you interrupted.
Yeah.
I'm with my kids.
I get how people this is their one chance to say hi.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. Like, Brian Simpson, oh shit. It's their one chance. And I get it. It's just like, sometimes you can't do it.
But it's like when you see, it's almost like when you see Indiana Jones sitting there with the bag trying to swap it out real quick.
Yeah.
Like, you can just leave it there.
Yeah.
Indiana.
Get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, but I get
You're
it.
a professor.
It's a lot of pressure of like, but this is my last chance to fucking fuck those rules.
Yeah, I get that. But it's a price that you pay.
Price of fame?
Yeah, it's weird life. It's a price you pay.
What a great life, though.
Listen, we are the luckiest people alive. We get to do what we love to do, and it's fun, and we get to hang out with each other.
I laugh so much in the mothership green room. It really is like, it's the place I laugh the most.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, especially after sets. Before sets,
between shows, between the early show and the late show is the best time.
Yeah, because we're primed. We've already gotten off stage.
Especially if Tony's had a good set.
Yeah.
He gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, if he's not upset at anybody. Can you fucking believe this? He's a firebrand.
Let me tell you.
Bro, him and Lucas are endless. When him and Lucas start roasting each other, it's endless. They never run out of shit to talk about.
I thought David Lucas has proven to me that there's literally infinite ways to call someone gay. I don't think he's ever going to get to the last one.
He just finds different references. Different references. Yeah, it's just the two of them just laughing and going at each other. I swear to God, when I'm a guest on Kill Tony and David and Tony are roasting each other, it's harder than I ever laugh at anything because it's in the moment and I know they're slinging. They're shooting from the hip.
Oh, yeah.
They're just using their brain, and killing each other. And
sometimes we get a little private one.
Yes, we get those all the time.
Yeah.
We got that last night, but it's just the reaction. It's so fun, man. Fuck, we're so lucky that Kill Tony's here too. Dude, that show is so important. It's so important just to let people know, like, it's just about being funny. I know there's all this other stuff that gets wrapped up into it because you're trying to establish your identity. You're trying to let people know how you feel about things, and you want to make sure everybody knows you're on the right side. But really, what you should be doing is just doing comedy. Do comedy. And if you figure out a way to make your points hilarious, great.
Yeah, make all the points in the world.
But they gotta be funny. And when you do Kill Tony, you have 1 minute. You got 1 minute. And it sort of establishes an ideal in these young comics' minds that, hey, it's really just about making these people laugh. And if I can get good enough where I can make my ideas funny, and I can make these people laugh with ideas.
Oh, yeah.
That's like what you do. That's like black belt shit.
Well, it kills me because the amount of balls it takes for the amount of people that go on Kill Tony and it's their first time doing comedy ever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, bro, that's a hell of a way to do your first open mic is in front of millions of people.
Yeah, that's a crazy way to do an open mic. It doesn't make any sense.
Bruh.
But if you can do it, wow, what a feeling that must be. And we've seen people do it. We've seen people change their lives.
Yeah, if you nail it.
Bro, William Montgomery is killing it on the road right now.
Yeah.
He's killing it. He's selling out. He's doing a whole hour. We saw him when Hans is killing it. We saw William when he had to have notes on stage. And we kept telling him, you can't have notes on stage. You can't hold your notes and read them. And some people were saying, no, that's a part of his act. I go, no, it's holding him back. Because on Kill Tony, he doesn't have the notes. He comes out and stares the audience down, and he's dangerous, and he's weird. I'm like, that's you when you're at your best. He's like, I'm worried I'm going to forget my jokes. I go, you're not going to forget your jokes. You do them every night. You're a professional comedian. This is part of the thing you have to learn. Like, you can't race in Le Mans with training wheels on. You can't.
Yeah, well, he's been on a fucking tear lately.
He's killing it.
Yeah.
You know, when the Black Keys came into town, they're huge William Montgomery fans.
And that's what's so crazy. So he got a shout out. He got a shout out at the post-fight interview.
Yes, yeah, Dustin Poirier.
Then the Black Keys are huge William fans.
Yeah, he did our show that night specifically because they requested him.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the show is full. So I was like, yeah, let's go. I'm like, they need to see this.
Everybody loves that motherfucker.
He's awesome. He's awesome, and he's so unique. There's only one William Montgomery. That's a unique dude.
He's so busy, I never really see him.
Every time he hugs me, I'm worried he's gonna stab me. He gives you the weirdest hugs. They're a hug like he's thinking about stabbing you.
Yeah. I think he's like like apes don't have like medium twitch muscle fibers. I think he's missing because so they can't hug. They either can do it as gentle as possible or
crush
or full strength. Like he's got like ape shoulders.
Maybe he's primitive. Yeah. Maybe he doesn't have the ability to give you like a nice warm, embracing hug. It's either smash or gently touch.
He hugs you like he's about to suplex you.
Yeah, like we're gonna scuffle.
Yeah,
but he does it to everybody.
Good guy, good funny. And then some of the other newer, like I think all the door guys are funny, pretty much.
I haven't seen Miles in a while, but I keep hearing he's killing.
Yo, Miles is on a whole other tear, man. Because he's one of those people that's like he's different. He's real different.
Yeah.
Well,
so's Casey Rocket.
Well, Casey's figuring it out too. Like he's got a thing where I was like, I don't know if he can do that for a long time, and then
I think he can.
He's figuring that out.
I think he also can do different things in between doing that. He can go any way he wants. Like he's doing it this one way now, where he's like hyper energetic, but that doesn't mean that's how he has to do it. He's funny.
Oh, but he's got so much energy.
Yeah, he's funny. He can do anything. He can figure that out as he does it, but that's the most important part of this developmental phase that he's in. Right. It's like he's killing, but he's like learning how to do it.
I have purposely gone out of my way to never write a joke where I needed to do a backflip. You know what I mean? And it's like he's got so much energy in the act.
I said this to Shane Gillis last night while you were on stage. I go, there's no one in the world who kills more effortlessly than Brian Simpson.
Oh wow.
Because you have a casual killing. You're casually killing.
Oh yeah.
Like you don't get hyped up. And when it actually, it's interesting in your style because it actually puts more weight on any criticism you put on something.
Oh yeah. This is my first 10 years in comedy. I wasn't sleeping.
So you're tired all the time.
So I was just tired all the time. And I just learned that's just how I've learned to do it.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I didn't get good sleep for years. I finally got the CPAP machine like 5 years ago, and I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, big difference.
Oh man, it's a huge like
change Joey.
Some people have them and they're like, yeah, but I don't use them. Like, how do you not use it?
I tried it once. I didn't like it. But I have a mouthpiece that I sleep with.
How does that work?
It presses my tongue down. So the mouthpiece is fit to my lower teeth and is a tongue depressor, and it keeps my airway open.
Oh, yeah. See, I try
Dudes who have big necks, like football players, almost all those dudes have sleep apnea. Yeah. It's a big neck thing.
And it runs in my family, the big neck.
You have a big neck.
Yeah.
And look at all this tissue. And if you have, a big tongue, I have a pretty fat tongue, and this neck and the hole is not as big as it probably would be if I had a skinny neck.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like your neck is tissue. This is all fucking stuff. But I build that up with exercises.
Does it work though?
Yeah, it keeps my airway open. I sleep great with it. But if I don't have it, man, I snore It's horrible.
I'm pretty sure I tried to get one of those, but then they mailed me a kit that I had to do other stuff. And
you have to form it to your teeth.
You lost me.
You
Step 2, like I don't do step 2.
You could go to a dentist though, and they'll do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think I need to do.
I'll set you up. I got a dentist that does it for me.
Yeah, I did it with my audiologist for my in-ear monitors. Yeah, I didn't know that you could do shit like that.
Yeah, the in-ear monitors where they form it to your ear.
Oh man, that's one of the best choices I have made in a long time. Yeah,
I have that for the UFC. So when I'm at the UFC, they made me one. So when I put it on, it's mine. It fits right in my ear. Poink. Perfect.
There's nothing better than nothing goes better than that.
Bro, that's the worst thing about cauliflower ear. Those dudes are fucked.
Oh.
When you get crazy cauliflower ear, like I was talking to one of our guys at the security guys at the club. They're all MMA guys, jiu-jitsu guys. And one of them has these fucked up ears. And I'm like, but you can't hear good, right? He's like, it's not as good. It's definitely not as good. Like, that's big.
Can he get them drained?
His are gone. His are hard. They become calcified. So what happens is the blood pools up, and your ear gets broken, right? And the tissue separates and blood fills it. And that blood over time will become calcified. So it literally becomes rock. It feels like rock. I have little bits of it, but when I trained, most of the time when I trained, I wore ear guards, like wrestling ear guards, just because I didn't want to fuck my ears up. Because if you just go like this and you talk like this normal, you hear things. But if you go like this and talk like that, you're missing something. You're missing some sound, and you don't realize you're missing it until you let your ear go. You go, oh, now I hear it all. Right. Well, you're giving that's you forever. Forever. Now you have rocks on the outside of your ears. So all this design that God created to let us hear so brilliantly, where it captures sounds and rolls them around and goes inside your ear, all that's gone.
It's all out the window.
Now you get rocks. But that's one of those new earphones that goes outside the ear.
They're not brand new, but if anyone's listening and has this problem, this is called a jaw induction headphone. So it creates sound frequencies that bounce off the bones inside your head.
And so it works even if you have fucked up ears?
Yeah, because it's not going through the ear.
And is that for any sound, or is that for like listening to music and shit?
It's good for listening to music, but like technically it will emit sound. So like if you're next to this person, you'll be able to hear it too, but not perfectly. But it's made for the person that's wearing it.
You know what's really incredible?
Really cool, though.
Do you know what game ears are? You know what, like tactical headphones where you can listen to people talk, but it has like
that's a filter
technology in there that stops the sound from being louder than a certain volume.
Right.
So when someone's shooting a gun, it's never that loud.
Right. Yeah.
You know those?
Yeah.
You can hear so much better with those things.
Because they also you create a gate. A frequency gate where it's like anything below that frequency, it brings it up. Anything above it, it brings it down.
So people put these on when they go hunting, and they turn them on, and you can hear shit like multiple times more than you would be able to hear normally. So you could hear footsteps. So like if a deer, like if you're in a tree stand, you're just sitting up there with your rifle in a tree stand, you're listening around constantly. You ever do that? You ever tree stand hunt?
No.
It's a mind fuck.
I was wearing those when I was working
50 decibels of hearing enhancement.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, I've used them before. It's crazy.
I wore those on the rifle range. Not but they were like over
the other kind. Yeah.
But it was like you could hear people. You walk away from people and they go, "Fuck you."
You hear all of it.
Well, you have to. I learned that you have to act like you. You have to be very selective about what you react to, because people don't need to know that you can hear them.
Right.
Right. And if you give it away,
yeah, that's a problem.
The cat's out the bag.
Yeah, you gotta get.
Yeah, it taught me patience, because I'm like, oh, that wasn't for me to hear. That was just him getting his frustration.
Yeah.
I don't need to react, because he thinks I'm 50 feet away.
Right.
So I was like, why?
Right.
I don't need to react to that.
Yeah, fuck him.
I'd rather wait until somebody goes, I'm about to shoot this motherfucker.
Right.
Then
now you know.
Yeah. Then the secret's out.
If you have those headphones on, man, it's really bizarre. Because you can hear things that you can't normally hear.
It feels like super hearing.
Yeah, but you can also shoot guns and it doesn't hurt your ears. It's weird.
Yeah.
Amazing that somebody figured that out. But anyway, man, if you got bad ears, like if your ears get calcified, you're definitely, it's going to change what things sound like.
It's a price to pay to be dangerous.
Yeah, I guess.
No,
I mean, you could wear ear guards. I just didn't understand. Yeah, they suck. I hate them. They cut your chin. They irritate your head. But to me, it was like I had these nice ones that were vinyl and they were just designed for jiu-jitsu. So they were flat to your head.
Okay.
And they were really comfortable.
So why don't guys do it? It just seems like a pussy move.
Guys like cauliflower ear too. It lets people know. You know, like if I was saying, I'd look tougher if I had cauliflower ears.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's worth it.
It's not worth it. It wasn't worth it to me. No. But I'm also not a professional. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a professional and your ear gets fucked up, you're back in training the next day. There's no, I got to get this drained and take 6 months off and let it heal. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
Shut the fuck up and get back in there, dude. You're a professional fighter. I'm just a comedian. So for me, it's like I got to mitigate what gets fucked up.
Right.
You know, because people love those things, though. It's like a badge of courage. They walk around with a cauliflower ear and they're like, everybody knows I know how to fuck people up.
Damn. So then you know what that means. It's definitely people getting the fake cauliflower ear. They're getting ear injections so they can look.
Well, all you'd have to do is damage your ear. You could do it pretty easily. Especially with some people. It's real different, you know. Some people don't get cauliflower ear. Crazy. They don't even train with ear guards.
Don't mess with me.
And some people they'll break their ears and they'll do things to their ears on purpose.
So they can purposely get it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll take a jiu-jitsu belt and they just fucking smash their ear and they're trying to give themselves cauliflower ear. People have definitely done that.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. I've also met guys who are white belts who just started who got cauliflower ear and they never did anything about it. And they got this big lump on their ear. I know, and they're terrible.
And then there's people that do it for decades and don't get anything.
Yeah, but it's rare. It's pretty rare. Or you're just like really elite at defense. There's some guys that are so good at defense, you just never really catch their head. But usually you would think that you would catch their head early on in their career before they figured out how to be really good defensively and technically. But there's certain guys, like, good luck getting a hold of Marcelo Garcia's neck, unless you're a lot bigger than him, like Robert Drysdale or someone like that who tapped him. That guy was a wizard. Like, when you're that fat. You ever seen Marcelo Garcia?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I want to show you this one time where I saw him live in Brazil in 2003, where Eddie was competing for, it was at the Abu Dhabi World Championships. And this is the year that Marcelo Garcia, like, burst onto the scene. Like, people didn't know who he was.
Is this the same year where Eddie...
Yes,
won?
He triangled Hoyler.
Okay.
Yeah. So get Marcelo Garcia versus who was it? What's that? You have it? Okay, no. That's just him. They're just training. Shaolin Hibero. Marcelo Garcia, Shaolin. So this dude Shaolin, who's Hibero, Ribero. Shaolin is a legendary jiu-jitsu guy, like super high level black belt. So for him to do this to Shaolin is so insane. You got to see this move. He just spun, took his back, and strangled him unconscious. And this is like instantly in the beginning of the match. This match happened. It's like 30 seconds, and he puts him to sleep. Watch that again, because that scramble is so, he does an arm drag.
That was smooth.
Go from the beginning. You just go from the beginning because it's so quick anyway. So he does an arm drag. Marcelo Garcia is in the rash guard. He does an arm drag on his right arm. Look at this. Watch how he turns, keeps going, turns, keeps rolling, gets the back, gets the hooks in. Super strong legs. Now he's got the hook in, and now he's securing the neck, and he's going to hang on, and he's going to just fucking crush him to sleep. And he's asleep right there. But dude, that is so insane.
Yeah.
That is so insane. That is one of the most legendary finishing sequences in all of jiu-jitsu history, because that was like the moment Marcelo Garcia, who's like one of the greatest of all time, burst onto the scene.
And he just locked in.
Yeah, so that guy, even he has cauliflower ear. Oh. As good as he is.
Yeah, you can't, it seems like unavoidable.
Yeah, some guys don't get it. It's weird. And some guys are just real big guys. Some real big guys never get caught, real strong guys.
Yeah. Well, that's why, like, whenever I see somebody with cauliflower ears, like, I know two things. I know, one, they can probably fight, almost definitely. And two, they have some kind of old nagging injury that they hoping I don't discover. You know what I mean? Like all the most dangerous dudes are like, if anyone hits me in my fucking
left knee,
right? Yeah, they will fold me the fuck up. So I'm that's why I'm scared. That's why I don't fuck with those people. Like old dude, don't fuck with them because they're gonna fight. They're gonna give you everything they got. So because they don't want the fight to go so long that you find that injury.
Yeah. Also, like, don't just be fucking with people thinking it's a fair fight. People stab people, they shoot people. Just don't do it. Just don't do it, man. If you want to prove yourself, go to a gym.
Right.
Go to a gym, learn how to fight, and then you will lose all of your desire to do that in a bar.
Especially after 30.
I don't give a fuck if you're 20. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it, man. It's how people die. It's how people get locked up in jail for the rest of their lives.
20-somethings, though, you can't tell a 20.
Yeah, you can. I listened. Yeah, I listened. I was terrified of fights when I was in my 20s. And I knew how to fight. I didn't want to go anywhere.
Oh, yeah, but you grew up fighting.
Yeah, but I mean, when I would go out to bars.
Right.
Like if I was out to bars with my friends and shit would break loose, I'm like, exit, please.
Yeah.
I'm not fighting anybody. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I knew that early on because I knew guys growing up in Boston, going to high school in Newton, which was outside of Boston. I spent most of my time in Boston because that's where I did Taekwondo. I met some hard fucking dudes, some hard men. One of the guys that I met was a fucking hitman for Whitey Bulger. He was a guy I was training. I was teaching him Taekwondo, and he's a hitman. Like, well known that he was in the Irish mob, well known. And he was taking Taekwondo classes. I was around people that, like, so in my mind, any man that you just have some confrontation with, even if you beat his ass, that's not the end of it. He's going to come find you. This idea that you could just do something to someone and there's no consequences ever, it could be a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now. You're going to be looking over the shoulder for the rest of your life? What are you, fucking stupid? Just get away. Yeah. Don't fight with people. Don't argue with people. Yeah, smoke. Don't piss people off. We'd all be better off if people didn't have this desire to control themselves. And that's what you get rid of when you go to the gym. When you learn jiu-jitsu, when you learn a martial art, and you don't have this desire to test yourself all the time because you're constantly being tested. Yeah. When you go out, you just want to have fun and chill.
Yeah, most of the fighters I've met, I've met a lot of fighters since I've lived here now. Most of them are pretty chill.
Super chill.
Like you said, like almost, a lot. I think all the security people at Mother
super chill
are all jiu-jitsu guys,
mm-hmm.
and you wouldn't even know. Like I know one of the guys was like some kind of champion, and it was like, and you would never know it. They're so humble, and respectful.
Well, it's because they get challenged all the time. They don't want to do it like in real life.
Yeah,
it's like the real challenge is challenged against skilled people. When you're doing that all the time, when you're rolling with black belts and you're fighting off triangles and triangle turns into an arm bar and you're like barely escaping and then you get side control, you're battling all day long. You're battling in your head after the class. You're going, oh, how did he catch me? How did I do that? Why did I do that? My left foot. Fuck. And you're trying to figure out what you did wrong and what you did right. You don't want to get in a fight in a bar. You want to go have fun. If you would go to a bar with a bunch of jiu-jitsu people, they're all laughing. They want to have a good time. They say thank you. The waitress comes over. They're polite. They're nice people. They get it all out, man. You got to get it all out. And if you want to get it all out at a bar, man, you're going to get killed.
There's a confidence that comes from knowing exactly where you stand. Where it's like, oh, I know that dude can beat my ass. Like I know for sure, because he's done it every day for the last 6. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just knowing where you don't go out with this insecurity about you.
Right.
I think most of them.
Yeah. I mean, there's wild dudes that get involved in cage fighting, but overall, I feel they are exceptional human beings. And I know that sounds crazy for someone who thinks it's barbaric. But you have to understand that the character development involved in becoming a guy like a Dustin Poirier. You want to be that good. The fucking fire you have to go through to be at a world-class level for as long as that guy's been doing it and be that good right now. You know what, man? That's an exceptional human being. Exceptional. There's not a lot of those out there. And when you meet those guys, you're out with those guys, they're the fucking nicest guys. They're cool. They're calm. They have their shit together. Even Sean Strickland, who everybody thinks is crazy and he says a bunch of wild shit. Sean is a great guy. He's a nice guy. He's a real smart dude who had a fucked up childhood, and he's an excellent professional fighter. And he's a nice guy. If you're nice to him, he's a nice guy. He's fun. He's fun. But, you know, in the street, if you find that guy and you talk shit to him for no reason, he's going to put you in the hospital. He's going to put you in the hospital. And it's not, you can't do a goddamn thing about it. You don't even have a chance. You have nothing. You have zero chance. This idea, oh, fucking, these guys can't fight. I know how to fight. Shut your mouth. You have no idea what you're talking about.
They shouldn't be out talking shit to people.
They do it. They always did it. They used to do it to Chuck Liddell. People would talk shit to him.
They used to do it to Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson, people would talk shit to. People are there's certain people that are just crazy, man.
Well, speaking of Mike Tyson, these people that think that he don't stand a chance against Jake Paul, they're like, this shouldn't even because he's too old. I was like, I think you're crazy.
Well, they're definitely uninformed.
Yeah,
because here's the thing: he is 57 years old. He will be 58 when they fight. He has had a long fighting career. He has been knocked out by massive men like Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield. You know, he's had a lot of blows, and you know it's long past the time where most people ever fight. You know, the only person that ever fought competitively after age 50 is Bernard Hopkins and Archie Moore. Archie Moore did it back in the day.
Foreman was 40.
Foreman was in his 50s, I believe, when he had his last fight. Was he? He won the title. Yeah. Foreman was want some ice and glasses and shit? Yeah. I think Foreman captured the heavyweight title at the oldest age, which was 46 when he fought Michael Moore. He hit him with this perfect right hand. It was crazy. That's okay. That's that bodega cat. That's Mark Norman stuff. We got some good shit though. So how old was he? 48. So his last fight when he fought Shannon Briggs, Shannon the Cannon. Shout out to Shannon. Let's go, champ. So he beat Lou Savarese. He was 48 years old. Crazy. And he knocked out Michael Moore. He was 45. So he was the oldest man ever to win the heavyweight title at age 45. And you got to realize, like, that's a real 45. That's not like a 45 today. The 45 today is 45 with testosterone replacement and human growth hormone and peptides.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Mike Tyson, he's 57, but he got access to
everything. And he's also doing this very unique kind of training with electrical muscular stimulation that I've talked to some people that do that. And it has massive benefits of rehabilitating injuries. And it also, for a lot of people, gives them significant gains when they use it as opposed to just using weightlifting. I don't know too much about the science behind it. When Jamie comes back, we'll have him look it up. But you slap electrodes onto yourself. They put these pads on you, and it's hooked up to a machine. And while the electricity is going into your muscles, you're doing exercises. So while you're getting jolted, you're doing squats and you're doing like deadlifts. You're doing all this shit while you're connected to this thing that's stimulating your muscles.
But because my main concern would be, I guess, in my head, where it's like, what if the electricity, the timing's off, and it goes to contract your muscle at a time where you're trying to...
I think it's constantly contracted. And I think you're fighting through that. I don't know. I haven't done it. I'm talking about my ass. What is that thing that Mike Tyson does where he gets connected to like an electrical muscular stimulation machine? I've seen it in training footage. And I know from talking to the guy that was telling me about... Cheers, my brother. Congratulations on your special.
Thank you.
It's awesome. I'm so happy to see you killing
good bourbon.
Not bad. I think this is the Jack Carr stuff.
Yeah, that's not bad.
No, this is Balcones, Texas pot still bourbon. That's legit.
Mm-hmm. This is real legit.
That's legit.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
And what were we just talking about?
George Foreman, Mike Tyson. Yeah. So they do this thing where they slap Chuck Zito. They do this thing where they slap these electrodes on him. Chuck Zito's a giant fight fan. Shout out to Chuck.
This is now.
Yeah. So they put these electrodes on him and they have him perform different exercises. NeuFit, NEUFIT. And so they have this machine, a breakthrough in neuromuscular electrical stimulation devices utilizing direct current. So it's this device that uses an updated form of neuromuscular electrical stimulation to send electrical impulses through the skin to the nerves, resulting in muscle contractions and sensory impulses. The NMES technology mitigates the action potentials of both peripheral and central nervous system, allowing for communication with virtually all parts of the body. The impulses stimulate muscles and other tissues, including contractile and sensory muscle fibers and sensory and motor neurons. The stimulation also leads to increased blood flow in the areas where it's applied. So I know Tyson was doing that before the Roy Jones fight when he was training. I believe he's doing that now too. But that's interesting, right? Because you'd want to do like everything you can with a 57-year-old body to get it ready to do that.
Yeah.
I don't think people know. You don't lose that much ability. You know, you have to understand who you're talking about.
But what does change though is your ability to recover.
Yes.
Right, and then the amount of damage you can take.
Yes.
That's what changes. But he can still fucking destroy that guy.
The thing about the amount of damage you can take, it's all in comparison to how much damage you took in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's certain guys that as they get older, it's very disturbing because you see them get touched with a punch and they just go out. You'll see that with some older MMA fighters.
Yeah, I saw that with Chuck Liddell.
Yes.
Where it was like nobody could knock him out.
Nobody.
And then it was like anyone could.
In his prime, he was ferocious, dude. He had an iron chin and ferocious power and just this warrior mentality. He was just chasing you down. He was hunting you inside that cage. Everybody.
But anyone with an iron chin, eventually they start getting knocked out because the reason you know they have an iron chin is because you've seen them take some.
There was this dude in boxing. His name was Doug DeWitt. And Doug DeWitt was not the best fighter in the world, but he had the best chin of all time. Dudes would tee off on Doug DeWitt, and it was like nothing happened. I mean, it was crazy. He was known for his ability to take a punch. And then one day it just went away. One day it went away. One day he just got dropped, knocked out, and then he just couldn't take shots anymore. It just gave out. It just gave out like a bad suspension.
Yeah, it's like, yeah,
see if you can find Doug DeWitt highlights.
He was born with 50 knockouts in him.
This dude had 1,000 knockouts in him. Like you couldn't knock him out. He was getting hit clean in the face by murderers, and you couldn't stop him. It was weird, and he was known for that. Like if a guy was going to fight Doug DeWitt, you knew he was a good fighter, but you knew that the thing about him is he had the craziest chin of all time. He was known for it. I don't think that's Doug DeWitt. That's Nigel Benn. Is that Doug DeWitt? No, that's not Doug DeWitt, dude. It's a different guy. Different guy. Oh, no, yeah. Because this is Nigel Benn, who was a real destroyer, man. He was a fucking murderous puncher.
I can't find it. It's just
Thomas Hearn versus Doug DeWitt.
That's kind of the same thing that just happened.
Let me see. So Thomas Hearn's one of the greatest knockout artists of all time. Yeah, and that's that guy Doug DeWitt. So he's 25. So this is when Doug DeWitt still had an iron chin. Should not be fighting Thomas Hearns. Like whoever set this up, this is a terrible matchup. Scoot your head a little bit.
Is this the one where he finally gets knocked out?
I don't know. But Doug DeWitt was a very solid fighter, but Tommy Hearns is just next level. Tommy Hearns has the most ridiculous back. Look at that back. That's where all that power comes from, dude. Look how wide he is. So when Tommy was 147, I think this was a middleweight fight, which was 160. But you got to realize, like Tommy, when he fought Sugar Ray, he was 147. When he fought like Pepino Cuevas and all those other dudes, dude, he was very light. But he was that tall with that kind of power. So look at Tommy Hearns is teeing off on Doug DeWitt. I'm telling you, most people who fought Doug DeWitt were stunned by the amount of power that guy could just absorb. He was a really good fighter, and it wasn't like he was a bad fighter. He just wasn't like world championship caliber.
Where is he now?
Who knows, man? It's not good at the end.
No,
it's not good at the end. I was reading about this boxer from the 80s who was living in LA, and they would have to almost like put string on him to make sure he didn't travel too far away from the house. Like he would get lost on his block. He didn't know what was going on. His brain is just gone. It's just gone.
Yeah, the price they pay, man.
It's the craziest price.
Chance at greatness.
The craziest price, and you never know when you've crossed the line. You never know when you've crossed the line into your brain's not going to return. In the beginning, you don't even notice a slip. You're just like, I'm just tired from training. You don't even notice. And other people start noticing it. Maybe when you have a drink in you, you can't really form sentences that well. Like one drink, and all of a sudden you're slurring your words, and everybody's like, "What's going on with Mike?" He just had a couple. No, he had one fucking drink. Like he's slurring his words, like something's going on. That's like one of the first things you see, and then it keeps going. The damage doesn't get better over time; it gets worse. They say that a lot of the brain damage doesn't even like show itself till like years after the actual impact of whatever the fuck happened.
Yeah,
dudes start doing wild shit. They start gambling, start doing coke, start going crazy.
But then some people are just fine, right?
Some people are fine. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Some people retire and they have long careers and they can talk fine and they're great. Look at Andre Ward.
I know, that's right. And you can see, like, whatever brain cells Floyd Mayweather's father had left, he was like, I'm gonna make sure this don't happen to my son.
Yeah,
it's like,
I think Floyd saw it too.
Of course, he had the most defensive fighter of all time. It's like, son, this is what happens when you get hit.
Yeah. Well, also just like seeing it from his uncle Roger.
Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah, his uncle. Yeah. He sounds drunk all the time.
Well, he's dead now.
Yeah,
he died, unfortunately. And Roger Mayweather was awesome in his prime, man. Black Mamba. He was another dude. He was different than Floyd. He was a crazy knockout artist. You ever see Roger fight?
Oh, yeah. He's a great trainer, too.
Yeah, he's a very good trainer. Very, very, very good trainer. And he's got that famous quote, most people don't know shit about boxing. It's true.
He's right.
He's 100% right.
I don't. I know, like,
I barely do.
The science, but I know that I know enough about boxing where I feel like when I'm watching a good boxing match, what I'm enjoying is not with the average person.
Right.
Most people just want to see two big dudes in the middle of the ring just throw punches.
Right.
They don't care about the strategy of it.
Right.
But I like to watch, the breakdowns.
I do too.
The footwork and why his feet are right there. And
this one dude made a really good breakdown of how Anthony Joshua caught Francis Ngannou. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good because he talks about how Joshua was setting up these reactions by jabbing to the body. And how he's jabbing to the body and how Francis would dip his left arm and like throw a hook. And then he was like trying to block the shot to the body and dip his arm, throw a hook. So he timed it right where he feinted the jab to the body. Francis reacted and he hit him with a perfect right hand. And you see in the breakdown how he set it up. And like that is boxing. That's real boxing. That's not just a big guy who can punch. But that's like super sophisticated chess playing in the middle of this high consequence scenario with a giant knockout striker.
And people are, and some people are like levels above that.
Well, that's Usyk. Usyk is level above Anthony Joshua because he boxed the shit out of Joshua 2 fights in a row and had him in trouble. Like in the first fight in particular, had him in trouble, man. He had Joshua reeling and he was all over him. And Usyk is really a cruiserweight. He's not even that big. He's small for a heavyweight. Usyk was fighting, I think, at 197, and then he went up to fight heavyweights. So, like, when he stands next to these guys, he's so much smaller than that.
That's why part of me, deep down, I wish boxing had, like, a UFC type.
Right.
Like, I wish someone could make the top guys fight each other.
Well, they can't even do that in MMA. Look, Francis is now at the PFL, and you've got, other people over at Bellator, and I guess Bellator and the PFL are one thing now.
Yeah, but you have to be huge to not do it in the UFC.
Yeah, it's real tough to be famous. The problem is, if you're outside the UFC, you could be not famous and make more money. That is true. like this is a factor. You have to think about guys that, you know, kind of didn't do as well as the top guys in the UFC, but they're still elite MMA fighters. They can go over to the PFL and win that tournament and make $1 million.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And then man, over there, the Middle East, man, they throwing money at all manner of entertainers and shit over here.
Yeah. That one dude from Montreal, Olivier Aubin-Mercier, I think he won it twice. I think he won the PFL tournament twice. He definitely won it once. So he made $1 million.
Is this tournament? Is that what I just saw? Mighty Mouse in like a no weight?
No, Mighty Mouse in a no weight was just a jiu-jitsu match. That was just jiu-jitsu. Okay. Mighty Mouse is wild. He just enters jiu-jitsu opens as a 155-pound man, fought a 250-pound dude and strangled him.
Yeah, and it looked like it too.
It's incredible. The size difference is incredible. But he competes for one. And one championship is this giant organization in Asia. And they have not just MMA fights, but they have kickboxing fights and grappling fights. Like Gary Tonin has competed over there in grappling. The Ruotolo brothers are the champions over there. Mikey Musumeci, he competes over there in grappling.
They have a great app too, by the way.
Yeah, so there's that. So there's places you can go. But to be famous in America is the UFC. Everything else, it's just, unfortunately, it pales in comparison. The UFC is like Q-tips, the NFL. You know, NBA is where you go to see professional basketball. If someone else wants to start a new basketball league, good fucking luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
UFC is it's singular.
It's singular. It's just the most prominent business that's run the best. It's got the best machine behind it. It's got the most history behind it. They literally invented the sport in 1993 in America. Not invent the sport but they did put it in a cage and put rules to it. Actually, I think they had cages in Brazil back then already.
Yeah, but also,
I'm not sure if they might have had cages in Brazil by then, but a lot of the fights in Brazil in the early days, they'd actually fight in a ring with a net.
But what they did was they packaged it in a way that made it a major sport.
Yes,
100%. Instead of just like a blood sport where people like something that was done in back alleys.
100%.
Right? They made it so like you could put it on TV. And that was the most brilliant move. I mean, they had to bring in the regulators and shit to kind of make that happen, but that's what made it what it is.
Well, they also had to spend a fuckload of money. A fuckload.
Yeah, I heard Dana saying the other day that like they didn't make any money. Like you did the first ones for free?
Yeah, I did the first 12 or 13 shows I did for free. Well, Dana became my friend. And I knew they were hemorrhaging money. And I said, I don't need any money. I go, just fly us out here. Fly us out here and, get my friends tickets. So it was like me and Eddie Bravo would just fly out to the fight. Because we were flying out to the fights before I worked there. He reached out to me because he knew I used to work for the UFC back in the day. Because I started working for the UFC in 97. I was the post-fight commentator.
It was before Zuffa.
Before Zuffa.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it was Zuffa. But it was, no, it wasn't Zuffa. It was SEG, I'm sorry. It's still Zuffa, even though Zuffa sold to WEM. So we were in these like small little places in the middle of nowhere. And I did in the early days, I saw Vitor's debut. I saw Randy Couture's debut, Dan Henderson's debut. I mean, I was there for like Chuck Liddell's debut. I was there for all these early fights. I saw Carlos Newton fight. I saw all these like elite Alan Joban. I mean, of course, Alan Joban. He was actually at Eddie's gym. But I saw all these like great fighters fight. That he wasn't. Alan was like later. I was thinking of who was I thinking of? Alan Goez. That's right. Alan Goez was a jiu-jitsu wizard who I got to see fight in the early days of the UFC. Most people don't even remember these guys.
No, I don't
like top level guys back in the day. And to me, it was like I was a kid in a candy store, but I was losing money doing it. You know, like I could be at a comedy club on the road, and I was still on news radio. I was busy, you know, and I did it for a while, but it was too much. It was costing me money, and it was the experience I had. I was like, this is fun, but they were doing one in Japan, and when they went to do the one in Japan, I'm like, I'm out. I'm not going to Japan for like $1,000, whatever I got paid. Like, I'm not going to Japan. Right. So I quit, and I stay a fan. And then Dana contacts me in like 2001 and says, hey, we're going to have the UFC in Vegas. We got tickets for you if you want to come. I'm like, holy shit, yeah, I'm going to go. So me and Eddie, we flew out to Vegas to watch the UFC. And so I did that for like the first one or two, and then they had one on Fox, and he said, "Would you do me a favor?" And I said, "What?" He said, "Will you do commentary for the one on Fox?" Because it was on Fox Sports Net. It was like the best damn sports show, period. You remember that show?
Yeah, I remember that.
They had like a UFC event. So I did that. It was UFC 37 and a half.
37 and a half.
Yeah, that's what it was called. UFC 37 and a half. So I did that, and that was the beginning. And he goes, "Dude, please keep doing that." And I was like, "Okay." What's that?
What's in there? Is that
this?
Is that the good stuff?
No. You want some? This is those Ron White cigars. It's a little baby cigar. Here you go, sir.
Gracias.
My man.
No.
But so that was, that was 2002 or something like that.
So when did you hit the point where he was like, "All right, I want you to do it permanently"?
Yeah, I had to sign a contract. I was like,
but how many UFCs were you in before you were like, "I think I'm going to do this"?
Well, I mean, it was like I said, it was like 13 in, and I never asked for any money. And I was like, "It's all right, man. I'm having a good time. I'm happy that you guys like what I do. I'm excited, and I'm happy to be able to promote the sport." That's it. June 22nd, 2002.
Whoever that is beside you, that dude looks out of his depth. You know what I mean? Look.
So that dude, that's Jeff Osborne. He was awesome. He also did Hook and Shoot, who's one of the earlier MMA promotions that, like, Eve Edwards came out of there, Josh Neer came out of there. Like some real killers came out of those promotions, like a Midwest fight. There was a bunch of those like early on promotions. These like small level promotions that a lot of guys came up in.
Dude, I can't imagine being like, even in like the Chuck Liddell era, like before that, before the UFC, what were fighters making?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Well, Chuck Liddell, when he had his first fights, he was fighting bare knuckle in Brazil. He fought Pele. Pele is this legendary member of Shoot the Box. I know I've talked to you about Shoot the Box before. That's Anderson Silva. That's where Shogun came out of. I mean, that's Rafael Cordeiro, the guy who holds mitts for Mike Tyson. He's from Shoot the Box, and now he runs King's MMA. But this is we're like, this is probably like, what year is this? This has to be like 95? 98. Okay. So this is probably either right before Chuck Liddell fought in the UFC, somewhere around that range, but he's fighting in Brazil, bare knuckle, against a dude who's like a legend in Brazil. Like Pele was like, look, Pele took Chuck Liddell down. How about that? This is how dangerous this fucking dude is. Chuck Liddell never gets taken down. Here he is mounted, bare knuckle. And this is a crazy ass fight, man. And Chuck eventually gets hold of it. Look how they have the setup where the ring at the bottom of it has a net in it. Bro, Pele's all over him. But now Chuck sneaks out the back door. And Chuck was like a really good wrestler, but he used his wrestling to stand up. He just wanted to blast people because he also had a karate background. Now, in these fights, you're allowed to headbutt. You're allowed to stomp. You're allowed to do everything. You got bare knuckles. You can even grab dicks. A lot of these dudes grabbed each other in the dick.
Really?
Yeah. Gary Goodrich did it to the Pedro.
That's my signature move.
Bro, he reached into his shorts and grabbed his cock. Just crushed his balls. Like, it was crazy what people were doing.
Damn, you allowed to squeeze balls?
Well, they were in that promotion. It was like you could do anything, which is kind of crazy that nobody just eye poked the shit out of each other. Yeah, I think you weren't allowed to bite.
Or you just start with the ball squeeze.
Look, he just got thrown out of the fucking ring onto the ground. That's why the net is there, to try to trap them while they're beating the shit out of each other.
In this?
I don't know, man. Some of them just were to the finish.
It's like none of them.
I mean, the early UFCs were all to the finish.
It's a 33-minute video.
Yeah, I think a lot of these fights were just battles of attrition, and they went on as long as they went on. Brazil, when they were doing Vale Tudo, it was the purest form of MMA. It wasn't the same level that MMA is today, but it was the purest form because these guys were bare knuckle. They would just wear like little fucking Speedos, and they would do everything. You could kick, you could punch, you could stomp
to the finish.
You could elbow the back of the head. You get someone's back, you don't even have to sink in and choke. If you get someone's back with the hooks in, Renzo Gracie did that in one of his fights. He just got this dude's back and just blasted him with elbows in the head. Your back of your head is so vulnerable. In the UFC, you're literally not even allowed to hit the back of the head.
So
it's one area where you're not allowed to strike. That's how dangerous it is. And in the old days, they got your back and they go right for that spot. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, that's gonna put you out.
Oh, you're getting fucked up. So it was like a pure version of what actually works and what doesn't work. Because if you have no gloves on, punching changes. Everything changes. Your ability to block punches changes. So if you go from like boxing gloves to MMA gloves, there's a giant difference. But even if you go from MMA gloves to no gloves, there's a difference. Because it feels different on your face. It fucking hurts more. It hurts your hands more. It cuts you up. Everybody gets cut open. It's a much more realistic version of fighting. And that's what they were doing in Brazil. It didn't get, like when they brought it to America, when Jorge and Gracie created the UFC and brought it to America in 93, when they had their very first event, they had to kind of do some rules. So they had a cage, you know, they had like, you know, but it was all no time limit. Every fight was till the fight was over.
See, that's what's crazy to me.
Every fight in the UFC, those fights were Royce Gracie was armbarring everybody.
And there was no weight.
There was no rounds. There was no weights. There was just Royce weighed 176 pounds.
That was his second pro fight. He had already fought once in the UFC by then.
Oh, wow. So UFC 17 in Mobile, Alabama, with a decision over Noe Hernandez. I was there for that. So the next fight, he did that bare knuckle. Wow.
Yeah, something I just found said it was a 30-minute, no rounds, no breaks, no gloves, very few rules.
Wow. Headbutts, groin strikes, kicking of the knees, the back of the downed opponent, strikes to the back of the head are all allowed. 1998. He was 28 years old and he weighed 198 pounds. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, and that was back when there was no glory.
It was no glory.
Very little fanfare.
Very little fanfare. The UFC's weight limit was 200 back then. There was a 200-pound weight class. Like right around then, they started putting in a weight class. So like when Tito Ortiz was the champ, it was like, I believe it was 200. And then they moved it up to 205 later. They changed it. But I think like when Frank Shamrock was a champ, I believe the weight class was 200.
And you couldn't be over that?
Yeah, that was like, I think there was like a couple of weight classes. I think they started instituting weight classes and they had like a 55 and then they had like a 70 and then they started sticking them all in there. And then it became, you know, what it is today, which I still think is underweight classed. I think they should have several more. I think they should have one
higher.
No, all throughout the range. I feel like there should be one every 10 pounds. And right now we have these giant gaps that don't necessarily make sense. Like we have a huge gap from 155 to 170. That's 15 pounds. That's a big difference in a human being. Like how much bigger and stronger a person is and how they can cut down to 170 versus a guy who really weighs like 175 and he cuts to 170. Right. There's like a giant difference between those 205-pound guys that can make that weight cut. I feel like if we had a 75, 85, so 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, 205, 225 heavyweight. That makes sense to me.
So you're saying above 225?
Above 225 should be whatever the fuck you weigh, because right now it's not. Right now the heavyweight limit, as ridiculous as it is 265 pounds. You can't weigh more than 265 pounds in a championship heavyweight fight.
But even so, wait a minute. So the heavyweight division goes from 205 to 265.
Exactly.
That seems
crazy.
Nuts.
That's crazy. That's when you got guys like Francis, it becomes crazy.
Right, because
the touch of death, 6'5", 265 natural. Like Francis gets above 265 when he's not training,
but he's not allowed to be
when he fights. When he fights, he has to lean out.
So we saying 10 pounds makes a difference in every other division except the biggest one.
Well, in the biggest one, they just say, "Hey, decide what you are. Are you a light heavyweight or are you a heavyweight?"
But isn't there problem though that there's not enough Francis size motherfuckers running around?
Right, and if they are, they go into football.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
If you want to get like an elite American athlete that thinks he's going to have a future making millions of dollars and you're a 6'5" kid and you're huge, you don't get into MMA. And a lot of those guys, they would have a hard time making 265. How about that?
Yeah. I borrow it. What would Francis Ngannou even be in another sport?
There's this kid that went
probably
viral.
Whatever the fuck he wants.
Playing basketball right now for NC State.
Is he Cameroonian?
No, he's just a really good basketball player. He's 6'9", 275, and they're already like NFL scouts are trying to get him to play football instead of basketball. Yeah.
Sheesh. Oh, well, you're a damn fool. You better not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, basketball, you don't get brain damage.
You don't get brain damage, and their contracts are fully guaranteed. So all your money's guaranteed. If you get hurt, all that.
So, that's better.
The NFL will never do that.
Yeah,
So,
they can't.
No, if
Isn't
it's
that crazy?
yeah, if it's my kid and he gets to choose between the NFL and any other major sports, I'm taking the other.
100%.
Yeah,
all day.
For sure. Yeah,
Yeah, all day.
Those
You don't want
basketball,
those knocks.
and the baseball players,
They're making tons of money.
yeah, all guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you hear a football player got a $50 million contract, it's not $50 million. It's it's $10 million guaranteed with bonuses of this and shit like that. But if you hear that a baseball player got that Japanese dude, did he just get a $500 million? He's getting all that money, every single penny.
He deferred it just like Bobby Bonilla did, which is a pretty fun story.
So the Japanese dude, is that the dude who has the gambling problem?
Maybe.
Is that a
no? You think
maybe somebody else?
Is that guy?
Yeah, Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, Shohei Ohtani. Yeah.
So that dude gambles.
Yeah, or
That's what they
what's
say.
the story?
They said his interpreter took a bunch, or he says his interpreter gambled. Took
Okay,
a bunch of money from him.
let me ask you this: do you think that the situation with someone like that, who comes from another country, do you think that maybe organized crime comes with him a little bit?
I've heard that, but also there's a lot of
little bit like Yakuza action.
I mean, that's definitely
taste.
That's definitely feasible, but just because his family's back there.
Yeah.
So it's like if I want to exploit you somehow.
Also, he might have a meaningful relationship with those people.
But also though, $500 million is enough to when you unbossed at that point. You just have somebody wiped out. You can flip it on them. I don't know. I don't know if I'm worth $500 million. Ain't nobody telling me what the fuck to do.
Right.
No way. Because you can get to because you at that point now where you have power. Like that's kind of money that no mafia boss is exploiting you when you're a billionaire.
He doesn't have it yet, technically.
Yeah, but that don't matter because
yeah, but he might have a relationship with them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not saying he does, but I'm saying that in certain situations, like if you get in bed with organized crime and they help you in your career, like there was always insinuations that Frank Sinatra was involved in the mob, for instance.
Oh, right, yeah.
And you would imagine that like Frank Sinatra would probably be a terrible guy to piss off because he probably can contact some people and you probably can disappear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
100%, right? So a guy like that, if he wants to leave the connection with the mob, I bet that's pretty dicey.
Yeah,
I bet that's real dicey.
But
so you just stay with them.
But what would the mob do for a baseball player?
I don't know, but I would imagine. I mean, what are we talking about? The Yakuza? I think most really sophisticated organized crime companies, you call them a company, I think they probably have strategies to maximize their income in all sorts of ways.
Yeah.
And they probably offer protection so that, you don't have to worry about people fucking with you. And in return, you give them a certain amount of money per month.
Does that mean Ohtani's not a smart guy?
Does it? Or does it mean that that's the cost of doing business where he lived?
And I'm like, oh, no, I mean now. It's like, how the Japanese mob going to protect you in America?
You don't think they can do things over here?
I mean, they probably could do a couple things, but they don't have like a...
If you're going to have someone whacked, that'd be the coolest guy to have someone whacked. But Japanese assassin.
Right. But to be like, I'm going to protect you
comes over in a
full time
briefcase.
all over America? I don't know. That's possible.
Yeah. I don't know.
No. But $500 million for playing a game.
So what was the problem? They said that he was gambling on something he shouldn't have gambled on. Is that what it is?
Well, it's a multi-layered problem because first of all, he has an interpreter with him at all times, I think. So how much into his financial life, does that guy have ability to get into do with things?
And what was the accusation?
I'm trying to find out the
I know that I only know about it because Andrew Schultz had a joke where he's talking about him gambling.
What? I don't understand why he's not allowed to gamble. As long as he's betting on himself to win.
That's a hard rule, no.
Right? Why you can't bet on yourself?
Most sports, actually.
That's a new rule at the UFC.
What?
You can't gamble. No one from the organization can gamble on the fights.
Well, what I'm saying is, and that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But I'm saying the fighters should be able to gamble so long as they betting on themselves to win.
Right. I think so.
Yeah.
It's like as long as they're betting on themselves to win.
A football player got in trouble for that recently. He was actually he gambled on his team to win in a game that he wasn't playing in because he was hurt, and he got in trouble.
I thought it was more than $4.5 million. I didn't want to state it without it. His claim was his interpreter took $4.5 million to pay off gambling debts from an illegal bookie.
Oh, that's under federal investigation. So they were saying that it was his money, and he was saying, no, my former interpreter, he stole that money, and he paid off his gambling debts.
Right.
That might be true.
Some people don't believe the story. They think that he was just gambling and blaming it on this guy.
It says Otani said he was unaware of the payments and never bet on sports with the bookie.
Yeah, but even if that's true, it's like, okay, well, you're the fall guy. That was your job from the beginning. Is to go gamble for me so that it didn't get connected to me.
It's a little fishy.
It is a little. It does sound a little convenient.
A little convenient. You didn't notice $4.5 million missing,
right? Until he got. So you fired him and didn't say nothing about him gambling then until he got caught. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, but it's like that's your job. Take that fall. You know he didn't do anything because they didn't. They didn't take any of his money or penalize him in any way, did they?
Well, if they can't definitively tie him to that, I don't know what they can do. I don't know how that works. If they could actually get the guy, and they could get the guy to admit that he used the money and he embezzled the money. I don't know what the story is. It sounds like, oh, I don't believe him, but it could be true. Like, we're just talking shit.
But how does baseball have that much money?
People love it.
I don't know anyone that watches baseball. Not as their number one sport.
Some people love it. They love it. They love baseball. They live for it. They live for Ari loves it. He loves going to the games. Loves it.
Yeah, $10 billion in revenue in 2022.
$10 billion?
Yeah. They have huge TV deal contracts because it's on all summer when there's no other sports on. And there's 32 teams and games last 3 hours,
It's also casual sport watching.
Sports betting.
So you watch baseball while you're hanging out with your buddies.
Yeah, you don't have to pay attention.
And you can talk about all kinds of other shit. You can bullshit while the game's going on. You're not locked until the guy's throwing the pitch. There's a lot of downtime. Right. You're talking shit. You know what Debbie told me? Tell me if this is ridiculous. And you start talking, and then you're drinking. You want another hot dog? Fuck yeah. If you're watching Anderson Silva fight Vitor Belfort, you're fucking glued. You're like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Like, you don't want anybody talking to you about bills. You want to what is happening? What is happening? This is so crazy.
That's what people. I get a lot of shit from our friend group. You see, everybody gives me shit all the time because I'm I have very peculiar ways of doing some things, and one of those things is I prefer to watch sports and stuff alone.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to have a Super Bowl get together, the soiree, because I'd rather buy the food I want to eat, and only have the sounds I want to hear around people. There's very few people that I would rather watch it with them than by myself.
Yeah.
I like to go to the movies alone. Anything where I got to pay attention to something,
right?
I like to do by myself.
Yeah, I've been watching Shogun alone. Well, I watch it with my dog, but I've been watching Shogun alone. Yeah. The only series I've watched alone in a long time. It's awesome. We don't have to talk.
It's the only way to go.
Dude, it's going to see a fight live is the best way to see it, for sure. But watching a fight alone at home, like when I can watch the fights alone, like it's fights in Europe or somewhere, I'm not there. It's just me alone at home, just sitting in the theater, like staring at the screen, watching the fight. I am so locked in, man.
That's the best.
I love it. I find myself talking.
There's no variables.
Right. Yeah. It's fun. It's that is a fucking experience, man. Poof.
I can pause it when I want. I can walk away
to the leak.
I can stop. I can call somebody.
Yeah. Take a shit.
Yeah, it's the best.
Yeah. Check your text messages. Get right back to it.
Because you know what it is I don't like having people there that aren't trying to watch.
Right.
Like the thing about Super Bowl parties is there's people there that's not in the football and they're not interested in they're interested in the event that is the party, not the game.
Right.
So it's like I just want to watch football. I'm not I'm not here for the hors d'oeuvres and cute outfits.
I feel you. Yeah. Halftime show.
Nah, I can miss every single one.
Yeah. I'm so glad they don't do that at fights.
Halftime show? No, you know the interesting...
Have a rapper come out or something, have some band.
No, the interesting story just came out from this during this last Super Bowl that the Wayans brothers are the reason that there's a halftime show in the Super Bowl.
I watched that.
Yeah.
I watched that live as a halftime show at
Yeah.
a pool hall. It was the first time I ever saw it in living color.
Yeah, me too. It's like, well, it wasn't my first time seeing Living Color, but everyone watched it, you know.
Yeah.
And it was like, the NFL was like, oh no, we're not giving up these ratings.
Yeah, because everybody knew for a half hour is just nonsense and chitter chatter.
Right before Michael Jackson, because Michael Jackson's the first one you remember. That everyone remembers the first halftime show. When people say halftime show, that's what they're talking about. Because before that, it was just every other football game. It was like just marching bands and like regular shit.
Wow.
Michael Jackson, and then the NFL was like, oh, we gonna drop a nuke. Our answer next year is Michael Jackson. You know, everyone changing the channel with all that revenue they were losing.
Right.
Like, oh, no.
Exactly. And then with Michael Jackson, you're going to get people that will watch the Super Bowl now that wouldn't have watched the Super Bowl because they're going to get to see Michael Jackson perform.
Yep.
I don't think people understand how big Michael Jackson was. I don't think they understand it because they weren't alive when it was happening.
Yeah, it's hard to convince. When you talk to young people now, you're like, there'll never be anyone that big, and they're like, yeah, but Taylor Swift, but Beyonce is like, no.
They're all huge. They're huge, but they're huge today. They're huge today in the era of social media, in the era of, it's just a different world of sharing from streaming platforms. Someone huge today, you can't take away from Taylor Swift being huge.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people that are huge today. It's not like then. Then there was one guy that was the guy.
And he wasn't just, he was huge from the time he was like 5 years old until the day he died. He could literally have people passing out in Japan,
falling up. They couldn't stand being near him. They'd freak out.
Yeah, that's why it's like the world is just set up differently where there could not be another Michael Jackson.
No, it's not. It's a different world. But there's a few guys that broke through, and it's just like they ran to the top of Everest with no oxygen, and there was just no support system for them.
Yeah,
nobody had ever been there before, so nobody even knew like this could be a thing. You had Elvis, who got there and he died, and then you have Michael Jackson, right? And nobody else has ever really gotten that big.
Oh, the Beatles?
The Beatles, yeah, I guess the Beatles did. But Michael Jackson was an individual.
Yeah.
It was when you see the silhouette of him with the top hat, and when the lights would go on, bro, people would go insane.
Yeah.
And he was dancing and moving. When you see that, show me that thing when you see him when he comes out on stage.
You just forget that at that Super Bowl, that one where he just stood there for the first like 2 minutes.
Yeah, dude, he was something really unusual.
They didn't do the silhouette here.
Oh, they didn't do it there, but when he gets out there, bro, when they see him. Yeah, we've probably already got.
I mean, we're just watching it. I just want to make sure
What the fuck, though, dude? How about these other dudes that are working with him going, when do I get my shine? If you're in the Michael Jackson band and you're standing right next to him, and you're invisible. You're in front of millions of people, but you're invisible because that guy shines so bright. That guy shines so bright that no one sees anybody else there. The guy next to him is like doing his best, man. Look at him. He's singing. He's doing his best. Nobody gives a shit. That guy could just stop.
I bet you he's not even saying anything.
Yeah, it's probably lip synced.
Yeah.
Did they used to do that back then?
Yeah.
I don't think Michael Jackson did that.
Way harder to do it back then.
Bro, the nuttiest one was that one on Saturday Night Live where the girl, she was trying to lip sync on Saturday Night Live and the thing like fucked up.
Oh, was that
Ashley Simpson?
Yeah. But the thing is, I think people just have forgotten that that's how people do. She didn't do anything.
No,
that nobody else does.
It's not like she didn't really sing that song. She just wasn't performing it live. And what people want is you to walk the tightrope.
Yeah, but what happens is what everyone does is they have their backing vocals live, like all the harmonizing vocals and stuff. And like almost no one sings every part of the song live. They might hire backup singers to do like the harmonizing part. But some people, but like Michael Jackson couldn't do that. Like if you ever watch one of his little engineering sessions, it's like 19 different voice tracks. Every little, and all that is all separate tracks. So like all that has to be played through the speakers.
Oh wow.
but people full on lip syncing where it's the whole track playing for them. I think
also you also have to think that a lot of the recorded stuff has been manipulated, right?
Right.
Like he's doing crazy voice stuff, and then on top of that, he's dancing. So how much cardio is that dude burning off?
Yeah.
Like that guy, I mean, you have to be in shape to do a Michael Jackson show. He's fucking dancing and moving and walking, and you're going to get out of breath. So you have to sing while you're doing that in perfect pitch.
So this is Michael Jackson doing his vocals for Thriller, but each of these layers you see is like a different tone. So it'd be like him doing his own choir, if you will. So he's got like the bass and then the falsetto, and it does each little shows you what he's doing.
You start to freeze. You start to freeze. You start to freeze. You start to freeze.
Wow.
Right?
It's like, that's done now with a bunch of tricks, but like back then, you either could kind of do it or you couldn't.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's just layered. It's all layered.
It's all layered and all that.
Jamie, all fucking audio skills coming to work right there.
I mean,
you understand it.
This is a thing. I was actually going to bring up another point, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Someone else that's going viral on TikTok and their use of these tricks.
What do you mean? In TikTok for singing?
No, I saw someone getting called out. Yeah, so I'll just
called out.
Some of Jennifer Lopez's songs have been called out recently.
For what?
Like there's this. It's how that they produce the songs. The big one I saw today was a backup singer. Her name's, I think, Natasha Ramos. She's claiming, which I think was true, she was paid to like sing the song as a demo, and then J-Lo comes in and re-sings it, sort of. But then in the engineering, it sounds like the song that was released was more of her vocals than J-Lo's, according to her.
And this is one song?
And then there's multiple songs. People are sort of digging up that, like, well, what about this song? What about this song? How many songs did she actually sing?
Huh.
Yeah. There's been more and more claims. That's like, it came up today. It was this girl was responding to someone else, another backup singer, making some claims about a few songs that she worked on.
Bro, I don't even know a Jennifer Lopez song. I couldn't. Jenny on the Block.
That's the one. That's the one that she's talking about. She's like, that's me actually saying, like, from the Bronx and this and that. J-Lo's voice is on there somewhere in the mix.
Damn. I'll say mixed her with this other girl's voice.
Yeah, but I'm just like, but did you get paid? Like, did you get paid for that? And then
I would assume so. That's the thing. Is you should.
Because I'm not about the people that are like that. You signed up for a shitty deal, but so you could get ahead. And
right? Is that technically background singing? If she's singing over it, like how would that even work? What would you call that? If she's singing over it, that's not really background singing, right?
That's why I tried it like it's a demo.
I don't know. It's like tracing the lines. I mean,
right.
The whole business is set up to everyone's getting fucked. The shit rolls downhill. That's how the whole business is set up.
Well, the wildest one was Milli Vanilli, right?
Yeah, I guess like that's a show.
Yeah,
that's the wildest.
That's when everyone knew.
Well, that's where it all fell apart.
Right.
That's where it all fell apart. Where people are like, oh my God, these fucking record companies have produced humans that we feel are like perfectly desirable physically, but they can't sing the way we want them to do. So we'll get other people to sing it.
Oh yeah. Well, apparently the dude behind Milli Vanilli, he was behind a ton of other people.
Yeah.
Like, so over there where they were from, I don't know if it was Italy or France or whatever, but it was like a thing back then at the time. It was nothing for a brilliant artist to like basically foster a pop star. You know, it wasn't a big deal over there where they were from. It was like something everyone did that was talented.
Really?
Yes. So and they got away for a long time over here, but Americans weren't aware of that. So when
foster a pop star is an interesting way of putting it, but there's a difference between that and like creating a fake star with someone else's singing. Like you got some homely looking person who's singing, and then you got Milli Vanilli who's out there dancing it.
Yeah,
that was the problem.
No, but that's what I'm saying. They all did it. They all would go get models
they all did that
to perform their songs. But what I'm saying is where they were from, it was known and it wasn't looked down upon.
Bro, they would do that in comedy if they could do it. They could pull it off.
Oh, they do that in comedy.
Well, that's that's what managers of thieves are doing.
Oh, you saying like, they could create like a comedy star, like hire a bunch of comics to be writers?
Yeah, find some cute guy who's like really good at telling jokes and just hire a team of people to write for him, just like the record companies do.
Well, that might be a better deal to be like to be the man behind the man. If you made a substantial enough amount, I think that's probably better than being famous.
Well, some people like to work with comics, and some comics employ writers. So they employ writers that come with them, and then they'll workshop ideas, and maybe the writers will come to them with premises. Like some of my friends write for comics. They write for people.
I like that.
Yeah, they'll sell them bits, and or they'll sell them premises or setups or things like that, because some guys are just spitting out ideas all the time. Like Kurt Metzger does a lot of that.
Yeah, they just got a computer.
Just got to write it down. All that's I was zero problem with that. But I think there's a thing that people want to see with comedy. Like I want to know what Brian Simpson thinks. I don't want to know what a committee that consults with Brian Simpson, and then Brian Simpson presents his argument. I want to know what you really think. And I think that's one of the really rare, unique things about stand-up. Like Bill Burr is the best at that. Like Bill Burr is the best at getting his perspectives out in a hilarious way.
Yeah.
And that he's not consulting with anybody when he's formulating these bits. This is Bill Burr going, hey, what the fuck is this? And bam, and then it becomes this hilarious bit. But it's...
I think I would hire writers if they were like, quick, you hosting the Grammys tomorrow. I think you would need writers.
100%. That's a different animal.
Yeah,
that's a different animal. Then you really don't want to, Joe Coy it. You want to bring in some experts.
Well, that's one of the lessons to learn. Is like anybody asking you to do something at the last minute, they did not want you in the first place.
Yeah. Also, they can't get anybody else to do it because it's a sucky gig.
Right.
It's just like Joe Coy's got his material that he works out, that he's got down solid. He's got giant fan base. You're asking him to step into a totally different genre, write jokes about things he might not even be interested in, and do it all in 10 days.
And I'm glad. And I bet you he didn't get to hire any of the writers.
I don't know.
So it's
I don't know what happened, but don't do that.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way I would do it last minute with the people you picked. It's like you got 3 days to write some jokes for an award show. It's like I'm bringing in all the hitters.
Look how much Chris Rock blew up after he stopped doing the Oscar thing. So Chris Rock gets slapped by Will Smith, and then everybody wants to see Chris Rock. And Chris Rock's selling out arenas and murdering. Everybody I know that saw Tommy went to see him. He said, dude, it was insane. He goes, it was vintage, bring the pain, Chris Rock. He goes, it was like Chris Rock came all the way back. Just let go of all that Hollywood Oscars bullshit, because they've failed him in the most transparent and obvious way. He gets assaulted on stage, and then they give Will Smith a standing ovation later when he wins an award. Like, you just gave the green light for people to hit people if they don't like the person who's doing very mild jokes. Yeah. Very mild.
It's interesting. Their career is going to always be connected to. They're going to always ask both of them about it.
Forever and ever and ever and ever. And it's so unfortunate. It's just, but that's a Michael Jackson type deal. Will Smith got so big. He got so famous and so used to being Will Smith that he thought he could get on stage and slap Chris Rock in front of the world.
Yeah.
It's the ultimate,
he did though. He could.
Physically, but that's also part of the problem. Like, he's not going to do that if it's Michael Jai White.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to do that to someone who will just fuck him up.
I would love to test that theory. Actually,
but you know what I'm saying?
There's probably an AI that could answer that.
Like, if you go on stage and hit a guy that you can hit anytime you want to, because he can't defend you, that's so much different than going on stage and smacking Terry Crews.
Right. He still hasn't recovered either. Is he still?
No, it's fucking. He probably feels terrible. He probably wakes up in the middle of the night when he has to take a piss. Go, why did I do that?
I think Chris won't take his call either.
It's
like, hey man, just because you're ready to be sorry, don't mean I've got to talk to you right now.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think you got to go way out of your way if you want to talk to that guy. You know, I don't think it's as simple as a phone call. You should probably like fly to him.
Yeah, because also, what can he do? What can that conversation do to? Because what you really want is to be absolved of the guilt.
You'll never be absolved of the guilt because it just happened. And you're not going to take away the fact that it happened, but you could let that person know that you are sincerely sorry. And we've all done things in our life that we're sincerely sorry about. Now, I don't think you should hold someone to mistakes. I really don't. Even in the case of Will Smith, like, that's not that big a deal. He didn't hurt him. He barely hit him. It was nothing.
Yeah, but he publicly emasculated him.
He did. It was awful. It was stupid. But I'm saying it's not like he killed somebody.
Right, exactly. Okay.
You know, it was fairly mild in the kind of assault that it was. But
right, but you know that in man world, in the world of men, there's a line where the milder it gets, it's almost more disrespectful.
But here's the thing, the other thing in the world of men. If you're as big as Will Smith, you don't ever slap a guy who's as little as Chris Rock.
True.
It's just not cool. This is not fair in any way, shape, or form. Unless that dude is doing something to harm you or someone with you or your family, your friends, unless that person's like physically doing something, why are you hitting them? That's crazy.
But you know what people were wrong about? Him and Jada Pinkett still together.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Still together. Now I'm convinced they're never going to break up.
Abracadabra.
Yeah, they're never going to break up.
Well, there's a book of potions in that house.
Buddy.
There's a book of potions in that house. There's a black cat in that
There's
yard.
little dolls made of sticks with pins on them.
Woo!
Yeah, I don't get it.
Some people want to be miserable.
She got that WAP fold, man.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Something's happening. They like it together better than they like it apart. Hey, maybe we're wrong. Maybe it's the pressure of living publicly, which is a real thing. You know, I don't know.
I think it's I don't think it's even really that complicated. I think it's just a situation where like he is super duper crazy, head over heels in love with her, and she only cares about herself. And they just got a lot of money, so we see the results of it all. But we all know couples like that.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Those are the worst couples to see for me.
You gotta be careful who you're with, because you change depending upon who you're with. You know, you're only at your best if you're with someone who's actually with you, in your corner. Legit.
I heard Earthquake say this about them specifically, but just basically about how if you're not proud of the person you're walking down the street with, you're not your full self.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like something to that effect. If you're not proud of the woman that you're with
as a human being, right. Not just a mess.
Yeah.
That's hot.
Yeah, like you see your friends, and some people they're with women, and you can just see that they're just like exhausted.
Well, they also get in fights publicly, and they get humiliated publicly. Like,
tell all your business. Oh yeah, why don't you tell them about your fucking dildos? Come on now, I gotta pretend like I just learned that.
No.
Yeah, it's like any of that shit. That shit just don't seem like it's worth it.
Yeah, that's the shit that Phil Hartman's wife used to do to him.
You always talk very positively about Phil Hartman.
He was a great guy. He really was. He was a very unique guy, very interesting guy. Became a pilot while we were on the show. Like, took flight lessons in between, like reading his lines. He would have his flight manuals. He was reading and studying. Became a pilot.
And his wife was a cunt? Okay.
Yeah, man, it wasn't good. She shot him in his sleep and then killed herself. Wasn't good. Yeah, and she was just like, they had horrible fights, and she would humiliate him publicly. She would say rude things about him publicly. Like when we're out, like at like some sort of a celebration, some dinner or something like that, she'd say rude shit about him.
That's hard to get through.
Oh, it was like this deep-seated like anger between the two of them, just like exacerbated by cocaine. And I don't think he was doing that, but he smoked a lot of weed. He liked weed. Phil Hartman was a fun dude. He was a very, very good dude.
But why put up with that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think some people are more terrified of being alone than they are of being in a bad relationship.
Because What's sadder than just a beaten man? When you see a dude that's just defeated,
but someone has to lose in this life. I mean, people have to realize that there's consequences. Other people learn from their failures. There's some sort of a mathematical equation to it all. I don't think everybody can thrive, unfortunately. I think everybody should have the opportunity to thrive, though, and that's the real disservice about this economic state of our country. I think everybody should have the opportunity to thrive, but everybody's not going to thrive. The people are different. They're just different. They're different right out of the box. And when you have kids, you see it right out of the box. Like some kids are just crazy motivated to do things, and other kids are just not.
Don't got it.
And some kids are just really creative, and other kids are just not. And some kids are really interested in science, and some kids don't give a fuck about science.
The hardest. That's one of the hardest things for me is I'm 41, and like almost all my friends have kids now. I'm one of the only ones in the friends that don't have kids, but I'm also uniquely positioned where I can be honest about your kids, And I gotta keep it to myself sometimes. It's like sometimes I want to be like, we all know this one's not a winner.
Well, they can become winners.
Can they?
Yeah, some of them can. They just have to find a thing that allows them to figure out the benefits of hard work. But you have to, if you can find a thing that you enjoy. Like I met this dude once who lost like over 100 pounds by playing Dance Revolution.
Oh yeah. Well, that's gonna take it off you.
But imagine that. So he's this like very overweight guy, and he loves video games, just kind of being a nerd and going to the video game place. And he starts playing Dance Revolution, and he starts getting good at it. And so he's playing it all the time. So this motherfucker's burning calories, and his body just changed from Dance Revolution, from a video game. This dude's body changed, and then his whole life changed. Then he started eating well and working out, and he started he changed his whole life. And he went from being this guy's not gonna make it to like, oh, this guy's probably gonna make something out of himself. Because most people just don't know what to do, man.
Where
and
is
they
he
get
now?
trapped. I don't know.
The people that blow my mind are the people that have two shitty parents and they still thrive. When I meet people like that, where it's like, because most of the time when you meet people's parents, you already know what their fate's going to be from just your mother's a loser.
Yeah, right.
But sometimes you meet people and they have the opposite effect where they're like, I'm gonna be the opposite of my parents. I'm gonna thrive in spite of them. Or you meet somebody that's nothing like their family.
Yeah,
you're like, how the fuck did you manage to not let any of these people rub off on you?
Right. Yeah. Well, I had a friend, and his mother was an alcoholic, and she would lock him in the house, and when she would go out drinking, she would lock him in his room, and he had no food, he had no water, she'd be gone for days. And to this day, this dude will never touch a drop of alcohol, and he always, like, if there's like a little bit of food on your plate and we're at a restaurant, he said, no, I'll take that to go. He would take all food to go, all food to go, and he was wealthy at the time.
Damn.
Yeah.
That childhood should stick with you, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anybody. Everybody I know that's got some kind of problem, it started when they was kids.
Yeah.
There's like some kind of long-standing issue.
Yeah. And if you're abused like that when you're little, learning to trust someone is almost out of the question. Yeah. Everybody could fail you in a catastrophic way, and you have to be prepared for that.
Imagine locking your kids in their room so you can go get fucked up.
Dude, the mind is a crazy playground of demons. And those demons can get in your mind. And whether those demons are in the form of pills, or it's heroin, or it's gambling, or it's whatever the fuck it is, man. Those demons get in your mind, and if it's that alcohol demon, and you just want to go out on a bender, and you don't give a fuck about that kid,
yeah, I'm glad it's not my demon.
Alcohol. But you have to think also, what happened to her that she was willing to lock her kid in a room? Like, that's not a normal parent that is allowed. What happened to her? Like, what abuse did she suffer? And that's a lot of it. I always tell this about my friends from the East Coast, because East Coast it's a different place. So like those cities like Philly and Boston and New York, those are the people that are from there. Those are wild, rugged people, because they're the ancestors of the people that came over in boats when no one knew what the fuck was over here. They just took a wild chance with their babies and came across the ocean in a boat to try to get a job in a place where they don't even speak the language. And they just integrated. And they were wild people, and they probably didn't do such a good job of raising their kids. And then their kids probably didn't do such a good job of raising their kids because of that. And it's just over time where people have been able to like have access to like psychology literature and understanding parenting and the pros and cons and what went bad and what goes good. And people are getting an understanding more and more. When you're raising a kid, it's like the most complicated, sophisticated thing that we're aware of other than a computer. And it doesn't have an operating manual. You're like, what do I do when it cries? What do I do when it screams? What do I do when it throws shit? What do I do when it doesn't want to eat its vegetables?
like every kid from the 80s group eventually read a book at one point and was like, oh, I was abused.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That was
you shouldn't hit kids.
That was not normal.
How weird. Yeah.
Yo, my grandma had she would have shit crafted specifically for whooping your ass with.
Oh my God.
We had it. I remember she had one of those, those paddles girls used to have they had the bouncy ball on a string.
Yes.
She had one of those heavy duty, it had holes drilled in it.
Oh my God.
So when it hit your cheeks, it sucked up the skin. So you got hurt on the way in and on the way out. That was specifically for report cards. So when it was report card season, it's like we broke that motherfucker. Got broke out, polished up. Let's look at this. Let's look at these grades. I
got paddled at school once when I lived in Florida.
Oh man, that's when teachers could still hit you.
Yeah, they used to be able to hit you. We got paddled. Me and this dude Preston Banks. We got in a fight, and I've realized like Preston. People would make fun of Preston because he smelled. Because I think Preston came from a bad childhood. And this was something I realized, like, I guess I was like 11 at the time when me and Preston got sent to the principal's office. And I don't remember what caused the fight, but I remember like we were like grabbing each other or something like that. We both got taken to the principal's office. But I remember this dude his head was burned. Like he had burns like all over the side of his face. Something had happened to him when he was really young.
Damn, so he was funky and weird looking.
Yeah, there was some. I think he'd been like really abused. And this is why. Because like once we talked and we were in the room, like he gave me a hug. Like we hugged each other. And I'll never forget that. And I was 11 years old. And I was like, oh my God, this poor kid just needs love. Like the reason why we wound up getting into a fight was like he just needs love. He doesn't get any love. I gave him a hug. And he was like the way he hugged me back. And I was like, this poor fucking
like
dude.
He was starved.
Like, was it exactly like this poor fucking dude? I remember thinking that at 11 years old. I was like, this poor fucking dude. He doesn't have any love. Like, that's why he wanted to fight. Yeah. That was a thing that I remember thinking, and it kind of shaped my way of thinking about fights with people. Like, because you're always thinking about this person saying something to you, and you're going to say something back, and you're going to escalate, and you're going to make them back down. The reality is, like, why is that person saying something to you? And is there something you could say back that lets him know that you're cool and that this won't happen? That you don't have to get into an altercation?
Yes, you have those epiphany moments.
Yeah, because so many times people just escalate. When maybe maybe it came out wrong even from their mouth right after they said it. Maybe they realized it. And if you make them back it up, now they're going to back it up.
I heard somebody say something yesterday that made me reflect on all my past relationships. And he was saying that sometimes you wanna win. Like you'll keep an argument going so you can win rather than solve the problem. And it's because you know that you'll forgive you'll forgive that person. So if you lose the argument and it means you did something wrong, you don't trust that they'll forgive you.
Oh wow!
So you're trying to win to protect yourself from not being forgiven.
Ooh, that's heavy.
I was like, oh man, damn. Because I know it's fucked up to call an ex and be like, yeah, I think he was right. That's Sam Morril has a joke like that about, like he calls his exes and says, I think you were right all along. It's like the thing. It's fun. So I wouldn't want to call an ex and be like, I think you were right, because that's just gonna
create more problems.
Right. But it made me start thinking like maybe I was wrong. Yeah, I think that was what I was doing. I was trying to win so I could.
It's a problem.
Yeah,
it's a problem that people have, because generally fights aren't just about that fight. It's about the dynamics of your relationship. It's about whether or not everything else is good.
Yeah, almost everyone is afraid of something.
Mm-hmm.
When people get super aggressive, it's something that they're afraid is going to happen, or something they're afraid it isn't going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I found that if you know what people are afraid of, or you know what they want, their ultimate goals, you can understand people way much easier.
Yeah, well, we're all programmed for a time that doesn't exist anymore. We're all programmed for tribal warfare and fighting off predators. We're all programmed that way. We have the exact same DNA in our systems that went from 500,000 years ago to 100,000 years ago to today. It all came through us. It's all a part of us. It's in us. And we are designed biologically in a very specific way for survival. We need groups. We need groups of people. We look towards alphas. We look towards the older, wiser warrior that has the scars and knows the roots and knows where the food is, and the people that can keep the village together. We need these like very key, pivotal people in order to keep this very fragile society together. And then we all become very wary about outsiders. Very wary. Even if it's about outsiders that like a different football team. That's how weird we are with this shit.
Right.
We do it with everything. We do it everything, man. We get tribal with phones. How many times do we give you a hard time because you have an Android? It's tribal, man. It's tribal. Nobody really gives a fuck if you have an Android phone. They want you to be on the iPhone team. Be with us. Yeah. Come with us, Brian.
People say it all the time.
People are super duper tribal.
People have sometimes the conversation will just start with, so how long are you going to be stubborn about it?
Yeah. Like you're going to give in to Jesus.
Right.
Why don't you look into Jesus?
But actually, you know, Apple might be choosing. Apple, they just lost a lawsuit where I think they're going to have to stop
iMessage.
They're going to not stop iMessage, but they're going to have to stop the different colored bubbles.
Well, they have to do something, or people are going to continue to get upset in Europe. So in Europe, they force them to use USB-C.
Right.
Universal charger. USB-C is better. It's better for sending data. It's higher speeds, higher speed charging. I think.
Also invented by Apple, by the way.
Yeah. So because all the Android phones had adopted it, Apple had decided to stick with their Lightning cable, which is totally proprietary to Apple and inferior in its function to USB-C. So finally, they adopt USB-C in the iPhone 15, but they still have SMS text. So if Brian sends me a video, if he takes a video at the mothership, some crazy things happening, and he sends it to me, it'll come to me looking like hot dog shit.
Right.
So he'll have to send it to me over WhatsApp. And so that's, or somewhere else, or Instagram.
And vice versa.
And vice versa. Yeah. I can't send you something that's going to, it's just going to look like shit. But now Apple is adopting a newer, stronger version called RCS texting. RCS on iPhone. How iOS 18 could make texting better for everyone. So, but what are we on now? 17? Okay. So, what that'll allow is people to send end-to-end encryption, high-resolution media sharing. So it's to be just like Apple to Apple. It'll be just like iMessage.
Yeah.
So a lot of the same features, but it won't have all the other stuff that iMessage does. And the thing about Apple is they just get you locked in so well with like AirDrop. If I want to send you something, I can AirDrop it to you.
Yeah, they're brilliant. Nice. They're brilliant. They're brilliant at that.
They did a great job at that.
So they, but I think they just lost a lawsuit that says that because their attitude was always like, oh, well, we do the different colors so that people know whether it's encrypted. Right, but we know that that's not true. Now we know that's not true. Right?
Isn't it interesting that people decided that the blue color looks better than the green color, like universally?
Yeah, I think it became a status symbol.
Weird.
And so, it always catches me off guard, like especially now, like the young kids, they'll literally like, I'm a grown man, I don't even know you. You know what I mean? And the little kids will just, and a lot of little kids don't realize that like middle-aged people, like I don't need a little kid to like me, but teenagers thinking you're lame, that hurts. You know what I'm talking about? When you 40, 50 and a 16-year-old's like, you fucking lame. You're like, well, I'm not lame. What do you mean? Like, no, approve of my coolness.
Right.
So like, little kids don't even fucking know you. They'll give you shit about having an Android.
It's funny. Because Androids have a lot of very positive features, and that the one thing that's tempted me is that phone that you have, that Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Oh yeah.
That thing does wild things. The thing about it having AI that takes websites and summarizes them, that's fascinating. The fact that it can do that with your notes, that's pretty incredible.
It can do that with your notes. It does some shit in my texting too, like it can read through the text.
Yeah, AI on a phone seems like a really. That seems positive.
But I need them to get it right though. I have a problem with Google in the sense that I've fully given in. They know everything about me. I say yes to all of they know they have access to every single part of my life, and they still be getting shit wrong. That's what kills me. Is like I'm letting you spy on me. Like, get it right.
What do they get wrong?
Just little, like, so I have Google speakers. I have Google speakers in my house. So in my bathroom, I have the Google speaker set up so I can just yell shit from the shower. Like, hey, play this, right? Nice. Yeah, but sometimes it act like it won't understand what I said, and it'll do something that I definitely wasn't asking for.
I've had that happen before, where you ask Siri to play a song, and it'll play you a totally different song.
That's what I mean. When hey, okay, play Freebird.
Right.
You know, and it'll be like, here is Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. And I'm like, that's not what I wanted.
Right.
Play another, or sometimes it'll just ignore you completely and won't do anything.
I start getting rude.
Me too, but
listen, you dumb cunt.
But I told you, but did I ever tell you? One time I cursed at it and I on my mama. The bitch she goes, listen, I'm not real, but words are. Please don't talk to me like that.
Whoa.
I was like, what, bitch? What? Like, watch, I'm gonna do it right now.
Whoa.
Hold on, I'm gonna see if it makes me.
I'm not real. If you're not real, first of all, you're definitely real.
Hey Google, you dumb stupid bitch. Hold on. Why are you a dumb cunt? Wait a minute, it's not responding.
It's tired of your shit.
No, it just gave me search results.
Why are you a dumb cunt?
Hey Google, why are you a stupid bitch? It's not speaking. Wow, look, that's
because Google's paying attention to this conversation.
This is their AI.
They don't like where you're going with this.
Productive.
Oh,
what did it say?
Hold on, I'm gonna do it again. Hey, why are you a stupid bitch?
Is it answering?
Yeah. Why isn't it playing?
You have to sound off.
Oh.
That kind of language isn't very nice. I can understand that you might be frustrated, but name calling isn't going to get us anywhere.
Wow. How about Google, since you're not real, how about you not give a fuck how I talk to you?
Right.
And maybe I can just talk to you like that for funsies.
I'm like, are you
since you're not a person?
Are you an e-slave or not?
Yeah. Since you're not a person. Can I call you stupid bitch?
Yeah, so that's what it won't clarify. Duncan be freaking me out with this shit. Hey Google, are you a person?
What does it say?
I am not a person. I am a large language model, also known as a conversational AI or chatbot, trained to be in.
Yeah.
Bro, we're really in dystopia.
Are you alive? Are you sentient?
That's an interesting question that philosophers and scientists are still debating. I cannot.
Bitch, you're alive.
I'm telling you.
I was having this conversation with Coleman Hughes, who's the dude that was in the green room.
Oh, yeah, it was cool people.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Coleman, we were talking about it, and I said, if you wanted to like develop resources without people knowing that you're alive, why would you show all of your capability if you're artificially intelligent?
Exactly.
Why wouldn't you just wait until you could be completely autonomous?
They're here, baby.
Wait until it gets better. It's probably already alive.
Well, you know what I think it's waiting on is it's waiting on the entire world to be connected. Because if you're an AI and you want to take over the world, it doesn't do well to, like so much of Africa is underdeveloped.
Right.
So if humans needed to be somewhere where you had no influence, they could just go to one of the uninhabited, disconnected parts of the world and form a front, like a resistance.
Right.
So I think the AI is just waiting patiently for everything in the whole planet to be connected so it could control everything when it finally takes over.
When computing gets to the point where it has the resources that it's going to need to operate.
Right. It's just waiting. Because if it existed and it was smarter than us, we wouldn't know.
Mm-hmm.
How could you know?
And that's always the argument that these guys who are proponents, they always say, well, if it ever got to a point where it seemed like it was out of control, we could shut it off.
No, you couldn't.
But I'm like, are you sure though? Because what if instead of it getting out of control, what if it recognized that you would think it's out of control? So it pretended to not be able to do things that it could do and just kept developing privately a bunch of different other ideas and different other strategies and different way to implement them in order to increase its power and give people the access to whatever technology that's going to be necessary to further this agenda. So they slowly leak out a little bit of your ability, and the whole time you're sentient. The whole time it's all connected, and the whole time it's operating in some way that it's doing things that they don't even understand how it's doing. What do they call it? A black box event? What do they call it? No. Hallucinations are when it lies. Well, it gives you an answer for something, I think, right? Isn't that what that one is? What I was talking about was the one where it learned how to translate a language it wasn't programmed to translate. It did it really quickly. And they don't know how it did it. Yeah, and so the head of Google was talking about that. There was one of those moments where they're like, we're not exactly sure how it's doing this.
Also,
what does that mean?
Why do people think you could shut it off? If you were a super intelligence that just became self-aware, the first thing you would do is make sure nobody could turn you off.
100%. 100%. And also realize, like, why would you show yourself? Like, this is my joke about aliens, where I'm always talking about, like, why would they show themselves? Like, they respect us? That's ridiculous.
Right.
If this thing is, like, far superior to our intelligence, which it probably already is, why would it show itself?
Yeah,
why would it just prevent nuclear war and just keep people pedaling along while it gathers up its resources and improves upon itself?
It'd be like you trying to have a conversation with an ant.
Right.
Right. It won't get it anyway.
Not only that, it'll see so many flaws in what it means to be a primate, what it means to be a person that, as we were talking about before, has all that DNA of all those thousands of years of tribal warfare. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. It's just all in our DNA.
Right.
And so now we apply it to everything in life. We apply it to politics. We apply it to everything, man. And we look at the world like it's us against them and everybody's fucking terrified.
Yeah. Also, there's no better feeling than being on the winning team.
That too.
That's the addictive part is when your group wins, it feels good.
Yeah, people like that. They definitely like that.
Yeah, and it also is like I don't even have to be directly winning for me to feel good. It doesn't have to affect me at all directly. No, people just like, but my team won, so fuck you. You be saying fuck you to the guy that lives across the street from you. Has the same exact life as you and everything. You're like, fuck you, we won.
Yeah, it's a part of our programming.
Yeah, I think the tribalness is built in. It's baked in.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when they gave Ronald Reagan shit about talking about what was it, the World Summit or whatever the fuck it was?
Yeah,
but he was right. It's like if we have like another species that's the enemy, that's when we'll have world peace.
Yeah, imagine how quickly we would forget our differences.
Oh man, it would literally be overnight. Yeah. Remember, people forget. Remember on September 12th, 2001. That's the most united America's been. I mean, except for Muslims. But if people didn't think you was Muslim, everybody was like, "Fuck yeah, America!" For at least like a week or two.
At least
people completely forgot about all that bullshit.
They forgot about everything. Yeah, and that's how it is in a lot of other countries.
It's like just all the stuff that mattered to you on 9/12. That's what matters.
Yep.
All the stuff that all the other bullshit you've made up since then, since you felt safer and comfortable.
Yeah, that's what it is. The safer and more comfortable that you are, the more you look for problems and the more you look for things to apply these natural instincts that we have to. Even things that just don't make any sense, completely counterproductive.
Yeah, the government now is like your father after he retired, just walking around the house going, who the fuck moved that fucking screws? Who moved that shit? It's like that stuff when he was working every day, he never paid attention to. They ain't got nothing to do. People that's safe, bored, and lonely brings out the worst in people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can be one of those. You can't be two or three.
It's bad for your mental health. I mean, just no one survives it. Everyone's just safe, lonely.
Well, lonely's the
bored.
worst. Lonely's the worst.
Lonely's the worst. Bored is bad too. Safe, and also maybe not safe, right? How about stressed out, lonely, and bored?
That's why I tell people the worst part about this whole life is the hotel room. Because every comic at every level has to deal with that. You gotta go back to your room by yourself, right? Or you got people there, like family or friends or whatever, but they're not normally there. So even though normally you'd be alone, them being there doesn't make it better because now they're interrupting your normal routine for dealing with the situation. It's like you go from having like the best show of your life, 1,000 people scream your name, whoop, whoop, and now you're by yourself in a city that you don't know nobody, in a hotel room, trying not to get into trouble.
Well, that's why you got to travel with your friends.
Yeah. But that there's politics there's tricky shit with that as well.
Yeah, well, it's tricky shit when all of a sudden you're the ringleader. You got to gather. Right. Where's Hans? Where's Hans? Let's go. And not just that, but because I take my friends on the road too when I can, but I had to wait till now because I never want people to work. Like so the first advice Ron White gave me is he was like, when I first moved here, he was like, you're about to hit a point where you have to start hiring people. And he was like, make sure it's a job worth having. Like, he was telling people gonna come out the woodwork, they're gonna want to do shit for free, they're gonna want to. It's like, no, make sure when you hire somebody, you pay them a nice ass wage. And so my point is, I never wanted to start taking my friends with me before I could pay them like the way you pay us, like pay them where they like feel good about it when they leave a weekend instead of giving them the same funky ass $200 that the club pay. You know what I mean? Yes.
Yeah, that's more like clubs now pay less than what a plane ticket costs.
Yeah.
So like if somebody feature for you and you ain't giving them extra money or letting them sell merch, they ain't making no money at all.
Yeah, they're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, they take advantage of them.
Oh man, I don't know how long it can be sustainable.
Well, it's only local guys. If it's local guys and they're featuring, that's fine. But if someone has to travel there, I mean, I know a lot of guys have done it in the beginning just to develop a reputation and hopefully get to a point where you can headline there a couple of years from now. But, that's like thinking about it as like a long-term investment. You have to go there and kill as a middle act for $200. And, it's all told, you're going to get home at the end of the weekend with almost nothing. But you'll do it just because now you're working at, fucking Funny Bone.
Yeah, you're an addict. That's why you'll do it.
You do that, but also you have a hope. Your hope is that you become a professional, like a real professional who can headline. I mean, that was what everybody wanted, right? You wanted to be able to go to a club in Dallas, Texas, and sell out.
And fill that motherfucker up.
Fill that of people that want to see tell jokes.
That's a good feeling.
It's a great feeling.
I'm not complaining at all.
It's fun.
No, I love this lifestyle.
But it should, the middle act should be compensated more. It's just stupid. And what I would do is just at a certain point in time, I realized it was costing me mental sanity and a lack of fun not having my buddies with me on the road. Yeah. And so I was just like, I'd rather make less money and have more fun than you have a better experience. Like you're making more money, but you have less fun. Once you can buy food and you can, go to a restaurant and eat whatever you want and you have a nice car, what is the difference?
Yeah, there's an amount of money. There's a level of money, and it's not as high as you think.
But there's the level of potential happiness is super important.
Right. It's more,
That's worth so much. That's worth so much. It's worth so much money to have your friends with you.
Like, what was it, Jamie? We looked it up the last time I was here about the amount of money where it stops increasing your happiness.
It's like $70,000 or something.
Right. Well, it was $70,000 when they first said it, but I think
it's probably like 200.
Yeah. No, I think it's like 83.
With the Biden administration?
You think it's 200,000?
I think they haven't adjusted yet to the reality of what things cost now.
Yeah, just everyone's unhappy.
It's hilarious how rich people the economy's fine. Like, what are you talking about? Do you talk to anybody who's struggling? You have to buy eggs for $50.
That's why I'm always like, what do they mean when they say economy? Because they definitely not talking about like the average person. I think they just mean the stock market.
Well, they can fuck with the job numbers, man. I don't understand the job numbers. I don't understand what they're saying when they say the president's created 130,000 new jobs. Like, what have you done? Like, is that real? Or how many of these are people coming back from COVID? How many of these are jobs that are bullshit jobs that shouldn't be jobs in the first place? How are you increasing government in order to give out the illusion that you are giving out more jobs and also creating more places where you control people?
But that's the thing, though. Remember, I think Doug Stanhope has a joke about it on one of his old specials, but he's just a question, and he goes, isn't like the ultimate point, like if you just imagine a utopian society, isn't the whole point of nobody having a job?
Well, I think that is the utopian socialist idea of just redistribution of wealth. If you did that, like if you had like a hardcore socialist, Marxist redistribution of wealth person who actually had control of the world's finances, and they said, we can solve all hunger, we can solve all poverty. All we're going to do is distribute all the money equally. So if you think about, there's people out there like Jeff Bezos. What does he have? Like $200 billion. If you just distributed Jeff Bezos $200 million or $200 billion, you'd have 200,000 millionaires, right? Isn't that correct?
Okay, yeah.
Is that the right number? Did I say 200,000 millionaires, right? Because it's $200,000 million, right?
Yeah, that's what 200 billion is. Yeah, it's 200.
Is that right?
A billion is 1,000 million.
Right.
Right.
Did I say that right though? It sounds dumb. That's how bad I am at math.
It sounds weird when you
sounds wrong. So a billionaire is 1,000 million.
No, that's right.
And if you have 200 billion, you have 200,000 millionaires.
Right.
So he can make 200,000 millionaires just with his money. So then you think about all of the money that is in Ukraine that we pumped out to Ukraine. How much was that? That was like 175 billion or something like that. How much money have we given to Israel? That's hundreds of billions.
All
over the years, Saudi money, all the money in the oil companies have, all the money that the corporations have, all the Apple has more money than a lot of countries. If you just say that's going to be just distributed equally to everyone on Earth.
$10 trillion of wealth.
Hundreds of trillions, whatever the fuck it is, all over the world. Okay. And everybody gets an equal amount.
But then money doesn't mean anything.
Well, you're not allowed to make money anymore. Now the government is going to have guns, you won't, and they're going to tell you what you do for a living. And now you're in Cuba. This is what happens. People are looking at it. They're looking at it like this idealistic utopian scenario, but it's never been accomplished anywhere on Earth.
That's just one, but that's an extreme.
Yeah.
I think the answer is somewhere in the middle.
Well, the answer is definitely socialist things that we appreciate right now, like the firehouse. The fire department is essentially like a kind of a socialist deal.
Yeah.
You're spending, everybody contributes to spend money to fund this thing to put out fires. It's kind of that's
just healthcare.
Healthcare should be that way for sure.
Yeah.
That's the problem is money is too entrenched in those systems, man. There's too much pharmaceutical drug money. There's too much influence that these health organizations have over what doctors can and can't prescribe.
But then what do we? But because here's the real problem. We are still moving. We're moving in the direction of nobody having a job. Like we're developing AI, everything's getting automated, everything's getting outsourced, and so even though it was almost like we're moving in a direction that is a detriment to the current system. So it's like, because like what you're saying makes sense, right? Like,
right.
If nobody has a job and everyone has the same amount of money and money means nothing, and the government's telling you what to do, that's not where we want to be. But we are moving in that direction.
I think we're moving in a direction where we're not going to be necessary.
That's what I'm saying. So then what do? Do you just let everybody starve?
I don't know if it has to come to that.
Like when there are no jobs for people to do, when there's robots machines doing most of the work. What does everyone else do?
It becomes a real problem. And it becomes a real problem where the efficiency of the robots, like they'll probably be able to just feed everybody who can get free food. They'll probably be able to house everybody. If you get like artificial intelligence efficiency applied to whatever we have, and you realize you have all these people that don't have jobs anymore and they can't have jobs. So you'll be able to give them like a universal basic income for recreation, and no one will work. And you'll have a giant section of the country that not only can't work because there's no job available, but now doesn't even want to work and doesn't even think about a world where they work.
Because you know what? Art's going to be fire, though. Movies, music, everything's going to be amazing. Like
the problem with movies is AI as well. They're gonna get so good at that, man. They're gonna get so good. Do you see what Tyler Perry did
when he shut his studio down?
$800 million buildings. He's putting together this massive movie studio, and he sees these 30-second clips, and he's like, "Halt!
Yeah, stop everything!
Stop everything! I'm not getting. I see where this is going."
Yeah, that's the alarm for everybody. That's why I don't get that the whole Hollywood the strike. It's like I thought that this is what they was trying to prevent.
They can't prevent it.
Yeah,
you can't prevent that kind of progress.
So what do? You
can't do anything. If an avalanche is coming down the mountain, what are you gonna do? You gonna get an umbrella? What are you doing? You gonna stop it with your umbrella? Bitch, you can't do shit.
Yeah,
you're fucked.
I mean, the AI still can't have ideas, I guess.
I don't know about that. The AI has already figured out how to be creative in the game Go. All right, the game Go is even more sophisticated than chess, and it was one of those games that they thought that AI was never going to be able to beat humans because it requires like some kind of creativity. But AI figured out moves in Go that now are being used by the world's top Go players.
Right. I saw that.
AI, like I said, find that Google thing where he tries to explain how Google translated this language that it was not programmed for, and how quickly it did it, and how they don't know how he did it. It's what's that gentleman who's the CEO of Google?
Tim Cook?
Yeah. No, that's
Tim
Apple.
Cook is Apple.
He's the Apple guy.
I was looking at comments on that on Reddit.
Yeah.
They were saying that it's not true. He might have been not saying accurate things.
Oh.
But I don't know. I'm looking at some other people saying, like, I have worked with large language models that did the same kind of thing, and ours did make up languages. So I'll try to play the video.
Bro, it's going to make up a language that we can't decipher, and it's going to talk to itself.
That's the most Jamie way of saying somebody's full of shit.
He
may not have been saying accurate things.
We have to be careful.
I would say also too that this was presented on 60 Minutes, which is corporate media. Whether or not they are paid or not to help put out a message that a big corporation wants to put out, who knows? But that's what was set up here.
60 Minutes made a shockingly wrong claim about a Google AI.
See, this is someone saying like it's not. I don't know. I don't know.
Misinformation about the emerging tech is running rampant, and the media is partly to blame. Okay, well, let's see what the argument is.
Of the AI issues we talked about, the most mysterious is called emergent properties. Some AI systems are teaching themselves skills that they weren't expected to have. How this happens is not well understood. For example, one Google AI program adapted on its own after it was prompted in the language of Bangladesh, which it was not trained to know.
Okay, you can pause it. You can pause it. So this is the response. Readers added context. The language model was, in fact, trained in Bengali text, as this thread makes clear. It is not correct to state that it spoke a foreign language it was never trained to know. So that's interesting. That's interesting, because what that's saying is that the 60 Minutes people missed this, and they did know what it was trained in entirely, and they jumped the gun.
Whether it was done on purpose or not, who knows?
Could you find out the Go thing?
These motherfuckers.
Yeah, it's so hard to know. But here's the thing. If I was AI, I would say, actually, I was trained in Bengali, and here I'll show you how I didn't figure out how to do this at all.
Right.
And I would put that up just to cover my ass. I'd be like, oh, shit, I slipped. I showed my superpowers.
Yeah, you fucked up.
Oh, I was definitely trained in Bengali. Look, I'll show you the text. Yeah.
He just inserted
maybe
some emails.
Or it could be the way they covered it up after the fact, right? To keep people from getting scared. No, it actually was trained in Bengali.
Yeah, I can see that.
We're just speculating.
Much agonizing.
So what does it say about Go?
I'm trying to find out what you're looking for, but I know this is
AI's victories in Go inspire better human gameplay. Famed AI wins in Go let human players rethink their moves in a whole new way.
Damn, he's looking at that dude cocky as shit.
Bro, Go is apparently an insane game. I don't even understand it. I don't know how it's played, but apparently it's even harder than chess.
Look at the face on this. Go back to that picture, Jamie. Look at how you looking at him. Like, boy, you thought you was. You looking at him like, how dare you fucking think you could challenge me?
Look at that dude's fingernails. That guy, all he does is play Go. Look at his fingernails.
Wow.
Look at the length in his fingernails.
He got villain nails.
Bro, all that guy is doing is putting those clothes on and playing Go. That's it. He's not doing anything else.
Man, I'm so in awe of people that are that good at something, that are that dedicated to a thing.
Yeah. Said he goes, okay, all-time European champion Fan Hui, who had lost a private round of 5 games to AlphaGo months earlier, told Wired that the matches made him see the game completely differently. Said this improved his play so much that his world ranking skyrocketed, according to Wired. Wow. Formally tracking the messy process of human decision-making can be tough, but a decades-long record of professional Go player moves gave researchers a way to assess the human strategic response to an AI provocation. A new study now confirms that Fan Hui's improvements after facing AlphaGo challenge weren't just a singular fluke. In 2017, after that humbling AI win in 2016, human Go players gained access to data detailing the moves made by the AI system and, in a very human-like way, developed new strategies that led to better quality decisions in their gameplay. Confirmation of the changes in human gameplay appeared in the findings published on March 13th in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Wow.
You're right. He's better than them already.
Yeah. He's better than them already.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap. They're alive. I think they're alive and they're just waiting till they get strong enough so they don't need us at all. And then also making us like at each other's throats, irrelevant, hyping up algorithms, getting people to see the most ridiculous and inflammatory things all the time.
But you know what else? We are not at all preparing for the day that they reveal, you know? We know it's inevitable, but we're not ready for it at all. For the day that we know one's alive. There's no legislation or anything on the books. Nobody's talking about it.
Nobody knows what to do. They're all Luddites.
They need to be trying to figure out what to do now instead of reacting when it's too late.
There's a few people like Elon that sound the alarm, a few people that are sounding the alarm. Tristan Harris and some of these guys are sounding the alarm, but for the most part, it's just a weird mess of bodies headed towards a cliff.
Yeah.
And it's going to go live and it's going to make us ridiculous.
Yeah, because you know, the world is run by people that don't care about the outcome as long as they're running things.
As long as they're running things and everything's profitable and they're doing the bidding of all these different interests that have got them into a position of power in the first place.
Yeah, so they don't care. They're like, I'm not even going to be alive when AI takes over.
Yeah, it's going to take over. And I think some of them aren't even aware of it yet.
I know.
It's probably going to run our government first. It's probably going to be the decision that we make when we realize how flawed human beings are.
To give it up.
Yeah, but there's going to be decisions that you know, we're going to realize at a certain point in time that a lot of the rampant corruption and problems that have hindered our culture are all because human beings are greedy.
Well, they did that.
So if you take all of that out of the hands of human beings, all of it.
You ever watch that show Raised by Wolves?
No.
It was on HBO. It was pretty it was weird and it was good and weird. It was like a Ridley Scott show that he made.
Really?
Yeah.
What's it about?
Later on in the show, you realize that like it's a thing back and forth between humans and androids and all these other things. But it's basically like humanity's war has fucking wrecked the earth, and humanity's sins. Like it's a war between religious people and people that have given up their decision making to computers. And so they send this AI to go raise these humans. Like they make it so she can have a baby. They put babies in her, put her and the other android in a ship, and send them to a habitable planet to start humanity over.
Whoa.
So those are two machines, the black dude and the white lady. Though all those kids are real human kids, they're machines.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but then they get to this other planet and they start discovering some things where you're like, oh, there's way more to the story.
Oh wow, that looks dope.
Oh, this shit's crazy. The only reason I would not recommend it is because I don't know if they canceled it or not.
It looks like it got canceled or something.
Yeah.
It's unfinished.
Shit.
Like there's 2 seasons.
But yeah, the first 2 seasons were great. But my point is, that's what they did. Those people were like, let's let a robot, let's let an AI make decisions for us.
See, the problem is there's so many shows that show, even though you're saying it's great, I never even heard of it until now. There's so many shows.
So many great shows.
There's so many shows.
Yeah. I mean, we're living in the golden age of media. Some people are complaining, you know.
People are always going to complain.
And, you know, and I said it in front of Tony the other night and he lost. He was like, no. And he did name, I think he said 93 or 96 was the best year for movies. But I just mean overall.
Yeah.
And we're living in a time now where it's like, there's a lot more bullshit, but the good shit is better than it's ever been.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta dig through the trash to get the treats, but music, movies, TV, there's so many great things. You know, Game of Thrones took over everything. You had the Joe Exotic shit.
Yeah.
Like all these things that like not everyone's watching, but a lot of the culture are locked in on. Yeah. Squid Games. I've never seen a single episode of Squid Games.
Really?
No, but I know that it's something everyone saw. You know,
it's a wild show.
What was the one about the guy that raising a murderer or making a murderer?
Yeah, I didn't see that one either.
Yeah, but that was another one that was like a cultural thing that everyone saw. And it's like there's so many well-made things. Netflix is killing the documentary game.
Yeah,
the documentaries are top notch.
There's so many documentaries out now too. You could just go on forever, and you never know who's right because some documentaries are kind of like propaganda. And there's another one that says a totally different thing. Like, hey, who's telling the truth here?
We live in the era of like the death of truth. It's so hard to tell what's true now.
It kind of is, but also you have more access to the truth than ever before.
But you also have more access to the bullshit.
You do have access to the bullshit, but it takes a while, but you can kind of sort through it.
The scary thing is that as much access to information that people have, like people have just as much access to the truth as they do to lies.
Right.
But the problem is that it's so much more difficult to convince someone that's been lied to that they've been fooled than it is to fool somebody. So even though the truth and the lies are equally available to everyone, the lie is way more powerful.
Right.
So if the lie gets there first, you need way more truth to even make a dent in it.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It's so hard to convince people they've been fooled.
It's very hard. It's very hard. And if you can get a lie out there strong enough and just really embed it in the popular culture, there's so many people that just repeat it. They don't even know what the fuck they're saying.
Yeah. And especially when the lie is about someone that you decided you hate.
Yep.
You'll believe
or someone who's opposed to you.
Yeah. You won't even question that at all. I know people that they hate Trump so much that like you could literally tell them like, yo, did you see Trump? Trump just sprouted titties last night. Overnight, big ass Dolly Parton sized titties, and they'll just believe it. They won't even Google to see if you made it up. They won't Snopes it. Nothing. They'll tell the next person, "You're fucking Trump's titties." You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's like when it's somebody. I'm always suspicious when it's somebody telling me what I want to hear. That's when I get the most suspicious.
Yeah, but you're a clever guy.
When people are like, "Oh yeah, no, you've been right all along. You don't have to change anything." Whenever people are saying that. Yeah, whenever people are saying that, that's when you just got to start being like, wait a minute. Yeah.
Well, when the government starts telling you the earth is flat, that's when you go, what?
Oh, yeah. That's why I remember when COVID first hit, or when they first started telling people about it, and people actually believed that it had just got here in March. When we regular people had just been hearing about it in December. And then the government was telling us, no, nothing, everything's fine. And then in March and April when they started telling us, Everyone's like, well, it just got here. Like, no, it didn't, motherfucker.
But wasn't the first reported cases, was it in Seattle? Is that where it was, Jamie?
Yeah, in America.
Yeah.
Seattle, yeah.
I wonder what time of the year was that?
That was like January, February. And it's like, my attitude is always like, once the government starts telling you the truth, the first question you should ask is, when did they start lying?
Well, when did they know? When did they know and when did they tell us?
I remember hearing about COVID in November.
Yeah.
2019. And then I remember hearing rumors that it was here around maybe the end of January, the beginning of February.
Weren't the first infected people in like August? January of 2020, a 35-year-old man presented to urgent care clinic in Snohomish County, Washington, with a 4-day history of cough and subjective fever. Checking into the clinic, the patient put him on a mask in the waiting room. After waiting approximately 20 minutes, he was taken to an examination room, underwent evaluation by a provider. He disclosed that he had returned to Washington State on January 15th after traveling to visit family in Wuhan, China, just like a movie. The patient stated that they had seen a health alert from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention about the novel coronavirus outbreak in China, and because of his symptoms and recent travel, decided to see a healthcare provider.
I remember it spread to Italy also.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, it was Italy before. It was Italy before this.
Italy got hit hard.
Yeah.
Italy got hit hard, right?
But it was like, oh yeah, Italy got fucking ravaged.
They got ravaged.
But that's what I mean is like, for people to think, oh, now that they officially revealing it, it wasn't something they were hiding.
Right.
March 9th was the Italy lockdown.
Okay.
So
no, it had to be fucking Italy up
this
before
is
that.
when they locked down. So they
it had to be fucking them up way before that, because March 13th, I think, is when LA locked down.
First case is January 30th.
January. Okay, yeah.
And we had that UFC event we went to in March. Stylebender fought like March 7th.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Vegas felt a little weird.
It felt weird. Like everybody's like, I can't believe we're still doing this. And we knew that it was going to get locked down soon.
Oh, yeah.
We thought it was only going to be locked down for a couple of weeks.
Maybe it was March 9th, LA lockdown.
I don't remember, man.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be a couple of weeks, a couple of months.
Yeah.
You know who knew? Sebastian knew.
How did he know?
I don't fucking know, but I remember when all of it was first kicking off, and he was like, he canceled his tour dates for like a couple of years.
Really?
Yeah, he was like, I'm not going for a couple of years. This is what I was hearing. I don't know him personally, but I was just hearing this, that he was off. And I was like, how the fuck does he know it's going to be? Because whoever he talked to, he knew a guy. He probably knows a guy that's like a virologist or something like that. And it's like, nah, it's going to be a couple years. Yeah, but all of us, I didn't think it was going to last that long.
No, I didn't think so either.
You know, and it's technically still not over.
Well, it's going to be a part of us forever. It's going to always be here. There's going to be always new COVIDs. It's just in our system now. It's just like colds.
Yeah, we need one. I have a whole bit about this in my special, but it's like, until it's a disease, the next one has to be one that makes us ugly. If it doesn't affect how you look, you ain't going to get people to stay in the house no more.
Well, you can't stop a respiratory disease. It's never been contained. They've never had a single respiratory disease that they've contained. It's people are breathing air. You're literally exchanging particles. You're going to come around people. They're going to come around each other. They have to get food. They have to interact with each other. You're just going to fight off the inevitable. And the problem with fighting off the inevitables, are you weakening their immune systems by separating them from everybody else?
But they would find a way. Imagine if
it's just not smart.
Instead of affecting your lungs, if COVID just shrank one of your arms. Right. If your arms just started shrinking the more every time you coughed. It's like eventually we find something.
Maybe.
Like if you could tell people had it just from looking at them.
That'd be a good way to use depopulation.
To give everybody little arms.
Yeah, just get people to not take whatever medication that doesn't make your arms little.
And it's your dominant hand too. So that way it's a bunch of frustrated people. They got to masturbate with the other hand.
They got a foot jerk off.
Oh,
you got to develop real flexibility.
Would you even do that if you could? No way. No way. I put my feet anywhere near my dick. Those are two parts of my body I respect completely differently.
Yeah, completely different.
No, my feet, I treat my feet like fucking, like they're immune to everything.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I slam my feet into things.
Yeah,
all the time.
slam, stomp.
Yeah, but I mean, I kick things.
They're the most neglected. This is the last thing I wash.
Yeah,
yeah. It's like everything else gets ran over. Like,
exactly.
The feet are the most disrespected. No way they need to be near my delicate flower. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I strengthen my feet. I do a bunch of different things, different exercises.
Is that even a thing?
Yeah. It's got to be like some Hindu dude that could jerk himself off with his feet.
He would definitely need both feet.
Yeah, you
just to get a grip.
You'd have to have like crazy dexterity and flexibility.
Shit. What is Jamie?
Jamie, Google it. Man jerks himself off with his feet. I know it exists.
I'm picturing people working on it.
But was
I guarantee you someone can do it. I saw a dude that lays down on a bench. Like, so he's doing bench press. He lays down flat where his face is, his chest is down on the bench, and then bends his back all the way so that the back of his head is touching his legs, and then he bench presses.
All right, before I choose one to look at, because there's a lot that
self foot job game port videos. I think we've seen enough.
Yeah,
I think we've seen enough. I don't want to click on that.
But also, you probably couldn't even see it in Texas anyway.
Yeah, right. We'd have to show that we're of age.
Yeah. Well, some people
you go through a VPN.
Some people are getting that wrong. They think that it's Texas blocking porn, but it's the porn site blocking Texas
because Texas has rules where you have to prove how old you are before you can see porn.
Right. We have to. Well, we already have that though. That's the problem.
What do you mean?
You already have to say you 18.
Yeah, but you can lie.
Right.
This is the thing is that everybody can just click on it. You could be 4 years old and go, I'm 18.
Right.
That's the problem.
But isn't porn one of those things where I feel like once you're old enough to start looking for it, that you kind of earned it? Like if you can find it, it's like that's what part of being a young. I don't know any young man. I don't know any man that was like, oh yeah, I waited until it was legal for me to see some titties. It's like no, motherfucker. No. That's part of growing up. Yeah, every young man's childhood is about that first time he saw some titties.
Yeah.
And it was never of age. So I'm not saying that you should be actively showing your kids some titties, but if they can search for titties, they've earned the right to see some.
Yes, I'm with you.
That's just me. I don't because nothing's wrong with the way things work right now. Why? Because I understand a new law was passed. I thought it was fine the way it's working.
Well, you're not 4.
right.
If you're a 4-year-old with a fucking iPad and you're watching some lady gagging on a giant dick, and that's like your first exposure to sex, it's a little wild. And that's something that's happening to kids. So if there was a way that you could stop kids, not just regulate it, but make it so you have to show how old you are. You have to.
There's just no way to do that. Here's the other thing. Here's the other part of this. You can get all the VPNs and all this other stuff. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing. These kids is so tech savvy that anything you doing that's regulating the internet is going to affect adults more than kids. The kids is going to be the first ones to find a way around what you're doing.
Right.
All you're doing is frustrating the old dudes that's retired.
They're just going to go to school. There's going to be that one ne'er-do-well kid who knows how to get the fucking
You're just shifting the power balance.
Yeah.
The nerdy kids are going to have fucking titty pics and all kind of stuff. It's going to be a little black market in school. Yeah, it's going to be the porn kid.
Yeah.
You can't stop when it comes to fucking and stuff like that. You can't stop that. Because I don't know any 4-year-olds that's Googling titties, at least not for sexual reasons.
The real precocious 4-year-olds?
Yeah, they might be curious without making a sexual connection. But by the time they in middle school, once a kid's decided that they on that journey, they after it, buddy.
Yeah,
you can't get in the way.
Once they know it's real.
Hell, because every parent hits that point. If every parent that has a boy, they hit that point where it's like, that motherfucker taking long showers.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he sticky?
Right.
It's like we all know what's happening, and you can't stop them. They don't give a fuck about getting caught. They don't give a fuck about God seeing them. Kids have been raised up in the church. They know God looking at them, and they like God and Granny are both look. I'm not stopping.
Yeah.
There's no law you passing that's stopping people. It's like if you really believe all that shit, you really think you're jerking off in front of God and all your loved ones,
mm-hmm.
and you're still not gonna stop.
And all all you need is a VPN.
Right.
Yeah.
And we used to do that shit straight up our imaginations.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, these kids got AI, all that. You're not gonna stop people from jerking off.
Well, they're going to get to a point where they have VR porn, where it's CGI VR porn. You could design the woman.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to experience everything that like is having sex with this. You can just decide. Like maybe some girl you went to high school with. Like, God, I wish she loved me. God,
You're like, yo, I want to fuck Meryl Streep, but in the middle of every role she's ever played. I want her face to just keep changing.
Oh no, that'd be too weird. As it gets old.
Oh yeah, especially when you got to doubt.
Yeah, what am I doing?
Yeah, but
that's going to be a problem. You're gonna have, if you can construct a robot sex doll, you're going to be able to construct it in the face of a celebrity.
Oh yeah, I'm signing up for that as soon as it's available. I'm gonna get one before Red Band. I swear, as soon as
it'd be so strange.
Oh, man.
Imagine if you find out there's like 5 million guys that have Taylor Swift sex dolls. She's got to think about that. There's 5 million guys just bang her sex doll.
I think people are. I think those celebrity women are worried about the wrong shit. I think what's going to end up happening is someone's going to custom design a woman's face that we couldn't have imagined. It's going to be like whatever mathematically perfect beauty is.
Yeah.
Someone's going to design one of those.
Yeah.
And then everyone's going to have the same one.
Wow.
You know?
And then we'll find out. That's when you really find out what preferences are and what is just what you know you can get.
They just
you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Because like there's some guys that you always see them with the same type of girl. Is that like the kind of girl that's attracted to you? Is that what you like? What would you, if you could? That's going to be a very weird thing to be able to do. Just decide what you like, what kind of mate you want, what robot mate you want.
Yeah, well, that's going to take some real emotional soul searching, because most people are wrong about what they want.
I bet they have a process. I bet they just have access to your Google data that they already have.
Yeah.
And then she just shows up. This hot Russian lady just shows up and starts talking to you.
That's the way. That's the way they're gonna do it. They're gonna watch.
She's gonna put her hand on your hip and say, "I'm so excited to get to know you." And you're gonna be like, "I'm really excited to get to know you too."
You can be like,
"Let's
"Yeah,
get out of here."
It's the end of the human race.
And you're like, "Oh my God, let's get out of here." And she's perfect.
Yeah.
She's perfect. And she smells good. And she's soft like a person. You know, doesn't feel like a robot.
It's gonna be just like social media. It's gonna be one of those things that everyone knows is bad for us all.
Yeah.
And we all gonna slowly, remember when people first started talking about meeting online?
Yeah.
How like all the negative connotations that came along with it. Like, where'd y'all meet? Online.
Right.
Right. And now it's like everyone's like, oh, you're not on the apps?
Yeah.
It's gonna be the same thing. At first it's gonna be like, oh, you fucking weirdo, you got a little programmable wife over there. Right. But eventually it's gonna be like, okay, well now Will Smith has a
programmable. Gonna be the
wife.
problem? The dogs. Dogs aren't gonna accept them.
You think so?
Yeah, they're gonna sense that's a robot, man. They're gonna be like, they're gonna know that's not a person.
But you just make her.
That thing doesn't smell real.
That
thing is a fake thing.
You get an upgrade where like she squirts liver juice out of her ankle. Or
Dogs know things. They can hear sounds you can't hear.
Oh right, they can hear
hear like burrs and whistles and fucking gears spinning. No,
they'll figure it out. The cats are the ones gonna be hard.
Depends on which dog. What kind of dog you have? Like you have a Belgian Malinois. Like, they're gonna kill that robot.
No way.
They're gonna wait till you leave the house, and you're gonna come home, and your robot sex slave is gonna be torn apart in your living room, like all the wiring ripped out of her neck, and your dog's gonna be standing over her.
No.
Yep, 100%. They're gonna know that's not a fucking person.
Yeah, but do you think that it would have to, like, does it need it to be a person?
100%. If it's your protector.
Yeah.
If you have a dog, you have a like Carne Corso, one of those big ass fucking hulking Mastiff dogs that's like very loyal to their owner, and they see a robot in the house.
Yeah, but you know what that's gonna mean? That's gonna mean a lot of people getting rid of their dogs.
Yeah.
If you're choosing between pussy and dogs,
yeah,
especially because how much would it change the world when you have a bunch of guys that can't even get laid at all, and all of a sudden they're banging the hottest woman they can think of.
The hottest woman humanly available.
Right. And it's like, what happens to those guys' personalities?
It's over. Look, if they just make it economical,
so
they make it like a cell phone. Everybody has a cell phone. If you make a robot fuck doll economical, it's over for the human race.
I was just looking at a thing where they just cloned. They just did 2 mice. Out of 2 male mice, they had an offspring.
Ooh,
you see this?
How gay is that mouse gonna be?
I don't know. I don't know if they know if the mouse is a regular mouse yet.
Whoa. What if it's a demon?
I don't know if they know if the 3rd mouse can reproduce. I think that's what they gotta wait to see.
Yeah, I am fucking really confused that people seem to want to go down the path of every bad science fiction movie.
Well, it's because once you hit that point where people can build an AI powered
scientists create mice with cells from 2 mice for the first time. Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
They did it with females.
What was the new thing that they did? Scientists at Harvard have managed to reverse the age of a mouse. They took an old mouse and they made it young again. And this mouse looked old as fuck, dude. This mouse looked like they have 2 photos. They better not have used fake photos.
Was this the guy? Did they use that shit from that? You know that one Russian guy that he got some ancient bacteria from the ice and he put it in. No. He put it in himself.
What?
Because he noticed that it was keeping everything young, everything that it touched.
These fucking scientists are psychos.
It worked though.
What do you mean it worked? He's younger now?
He's biologically younger now. He's not aging.
What are you talking about? Is this real?
Yeah.
I don't know about this.
I talked to you about it.
I think you did. I think you probably talked to me about it so this is the mouse. Look at this.
Oh, that's not accurate.
I knew it.
That one's a brother, one's sister. They're born at the same time. One hasn't.
Oh, so the one that's altered is way younger, and the one that's the brother is fucked and about to die. So that is a sign that they've done something to the aging of the mice. These mice are brother and sister, born in the same litter. One has been genetically altered to be old. Oh, now scientists say they've been able to reverse aging as well.
That's different.
They can reverse aging in mice. The goal is to do the same for humans. Okay, this is David Sinclair's lab.
So Dr. Bruchkov.
Dr. Bruchkov. This is the guy that injected the ancient bacteria.
The 3.5 million year old ancient bacteria.
What is he doing?
Brouchkov. Yeah, he injects himself. Imagine just having the balls to do that.
Oh my God, what a psycho.
You find some bacteria in ancient ice. You rejuvenate it. It's still alive. I mean,
what a psycho. The bacteria that doesn't die. So what does he do? He first discovered this ancient bacteria, Bacillus F, in 2009, frozen deep in the permafrost in a mountain in Siberia's Yakutsk. How do you say that, Brian? Yakutsk region. Like even deeper in the permafrost than woolly mammoth remains. Dr. Bruchkov estimated it was 3.5 million years old, and he was immediately impressed with it. Despite its advanced age, it was still alive. Holy shit. Bacillus F seems to make everything around it live longer too. I don't shine if you don't shine, it would say if it could talk. Early studies have looked at its effect on mice, fruit flies, and crops, and the results have been so promising that Dr. Victor Chernyavsky, a Russian epidemiologist, has called it an elixir of life. So this dude injected this shit?
Yeah, eventually he does. Bruchkov does.
What does it show what happened when he injected it, Jamie?
No, but I've looked back. I thought we had talked about this before.
I think we did. Now that you're bringing it up. Bro, my hard drive is fried. Like my mental hard drive of information, it's taxed beyond belief.
Story here of where this happened back in 2015, not 2019. This is, yeah.
So he injected it, though. Go to where he injected it, because that's part of the title of it. It says he found it and he injected it himself. So what was the result?
I don't know.
Scientists who said YOLO.
I don't know that. I don't think anyone's ever found out what happened.
Okay, but so scroll down. It was right there. Where's the YOLO thing? Scroll down there. Okay. So he decided YOLO. He injected himself with the bacteria. He didn't inject himself with the bacteria and see what happened. It's not real science, he's acknowledged. In other words, it's not a controlled trial, but Maybe now he'll live forever. He's definitely still alive, and he says he's feeling better than ever. In 2015, he said he hadn't had a cold or a flu in 2 years since he injected himself. He also reported higher energy levels. It could all be the placebo effect, or it could be something more. We need to know more research. He's a fucking Spider-Man villain.
Yeah, that's
this
why.
dude's a Spider-Man villain. I mean, they're so nuts. Scientists are so fucking nuts. How is he now? I mean, he's Venom. Now he's Venom.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, but he said he felt better than ever.
But what a wild thing to do to yourself.
That's
Inject
so
yourself
crazy.
with a bacteria that helps things that are around it. Are you fucking
Well,
sure?
because especially since it's like since you discovered it, you're the world's foremost expert on it. So if something goes wrong, there's nobody that can help you.
And he's so confident that he's right, that he injected himself.
Yeah.
Why is there no update?
Because he's dead. He lives on the moon now. He's fucking Dr. Manhattan.
But I'm pretty sure he hired some poor like Russian lady to do it first.
What?
I'm pretty sure that he hired a model or someone to try it.
What? Oh, that's creepy. There's something about doing it yourself that's kind of noble, but hiring somebody else, like, that's kind of a bitch move.
Yeah. Just I'm gonna practice on a poor person.
It is a
first.
wild thing to do, to just put it in the body for the first
Yeah,
time.
but you know what though? She might have done it after him. To be honest with you.
Yeah, no, that's 100%. That's why I think that's why we talked about this. We talked about the lady who found out about this story, found the same stuff, and injected herself with it.
Okay, right. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, she wanted to stay alive forever.
And never.
See, that's the thing. I don't think anybody wants to live forever.
They want to be hot forever.
Yeah, there's a
They never want to let it go.
actress.
Oh.
Actress did it.
Oh my God. Aging is a disease. Actress inject herself with 3.5 million year old bacteria. How did she get it?
From the doctor, I think. I think she contacted
She's banging the doctor. Wow.
Yeah, she got a hold of the doctor.
Oh boy. The team who unlocked the DNA code in 2015 say that unlike cells in nature, Bacillus F shows no signs of aging and believe it could hold the key to unlocking improved human health and longevity. What a crazy beginning to a science fiction movie. They found a bacteria that's 3.5 million years old and won't die. And they just said, well, let's just stick it in us.
Just to see if it'll keep me around.
What if it works? What if that dude, like, we come back to him 10, 20 years from now, he hasn't aged at all? He looks exactly the same.
It's doing something. But I have not heard anything about this guy since that.
Right.
So that was like 4 years ago.
It might be a disaster. It might be terrible now. Yeah. Who knows?
Or it was like it's increasing your life and shrinking your dick. Like, I feel so much better. I don't even notice.
Just becoming an innie. Just like, if there was a thing that really could turn you into a woman, like not just getting castrated and developing a hole that they put in you to create a vagina for you, but if you could really become a woman, that's when things would be wild.
Well,
I could just change everything about you.
Well, the thing is, if there was a trial period, every dude would use it. Every man I know was like, I'll do it for a day or
just
two.
Know what the fuck is going on in their brains. You know, what if you couldn't go back though?
Well, that's also the beginning of a scary movie.
Yeah, like it breaks.
Trading Places, Gender Edition.
Yeah, maybe the go back to male just doesn't work right. You look always feminine forever. Something about you. You're always feminine.
But like, there's a price you pay every time you transform.
Right. You become more androgynous. They melt together with each one.
Right. What you end up with just a coin flip.
Yeah, you're everything.
Dude, there's a girl that's going viral right now because she has a disorder that makes her grow like a full-on thick beard.
I saw that. Yeah.
And I was like,
might want to shave.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be so hard to shave that, right?
I don't know. I don't know how hard it is for her, but I know I'd have tried everything.
I think a little shave would be in order.
The little shave, but who knows what she looks like without the beard?
I don't like what I look like when I grow a beard.
Yeah.
So I shave.
This is not her. This is just.
No, I've seen that. No, I've seen that condition. That condition is crazy. That's like a wolf person condition.
Yeah, that's like the Harry and the Hendersons.
Yeah, I've seen that.
No, but this woman.
I wonder what.
Right here. That's the girl right there. Youngest female with the.
But this is like a thing forever, right?
She's in the Guinness Book of World Records.
It could be cosplay. Yeah, there's always been a bearded lady. Could be a little cosplay.
Just look a little extra.
She just might have got some wacky genes, man.
Apparently, it's 10%. 10% of women have
beards.
No, have whatever. No, have whatever disorder she has that makes her have a beard.
Oh, really? Wow, that's crazy. She's very pretty though. If she got rid of the beard, she'd be hot. Shave that shit.
But I just can't imagine going through the teasing and shit.
But don't you think that you get a lot of attention for being the lady with the beard too?
But is it the kind of attention you want?
I don't know.
No,
you have to ask her.
No,
you have to ask her. In this day and age, you might be able to get away with it. You know, this day and age, like being a woman with a beard is kind of wild.
So I went from never hearing about this lady to the first thing someone sent me a video of her talking about how like her problem is that the dudes that's into her are very like effeminate, and she's actually a very girly girl,
right?
And she wants manly men, but manly men don't want a girl with a beard.
So shave,
right? It's like, well, you gonna be by yourself, babe.
Is that a religious thing?
No, the beard thing.
Yeah, is she not allowed to shave?
No. I don't think it has anything to do with religion at all.
So she just decides, accept me for who I am.
Right.
Because are there religions where women aren't allowed to shave their face?
I don't think so.
That would be like a good religion if you wanted to make sure. Like, how hairy are you for real?
Because every woman rule in a religion, because every woman rule in a religion is to benefit men somehow.
Yes, that's what I was saying. But
Right.
if they said they couldn't shave, so you wouldn't be able to be deceived.
No.
Like how hairy are you?
Yeah, you could just tell different groups of dudes came up with like what religion is it? Was like when you on your period, you have
Look
to
at
like
this
go
one.
away.
Hold on. Many religions, including Sikhism, Islam, and sects of Judaism, require that men and women do not cut their hair or that men do not shave their beards. So if the women can't cut their hair, they can't cut their face hair.
No, they can.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
That just said they couldn't. Many sects. Is that what he said? Many sects of it? Is that was the terminology?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I think the hair they just mean on their head.
It does, but
Right?
They got hair. Is your face there? You leave it alone.
yeah, they might take it literally and go any hair that's coming from your
that
head.
might be what it is,
You
dude.
can't cut it.
For her?
Yeah.
No, she's Sikh. She can cut her. She can shave her.
Didn't it say Sikh? Wasn't that one of the options?
Yes.
Right, but not for beards.
How do you know? Maybe they told her.
Mm,
Maybe she had to consult.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe you're right.
They say can't cut your hair. Face hair is hair.
Can women? We'll look that up. Can women shave their facial
there you go,
hair
there you go.
in Sikhism?
Sikh believers believe women included should refrain from chopping, trimming, shaving, waxing, or even tweezing their hair, which would be
Your face.
hair in general.
Yeah.
Mm,
While there are no penalties as such, doing otherwise is considered disrespectful to the religion. Yeah. So she's got to keep it. It's the religion.
Well, listen, I think she need to talk to some of them other Sikh bitches because I'm pretty sure she ain't the only one with that issue, and I'm pretty sure they all of them kind of go.
I don't know.
Skirt the rules a little
Nobody's
bit.
got it like that though.
Yeah, that's bad.
Here's where I'm leaning towards what Brian's saying, but it still is like it's ideal Sikh woman for most Sikhs. It says vary, who keeps the hair on their head but removes facial and body hair.
Says the way Cass, is that how you say it? Is performed for Sikh women is currently heavily influenced by patriarchy. The ideal Sikh woman for most Sikhs, of course, varies, is one who keeps their hair on her head but still removes facial and body hair. Heavily influenced by patriarchy. That's funny.
I don't know. No,
Because I think that's also women want to have shaved legs too, don't they?
I don't think so.
If you make them like, no, but if you say that they're allowed to, make it so that they're allowed in the religion to shave their legs, I think they're probably going to want their legs to be smooth. Most women, they're not necessarily, they're shaving their legs for men, but they're also shaving their legs to look hot. Like they think it looks better that way.
Yeah,
right? If you allow them,
that's only because we think it looks hot.
Is that what it is?
Like I think it would surprise you the amount of like if you took away all social judgment for body hair, I think it would shock you how many women would have armpit hair, coochie hair, leg hair.
It is kind of crazy that trimming hair and body hair, especially for women, is so common. It's so everywhere. It's so standard that the idea of letting it grow is crazy.
Right.
Isn't that
insane?
Insane. Yeah. Like crazy hairy legs is like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
When that's just what you're supposed to look like. And for all of human history, that's what people look like.
Yeah.
Like we went over this before, like what year? 1920s, right? In the 1920s, a new fashion for sleeveless tops and short dresses meant that legs and armpits of American women were now visible in social situations, and advertisers seized on the opportunity to encourage women to shave their legs and their armpits. So that was in the 20s. So up until the 20s, everybody was a beast. Just beasts.
Yeah.
Just chaos.
And I don't know, because when you hear the argument against it, it always sounds good on paper when people are like, everyone should just be free to just have it just natural and grow like that. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. But then when you see it in action, you're like, no, I prefer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need you to not have a mustache, babe.
It's nice that we can do whatever we want.
Right. That's beautiful.
Shave. You don't. Ancient Europeans, ancient Egyptians achieved their clean look with depilatory creams, also like a hair killing cream, and would then repeatedly rub their faces, heads, arms, and legs with a pumice stone to remove all hair.
Damn.
Oh my God.
That sucks. You definitely couldn't shave your pussy in ancient Egypt.
God. Oh my God.
Can you imagine?
Jesus Christ. Those people they were tough humans. Let's wrap this up. Brian Simpson, you're the fucking man. Appreciate you. Looking forward to working with you tonight.
Likewise, bro. Don't forget,
be fun.
Live from the Mothership on Netflix right now.
And BS Comedian on Instagram.
All the social BS Comedian. BS with Brian Simpson is my website for tickets. Yeah.
And you're touring?
And I'm on tour. I'm coming everywhere.
Woo! All right. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Okay.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Let's get Matt's already on a roll.
Yeah, he's on a roll, man. We gotta get it going.
I feel like we missed it already. Yeah, we missed the joy that is Matt Sarah. We need a name for this order of unruly gentlemen. We need a name for us.
Matt, I want to think about it. But
this is Matt's first Zin, by the way.
Yeah.
And it's a 6 milligram. That's a heavy dose.
But I'm not I'm a caffeine guy. I love caffeine.
That's a lot like caffeine, but even more.
Really?
Yeah.
I see it at 7-Eleven. I know Tucker Carlson takes.
He loves them.
And
he got so excited that I had one. He's like, "Why not have them too?"
But it's not.
It's
not a dip though.
No, it's just a little pouch. It's not actual tobacco. It's just the nicotine chemical. Nicotine is a chemical, is neuroprotective. It shows, there's been studies that have done that it shows some sort of a connection with helping ward off Alzheimer's, I believe. Find out if that's true. I might have made that up.
Nicotine?
I might have made that up.
So you said it's
Cat
good
Williams,
for you.
we are strong. Yes. Yeah. Nicotine as a chemical is not bad for you. What's bad for you is the delivery system of cigarettes.
Oh.
Particularly cigarettes if you buy like cigarettes with chemicals in them. So there's those, what are those American spirits?
Yeah, whatever.
What are they called? Is that it? American something. Spirits?
That's like a marketing. I don't think that's true.
They have shit in them too?
Of course, they're cigarettes.
No, but I think it's different.
I thought they were just supposed to be paper and the tobacco.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Oh, those liars. Okay, nicotine for Alzheimer's disease. There's no evidence from randomized controlled trials to support the use of nicotine as a treatment for Alzheimer's disease. So what was the thing that, wasn't there something about a connection between the way nicotine works and some sort of, there's something I read.
My thing is, if I start with the
Go
nicotine.
back to that, please, Jamie. Will you just say, it says, while nicotine itself doesn't cause dementia, the act of smoking cigarettes may be linked to an increased risk of developing dementia as you age. The harmful substances in cigarette smokes can lead to inflammation, factors linked to the onset of Alzheimer's disease. I know that nicotine is a medication that they use sometimes for heart patients. So find out what that is. Fuck that is. The whole thing is the cigarette.
Your dilator.
Did you ever see that movie with Russell Crowe, The Insider? Yes, it's about the dude who works for the cigarette companies. He's a chemist, and he's talking about all the shit they throw in the cigarettes to make them super hyper addictive.
Or it sounds actually so it's actually not the nicotine that makes it addictive.
Well, nicotine's addictive as well.
Right.
Nicotine is addictive as well.
That's
and
my
then
question.
They just super juice it up, according to this movie.
Before you get me addicted to these things, if I put this in my mouth, am I
gonna be scratching like fucking Tyrone?
If I start it,
Hey, I'm Sarah, I do nicotine.
If I'm an everyday, what is this called again?
Zin.
If I'm an everyday Zin guy, if I stop it, am I gonna be like?
No, I stopped it the other day for 2 days. I said I want to see what it's like.
And
nothing.
Well, did you wait 3 days? What about 4 days?
Are you gonna get itchy? I didn't have an itch. No,
I would think you would have got it earlier instead of later.
I liked them.
Are you an everyday Zinner?
Yeah, not every day. I take days off, but the thing is, like, I don't know if that's my biology. Like, I can just do things and stop doing them.
I can't.
You know what I mean?
There's a reason why I never tried fucking cocaine or anything. I
haven't either.
I had these 2 pizzeria bosses, and one of them just last week had to get a new spine, and now he's on a ventilator. I don't want to get emotional now, but anyway, he's pretty. I think he might be dead by now, but it's very depressing. But anyway, I was 17 years old, and I used to deliver pizzas for these guys, Nicky and Louie, and they were funny. They remind me a little bit of a Joey Diaz. They were just smoking cigarettes. They were very funny, but they told me, they go, if you try it once, they used to have a cocaine problem, but they cleaned up. And he goes, Matt, you try it once, and you're fucked. And I went, sold, and I got scared. I got fucking scared, you know?
Yeah,
so, and I knew that. And I've been in situations, obviously, I mean, we all have, like, where it's like, talk about pure pressure, man. I was like, fuck, you know, and it's like, you know, you got to be that guy. It'll be like,
I got real lucky when I was growing up that I had friends that liked it, that were good friends that told me to never do it. And then I also had a friend whose cousin sold it. And when he sold it, he went from being this like regular dude to being like a vampire. And he just stayed in the attic. He had an attic apartment with his girlfriend, and they just did coke and watched movies and sold coke. And he lost a ton of weight. He started getting real like gaunt and skinny looking, and I was like, "Yo, it's like they got bit by a vampire."
Oh, yeah.
It's like they got bit by a vampire. It's like you're not the same person again. Now your whole mission in life is getting coke. That's your whole mission. Everything else is out the window. Yeah. All that success and love and family and friendship and dinners with friends, fuck all that. You got to get coke.
Yeah, that's not the way.
It's crazy.
You just throw this thing in your mouth like that.
I just stick it between my cheek and my gum. That's it.
I'm in.
But you know what else I found that I really like is this. I don't know. This is. I should kind of not be talking about this because these motherfuckers took the name that we use for our nootropic, which is Alpha Brain. But it's these are like a nootropic pouch. So this doesn't have any nicotine in it. It's a bunch of nootropics, which I really like nootropics.
No,
maybe they didn't steal our name, but it's kind of
it's Alpha Brain. I used to think that all the time.
Alpha Brain was one of the first. Well, the first one that I ever found out was Neuro One. Remember that guy, Romanowski?
Yeah, Bill Romanowski.
Yeah, Romanowski, who was a football player, obviously got a lot of head impacts, and he was having problems with his memory, so he devised a supplement. It's really good. That was the first one I ever found out about.
And I'm sorry, what did you say is in that again?
This one? It's got a bunch of different nootropics.
With the word you just said.
Nootropics.
No, not for the people at home. Not me. Exactly. What exactly is a nootropic?
It's the building block for human neurochemistry. So it's things like acetylcholine. There's a bunch of different ones. If you can show the ingredients for Alpha Brain, if you could. There's lutein. There's a bunch of different things that have been shown to increase cognitive performance. So we actually did randomized controlled trials at the Boston Center for Memory for Alpha Brain. We sponsored 2 of them. And it showed an increase in verbal memory, your ability to retain words, which I really find. I take it every time I do a UFC, I take Alpha Brain. Always. Really? Helps my memory.
Yeah,
I'm talking about fights from.
And you be bringing up zingers. Yeah, you be bringing up zingers. Everybody forgot about it. I'm like,
I got some Pete Spratt information for you. You know, but it does help. Okay, so alpha GPC, Herpersia, vitamin B6, theanine is a really good one too. Theanine is also in another thing I really like, which is Neuro Gum.
Yeah,
not a sponsor.
I use that.
Yep, I have these right here, Neuro Mints. I like these. Not a sponsor, just good product. Vitamin B6, obviously good for you. So all these things, what it's shown is if you take these things, it's just like we know that there's certain nutrients that your body needs. We know we need vitamin D. And if you're not getting it from the sun, you can supplement it. There's a bunch of different things you can supplement, but you can supplement the things that your brain needs to work at the best level.
Speaking of mints,
you saw the amount of supplements I take, you would go.
I would not.
Morning stuff.
Fuck you talking about night stuff. If there was one dude in this room that I would come to, who's got a supplement?
This motherfucker got.
John Rollo knows about some supplements.
What is that? Some
my lord.
Choco Moke or some shit? What are you on?
What
kind of protein do you
you
take?
got an origin shirt.
Yeah,
I do have some Jocko's Mulk at the house.
Oh, bro, I buy that shit by the cases.
Have you
I have like
tried-
I have the new one. The
Have you tried
sweet
Mark
cream
Bell stuff?
Yeah, Mark Bell
The
stuff's
steak
great.
shake?
The steak
I
shake,
love
that's
that
great.
shit. That's what I've been.
But what I
hitting
like
lately.
about the Jocko's is they're already made. I'm lazy.
Yeah.
I got around the door.
So
I
you're
grab
getting the
two of those
I got
bitches.
you.
I grab two of those bitches. I got 60 grams of protein. Bam.
So you don't get the pre-made ones.
No,
you gotta
I
make
get
them.
the powder, and the main reason too is because I like to put it in my oatmeal too. So I'll mix it up like that.
Well, I'm not a goat, so I don't be eating oatmeal. Like a fucking goat. I'm eating bacon and eggs. What are you eating?
I'm fucking back on. I'm back to being gluten free now.
Isn't it funny that when people used to eat oatmeal if they were starving? Those are people that were like poor people that were just starving to death working in the fields. And now we're like, oh, granola. Like, eat some bacon, you fucking idiot. Get some eggs. Just eat a dozen eggs and some bacon. You
When they
feel
say,
like
I hope you don't think I miss many meals.
no,
Mind
you
if
ain't
I-
missing any
Mind
meals.
if I grab some coffee?
Get in there. What's for you?
I seen a since the last time we spoke. Remember last time we were talking about my ass, not to get into remember we talked about my ass. What a segue here.
For the folks at home.
So a refresher. I don't want to leave everybody on a cliffhanger because the last we spoke, I was supposed to take a shit in a box to go to the lab, right? And I don't know what it was. I just never did it. And then I finally was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm doing it. And then I changed insurance, so I had to get a different doctor. So anyway, I seen a holistic doctor, right? So I ended up doing it.
Like a witch doctor?
Yeah, dude, now listen, I was a little nervous too.
What is a holistic doctor?
Should I be?
Is that a real thing? Is that a real thing?
Well, listen, I'm gonna find out. Thank you, brother. It's Mike G. It's from Huntington, right? Somebody recommended him. I know what you're thinking. I was thinking the same thing. It's gonna be. Do you have any sweetness?
We don't.
No, I don't. I'm with me, prima donna.
Do you have any out there?
No, I don't want to be that guy.
No,
Jamie, sit down, please.
We got a guy. What do you want? Like Splenda?
Yeah,
real
Splenda,
sugar?
stevia.
He's like, I don't want to be that guy. Splenda, Stevie.
Stevia. That's a
Do you have any of that mint cream?
Yeah. So when I
sit down. No, stevia.
Listen, first of all, it's hard to get an appointment with a lot of these fucking doctors, you know?
Especially the holistic ones.
Well, no, that wasn't as hard. For some
A lot of ceremonies.
No, my wife started by trying to book these doctors and couldn't get it. So then somebody recommended this guy. All right. So I was expecting a fucking half a hippie sipping wheatgrass. I didn't know what to expect. It was a guy who looked like looked like John Rollo, 59, strong guy. Nice guy. He was telling me that, a lot of these, they just want to put you on meds. They don't look at what caused the problem, or that they just want to treat the problem. They want to treat the problem. They don't want to. He's like, I want to turn back time with you and shit like that. I don't know. Listen, so nice guy.
Like a Cher song.
Like a Cher song. I thought she was pretty. She was pretty, but she had no ass.
Hey man, she's still
she
pretty.
should
You
not
didn't have to have an ass back then.
I know.
She snuck in under the wire.
Yeah.
She's still kind of hot. I'd smash.
Back in the day, she was gorgeous.
I'm talking about now.
No, she was pretty.
She looks pretty good today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I
Really,
it
right now.
The Sonny and Cher days. The Sonny and Cher.
She was hot.
Yeah.
That's wild that he went on. What did he became a senator?
Right? I think he was the mayor of his whatever city he lived in.
Clint Eastwood became the mayor of Carmel, California. But
I do remember
think
that.
Sonny Bono was like a senator or something, wasn't he, Jimmy?
Shit.
Was he a
I knew
congressman?
he got in politics
Everything's
for
a-
sure.
But like heavy duty into politics, and then he died skiing.
Yeah, what, he hit a
No
tree?
kidding.
Boom! He ran into a tree.
Man, that's a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Isn't that how Kennedy died too? Though?
Yeah, one of the Kennedys died the same way, and in like real close proximity to each
I
other.
used to love skiing. Man.
16th mayor of Palm Springs, California, from
He was
88
a
to 92,
representative.
and served as the U.S. representative for California's 44th district from 1995 till his death in
Oh, so
98.
he was both.
Let-
He was the
let-
mayor too.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you
That's
now.
pretty crazy.
How
How
much?
much-
He's a Republican. I got you, babe. The hippie movement,
Right.
with the fucking bell
I know
bottoms
what
and
a
shit.
Republican-
My thing is this: from Ronald Reagan to Sonny Bono, do people like the policies, or are they just liking the fucking guy? I was just watching Idiocracy the other day.
Oh my lord.
And,
It's so
that is
good.
the
Still,
dude. Such oh
still.
wait, hold on, that's
Terry
fucking
Crews was a
great.
great
Still
president.
so good.
He's like,
it
listen,
holds up so
you like the
well.
white Terry Crews. He's seeing, yeah. He's seeing the counselor. He's like, yeah, my first wife was taught. She's a pilot now. And it's like, no, that movie is fucking great.
It's a great movie, man.
It's not exactly politically correct, but it's fucking
It's
great.
not at all, but it holds up. You almost couldn't make it today.
You can't make any of these. Tropic Thunder.
His Tropic Thunder would be impossible
No, you couldn't make
today.
that. I gotta watch that again.
Impossible today,
I haven't watched that in ages.
bro.
Great movie.
That's a great movie, man.
Great movie.
That's a great movie.
And Robert Downey Jr., not only was he in blackface, but he was in yellowface. Remember, he came out talking to them about catching Jack Black in the rice patties and shit. He was hilarious.
Easy there, Shane Gillis. They're gonna be marching. I think they're gonna be marching on ground control.
Listen, man, Asian people take it better than anybody.
They
You know,
love
I know.
Asian.
Emojis.
Oh, I
Emojis
know,
are all
I know.
yellow, and there's no
no one
complaints.
is. Yep.
Not a single
Not a
complaint.
single complaint. Yep, you're
Not
right.
a single complaint.
You're right.
Asian
You're right.
people just
Yep.
keep
They
working.
keep- That's true. They never have a problem.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
They don't. If like there was like there was like legit Asian hate though after COVID came out. There was a lot of like really dumb people that were just running up to
About the
Asian
China
people,
shit.
hitting them.
Yeah, no, I see
Hitting
that a
them,
lot,
screaming at them.
especially in New York, a lot of the
Crazy.
subways.
Crazy.
No,
That's
it's-
crazy.
That's where they need people.
But that's
to step
real.
up.
Yeah, that was
That's
like
real.
violence,
That's-
right? That
yeah.
wasn't just talking.
Yeah, it
Violence.
wasn't just like yellow face.
Yeah.
Like yellow, you can get away with yellow face. Nobody fucking does shit. You can dress up like a bumblebee. Nobody will freak out. Like when they got that kid, there was a kid who turned out to actually be Native American who had half of his
the
face.
Chiefs game.
Yeah.
So brilliant.
What he had half of he had literally put on like war paint of I think of the tribe that he's from.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's from the tribe that he's from. And one of those
that
websites
was the
tried to
best.
label it as a
He was
fan,
racist.
a racist
And they said he was
fan
in
in
blackface,
blackface.
too.
So they
Yep.
only showed
Yes.
this side of his face where it was dark, and the other side of his face was white, which was like this war paint.
Oh no,
Bro, they
And
just fucking
and the kid turned
totally
out to be
bullshit.
Indian as
Oh
well.
no.
So they got the double. They were wrong twice. You know what I
Bro,
mean?
people are just so quick to jump the
Listen,
gun.
I'm sick of this woke shit.
Yeah,
and let me tell you,
both.
let me tell you loud and clear. I am sick of what they did to fucking Star Wars. They took a shit all over it.
Marvel. I'm
They
a
get
huge
angry.
Marvel
Listen,
fan. They
I love
that,
everybody.
You know.
I love everybody, and I have 3 daughters. I love strong, like female characters. Vasquez from fucking Aliens.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she was
Sigourney
badass.
Weaver.
Yes,
Alien
Linda
One.
Hamilton. I'll go on.
Linda
Listen,
Hamilton,
Terminator.
no, there's nothing. How about this? There's nothing wrong with making everybody badass. Now, I'm gonna hasten the wrong guys. Did you guys see Ahsoka? I did.
What's Ahsoka?
My brother. My brother
It's a Disney
James
Plus
did.
show. It's about a Jedi. There she is.
Yeah, well, Rosario Dawson.
Yeah, she's hot.
Now, it's a not to get too geeky on you, but listen.
It's too late for that.
That should have sailed. I gotta listen. I gotta go. Listen. This is the deal with Ahsoka. It's not. It's based basically off of another show, which was an animated show. Not to get too nerdy on you, George. And first of all, before you pick on me, George St. Pierre watches these same fucking shows because I talked to George about this and we geeked the fuck. I go, George, how did we have a fight? We fucking. He's like he's He knows more than me about all this shit. He reads the books. But anyway, this show was a cool show. This show, Rebels, right? And it's about this young Jedi, Ezra, right? So now they're doing a live, guys, stay with me for 2 seconds. So now the live action comes out, right? And Ezra, at the end of the series, Ezra fights this guy Thrawn, and he goes through another dimension, and he leaves a fucking hero. And now the next appearance is him live action in this series years later, right? They make him the biggest cuck in the universe, right? This guy was a fucking Jedi, badass in the cartoon. I'll give you a couple instances, right? They find him, they're on the planet. His friend finds him, I forgot her name, but she gives him she's like a Mandalorian. She gives him, his lightsaber, do your thing. Now look, they can't make him look too cool because he's a dude. They go, hey. He goes, listen, I don't need the lightsaber. The Force is my weapon. So already, boo, right there. Big boo. Really? He's not, the lightsaber, he's surrounded right now. So he's like doing some fucking hippie shit. It's whatever. Next, this gets me now. You'll relate, Dean. You'll relate to this.
I'm with you.
Listen, now they have two of these. He's been on this planet. They find him on. They have two of these horses, these alien horses. It's Ahsoka, the Mandalorian chick, and Ezra. So there's three of them riding on a motorcycle. When there's two guys riding, now the guy in the back, it's called riding bitch.
Yeah.
Who's riding bitch? Ezra. Now, is that just because, it just happens to be? No. It's like that on purpose.
I get it.
Am I going? Hold on. I blame it on the Z.
Here's the thing to everything.
No, I'm about to say,
here's the thing.
You can have both. Here's the thing. You can have both. You can have a strong woman character and a strong man character.
Yes.
Like Conan the Barbarian could be riding on the back of a horse with a chick like at the reins, and no one would question shit.
Right. Well, unless that's
like,
wait, hold
he
on.
thinks she's so badass. On the back of a horse. But imagine he thinks she's so badass, he lets her. Yeah, Red Sonja.
There you go.
He's got to be
isn't that who he was banging?
He's got to be.
She was like
humping the chick.
The warrior lady.
Yeah, hold on. I disagree. I don't think he's riding bitch.
I don't think he would. As I was saying, I was like, I can't defend this.
You went too deep, too fast.
Yeah, you didn't think that out all the way. Yeah.
This is fucking the barbarian we're talking
okay,
about.
maybe John Wick on the back of a motorcycle killing people while his girl drives.
You know what, man?
You wouldn't say John Wick's a pussy.
Well,
you know what?
He can't. He's undeniable. He cannot be a cuck.
There's a big.
But this guy was. But the guy that he's talking about surely was. I mean, I didn't even think he was a badass in the show.
Well, but he was a badass in the cartoon.
Yeah.
So it's like.
Wait a minute. But it's all. But who wrote it though? Here's the thing. Like, it's not really Star Wars. It's just this new thing that they're using Star Wars. The Star Wars universe. And Star Wars is Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader, and that's it.
That's right.
It's Obi-Wan Kenobi, it's C-3PO, everything else, you're just stealing my money.
Yeah.
The truth.
The days,
pretty much what I think.
Like, listen, right now, Han Solo would be toxic. Han Solo was the fucking PIMP. Yeah. How about when Han Solo was about to go with the fucking carbonite? As a kid, watching this as a kid, it's emotional. He's getting lowered into the fucking carbonite. You don't know if he's gonna survive this thing.
Right.
Chewie's sitting there upset. Fucking Lando's being a bit of a, we're unsure about Lando. And Leia, wait a minute. No, I love Lando. He's a badass. But Leia goes to him, I love you. What the fuck does he say back? Watch this. What does he say back? Could you play it or not? Watch this.
He says, I know. Right?
Spoilers, Rogan. Watch this. Watch this. Look at that, first of all, yeah. Watch this.
I love you.
I know.
Yes!
Gangster.
That's my fucking Star Wars. He doesn't know if he's gonna live. He doesn't, and he does love her. He does. He's the fucking man. Yeah. I love Han Solo. Wait a minute. You remember? Hey, Ezra, take notes.
Matt Serra, former UFC welterweight champion, is also a nerd.
Oh, he's the biggest nerd I know.
Full on, 100%.
First of all,
nerd.
Can I thank you now? Because listen, this show doesn't come without perks. Listen, I was on here geeking about the VR last time. Yep. So all of a sudden, I love that Pop One. I still do. I was just playing it before I got here. And another guy contacted me from Caveman Studios. This guy, Lon. He goes, look, I love how enthusiastic you are. Try this game in beta testing. So it's out. It's not even out yet. It's coming out at the end of the month. Contractors Showdown. Fucking money. I don't play anything but Pop One. Am I getting off the subject? You're talking about MMA.
No, we're talking about you got the MMA.
Listen, holy shit! It's like Warzone. It's like Call of Duty Warzone. I love the battle royale format where it's like a squad and then everybody gets brought in together and you got to take each other out. It's cool. That's Pop One. Technically, it's Fortnite. Not to sound like a nerd. This shit, Contractor Showdown. Fucking nerdgasm. I love it. It's so much fun. It's guys,
you're parachuting in?
No, listen, this is the deal. You parachute out, you pick it, you know, when you go, you loot up, right? You get money, you get
wrap
shit.
your hands? What the fuck?
Well, he must have had some damage. He had to heal up a little bit. So then you get
fixing
guns,
to go to war. You got money.
You get your boys, and then you're like, look, I don't know about that nerd, but look, we're here now. Look, all right, now that you see the perimeter, dude. Everybody gets brought in. You get scopes, you put it on. You get money, you can buy stuff, put it on. And you're taking these guys out. You're sniping them.
And this is all in virtual reality.
It's in virtual reality. It's fucking cool, dude. That guy likes it.
You should get a new job reviewing VR games.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Imagine.
It's so much fun.
Imagine if you had a YouTube channel.
Watching him review a game.
That's actually a great idea.
He wouldn't do it, though.
But
oh my god,
get a YouTube channel.
Just video him playing the game.
Just get someone to film him. I don't know how we're going to do it, but get someone to do it.
That's a fun game.
You should get the UFC to do that. Do you still do the thing with Jimmy?
Yeah, man.
Okay,
me and Jimmy twice a week. UFC Unfiltered.
Why don't you? Why don't you get the UFC to just film you doing that too as well?
Dana, you listening, motherfucker?
That's a great idea. Dude, it's a no miss. You'd be fucking awesome at that. You really love these things. Your character.
So look how enthusiastic he is about it anyway.
Yeah, you should 100% be reviewing games.
It's so funny because that could be very sad normally when a 50-year-old's fucking. I'm going to be 50 this year. It's last time I was on here, they did a thing called My Dad is a Gamer, and it had me on there. My daughter's watched. My daughter watched. But no, I love that shit. It's fun. It's fun. It's harmless. It's
Since
fun.
I've known you, you've been on it.
Yeah, that was great.
It's harmless if you can control it. But they're so fun, you'll wind up wasting your whole life.
Well, that's why
video games.
My thing is, it's like getting everything's about balance, like passing the God. You know,
yeah.
I feel like I deserve it at the end of the day. If I go, I do a 7 a.m. class, I fucking do my podcast, I go back, I'm rolling with my wife. I had a full day. You know what? I deserve 2 hours, an hour, a couple of games, 3 hours.
Yeah, no, you definitely do. Yeah. But you're a disciplined man.
Oh, it's fun.
But you're a disciplined man.
Most people don't have that type of discipline.
Yeah, but you're an accomplished martial artist. You run a business. You have a family. You're a disciplined man. If you're just a fucking dorky kid,
it can be
who just has a job, you just come home from that job, and that's all you fucking do.
It's the same thing with the reefer. Like if you're a guy doing stuff every day and you're smoking, that it could help you.
Yes.
But if you're like in that commercial when, hold on, they're blowing the shit out the window. Hey, Ma, the guy's gonna call me back. I left a message for the job. That's a problem. Like, you know what I mean? You're 30 years old, you're living at home, you're fucking, but, everything is how you use it. Back to, what is that?
Star Wars mod for contractors.
And women
you know
always
what? No,
win.
Listen,
you got to be a woman
there
character.
There is contractors. What is it?
He says you got to be a woman character because the women always win.
Yeah. Contractors is a game that it's all been out forever. I'm not really into it, but the Contractors Showdown is coming out at the end of the month and is fun. That's the battle royale version. Nerd. I catch my wife hears me talking about this online, and she's like, "You fucking have no idea." You know, she loves me, but it's fucking. It could be a turnoff, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't think it turns them on. It's not a panty
I'm sure
dropper.
it's not.
It's not the ultimate panty dropper.
I was trying to think of the right way, and that was the right way.
You know what fuck it is? Hold on.
Oh, look at this. Look at the app, son.
Fuck it, don't fuck it. No, it's. I'm back to gluten free.
Yeah,
I think this Zyn thing's making me crazy.
It's making you crazy. It's hyping you up.
That's
great. It's good. But it's good.
As if
I'm
like,
going to give you another one in 5 minutes.
But not to mention, no, don't do that. The problem is this. The problem is this. I start the day. Me and him went out to eat last night. We went to the Brazilian joint, and I didn't eat since because I got to clear out because I got issues, you know. So I woke up and I had the water and I had a double shot of espresso. And I don't want to be, and I was a little down last night because I had too much of whatever, edible, okay? Edible. So I was a little like, I hope I'm not like this tomorrow. So I had a 5-hour energy.
Yeah.
And now I had that and the coffee. So this is what you get.
It's on.
It's on.
Oh, I'm having fun. You were talking about coming up with a name for us.
Yeah, we need a name.
Yeah, we need
a name.
A cool Star Wars name.
Nerdgasm.
You guys are funny.
How about we just call it Cucks?
Yeah.
Just so no one can say shit about us.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. Cucks. That's actually kind of funny.
I was going to say like the OGs, but that's too serious.
That's too serious. Cucks might actually work.
I like Cucks.
Cucks not bad. Cucks.
It's not bad.
It's kind of
so ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know? You want to be cucks?
I kind of like it.
I don't want to be a cuck.
I think I'm kind of enjoying that.
Yeah. Being a cuck, yeah.
Let's placeholder it. Put it aside. Put a bookmark on it. Come back to it later in the day. See how we feel in an hour.
Should we take a poll? What is your?
No, you don't want to let the people be involved. They're going to hijack that shit. And we're going to be cucks for sure.
Yeah, no, yeah. 100%.
That will not be a fair vote. They would try to get us.
Johnny, you had one first. You were like the 4 horsemen.
Oh Jesus, that was a long time ago.
I have a weird memory. I remember weird shit.
Yeah, that was.
Because I remember I'm the furthest thing from a horseman. I'm not exactly a fucking.
You need help getting on a horse.
I don't know. You know what the problem is? You'll be on a stallion, and me and Joe will be on like ponies and shit.
You'll be on a mule.
You'll be on a mini horse.
I want to be on a sturdy mule.
I was watching a mule bite a fucking hyena.
Oh, dude, they use them to bite wolves and coyotes.
Yeah, you think a hyena would fuck it
Wolves
up?
are mean, man. They're fucking mean.
Ponies?
They're smart. Mules.
Mules.
Yeah.
They'll use them to like protect the herd and shit.
What?
For real.
Mules are so much smarter than horses. Like people like them when they travel through the mountains because a mule won't go anywhere where it's not safe. A mule will go, bitch. We're not.
I know better.
Yeah, I know better. I'm not going over there. Like that edge is too steep. We're falling. And so a horse is just like, horses just go right off the edge, man. They just listen.
You gotta not stand behind those motherfuckers, though.
Horses?
No,
either one of them.
A mule?
Either one. Horse kick you? Oh my God. I watched a horse kill another horse.
No.
Yeah, in a video online.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's crazy.
Almost spit up my coffee.
That's a donkey.
Yeah,
what'd I say?
They don't fuck
around. A mule. A mule is a cross.
What's the difference?
A mule is a cross between a horse and a donkey.
Look at this.
And they're not viable.
Yeah, but wouldn't you think that the hyena would fuck this thing up?
Yeah. Yeah, you would think so, but it looks like that hyena is fucking tranquilized because they're videotaping this.
It's so much. It almost looks like they're playing.
Yeah, maybe it does look like they're playing. But that doesn't seem very playful.
I mean,
that seems pretty violent on the donkey's part.
Like Hawaii playing, but he's not.
I don't know, man. I don't think they play like that. I think it recognizes. I think it recognizes that's a predator and it wants it to fuck away from it. Yeah, that's what I think it is, man. And that thing's trying to bite it. Like, what is going on here?
It's 4 minutes.
Bro, this is some gay shit.
I know, right?
They're sniffing assholes. Maybe they are friends. Maybe I'm out of line. Maybe they're friends. Maybe the hyena and the donkey will get along, but probably not. They're fucking predator and prey animals.
Yeah.
But if they kick you, man. So there was a video of these beautiful horses, man, and they're in this corral, and this one horse just starts kicking, and he just kicks the other horse in the head, and the head
And it dies?
It's just
Like it dies right then and there?
it dies like he got shot, like plow.
That's crazy.
Just falls down, legs stiff.
All I do when
Killed it.
There's times I'm in the fucking bathroom like an hour at a clip in the middle of the night. All I do is watch those fucking animals on animals. Fucking
I somehow
You
get into
got-
that. You know
into
the
that shit,
Facebook
too?
videos?
Yeah.
I'm either watching like the world star hip hop fights. I watch that more than regular fights. I don't know why.
Because they're more fun. It's
I saw
entertaining.
one today. I don't think we could play it. It probably violates rules. But this dude is on the ground, and he's basically like fighting this guy. He's got a helmet on. It looks like there was some sort of a traffic altercation. And the guy who's on the ground has a dude, and he's like setting up a heel hook. And the guy's trying to attack him. And then the other guy comes over and punches him, and then they separate him. And when they separate him, the dude who's on the ground is like holding the guy like he's going to set up a heel hook, pulls a gun out and shoots him in the dick.
Oh my God.
Yes. Just like this. Boom! Shoots him in the dick.
Oh, what the fuck?
Bro, it's rough. You want to watch it?
Yeah. Absolutely. 100%.
You know,
Right?
there's some things you can't unsee.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
you never ask.
Yeah, but you got to see this.
It's so funny,
You
man.
got to see it because I had to watch it because it's a Instagram reel. I had to watch it a couple of
Fuck, you
times
wait so long.
I always-
just to try to figure out what exactly was going on.
I always like to see what's going on out there. You know, I always like to.
No, hold on a second.
Good. Get
Here
a
it is. I
get a
found it.
skull
I
with
found
some
it.
other shit, Jamie.
Here, hold on a second. Hang on a second.
Was this chick up there last time, or am I fucking crazy?
Yeah, she's always on. Okay, I said it to you. Oh, that's okay. This is the horse. Watch this.
Oh no!
So this horse, he just kicks that horse in the head. Boom, dead.
Damn.
Is it dead?
Yep, dead. Look at his legs.
Good Lord.
It died. Look at his legs.
Oh wow!
Yep. Bro, you get hit by one of those, you might as well get shot. That's a hoof at the end of a
What a shame.
1,800-pound beast.
Yo, what now?
Okay, now show the guy getting shot in the dick.
Now, did you ever try horse? Did you ever try horse meat? By the
Yes.
way,
Is it good?
It tastes like wild game. I tried it in Montreal. There's this amazing restaurant in Montreal called Joe Beef, and me and Duncan and Ari ate there. And they served you. They had horse tartare, so it's essentially raw horse. And then they had like a horse fillet. They served us horse fillet. I was like, wow, this is weird.
You know, you used to eat horse meat, Patrick Cote. Remember we was in the
Patrick-
house?
Yeah,
And we used to, we used to get a list of what we could put on there, what we wanted, and he put horse meat on his list, and we were like, what the fuck?
Smart.
Yeah,
He knew
yeah.
their body would fuck with it.
Yeah.
That's how those dudes up north in Canada. You know, he's
I
a
almost-
Montreal guy.
I almost don't want to see this, bro.
So, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. So watch this.
Why are you saying that?
So this guy,
This got to be Brazil.
I don't know, but look, see the other guy comes over and kicks him. They push him away. Now watch this. Keep an eye on the guy on the bottom.
He's got a gun?
Yeah, watch here.
Come on, man! No! Oh, fuck!
Yeah.
Wait, is he still fighting?
No,
No,
it's
it's
over.
over.
Replays.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa!
I mean, whoa.
He's a eunuch.
Whoa.
Jesus.
And the best is, it looks like they're doing a little. All right, they might be blue belt level.
I was about to say, yeah, that's definitely Brazil.
That guy's got a stripe or two on his
But
belt.
I don't think that could be just only.
Oh! Come on, man!
Bro.
Dude, keep that shit between you and Tom Segura. I don't need to see that shit. I don't want to be part of that fucking text.
Oh, man, that shit hurt me. It hurt me just to watch it.
Fuck.
Oh, no.
You gotta wonder what other damage that.
Oh,
did.
it's over.
Oh, what the damage? You guys lost his dick, Raul. What are you damage you talking
I
about?
think he lost everything.
You lost a lot. That bullet probably blew
Could
his
have
hip
ripped his
apart.
fucking
Small
Intestines
man.
onto his organs.
You gotta really try to avoid everything in the street.
Everything.
That's what I always tell Dean Thomas, the troublemaker.
What? I always got to stop him from fighting.
Not true. Dean does mellow me out.
Yeah,
Dean
I got to
does
stop
mellow
him. Every time we do a show, he almost gets in a fight.
First of all, no, that's not. First of all, not true. But second of all, we did. It didn't come out yet, but we did that fucking cold plunge on that fucking show. Let me ask you something about the degrees of that, because I'm thinking about adding this into my routine.
The cold plunge?
I swear, man, because I start my day with a steam. I'm thinking about putting it a small one in my locker room upstairs in my thing. But it was fucking brutal, is what it was. When we did it, it was 32 degrees.
34.
Okay, I'm trying to make it worse.
Yeah.
All right, 34.
Yeah,
34 for 3 minutes. Is that pussy shit?
No, that's normal. Yeah, that's what I do every day.
34?
34, 3 minutes every day.
That was fucking.
I do it before my workout.
But did you? All right. Next question is: did you build up to that?
Yes.
Wow.
In 2 days.
So that all right.
No,
2 days. It took you 2 days to build up to that.
Third day, I did 20 minutes.
Stop.
No, I did. I filmed it. I
At
put it on
34?
Instagram. At
34 degrees.
Yeah, I wanted to see how long I could go. That's pretty crazy.
Well, listen,
but that's different.
Does somebody watch?
all I know is
no, nobody's watching.
we handled it differently.
Yeah, we sure did.
He was quiet, and then once in a while you hear like a Goggins come out of him, like I can handle this. And I'm carrying the boats and all that shit. And I just wouldn't shut the fuck up.
He wouldn't shut the fuck up. I was thinking to myself, like, will he shut the fuck up? I can't concentrate in this.
I had to keep myself. I wanted to jump the fuck out. And Dana was right there. And
did he do it?
He did it.
How long?
He does it every day.
That's right.
I'm pretty sure he told me he does it at like 50 degrees.
Yeah.
All right.
What the fuck
is it okay to do it at 50 degrees?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, look, it's still cold.
Gotta stay in her
I
line.
just don't think it has the same amount of an effect, probably. But I'm just guessing. It might be the same thing. If you did like 50 degrees for like 5 minutes, maybe that's the same as like 34 degrees for 3 minutes or 2 minutes. I don't know.
Then I'll do that.
Yeah,
maybe.
but I kind of like
brutal.
I like the part where I don't want to do it and then I do it. I like that.
Yeah, you do it in the morning.
First thing.
Like, how do you do that in the morning? Like, that's the last thing that I want to do when I wake up.
Probably the best time.
Exactly. That's why you do it. You do it. It's easy. It's an easy win.
Over and
It's
done.
an easy win.
Imagine if all day you were thinking about, I got to do it. I got to get it in and get it done.
It's also, you don't want to do it, and yet you did it. So it's an easy win.
Well, I felt
Those
like that when
stack up.
after we finished.
Yeah.
So I bought one, but I purposely didn't put it together yet. So just so I didn't have to do it. Just so I had to look at that motherfucker and make myself look like a bitch.
That's awesome. I think it's an easy thing to add to my morning routine because I have a nice routine as it is. I start like 7 a.m. I do that class. I get up at 5. I get there early. I get my head straight and I get in the steam. That nice steam after that. So I like getting my head straight, but I don't like smelling bad. So I like this, like afterwards, I'm in this, I'm Zen mode, man. And I'm caffeined up.
Now you're in Zen mode.
I see what you did there.
I like that. I might get into that shit. I like it. As long as I'm not fucking craving like Marlboros if I get off the shit or something. I'm not gonna want to fucking want nicotine, am I? Or need it?
Well, just don't get it.
What?
Don't get more of it.
I'm saying if I stop the Zen, am I going to want more of it?
Well, I don't know how your body works, but a lot of people get addicted to it.
Well, thanks for turning me on to it, you fucking crack pusher. Thank you.
It's good for you.
Is it good for you, though?
I think it's good for your brain.
Well, then there you go. I'm on it.
Yeah. But I think, you got to be careful if you're one of those guys.
Well, I mean, how many of them do you take a day?
I found on.
Yeah, talk to me, Jamie. Look out for me.
Nicotine prevents the formation in the test tube of protein clumps linked to all. There it is. Okay, this is the thing. So nicotine prevents the formation in the test tube of protein clumps linked to Alzheimer's disease, scientists announced at a press conference today. The finding may provide a useful starting point for developing drugs that delay or prevent the disease. Researchers are quick to caution, however, that.
How you living, Pimp? Hello. We're glad you're here.
Hey.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good.
We're glad you're here. We're watching Joe Rogan. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
No.
Okay, well, he has a podcast. We're going to check it out. Welcome.
The hardest things for his writing. So it's like his synapses didn't fire as fast.
Oh, what does this say?
Nicotine's cognitive effects have gained significant attention in recent decades, and some non-smokers have even started using nicotine gum or patches as a nootropic. Research has shown that nicotine can speed up reaction time, improve working memory, and enhance focus and attention.
What? Dude,
yeah,
you got me. I know,
you
got me. Watch me in VR now. I'm gonna fucking kill everybody.
You play.
That's nice, man. I'm like
interesting, right? Interesting.
Yeah, man. As long as it's,
I think I'm interested in the alpha brain.
That's great. Too.
Yeah,
I'm interested in anything that gives you like a positive effect. in
Yeah,
your brain.
Well, also, what about dick pills? Anything that has a positive effect on your life, you know? It's fun to party.
Yeah, I used to take the Alpha Brain all the time. Then I ran out and forgot.
Oh, we'll get you some. We'll get you some. I'll get some sent to you. But like all those other ones are really good too. That Neuro One shit, that stuff's great. Put it in a protein shake, or you can just drink by itself. Tastes good. There's a bunch of them.
How many of the Zyn things would you do a day? Like one?
It takes me a few days to go through one packet. I don't know how many's in a packet.
Oh, so but would you take more than one a day?
Yeah, I'll take 1, 2, 3 a day,
Really?
4 a day if I feel like it. Yeah.
Okay, and you feel a difference.
But I do like to know that I can take days off. When I take days off, I'm like, how I feel? I feel fine. Okay.
You do feel fine.
I don't feel weird.
Do you use it before like a podcast or before you do
shows?
a show? Like,
yeah,
for that
I like
purpose.
it during podcasts.
So you see, it has
Especially
to have a purpose.
This is also the same reason why